Chapter 1 Youth. Youth. In the residence of the mayor of Taysai Town, a robust old man with a head of white hair reclined in a soft armchair, engaged in lively conversation with the mayor, who appeared to be of a similar age. They exchanged laughter, seemingly discussing something joyous, embodying the essence of old friends reuniting. Behind them stood two incongruous youths. 1, perhaps 13 or 14 years of age, boasted a magnificent mane of golden hair that shimmered like the purest gold, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window behind him, casting a golden halo around him, dressed in simple cloth. This striking youth appeared almost celestial, standing with his arms crossed in a remarkably mature manner, his expression a mask of near indifference that starkly contrasted with the jovial atmosphere around him. Beside him stood another boy with a bobbed hairstyle and purple hair, who, despite appearing taller and older, bore a countenance that feigned calmness yet betrayed a sense of urgency, rendering him less mature than his golden-haired companion. Alas, Cancel, it has been many years since the Battle of Toabien, and we have both aged. That I recall, when we first met in the army, we were much like these children. Yet now, look at us. How we have grown old. Time indeed spares no one, the mayor remarked, perhaps noticing the purple-haired youth's intermittent hesitance to speak, prompting him to shift his focus onto the two seemingly inconspicuous boys. Indeed. I remember when I was your captain, and now you have been promoted to level 4 and hold the position of mayor, far surpassing me, a once prominent figure now relegated to stagnation at level 3. I wonder what these children will become. Surely, they will exceed us, the elder responded, reminiscing about the past, and the atmosphere remained congenial. While the elder and the mayor continued their light-hearted banter, the purple-haired youth could no longer contain his inner turmoil. He stood up, his voice filled with fervor as he addressed the mayor. Honorable mayor, it has been many days. May I inquire when you will send someone to drive away the undead creatures that have invaded our village? Before he could finish, the golden-haired youth swiftly intervened, seizing the purple-haired boy's right hand and discreetly pulling him back with significant force, effectively silencing his forthcoming words. My sincere apologies, Honorable Mayor, Grandpa Cancel. Yearning is feeling somewhat unwell and has spoken out of turn. I hope you can forgive him. I shall take him outside for some fresh air while you continue your discussion, the golden-haired youth declared, his previously impassive expression transformed into a warm and polite smile. Without waiting for the elders to voice their opinions, he maintained his humble demeanor while forcibly guiding the blushing, reluctant purple-haired boy away. As the two youths awkwardly retreated, the elders exchanged knowing smiles. The subtle barriers formed by status and time dissipating in that moment of mutual understanding. I say, Old Hewelton, we share a bond forged through trials that I, Old Cancel, do not wish to leverage our past friendship against you. Truth be told, not only the youngsters, but I too am finding it increasingly difficult to remain silent, Cancel remarked, his earlier ease replaced by a hint of bitterness. Since the children have broken the ice, I shall speak candidly. I have come today not for trifles, but to ask about the matter I previously requested of you. Please, speak frankly. If it is indeed unfeasible, I would like my villagers to find alternative means of survival. We cannot continue to delay. As some families are nearing the brink, Cancel continued, his expression laden with concern as he gazed at his old friend. Seeing the bitterness etched on Cancel's face, the mayor felt a pang of sympathy and hesitated before revealing his true thoughts. Then I shall refrain from beating around the bush. Cancel, under normal circumstances, given our relationship, I would have no qualms about assisting you immediately. However, this time, I genuinely find myself at a loss. You are aware, Cancel, that after accepting your request, I dispatched a team led by Tony to assess the undead's movements in your village. Yet, they encountered an overwhelming number of skeletal remains and were forced to retreat without ever catching sight of your village. The assassin sent afterward has not returned either, apart from the 3 mercenary groups remaining in town. No one possesses the capability to undertake this task, the mayor lamented, his tone tinged with resignation. It is not that I am unwilling to pay for the mercenaries, but several neighboring villages have also retreated into the town due to the undead assaults. Based on the information I have gathered, Taysai Town may soon face an onslaught of undead creatures. Allowing any mercenary group to venture out now would only serve to weaken Taysai Town's defenses, rendering me truly powerless to fulfill your request. Understanding the gravity of the situation laid bare before him, Cancel felt a profound sense of guilt and helplessness wash over him as he contemplated the fate of his villagers. What are you doing? Mino, why did you pull me out? The purple-haired youth fumed, glaring at the golden-haired boy named Mino, exuding a sense of indignation as if demanding an explanation. Foolish yearning, I was trying to help you, Mino replied calmly, leaning against the wall, a finger flicking Yearn's forehead, effectively deflating his heightened spirit. Do you think Grandpa Consell does not wish to persuade the mayor sooner? Or do you believe he has forgotten the gravity of the matter? He simply cannot speak out too readily. Mino continued. Mino, do you think I'm an idiot? Of course, I understand. Grandpa Consell is too proud to voice his request, so I thought I would preemptively articulate what he wished to convey. This way, the matter would be clarified, and Grandpa Consell could shift the blame onto me for being a child who knows nothing, thereby avoiding the tedious waiting, Yearn retorted, mimicking Mino's composed demeanor, though unable to suppress a self-satisfied grin. Observing his companion's misguided confidence, Mino felt exasperated. He turned his head, casting Yearn out of his sight, while firmly pressing a hand atop Yearn's head, attempting to extract the self-absorbed boy from his delusions. You, who do not comprehend these matters, should refrain from pretending to understand. You truly think that Grandpa Consell, willing to seek help from the mayor, would be concerned about a trifling matter of pride? Grandpa Consell refrains from speaking because the mayor is fully aware of our purpose here. He simply cannot acquiesce given the current circumstances. Grandpa Consell has been in discussion for so long in hopes of leveraging their past friendship to sway the mayor. Without articulating that request, there exists a chance. Now that you have made it explicit, should the mayor agree, all would be well. But if he declines, the opportunity to speak further will vanish. Do you understand now? Foolish Yearn. As Mino meticulously explained, Yearn finally grasped his error. Realizing he might have jeopardized the hopes of his entire village, he paled in fear and trembled as he looked at Mino, hoping that this ever-resourceful companion could devise a solution to rectify the impulsive blunder he had made. Reflecting on Yearn's lack of composure and considering the high expectations placed upon him by Sister Yeli, Mino felt a surge of frustration, almost compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to his friend. Just as he contemplated taking action, a frantic bell tolled from the city gates, signaling that something significant had occurred. While Mino pondered the cause of the commotion, a panicked militiaman stumbled into view. Shouting in distress, "Undead! Countless skeletal undead! The undead are attacking the city!" The news was so explosive that before Mino and Yearn could fully process the situation, the mayor burst through the door, rushing toward the city gates. With old Consell closely following, without a moment's hesitation, Mino grasped Yearn's hand and hurried after them. Chapter 2: Undead. Undead. In recent years, rumors have spread across the continent of entire villages and towns, even cities, being suddenly annihilated by an army of undead that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Coupled with the Supreme God Church's insistence on vigilance against wild undead, though not explicitly stated, the populace firmly believed in the truth of these threats. Consequently, they had come to perceive the sudden attacks by these unknown undead creatures as harbingers of destruction for villages and towns alike. Now, with such events unfolding in Taysai Town, how could fear not grip the hearts of its inhabitants? Many, upon hearing the news, stumbled into their homes, frantically rummaging through their belongings, packing their bags in preparation to flee the town. However, a greater number of individuals seized whatever was at hand and, with a sense of urgency and determination, rushed toward the city walls. They were resolute in their mission to defend their homeland, fighting for the hope of preserving the life they once knew. When Minuo and Yearn arrived at the city gate, the mayor and councillor had already ascended the walls to command the battle. Eager to join the fray, Minuo pulled Yearn along, but they were halted by the militiamen stationed above. "Hey, you two over there. This is not a place for you. Quickly turn back," shouted a soldier from the wall. "But why can those people go up?" Yearn protested loudly, pointing to a sturdy man charging forward with a long sword. Upon hearing this, the militia member merely chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Yuku is a prodigy from our town who condensed his fighting energy seed at the age of 26 and became a second-tier warrior. His assistance is most welcome. You lovely young ladies, however, would be of little help and might inadvertently cause trouble. It's best you return. With that, the militiamen turned away. Minuo and Yearn exchanged glances, their expressions filled with frustration and disbelief. Yearn's delicate features were a testament to his aspirations of becoming a mage, his physique somewhat frail and pale from lack of training, clad in unisex attire, complemented by his striking purple hair, which often led to misunderstandings regarding his identity. Minuo, though already a first-tier warrior, was merely 13 years old and still bore the remnants of youthful innocence. His body lacked significant muscle from the nature of his training. And with his shoulder-length golden hair and handsome visage, he could easily be mistaken for a charming young girl, were it not for the resolute glint in his eyes, with no one granting them permission. They lacked the audacity to surreptitiously ascend the war-ready walls. Fortunately, the volunteer army had yet to arrive, leaving the area relatively sparse. Their loud exchange with the militia had caught the mayor's attention, and under his orders, the two were escorted up the walls. "Hey, weren't we told there was an army of the undead? Why are there only a handful of bones?" Yearning lamented, surveying the emptiness below the walls. In his view, the panic of the gatekeeping militia had led to unnecessary chaos. However, a glance back revealed that not only the mayor and councillor, but Minuo's expression had also darkened considerably. "What's wrong? Shouldn't we be celebrating the destruction of the undead?" Yearning inquired, perplexed. "Minuo, why do you look as if trouble is imminent?" Minuo raised his head, offering a bittersweet smile as he responded. "Do you remember the undead that raided our village? Of course, if it weren't for those despicable fiends launching a sudden attack, we would not have fled in such disarray," Yearning replied, his anger flaring at the recollection. "The undead that assaulted our village numbered nearly 1,000, including several third-tier and one fourth-tier skeletal beasts. I've heard that other villages that have recently fled faced similarly formidable foes, if not weaker. Including our village, there are over a dozen scattered villages around Taisai town. Do you comprehend what that means? Over 10,000 wild, undead creatures." Yearning's expression turned grave. Leaning over the wall to gaze at the distant mountains, Minuo's face darkened further. "With numbers exceeding 10,000, including nearly 100 third-tier undead and 7 or 8 fourth-tier ones, this is merely the count we are aware of. How many more remain undiscovered? Those clumsy creatures stand no chance against agile magical beasts. The villages outside have already fallen. Their thirst for flesh can only be quenched here in Taisai town. It is only a matter of time before they launch an attack." At Minuo's words, Yearning panicked. "Then what are we doing here? We must flee with the others, or we'll miss the chance to escape." "And what of the others? There aren't enough carriages to evacuate our entire village. And even if there were, we could not afford the cost. Traveling to the nearest city of Houston would take 7 days by carriage and half a month on foot. Moreover, without adequate warriors to protect us, even the wild beasts alone could spell doom for our village." "That young one speaks wisely. His analysis is astute," the mayor remarked, having approached the two unnoticed, his gaze appreciative of Minuo. "Against the relentless undead, fleeing is the most foolish course of action. If we cannot hold the stronghold, then we are destined for death." "Thank you for your praise, Mayor, but can we truly hold this position, setting aside the possibility of stronger undead yet unseen? How can Taisai town withstand the known threats? Are we to rely solely on these walls and a mere 100 militiamen?" Minuo questioned pointedly. The mayor laughed heartily. "This young one is quite pragmatic. You are correct. With only this handful of men, we cannot defend Taisai town." "Then please, Mayor, disclose your means of support to the others. Otherwise, I doubt anyone would willingly choose to defend a city destined for ruin. Do you not agree?" In matters of life and death, Minuo cast aside all pretense of diplomacy. "Aside from myself and my militia, Taisai town is also home to 3 mercenary groups, totaling over 100 individuals. Each at least peak first-tier warriors. We have around 22nd tier, 7 or 8 third tier, and each captain is 4th tier, one of whom is a powerful fire mage. Additionally, we can muster nearly 100 warriors from among the townsfolk, bringing our total strength to over 300, including nearly 10 mages. This is my assurance. Furthermore, the cleric has already sent a magical distress signal to the church, and I have dispatched messengers to Houston for aid. As long as we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, Taisai town will not fall." Upon hearing the mayor's words, Minuo nodded slightly in agreement. "But why are you so certain the undead will come immediately?" After the mayor's exchange with Minuo, Yearning, feeling somewhat overlooked, interjected defiantly. "Perhaps the undead will take their time to arrive, and we could easily leave beforehand." The mayor and councillor exchanged knowing smiles, tinged with an unmistakable bitterness. "Because today's undead are but a harbinger. Young run, they signify that the undead have begun to explore this direction. Otherwise, how could they have possibly come here when there are no graves outside the city?" With that, Silence enveloped the four of them as they gazed toward the distant mountains, as if envisioning a vast white horde of undead drawing ever closer. Chapter 3. The night approaches an ancient and unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? As Minuo opened his eyes to the strange room, he groggily recalled the events of the previous day. Ever since the first undead siege, the hope of reclaiming their village had turned into a mere fantasy. The three of them returned to the temporary lodgings of their village, their heavy hearts evident. The villagers, sensing their failure, did not pry further, allowing Minuo and his companions to remain silent. The next day, the mayor summoned everyone in Taisai town, informing them of the impending undead army and the nearly inevitable outcome of their situation. He spoke of the soon-to-arrive reinforcements and the town's own strength, rallying everyone to unite and contribute to the defense of their homeland. After all, it was difficult to leave their homeland behind, and with escape seeming unlikely, coupled with the mayor's considerable influence, the townsfolk, save for a few cowardly wandering merchants, were willing to fight for their home. Thus began the fervent preparations for battle, with nearly 100 warriors integrating into the town's militia, engaging in rigorous training, while others gathered strategic materials such as boulders and logs. The mayor also invoked the warrior decree to enlist the 3 mercenary groups in town. Many among these mercenaries were locals, and the promise of substantial rewards for participation, combined with the impossibility of continuing their careers if they fled during an undead invasion, led the 3 captains to agree to partake in the defense. Despite their initial reluctance to accept a suicide mission, what followed was a grand event, as it were. Akin to death row inmates enjoying a final meal, the townsfolk prepared to feast heartily, knowing they were about to risk their lives. The mayor's storied provisions were quickly depleted as over 300 robust men drank their fill in the town square. Minuo, caught up in the atmosphere, partook of a drink himself, and then there was nothing more to recall. Although much was said, in retrospect, it was merely a fleeting moment. After swiftly reviewing past events in her mind and clarifying her current situation, Mino sprang up, hastily shedding her nightgown and donning her clothes. Casting a glance at the mercury clock left behind by the room's original occupant, she confirmed that she had not overslept, grasping the large sword, which was taller than herself, that lay beside her bed. She dashed out into the courtyard. By the way, Mino and her companions had been temporarily residing in an old site that the militia had yet to demolish, with around 20 villagers enlisting for battle. Their treatment improved, and they were relocated to a better accommodation belonging to fleeing merchants, where Mino and her group settled into a small building with a courtyard. Standing in the courtyard, Mino firmly grasped the sword in her hand, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm her breathing. She then thrust the sword forward, stepping her right leg ahead, lifting the sword upwards, drawing it back to her palm, and spinning to deliver an upward strike. One powerful movement after another, imbued with a distinct masculine grace, was executed by Mino with vigor. As each sword technique was unleashed, sweat poured down her face. Her muscles grew sore and stiff, yet the fighting spirit within her surged with increasing vitality. Subtle currents of energy coursed through her muscles and bones, continually extracting energy from her body to strengthen herself. When Mino could no longer endure and finally paused, the total amount of her fighting spirit had risen significantly. I told you to take it slow. Mino, why won't you listen to your sister? If something were to happen to you, what would I do alone? Mino's sister, Mina, chided as she handed over a towel she had prepared earlier, observing the faint traces of blood on Mino's skin. It's fine. Sister, didn't Aunt Kasha say before she left that I could keep going for a while longer? This will benefit my breakthrough to 2nd level fighting spirit. Once I reach that level, combined with my already attained 2nd level swordsmanship, even if Taisai town can't hold out until reinforcements arrive, I can lead you all to safety. 1st level strength is simply too weak. Mino replied, setting down the large sword to accept the towel. Hearing her brother's words, Mina's complaints suddenly fell silent. In that moment, her heart swelled with warmth, and the shadows cast by various recent setbacks were somewhat alleviated. Yet, she felt a profound frustration, lamenting that as an older sister, she had to rely on her brother to support the family. It's a pity Aunt Kasha insisted that I must not recklessly choose a meditation method for my breakthrough. Otherwise, I could also contribute in battle. Don't say that. The choice of meditation method is the most crucial decision for a mage. You possess the finest arcane talent. How could you settle for anything less? Besides, I vowed to protect you, sister. Please grant me this opportunity to prove myself. Otherwise, once you become a formal mage, I won't have a chance again. With his chest puffed out, Mino wiped the sweat from his brow and struck a pose akin to a bodybuilder, his antics eliciting a light chuckle from Mina, who covered her mouth in amusement. The silvery strands of her long hair brushed past Mino's nose, prompting him to sneeze dramatically. It's all right. Isn't there still Nightlie? You did say you would do your utmost to protect both of us, right? You can go and protect her when the time comes. It's a shame that Lana is a rather aggressive elemental mage. Otherwise, you could protect her too. Recalling their escape from the village, Mino's thoughts lingered on his sister. Sister. Oh, our little Mino is bashful. How adorable. Come here for a hug. Mina teased playfully upon seeing Mino's flushed face. No, you only know how to make fun of me. Once you have a boyfriend, I will tease you just the same. With that, Mino tossed the towel aside and hurried off to take a shower. Who knows? Generally, ordinary men wouldn't catch your eye. Perhaps one day. You might just cling to my little Mino. Then, Nightlie and Lana will have to heed my wishes. How delightful. Mina giggled as she tossed a clean change of clothes to Mino. By the way, when you go to find Yearning later, remember to bring Nightlie along. We need to help everyone prepare supplies. Got it. Fearing that his sister would continue to tease him, Mino accepted the clothes and dashed away without looking back. Yearning, come out quickly. It's time to help move things. Moments later, a freshly bathed Mino stood outside another nearby house. It's Mino, here to see Yearning again. That lad drank too much last night and hasn't woken up yet. Why don't you come inside? I'll have Nightlie get you a glass of water. After a short wait, out came Grandpa Cancel, warmly ushering Mino inside. Nightlie, stop fussing about. Just let your grandmother handle it. Come out and pour Mino a glass of water. Before long, a cute girl with purple shoulder-length hair emerged, holding a glass of water. The playful tuft of hair bobbed on her head, clearly reflecting her cheerful demeanor. Nightlie was Yearning's older sister. Their parents had passed away 7 years prior, and the Cancel couple, whose son lived far away, adopted the two girls, treating them as their own grandchildren and striving to provide the best living conditions for them. Thus, the talented siblings both became level 0 mage apprentices. As Mino accepted the glass of water from Nightlie, he noticed her turning to leave and quickly called out, Nightlie, don't rush off. My sister asked me to tell you to wait and help her prepare supplies. Oh, I see. Can I come back after I finish this? Nightlie paused, turning to seek Cancel's opinion. Go ahead. Our Nightlie is a mage apprentice. Staying home to do chores is such a waste of talent. Cancel chuckled, watching Nightlie pause in contemplation. You should get out more and do what you enjoy. Your grandmother can handle this little bit of work on her own. Don't neglect our brave little Mino. Otherwise, people will say I'm Cancel the old meddling in love affairs. Grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting? Nightlie's cheeks flushed, and she shot a reproachful glance at Mino, who was gulping down water, oblivious to the conversation. How can that be nonsense? I'm not just talking for the sake of it. I still have the marriage contract you two signed back then. Should I go get it to show you? With that, Cancel pretended to rise. Grandpa, that's ridiculous. Those were just childish games we played back then. That I won't argue with you any longer. I'm off to find Mina. Fearing that Cancel would say something further that would attract Mino's attention, Nightlie hurriedly exited the tea that moment. Just as Yearning emerged from his slumber, yawning, he caught sight of his sister dashing away and looked perplexedly at Mino, who had just set the cup down. And Cancel, who appeared to be in on some secret. What's gotten into my sister? Why is she in such a hurry? Mino remained unaware of the unfolding situation, while old Cancel wore a mysterious smile. Yearning's confusion went unanswered, and just as he was about to inquire further, the once clear skies suddenly darkened as if night had fallen. In an instant, Cancel and Mino's faces mirrored the ominous change in weather, becoming grim and foreboding. Chapter 4. The Shroud of Death. What is happening? Although he did not comprehend the significance of such a transformation, the instinctive fear of darkness surged within Yearning, suddenly enveloped in shadows. He began to panic, though he merely displayed it on his face, which was still relatively composed compared to the average person. Furthermore, he did not resort to cowering in a corner for safety or trembling in fright. Once the initial shock subsided, he cleverly conjured a level 0 light spell, illuminating the dim room. The glowing orb in his hand revealed Mino's and Cancel's troubled expressions, prompting his inquiry. Do you remember that bard who passed through our village a few months ago? Do you recall the poem he performed? In the absence of entertainment in the countryside, the bard's performance was a rare form of amusement, so as soon as Mino mentioned it, Yearning immediately recalled. It was a poem about the war of the undead. Right? Why do you bring this up? Yearning was baffled by Mino's sudden shift in topic. Do you remember a particular section of it? Without waiting for Yearning's response, Mino began reciting. Oh, the vengeful souls sleeping beneath the earth. Oh, the bones yearning for flesh. In this world where the lord of the underworld is nowhere to be seen. They come, tireless and relentless, bringing fear with them. Oh, valiant warriors, to protect your homeland, you exert every effort. United in purpose, wielding your will and conviction to conquer these servants of death. The jubilant feast begins, and the warriors savor the fruits of victory. They drink sweet wine, reveling in the admiration of maidens. As the entire city resounds with cheers for their success. Then darkness descended, and the grim reaper cast off his cloak, transforming it into a veil that obscured the sun and light. Then they came again. Relentless in their approach, bringing forth dread. Oh, valiant warriors, they exerted every ounce of their strength, united in purpose, yet found themselves collapsing beneath the shroud that had unfurled to welcome death. In that realm engulfed by the black curtain. In a place unseen by the divine, the grim reaper cackled with glee, singing songs of revelry amidst the throngs of white bones. The countless vengeful spirits emitted a chorus of despair from his scythe. As the pallor of fear blanketed the earth, transforming the once beautiful city into a hell on earth. Death, ultimately, shall arrive. As Minuo's voice resonated, accompanied by the ominous backdrop of swirling black clouds, an aura of chilling fascination enveloped the atmosphere. Especially in light of the impending arrival of the army of the undead, those of timid disposition might find themselves quaking in fear at this profoundly infectious tale. Yet, Yearning was not so easily daunted. However, he remained oblivious to the true significance of Minuo's recitation. What on earth occupies your mind? Allowing you to become an apprentice mage was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of my life, remarked Counsel, poking Yearning's head in exasperation at his grandson's evident confusion. Grandfather Counsel, please refrain from such words. Little Ren possesses considerable talent, albeit he has merely focused on the narrative. Minuo interjected, rescuing Yearning from Counsel's grasp. What we currently face is precisely the black curtain spoken of in the tale, a weakened version of the 6th level necromantic strategic magic, Death's Canopy. Does that not spell our doom? A 6th level spell, and a strategic one at that. Setting aside its exaggerated prowess as depicted in the story, even the caster's presence here would guarantee our demise, my heavens. The highest level individual I have encountered in my life was merely the 4th level mayor. Do not be so dramatic. Little Ren. I truly wonder where all your magical knowledge has gone. Have you forgotten the common wisdom that a weakened version reduces the casting level by 1? If it were a combined casting, perhaps only 12 4th level casters would suffice. Moreover, such grand strategic magic, even if unleashed, typically takes 3 to 5 days to recover from. I fail to see your urgency, Minuo explained, casting a disdainful glance at the terrified Yearning, who was now cowering in fear. Ah, what was I so afraid of? If only you had reminded me sooner, I would not have embarrassed myself before grandfather, Yearning lamented, feeling somewhat sheepish as he composed himself. As he turned to Minuo, ready to express his gratitude, a sudden, urgent tolling of bells echoed from the town gate. Minuo's expression shifted dramatically, and he seized Yearning, propelling them both toward the town gate. While Counsel sprinted ahead, already a blur in the distance. Minuo, what are you panicking for? First, gather your weapons before rushing over. Do you intend to confront the undead with bare hands? That would be perilous. I certainly do not wish to. Silence. Foolish little Run. Do you not grasp the significance of the Death's Canopy? The army of the undead has arrived, and if the walls are breached, we shall all perish. Minuo's anxiety transformed into rare fury as he shouted at Yearning, who, instead of quickening his pace, unexpectedly halted Minuo in his tracks. As Minuo turned to reprimand him, he found Yearning gripping his shoulders, a serious expression adorning his face. Minuo, do you truly believe that we, a 1st level warrior and a 0 level mage apprentice, can make a significant impact in this battle? I understand your eagerness to protect others, but we are not the keystones of this conflict if we rush over unarmed. We would be more of a hindrance than a help, and that would be the real misfortune. You understand. After carefully considering Yearning's words, Minuo recognized his own haste. As a mere 1st level warrior, it would be far wiser to prepare adequately before joining the fray, thereby allowing him to contribute meaningfully to the battle. I apologize, little Ron. I acted out of impatience. You are right. Let us return swiftly to retrieve our weapons. Not to worry. I am simply less anxious about the battle, which allows me to think more clearly, Yi Ren replied, slightly awkward yet pleased that Minuo had taken the time to apologize. By the way, that large sword of yours is rather cumbersome. Why not come to my home and retrieve 2 ordinary long swords? Additionally, I have the leather armor grandfather entrusted to us last night, instructing us to ensure our safety. Clad in snug leather armor and wielding long swords, the two hastened toward the town gate. Yi Ren's residence was conveniently close, and soon they arrived at the scene. The suddenness of the attack had thrown the area into chaos, and without any commanding presence, the duo ascended the city wall. Gazing out at the horde of undead, resembling an ocean of bones, they stood wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 5. The Long, Endless Night, Part 1. In truth, aside from the initial assault, several waves of undead had appeared sporadically over the past 2 days. Yet each encounter had mirrored the first, comprising merely a handful of low-level creatures. Their numbers were manageable, rarely exceeding 100, easily dealt with by the militia stationed on the walls. Thus, Minuo and Yi Ren had only conceptualized the existence of the undead army, able to imagine its vastness and terror. But now, confronting such horrors directly, they realized how vastly their imaginations had underestimated the reality. With thousands upon thousands before them, it felt as though they stood upon a solitary rock in an ocean of bones, where a moment's misstep could lead to their annihilation, leaving no trace behind. What are you 2 young girls doing here? This is no place for play. Hurry and find somewhere to hide. Those damned bones wield swords that do not discriminate. As they were struck by the enormity of the undead army, a mercenary wielding a long blade spotted them, mistakenly assuming their gender and strength, just as a militia member had done 2 days prior. Here stands the first-level warrior Minuo, greeting you, sir. And here stands the 0-level mage apprentice Yi Ren. Good day to you, sir. Esteemed mercenary, I believe our abilities are sufficient to allow us to stand on this wall in defense of Taisai Town. Furthermore, we are boys. Such embarrassing misunderstandings had occurred several times over the past few days, so Minuo and Yi Ren's reactions were no longer as intense as during their first encounter. They responded to the mercenary's doubts with unflinching composure. What? Boys? You must be joking. The mercenary could hardly believe his ears. Wait, a first-level warrior of such youth. I've heard that name before. Minuo, it rings a bell. You must be that renowned genius swordsman, correct? Indeed, it is the illustrious genius swordsman. However, let me say this. Do not assume that just because you possess talent, you are inherently superior. Here, you are merely an ordinary first-level warrior. A genius not yet matured is simply a novice. And lying dead on the ground is still just a corpse. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are exceptional, understand? The mercenary's words were harsh, and he rambled on without regard for Minuo's feelings. Standing beside him, Yi Ren felt a surge of indignation on behalf of Minuo, who was understandably furious and preparing to retort, only to see the mercenary raise his right hand and dismiss them with a wave. Turning away, I am Tuck, the vice-captain of the Rocket Mercenary Group and a 3rd-level warrior. I am currently responsible for this section of defense. You 2 brats will follow my orders, heed my instructions, or you may find yourselves dead before you realize that it's not easy to produce a genius in Taisai Town. So do your utmost to survive, understand? Good luck, you 2 little ones, being by Tuck's side. You won't die easily. After all, geniuses receive special treatment, even if Tuck puts on a tough front. A nearby militiaman jested at Minuo and Yi Ren. Without needing to be reminded, Minuo and Yi Ren could already discern that despite Tuck's abrasive words, they were laced with a subtle concern for their well-being. Any lingering resentment dissipated as they exchanged glances and responded in unison. Yes, sir. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you wish to attract the undead? Keep it down, will you? Understood. Yes, sir. Minuo and Yi Ren replied once more with exuberance. Hey, are you 2 little brats trying to take on Captain Tuck? Do you want me to kick you both? We believe you. Commander. Minuo and Yi Ren responded loudly once again. The joyful and playful moments were always fleeting. Before long, those distant figures on the city walls, resembling white ants, had arrived at the base of the walls of Taisai Town, and an inevitable battle between life and death was about to commence. Quick! Bring the stones over at once. Archers, do not act rashly. Wait until you see the 3rd-tier undead before you strike. All units, stand by. Keep your swords at the ready. And if you see the undead climbing up, thrust them down. Since the undead army was commanded by mindless low-tier undead without the guidance of a necromancer, the customary siege engines like bone ladders and undead catapults were absent from outside Taysai town. Moreover, given that the skeletal archers were third-tier undead beings, their numbers among the 10,000 undead were limited. If viewed purely through the lens of human siege warfare, Taysai town appeared to be in a position of assured victory. Alas, the adversary was indeed the undead. Although they were mindless low-tier beings incapable of constructing sophisticated siege equipment, it was precisely due to their lack of intelligence that they could employ the human ladder method, which was impossible for humans to accomplish. The first skeletons to reach the base of the walls were hindered from climbing over, causing subsequent skeletons to step upon the ribs of their predecessors, ascending atop them in a layered fashion, while the leading skeletons could not ascend the walls. The following ones could easily climb up the walls using the human ladder constructed by their predecessors. If it were not for the fact that these undead beings were merely bones, how could the skeletons at the bottom support the weight of over a dozen above them? And if it were not for their lack of intelligence, how could the human ladder, which could never ascend the walls, persist unyieldingly, without fatigue or surrender, unperturbed by pain? This was the terror of the undead. It was precisely these attributes, unattainable by the living, that transformed this naturally inferior undead army into a nightmare for the living. Once the human ladder was fully constructed, the walls of Taysai town appeared to be adorned with a continuously writhing armor of bones, transforming into a city of the undead. Now, push the stones down. At the moment when white skulls, ignited by the flames of their souls, came into view, the commanders in each segment simultaneously issued the command to launch stones. As massive boulders fell, the freshly constructed undead bone wall was instantly shattered to pieces. Only in a few places did the pushers fail to immediately push the stones down due to being shot by skeletal archers, allowing some skeleton warriors to climb up. However, these fortunate ones were swiftly turned into fragments by the prepared soldiers. Hurry! Quick! Bring the stones up from the back. The undead are about to come up. Although they easily repelled this wave of the undead army's assault, the bones piled up at the base of the walls had increased significantly, and the next wave of human ladders would undoubtedly be constructed even more swiftly. Thus, everyone hurriedly transported stones to prepare for the impending onslaught. Another round of the same assault ensued. The undead built their human ladders, and when completed, everyone hurled stones. The difference this time was that, having learned from previous lessons, everyone was more vigilant. Although injuries still occurred, no one died from the attacks of the skeletal archers. Instead, several skeletal archers exposed their positions while shooting and were killed by the archers and mages of Taysai town. After repeating this cycle, the stones that had been painstakingly prepared for 2 days were completely exhausted, and they switched to logs, managing to endure another 2 rounds, when the logs were also depleted. Amidst the pained expression of the town mayor, they began pouring bucket after bucket of alchemical fire oil down, followed by tossing torches, incinerating this wave of undead, while also turning the accumulated bones from previous waves into ash. Watching the flames gradually extinguish beneath the walls, everyone atop the walls clutched their swords tightly, for the true challenge was about to arrive. Taysai town was, after all, just a small town. Although it had constructed walls to defend against the encroachment of wild beasts due to its proximity to the wilderness, strategic resources like alchemical fire oil could not be stockpiled as abundantly as in a true city. Therefore, that last wave had exhausted all their supplies. Whether they lived or died depended on whether they could withstand the imminent close combat. If they could endure, there was still hope. If they could not, the entire town would perish today. The lives of their families rested heavily on their shoulders, and everyone was filled with immense tension, the walls echoing with their hurried breaths. Unfortunately, the undead cared little for their anxiety. Once the flames extinguished, it was not long before the undead human ladder was once again completed, and with the appearance of each white skull. The true test began. Chapter 6. The Long Night. Part 2. Stepping upon the ribs of one fallen predecessor after another, driven by an innate thirst for the flesh and blood of the living. A skeletal warrior gripped a battered longsword, thick with iron shavings, and crawled forward step by arduous step, just as it finally reached the pinnacle of the human ladder, grasping the jagged edge of the wall, poised to leap up and exact vengeance upon those living beings that stirred deep hatred within its soul. A plain iron sword suddenly entered its line of sight, piercing directly into its skull, which held nothing but a flicker of soul fired. In that instant, all desires and hatred ceased. Oh, this fellow's bones are quite hard. My sword nearly couldn't pierce through, and it jolted my arm. Shaoran, come take over for a bit while I rest. Shaking off the numbness in his right hand, Minuo stepped aside to take a breather, and Yi Ren, who had been waiting by, immediately filled the gap left by Minuo's withdrawal, toppling the next weary skeleton that had climbed up. It's nothing much. We just need to wait for these skeletons to come up and then chop them down like whack-a-mole, if it weren't for those damned skeletal archers lurking about. Yi Ren, would find this almost child's play. With another swing, Yi Ren's blade shattered a skeleton's skull, and he twirled his sword with flair, falling back into his old habit of boasting. Like child's play. PFF, with your skills, you're merely a fool masquerading as a necromancer hunter. Observing Yi Ren's showy demeanor, Tark, standing ready with a long sword beside him, spat in disdain and began berating him. Who do you think you are? Just a mage apprentice who can perform a few tricks. You're nothing but a weakling who might not even be able to shatter a first-tier skeleton's bones. Most of your success comes from pushing the climbing undead off the walls. If a skeleton warrior like the one Minuo just took down were to come at you, mage boy, you'd be dead here today, without someone to help you. Without waiting for Yi Ren's darkened expression to respond, Tark turned to Minuo, who was gulping down water, and his disdainful face swiftly transformed into one of admiration. You've performed well. Encountering that enhanced skeleton warrior, even a second-tier fighter might not be able to slay it in one strike. I was ready to help, but you plunged your sword right into its skull. The title of genius swordsman is truly well-deserved. Facing Tark's rare praise after their encounter, Minuo raised an eyebrow, ready to bask in the glory of his achievement. Yet, as the image of Yi Ren's glum face after being scolded flashed through his mind, the words he had prepared to say were swallowed back down. Lord Tark, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. If I were to encounter a skeleton warrior like that on the ground, I would certainly not stand a chance. I only had the advantage of the terrain. Indeed, it was merely the advantage of the terrain. Without these walls, Taisai town would have fallen long ago. With a decisive slash, Tark cleaved a skeleton attempting to scale the walls into pieces, calling for reinforcements to replace the injured soldiers, and remarked with a sense of reflection, however, even with these walls, we probably cannot hold out for long. These enhanced skeletons are significantly tougher than usual. What a first-tier warrior could barely withstand from a second-tier skeleton warrior, those without second-tier strength will hardly endure. Among the tens of thousands of undead, roughly 10% are second-tier skeletons. If we hadn't already eliminated many with stones and fire oil, we would have collapsed long ago. In response to Tark's words, Yi Ren, who had just witnessed a militia being slain by a skeleton warrior not far away, nodded in agreement. But Minuo gently shook his head. No, if these skeletons had not been enhanced, we would not last long either. You must be joking. Are you saying that weaker ones are harder to fight than stronger ones? Do you think I'm a fool? Seeing Minuo daring to counter him, Tark glared and demanded an explanation. Weaker foes are indeed easier to defeat. But if these skeletons had not been enhanced, this battle would undoubtedly be much simpler. Meeting Tark's gaze, which bore an undercurrent of anger, Minuo unwaveringly pointed to the darkened sky and replied, but do not forget how these skeletons were enhanced. If this weakened version of the Death's Veil were to be replaced by the 12 fourth-tier skeleton mages or a fifth-tier skeleton mage that cast it, Taisai town would have fallen long ago. Mino's words rendered Tuck speechless. Just as he grappled with how to gracefully extricate himself from the situation, a sudden cheer erupted from the crowd around him. The undead have retreated. The undead have retreated. We are victorious. Tuck quickly turned his gaze towards the outskirts of the town, only to witness the remaining 2,000 undead inexplicably halting their assault and retreating in a grand procession towards the mountains beyond Taisai town. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tuck, like those around him, discarded his weapon and erupted into joyous laughter. I told you I wouldn't perish so easily. Our leader proclaimed that if we repel the undead, there will be a bounty for all, at least 5 gold coins each. As the vice captain, I stand to gain no less than 20. What a windfall this is, and such a feat is not something just anyone can claim. Let us see how that rabble in Houston will flaunt their meager accomplishments in light of this. Tuck joyfully slapped his thigh, while Night Rin beamed broadly, unable to contain his glee. Yet, Mino furrowed his brow as he observed the retreating undead. This shouldn't be happening. The undead, who fear neither life nor death, choosing to withdraw was utterly absurd. There must be something we are unaware of, something significant enough to suppress their innate thirst for flesh and blood. Otherwise, such a retreat would be inconceivable. especially for these wild undead lacking in necromancer's control. But what could be more compelling than their primal instincts? And where had the skeletal mage, who had unleashed the death canopy, vanished to? The battlefield had been rife with humanoid skeletons, yet not a single beastly bone demon, like those encountered during their attack on the village, had made an appearance. What secrets lay hidden within this enigma? A myriad of questions swirled in Mino's mind, leaving him feeling ensnared in a fog of uncertainty, where everything appeared elusive and indistinct, until he dared to take a step forward. He would remain oblivious to whether the path ahead was one of ease or peril, despite the countless doubts and anxieties gnawing at him, suggesting that a grave crisis was brewing in the shadows. Mino could not voice these concerns for fear of inciting panic among the others. After all, he was merely one of the most ordinary and least significant among the 300 souls present. Were it not for the long-standing friendship between his village chief, Grandfather Conser, and the town mayor, he might not even have been able to approach the mayor, let alone speak his mind. Even with this connection, the mayor would not heed his counsel on matters that could determine the fate of Tayside Town, as Mino's speculations were merely based on instinct and apprehension that if he were mistaken, it could lead to the weakening of their defenses, leaving them vulnerable to a resurgence of the undead army. Thus, he buried his unease deep within, joining the others with a smile in their celebration of victory. After a prolonged revelry, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the mayor announced that they would reconvene in the town square the following morning to discuss rewards. With that, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. After bidding farewell to Nightren, who was busy recounting his heroic exploits to Grandfather Conser, Mino returned home to find his sister had prepared dinner and was waiting for him. She greeted him with a radiant smile. Waving her hand, "Sister, I'm back." Seeing her brother return unscathed, Mina, who had worried throughout the day, gazed at him in astonishment. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the blue-patterned stone floor. "Sister, why are you crying? Did someone bully you while I was away?" No, it's nothing. Your sister is a mage apprentice. Who would dare to bully her?" Startled by Mino's concern, Mina hastily wiped her tears away, her tear-streaked face transforming into a joyful smile as she pulled Mino to sit at the table. "I just got a bit of sand in my eye. You must be hungry after a long day. I made your favorite momo cakes. Hurry and eat them while they're still warm. The other dishes have cooled down a bit. I'll go heat them up." With that, Mina rushed into the kitchen, and Mino, attempting to stop her from fussing, could only watch as tears welled up in her eyes again, leaving him momentarily speechless. After devouring his meal in a hurried frenzy, Mino wiped his mouth and, disregarding Mina's pleas to stay, hurried off to Grandfather Conser's home. Upon arriving, he found Grandfather Conser and Nightrun, both equally famished, partaking in their meal. Overwhelmed with urgency, Mino disregarded all notions of politeness and, without waiting for them to finish, seated himself and poured forth his concerns. Uncertainties and speculations about the potential hidden dangers. Given that Mino had grown up under Conser's watchful eye and had always exhibited extraordinary talent, Conser listened with utmost seriousness. Through Mino's reasoning, he too began to sense the undercurrents of a looming crisis. Without hesitation, he set aside his bowl and rushed to the mayor's residence. Watching Conser's retreating figure, Mino felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. He glanced at Nightrun, still puzzled, and caught a glimpse of Nightlie in the backyard, busy with household chores, reflecting on the moment he returned home. When his sister's eyes had turned red and tears had streamed down her face, Mino clenched his fists, vowing to protect Tayside Town and ensure the safety of those he cherished. Chapter 7. The Long Night, Part 2. The following morning, despite the exhaustion from the previous day's harrowing encounter with the undead, Mino awoke early, plagued by worry. Stepping out of his room, he was greeted by the same oppressive darkness and thick clouds that had shrouded the sky the day before. Instantly, his heart tightened, and his unease swelled. It must be noted that although strategic magic persists for an extended duration, particularly the 6th-level necromancy spell, the death canopy, it should have dissipated by now. Yet, the ominous veil still loomed over Tayside Town, indicating two possibilities. First, the enemy's strength was undoubtedly greater than what the townspeople had perceived. Setting aside other considerations, the mere presence of the death canopy, albeit a weakened version, suggested at least 24 4th-level necromancers or 1 5th-level necromancer were still present. It was also plausible that even higher-level casters were at play. Despite their unknown reasons, the enemy continued to employ the death canopy to bolster their undead forces. engaging in a futile endeavor rather than opting for direct confrontation. Should such power manifest on the battlefield of Taisai Town, its fall would be inevitable. The second implication was that the enemy had not abandoned their aspiration to conquer Taisai Town, although the undead had temporarily lost interest and ceased their assault. As long as the death canopy continued to overshadow the town, the threat of an attack loomed ever closer. Unfortunately, due to the vast disparity in strength, Taisai Town could only passively await the undead's arrival. Thus, even though Mino yearned to uncover the unknown factors that had prompted the undead's unusual behavior, potentially responsible for the mass emergence of wild undead, he had to keep these thoughts to himself. Instead, he resumed his training in swordsmanship and martial energy, striving to augment his strength, hoping to tip the scales toward life during the next inevitable clash with the undead. With each sword technique Mino executed, he carved graceful arcs through the air, while his martial energy flowed steadily within him. Gradually increasing, he pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, expending the last vestiges of his strength in a final thrust. Staggering, he leaned heavily against his sword to avoid collapsing. Observing the beads of blood seeping from his skin, Mino realized he had reached his limit. Any further training could render him incapacitated. As he felt his martial energy begin to settle, he found himself resenting the very talent that so many had praised and he had once taken pride in, were it not for his extraordinary physical gifts. Remarkably resilient meridians and a solid energy reservoir, he would have long ago filled his meridians, broken through to the second level, and become a warrior of unyielding martial energy, rather than merely standing on the precipice, striving endlessly to reach that threshold. Though such a foundation may yield great breakthroughs, expanding the potential of one's energy sea and solidifying the seeds of combat energy, ultimately enhancing one's physical strength beyond that of ordinary individuals, granting them greater combat prowess and a brighter future. Minuo, however, yearned for an immediate ascension to the second level. He was willing to sacrifice a portion of his future for the sake of acquiring a more formidable power, ensuring a greater chance of survival for himself and his loved ones. Yet, he found himself devoid of choices, compelled to endure arduous training in hopes of achieving a transformative breakthrough before the final moment arrived, after resting against his sword for a brief interlude. Regaining a modicum of strength, Minuo wiped the sweat and blood from his body, feeling fortunate that he had risen half an hour earlier than usual, allowing him to complete his training before his sister had finished her meditation. Had she witnessed his earlier state, she would have undoubtedly berated him mercilessly. After bathing and donning fresh garments, he realized it was nearly time for the mayor's meeting to discuss merits, so he hastily consumed breakfast and hurried to the small square at the town center. As expected, the square was teeming with people, yet the faces of the crowd were devoid of the smiles one would anticipate, replaced instead by varying degrees of worry and uncertainty. Clearly, while others might not possess Minuo's deep understanding of magical knowledge, capable of discerning the unfathomable hidden strength of the undead, the ominous dark shroud overhead was visible to all. The army of the undead may have departed, but the deathly veil lingered, indicating that something was amiss to anyone with sense. Before long, the mayor arrived, standing upon the stone platform typically used for performances. His expression mirrored that of the crowd, lacking any semblance of joy. Observing the grave demeanor and the flicker of dread in the mayor's eyes, it was evident that he too had grasped the alarming implications of the deathly shroud hanging over Taisai Town. After surveying the gathering, the mayor solemnly began to speak, inevitably confirming Minuo's suspicions. Valiant warriors of Taisai Town, just yesterday, you faced down countless undead creatures with your courage and might. You have defended our beloved Taisai Town, safeguarded your homeland, and earned glory for yourselves. You are truly deserving of the title of warriors. Warriors, 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 warriors. As soon as the mayor's words fell, nearly 300 voices erupted in unison, a wave of sound that surged through the it was evident that the crowd was filled with pride and elation over the victory of the previous day. Each face adorned with a triumphant smile. As the mayor of Taisai Town, my abilities are limited, and I can only distribute a single gold coin to each of you as a token of my gratitude for your unwavering defense of our town. Of course, your contributions are worth far more than this solitary coin that I trust that when the emissaries from the royal capital arrive, you will receive rewards commensurate with your valor. With that, individuals began to receive their gold coins. And before long, each person held a shining coin in their hands. Now, Regarding the ominous shroud still hanging in the sky, I am certain you have all noticed it and share in the concern it brings. As you well know, this is a strategic spell cast by the necromancer, and its presence signifies that the threat from the undead has not yet concluded. They may return, stronger and in greater numbers, at any moment. Therefore, until the arrival of the High God Church and the royal reinforcements, we must remain vigilant, for the scythe of death still looms over us, poised to claim our lives at any instant. Despite some prior preparations, the news from the mayor provoked an uproar among the crowd, leading to a cacophony of voices before they gradually settled down. Once the tumult had subsided, the mayor resumed his address. Thus, brave warriors of Tayside Town, to protect our homeland, to safeguard our lives and those of our loved ones, and to secure the glory and rewards that await us, we must take action. Those who are uninjured, please assist in gathering strategic supplies and enhancing our training to bolster our strength. To those valiant souls who have been wounded, may you recover swiftly with the aid of our esteemed priests. We have but 2 days left. The reinforcements from Houston, having received word 3 days prior, will arrive in 5 days. If we can endure these final 2 days, Tayside Town shall not fall. Inspired by the mayor's concluding exhortation, the crowd rallied with renewed determination, organizing themselves into training groups. Each team entering the militia's training grounds, exerting their utmost effort. The mayor, alongside the militia, summoned able-bodied youths who had yet to cultivate their combat energy, preparing the strategic materials that had proven vital in the battle the previous day. Ensuring everything proceeded with meticulous order. Throughout the morning, Minuo joined the mayor and the militia in stockpiling strategic supplies, gradually allowing his overworked body to recuperate. In the afternoon, he secretly trained once more, careful not to alert Mina. Before returning to assist with the preparations for the strategic materials, night fell. Though exhausted from a full day's labor, Minuo's sleep, like many others, remained shallow, his senses attuned to the impending threat of the undead. The sentinels atop the walls remained vigilant, keenly watching the perimeter of the town, alert to any potential incursions by the undead. As the night wore on, the anticipated army of the undead failed to materialize. Nor did the smaller groups that had previously wandered into Tayside Town appear. Yet this absence only deepened the pall of unease hanging over the townsfolk, compelling them to train and prepare even more fervently, striving to enhance their resistance for when the undead might finally strike. Thus, another busy day passed under the oppressive weight of the deathly shroud, with the townspeople laboring diligently yet still failing to catch even a glimpse of an undead presence. As the dim light obscured by the shroud began to fade, their hearts, once tightly wound with tension, gradually relaxed, allowing them a sigh of relief. If they could endure just one more night, the formidable reinforcements from Houston would arrive, ensuring their lives and ushering in a tide of glory and wealth. With hope in their hearts, they awaited the dawn eagerly, yet none could foresee that this night would prove to be a long one. Chapter 8. The Midnight Struggle, Part 1. Though the moment of reinforcements was drawing near, Minuo found it impossible to relax as others did. This was not solely due to the countless tales wherein crises emerged just as everyone exhaled in relief. Rather, it stemmed from a mysterious factor, an unknown element that had compelled the undead to engage in countless unnatural behaviors, potentially serving as the source of the wild undead. This peculiar event lodged itself like a thorn in Minuo's heart, leaving him perpetually unsettled. Lying in bed, he pondered the various dangers that might arise, speculating on the true nature of this strange source and contemplating his own future path. Sleep eluded him, and in frustration, he tousled his golden hair into a disheveled mess before letting out a resigned sigh. Minuo donned his clothing once more, grasped the great sword he used for practice, and swiftly exited to the courtyard. As was his custom each morning on this moonless night, standing alone in the courtyard, Minuo caressed the sword that had accompanied him for nearly a decade, feeling the grooves soaked with his sweat over the years. He began to move slowly, not as he would during his morning practice, nor did he employ the accompanying breathing techniques. Instead, it resembled a performance of sword dance, alone in this moonless night. As he danced with his sword, an unsettling premonition gripped him, reminiscent of countless tales. He sensed that the undead would return tonight, delivering Tayside Town's final trial. Thus, he endeavored to adjust his state. Ever ready to fight desperately for the safety of his sister and loved ones, he danced quietly with his sword. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, he had entered a trance-like state. Suddenly, a chilling wave of energy swept over him, imbued with chaos and malevolence that sent shivers down his spine. The most terrifying aspect of this wave was the pure essence of death it carried. As if the gaze of the Lord of the underworld, the god of death, were fixed upon him, paralyzing him with dread and forcibly pulling him from his reverie. Hearing his sister Mina's unrestrained gasp from within the house, Minuo realized that what he had felt was no mere illusion. Yet, it mattered not in that instant. As Mina's exclamation reached his ears, Minuo dashed back to his room at breakneck speed, flinging his great sword into the corner and hurriedly diving into his already cold bed. Just as he covered himself with the blanket, the door creaked open, barely a minute after he had closed it. The bright yellow light of the magic crystal lamp flooded into the dim room, illuminating Mina, who hurriedly entered wearing her nightgown. A look of concern etched on her face. Upon seeing Minuo in bed, she exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile of reassurance gracing her lips. "What's the matter? Sister, can't you sleep?" At the opportune moment, as Minuo opened his eyes, his sleep-laden visage resembled that of someone just awakened, flawlessly deceiving Mina's gaze. "No, you must have sensed that wicked wave just now." "Right, Minuo. Indeed, I was enveloped by that malicious aura while in the depths of slumber, startling me awake in an instant." "So you felt it too, Minuo. I knew my instincts weren't wrong. Initially, I feared the undead were launching another assault against us. Yet after waiting for a while, I heard no bell tolling from the city walls, nor did I sense any commotion in the town. Perhaps it is a disturbance only the mages can perceive," recalling the bone-chilling cold that enveloped her moments ago. Making her feel as if death were imminent, Mina patted her chest in a panic. The burgeoning little rabbit leapt under Mina's gentle pat, causing Minuo to shyly avert his gaze. "Yes, it seems the spirits in the mountains are up to some mischief again. I don't understand why these efficiency-driven undead engage in such futile endeavors. Yet, it is thanks to their misguided decisions that we have endured until now, as long as we await the arrival of reinforcements tomorrow. Even if they suddenly come to their senses, it will be too late. Indeed, once the reinforcements arrive tomorrow, all will be resolved. Once the undead are eradicated, we can return to the village to conduct our mother's funeral, and then peacefully await the return of Aunt Kasha and Lana." After conversing with Minuo for a while, the fear instilled by that wave gradually receded from Mina's heart, and sleepiness began to reclaim her. With a yawn, she bid Minuo good night, and prepared to return to slumber. Dong 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 dong, just as Minuo reveled in the thought of successfully deceiving his sister and let out a sigh of relief. A frantic tolling of bells resonated from the city walls. Instinctively, Minuo threw off the covers and leapt up, only to see his fully armed brother. Mina's eyes widened in shock, her adorable mouth forming an uncontrollable ah shape. Upon witnessing her sister's expression, Minuo realized his earlier practice with the sword in the courtyard, neglecting his rest, had been discovered. However, with the situation urgent, Minuo set aside his concerns, donned the leather armor gifted by Grandpa Consel, strapped on the great sword he had wielded for nearly a decade, and hung the ordinary iron sword he borrowed from yearning at his waist. He hurriedly pulled Mina, still in shock, towards Grandpa Consel's house nearby. At that moment, chaos reigned in Grandpa Consel's abode. Having been invited by the mayor as his deputy, Grandpa Consel had long since rushed to the city walls. Yearning, disheveled, was frantically donning his gear while Yelai and Grandma Consel, clad in their night clothes, assisted him. "Hey, Minuo, Yearning, seeing the siblings arrive, was about to say something when Minuo interrupted him with a flurry of urgent words. "Yearning, listen to me. You must not join the battle. Put on your gear. And then, along with Yelai and the others, gather as many clothes, rations, and small items as you can. Stay at home and do not venture out, understood?" "I understand, but Minuo, why?" "There's no why." Hearing Minuo forbid him from participating in the battle, Yearning assumed he deemed him too weak to fight and was about to retort, only to be silenced by Minuo's stern glare. "Both Grandpa Consel and I are seasoned warriors, so we must engage in the battle. Yearning, you are merely a level 0 mage apprentice. In the heat of battle, you are no different from an ordinary person. No one will bat an eye if you choose not to fight. As a mage apprentice, you must have sensed that wave earlier. Tonight's assault from the undead will undoubtedly be fiercer than we can imagine. Tashi Town may very well fall. You are the only man in the family. Your 2 sisters and Grandma Consel are depending on you. After everyone heads to the city walls, take your sisters to the town's edge and keep an eye on the walls. If you see a light sphere from a spell thrown into the sky, Use the amplification spell to warn everyone that the town is on the verge of collapsing, and then lead your sisters towards Houston City. The reinforcements from Houston City will arrive tomorrow. If you follow my instructions, you will surely meet them before the undead catch up that I entrust my sisters to you. If I do not return, please take good care of her. Do not let me down. All right, Sharon. Although he had many things he wished to express, gazing into Minuo's eyes, as clear and transparent as a sapphire lake, revealing sincerity and determination, Yearning found himself at a loss for words, with reddened eyes. He stared back at Minuo, forcing out a heartfelt good. Brother, do not go. Mother is already gone. If you leave as well, what will I do alone? I beg you, for my sake, stay. I have sworn, sister, I will exert every ounce of strength, even at the cost of my life, to protect you and Yelai. Against the undead army, without the advantage of terrain, I cannot delay even for a second. Yet, upon the city walls, I can hold them off 10 times longer. So even if it is just to afford you a few more steps to escape, I must go. Seeing Yearning acquiesce to his request, Minuo patted his shoulder reassuringly, disregarding the pleas of the tearful Mina and Yelai, and ran towards the city walls without a backward glance. Watching Minuo's youthful, yet resolute figure gradually vanish into the darkness, large tears streamed uncontrollably down Yearning's cheeks, once Minuo's silhouette completely disappeared. He wiped his tears away, gritted his teeth, and began to act upon Minuo's orders. Minuo, my dearest brother, you must return alive. As someone inept yet fond of grandstanding, how can I accomplish anything good without your help? I am still looking forward to toasting at your wedding with my sister. Do not let my hopes be dashed, understand. Having lost some time, by the time Minuo reached the city walls, the undead army was already at the foot of the walls, gazing at the vast white sea outside the town, now magnified several-fold compared to before, especially the 13 towering figures standing out conspicuously in the middle of a wide clearing. Minuo inhaled sharply. 1 skeletal lord and 12 skeletal knights armed with lances, a level 5 undead creature accompanied by 12 level 4 undead creatures, a total of 13 low intelligence intermediary undead beings. Observing the numerous skeletal archers mixed within the white sea, a chilling dread coursed through Minuo's veins, prompting an involuntary shiver. Grandpa Consel was beside the town mayor, a place where he could not position himself. Minuo intended to search for the vice-captain of the Fire Arrow mercenary group, Tucker, who had been quite attentive to him when the undead began their attack, plunging the city walls into chaos. Finding anyone amidst the turmoil was utterly futile. Minuo could only engage in battle on the spot. After all, although the undead had increased in number and strength, they still lacked siege equipment, and thus had to resort to the same human ladder tactic as before. However, if one believes that there would be a reprieve before the boulders and logs were exhausted, allowing for an easy dispatch of thousands of undead, that would be a grave mistake. The arrows loosed by the skeletal archers were anything but trivial, even though their aim was not particularly accurate. In a single volley, over 30 unprepared warriors were struck, nearly 10 of whom fell silently to the ground, while the rest sustained severe injuries, diminishing their combat effectiveness significantly. Watching arrows whiz past his face and embed deeply into the bricks behind him. Hearing the cries of the wounded, Minuo swallowed hard, reminding himself to avoid being struck by those arrows. Despite the subsequent warriors taking precautions, by the time the boulders and logs were expended, nearly 50 had fallen, accounting for a sixth of the 300 defending warriors. Yet the number of undead slain was merely a drop in the bucket. What followed was an even grimmer melee, the perils of which were all too apparent. Tashi Town was on the brink of disaster. Chapter 9. The Midnight Struggle, Part 2. Despite knowing that at any moment, a skeletal arrow could pierce his vital points, when the eerie white bones of the skeletons appeared before him, and the rusted sword in his hand was poised to stab into his chest, who could refuse to fight? Thus, everyone could only proceed with utmost caution, yet amidst the life and death struggle with the enemy. How many could spare a thought to worry about whether skeletal archers were aiming at them? Consequently, the hit rate of the skeletal archers surged dramatically. Fortunately, as everyone fought against the undead, most vital points were shielded by the skeletons' frames, resulting in the increased hit rate of the archers not translating into a corresponding rise in critical hits. Most warriors sustained only minor injuries, gritting their teeth to continue fighting. The casualty rate due to the skeletal archers even slightly decreased, which could be seen as a silver lining amidst the calamity. Certainly, the undead who have managed to ascend the city walls with such difficulty are not merely frolicking about. under the amplification of the deathly canopy. These once feeble skeletal frames have gained considerable fortitude. Many warriors have fallen beneath their onslaught. After half an hour, Taysai Town has lost over 30 combatants to fatalities and severe injuries. In just over an hour of battle, nearly a third of Taysai Town's fighting force has been decimated, and the situation is dire. With a significant reduction in manpower, an increasing number of warriors find themselves without replacements. Forced to endure exhaustion while their wounds bleed freely, desperately holding the front line. The longer this persists, the greater the likelihood of errors among the soldiers, and more undead creatures breach the city walls. It seems they have detected the vulnerabilities that have emerged in Taysai Town's defenses. The 12 skeletal knights, who had previously stood motionless beside the skeletal lord, now spring into action, with 6 of them spurring their bone steeds forward. Charging fiercely towards the walls, these terrifying skeletal knights prepare to join the fray, poised to become the final straw that breaks Taysai Town's defenses. The previously unremarkable mages gathered around the mayor spring into action. O flames of the elemental spirits that blanket the heavens and the earth! As your ally, I beseech your aid to cleanse this world of its filth. Rage forth. My friends, allow me to wield your might to incinerate this vile evil, firestorm. O progeny of thunder seated in the heavens! Accept my devout reverence. Cast down your spears, and let me behold your unparalleled strength, lightning spear. With the recitation of these resonant incantations, a multitude of fire and lightning elements converge under the guidance of mental fortitude, forming a swirling tempest of searing flames and 2 spear-shaped columns of lightning. A trio of mages, deftly manipulating this formidable magic, effortlessly combine a 4th-level firestorm with 2 3rd-level lightning spears, creating a devastating 4th-level area attack spell, Fire Electric Storm. These 3 mages, the most powerful in Taysai Town, had previously belonged to 3 separate mage guilds, often competing and collaborating, thus developing a profound understanding of one another. After days of relentless practice, they have finally mastered this formidable joint spell. Albeit with a low success rate, their ability to unleash it successfully on the battlefield can be deemed a blessing from the divine. Under the assault of the Fire Electric Storm, the once imposing skeletal knights quickly carbonize. And once the tempest subsides, the 6 knights are left limbless, barely clinging to life. Severely injured and with drastically reduced defenses, they succumb to the precise shots of prepared 3rd-level archers before they can even touch the walls. Returning to their eternal slumber, mindless undead, driven by instinct to attack humans, they do not require the intelligence of the skeletal knights, and their demise does not halt the advance of their kind. However, the Fire Electric Storm also inadvertently affected a significant number of lesser undead in the vicinity. These creatures, with a maximum level of 3, cannot compare to the mid-tier skeletal knights. So while the Fire Electric Storm barely managed to vanquish the knights, it effortlessly reduced the lesser undead to ash. The undead formations have been significantly disrupted, and the weary skeletons on the walls are swiftly cleared by the rejuvenated warriors, who finally seize a precious opportunity to rest. The injured can finally tend to their wounds and bind their bandages. Yet, the battle is far from over. Once the rear ranks of the undead army fill the gaps, the weary defenders have scarcely caught their breath before they must once again clash with the relentless undead. As time ticks away, more and more warriors bear the marks of battle, on the verge of collapse. In this moment of utmost peril, Taysai Town's long-hidden trump card is finally compelled to reveal itself. A cascade of soft golden holy light descends upon the warriors, swiftly healing their wounds and revitalizing their weary bodies as if they had enjoyed a prolonged respite. Bathed in this warm, divine light, an unending source of strength surges forth. Standing beside the mayor, the solemn figure of the priest clad in a dignified black robe, accompanied by his 3 apprentices, brings a renewed hope. This trio of 3rd-level and 2 2nd-level clerics bolsters the faltering defense, restoring dozens of warriors on the brink of losing their fighting spirit back to the fray. It is not merely the restoration of their combat abilities, but the profound sense of security, free from the fear of mortality, that rekindles the warrior's fighting spirit. The priest's involvement fortifies the beleaguered line, yet it bears both advantages and disadvantages. The appearance of holy light ignites the previously dormant skeletal lord and the remaining 6 knights, who now charge into battle as if they have encountered their arch-nemesis, thrusting themselves towards Taysai Town. with their sights set directly upon the priest casting healing spells. The other undead, frenzied and desperate, launch an all-out assault on the priest, who has saved countless lives, becoming a massive target for the undead's IRAS, the embodiment of justice, order, and life. The priest's relationship with the chaotic and deathly servants of the undead is well known. The mayor, daring to summon the priest to the battlefield, had surely anticipated and prepared for such a scenario. Positioned in the middle of the walls where the mages reside, the defenses are markedly more robust. The undead, constrained by their siege tactics, find their attacks limited despite their frenzied onslaught. The elite defenders stationed here easily withstand the pressure, and Mayor Herden has specifically assigned the seasoned third-level warrior, Consel, to wield a sturdy iron shield before the priest, ensuring that even the sharpest skeletal arrows cannot so much as graze a hair on the priest's head. As for the formidable skeletal lord and the 6 knights, the mayor and other strong allies take charge of their containment. Incantations resonate once more, and the brilliant flames and electric arcs illuminate the darkened sky, merging seamlessly into a singular force. A second fire-electric storm surges forth towards the skeletal knights. Though these creatures possess only the primitive intelligence of beasts, they can still discern the threat of impending doom. The violent energy surges, and the scorched earth left in the wake of the storm signal its terrifying might. Moreover, the gruesome fates of their 6 fallen comrades remain fresh in their memories. Even as they charge forward, the overwhelming inertia makes evasion impossible. They strive to dodge while bracing themselves against the oncoming storm. With the skeletal lord in the lead, sharing the burden of their defense, they endure significant injuries but retain their capacity to continue the fight. After unleashing the fire-electric storm once more, the 3 mages find themselves drained of magical energy. Temporarily incapacitated, given their skeletal nature, the archer's arrows deal significantly reduced damage to the undead. Without magic, the archers become ineffective, and the beleaguered defenders of Taysai Town can only watch helplessly as the 7 undead scale the walls, losing their geographical advantage and engaging in close-quarters combat. Though the skeletal lord has withstood an assault comparable to a 5th-level spell, he remains a genuine 5th-level undead, bolstered by a weakened version of the deathly canopy. Retaining his full strength, the mayor and the 2 mercenary leaders strive to exploit the inherent limitations of the less agile skeletal foes, barely managing to hold the skeletal lord at bay. Fortunately, while the severely injured skeletal knights can still fight, their capabilities have diminished, barely matching those of 3rd-level warriors. 6 skeletal knights can be managed by 6 seasoned 3rd-level fighters, and though they did not meet their anticipated demise at the hands of the fire-electric storm, they have nonetheless lost their 4th-level strength. The defenders retreat strategically, successfully luring the 7 mid-tier undead away to a secluded area, while the priest and his apprentices advance in the opposite direction, managing to avoid disrupting the mayor's plans. Despite Taysai Town's earnest efforts, they can only marginally contain the elite fighting force of the undead without the capacity to eliminate any of them. However, with the absence of these top-tier threats and the healing spells from the priest and his apprentices, they surprisingly manage to endure for an extended period amidst the relentless assaults of the undead. Alas, humans are but human. Even with the support of healing spells, they cannot fight tirelessly like the undead. Moreover, the priest, being human himself, cannot attend to everyone, no matter how diligently the mayor ensures a steady supply of magical potions. After another grueling hour of resistance, Taysai Town's fragile defenses finally give way to an irreparable breach. From this gap, the undead surge onto the walls, assisting their comrades in expanding their gains, despite the formidable strength of humanity's warriors. Their fervent desire to charge forward and drive the accursed undead from the battlements was thwarted by the grim reality of their own precarious situation. They grappled with foes far superior in might. They found themselves unable to safeguard their own lives, let alone engage in further endeavors. They could only watch helplessly as one valiant fighter after another succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the undead. The interminable night stretched on, its end shrouded in uncertainty, while the fall of Taysai Town had already begun its countdown. Chapter 10. The dawn's light. As the number of undead assailants scaling the walls increased, so too did the casualties among the defenders, compelling them to relinquish their positions and retreat towards the location of the high priest. Thankfully, although the wild undead harbored a natural animosity towards all living beings, they adhered to a strong principle of proximity, They would not easily ignore the warriors within arm's reach, choosing instead to focus their wrath on those closest to them, thus sparing the townsfolk further away from immediate danger. This, albeit at the cost of intensified attacks on the soldiers, provided a modicum of protection for the families of the townspeople, a silver lining amidst the dark clouds of misfortune, though Mino was merely a novice warrior. Lacking the ability to condense a seed of battle aura and possessing scant reserves of energy, he had honed his physical strength through years of relentless training, surpassing many ordinary second-tier fighters. With great effort, he wielded the heavy greatsword strapped to his back, his attack power barely comparable to that of a second-tier warrior. Coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship, he found himself momentarily able to fend off the encroaching undead. However, such exertion could not be sustained indefinitely. As he witnessed his comrades dwindling in number, they all began to consolidate towards the high priest's position. Mino, aware that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, had no choice but to follow suit. Before their retreat, he summoned his battle aura with great effort, sweeping a wide arc around him to clear a space. Releasing a long, defiant howl, he hurled an illuminating orb into the sky. And upon receiving a response, he cast a bittersweet glance towards the path leading to Houston City behind the town. He then discarded his burdensome greatsword, opting instead for the ordinary iron sword at his waist, and joined the others in their retreat towards the high priest. Upon seeing the orb Mino had cast into the heavens, those waiting on the outskirts of the town, including yearning, were instantly moved to tears. Their eyes glistening with sorrow, Mina and Eli, overwhelmed with emotion, collapsed to the ground. Though their hearts ached with grief, and they yearned to rush back and rescue Mino, Yearning understood the futility of such actions, even if he returned. Mino would not abandon his post. The only way to honor Mino's selfless sacrifice was to fulfill the mission he had entrusted to them. Thus, suppressing their pain, Yearning utilized an amplification spell and shouted with all his might towards the town. The walls are about to be breached by the undead. To honor the sacrifices of the warriors above, everyone must flee towards Houston immediately. After repeating this 3 times to ensure his message reached all ears, Yearning cast a reverent glance towards the walls. Gathered Mina and Eli, and, together with the equally reluctant Grandma Cancel, left without looking back. Once they had all congregated near the high priest, Mino took a moment to count their numbers. Excluding the town mayor and other powerful warriors engaged in combat with the skeletal lord and his knights, there were only about 130 defenders left on the walls. Furthermore, after accounting for 3 mages who had departed due to magical exhaustion, Tayside Town had already lost nearly 100 warriors within a mere 3 hours of fierce fighting. It is important to note that this loss represented actual fatalities, not mere casualties. Since the defense had collapsed and the warriors began to withdraw, they had barricaded the pathways to prevent any undead from descending and wreaking havoc among the townsfolk. As a result, the severely injured soldiers could no longer be evacuated from the walls, and those left behind had inevitably perished, reflecting on the comrades with whom he had shared laughter and victory just days prior. Now lying lifeless beneath the feet of the undead, Mino felt a profound sadness welling within him. Yet, he did not regret his decision to fight. As the books had stated, every human must eventually face death. What mattered was the value of that death. Although Mino had many aspirations and destinations yet to explore, this harrowing encounter was perilous beyond measure. With the formidable Aunt Kasha having departed, the undead had arrived, relying solely on himself and his sister. Protecting others was a daunting task. It was wiser to remain behind and buy precious time for his sister and Eli to escape. After all, his mother had once grasped his hand in her final moments and implored, "Mino, you must never be a boy who allows the girl you cherish to come to harm." Despite the dwindling numbers, Mino sensed a palpable reduction in pressure, as if the specter of death had receded. And for a time, no further casualties were reported, provided the elite fighters held their ground. Mino even entertained the illusion that they might endure until reinforcements arrived. This was not to suggest that they had achieved any significant enhancement in their combat abilities. While this world indeed advocated for self-improvement through battle, the purpose was to refine techniques and accumulate experience. Unless one was on the verge of a breakthrough, the benefits of combat on one's battle aura and physical prowess were not markedly different from routine training. If it were otherwise, all soldiers would surely ascend to legendary status. During this brutal conflict, it was rumored that only one elder from the Lynx mercenary group had managed to break through to the second tier under immense pressure. No other noteworthy advancements had been reported. Thus, the combat prowess of Mino and his comrades had not even reached half of its potential. The current sensation Mino experienced stemmed from the changing density of friend and foe prior to their retreat. Every defender had been perpetually prepared to fend off one or even two skeletal attacks, but after the consolidation, they no longer needed to protect the extensive walls of Taisai Town. They merely had to safeguard the high priest and themselves, maintaining their endurance. With this goal in mind, they formed a circular formation to collaborate in defense, naturally reducing the frequency of attacks. Fatigue could be managed through rotations, and with healing spells available, death became a rare occurrence. Moreover, as everyone concentrated in a specific area, the mindless undead flocked towards this direction, causing even those in more remote sections to converge, abandoning their former assaults. However, the ascent of the human ladder was limited, and as they surged towards this focal point, the rate of undead climbing the walls diminished. Of course, it must be acknowledged that exhaustion and depletion of magical energy were inevitable, even if the high priest could consume mana potions as if they were mere water. After so many, their efficacy waned. Moreover, alchemical elixirs were scarce in the remote Taisai town, and the mayor could not possibly produce an abundance of mana potions. The high priest could only rely on his own slow recovery. With the absence of the high priest healing, injured soldiers could not recover swiftly, while the number of undead remained unchanged. Their ability to endure was merely a fleeting illusion, and gradually, the situation began to worsen. As time passed, only the gravely wounded soldiers could receive the high priest's meager healing spells, forcing an increasing number of fighters to engage in battle while injured, although no one had yet perished. The frequency of replacements escalated to the point where the soldiers previously on the front lines had not fully recovered before their successors could no longer hold their ground at this juncture. The fall of the walls seemed imminent. Such a fate was evident to all that a pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloped the battlefield, casting a heavy pall over the defenders. Given the current state of our struggle, I believe we all understand that we will likely not endure until reinforcements arrive. That I have a suggestion, and I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it. The high priest, who had remained silent throughout the night save for the incantations, spoke up suddenly. His proposal struck at the very heart of the change everyone so desperately sought. Aside from the warriors engaged in battle at the periphery, all those resting within the inner circle turned their gazes towards him. High priest, you have saved countless lives in Taisai Town over the years and educated many impoverished children. Many of us here are your students. Your words command our attention. Since you are eager to hear this old man's musings, I shall share the plan I have devised. The high priest smiled, gratified by the response, and began. Thanks to the earlier announcement made by that young lad, the townsfolk have been evacuating for over 2 hours. Aside from us steadfast souls holding the walls, I suspect the town is now devoid of inhabitants. Now we remain here solely to provide the retreating townsfolk with more time to escape. However, the nature of the undead is well known to all. As long as there is but one person atop the city walls, they shall not pursue those who have long since fled. Therefore, I propose that we leave a small contingent behind to continue drawing the attention of the undead, allowing the majority to evacuate. This might just preserve some vitality for our town of Taisai. What do you think of this idea, old man? Upon hearing the elder priest's words, the pervasive despair among the crowd was considerably alleviated, yet it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Everyone recognized the wisdom in the elder priest's suggestion, but who among them would willingly abandon their comrades who had fought alongside them in this bloody struggle? Who would choose to be part of that small group left behind? Nonetheless, this plan was indeed their last resort. Without it, they would all perish together, a prospect that left them reticent to speak. Noticing the silence enveloping the crowd, the elder priest stroked his long white beard and chuckled. Having lived for over 80 years, I have nearly had my fill of life. Moreover, the holy light can also attract the ire of those undead, so I shall remain. I've lived for 50 years, and am still merely a second-tier warrior. My hand was just severed by one of those damned skeletons, and I doubt I shall ever ascend to level 4 or earn a professional insignia before my days are done. So count me in, proclaimed a burly man from the Rocket Mercenary Corps, who had unwittingly lost his left hand to a skeletal warrior in this battle. That as he spoke, another warrior, his face lined with wrinkles, chimed in. I've broken my leg. It's likely that my attempt to flee would only hinder the others. That I shall remain here and not run. I am 80 years old. It is time for me to embrace the earth. Remaining here could earn me the title of hero. Anyone who opposes my decision shall have my ire. Thus, one after another, over 10 warriors stepped forth, most of them elderly fighters who had sustained grave injuries during this battle, volunteering to stay behind for the sake of the younger generation's survival. "My leg is injured as well. Count me in." "No, anyone can stay, but you must leave." The elder priest gazed with appreciation upon those who had expressed their willingness to stay. But he vehemently refused the request of the individual who had just spoken. That individual was none other than Minuo, known as the prodigious swordsman. Healing and saving lives cannot rely solely on healing spells. Thus, the church in town has long been acquiring various common herbs. Though the prices are slightly lower than those in the apothecary, the elder priest often offers treatments free of charge, leading Minuo to frequently sell herbs and learn a bit about herbalism and theology from the priest. For a considerable time, the two had lived together as if they were a grandfather and grandson. Recently, the elder priest had even officiated Minuo's mother's funeral, so he was quite familiar with the boy. Smart, kind-hearted, considerate, polite, resilient, gifted, and opinionated. With a keen interest in theology, the elder priest genuinely cherished this child. Were it not for Minuo's exceptional talent and swordsmanship, which made a transition to divine magic seem wasteful, the elder priest would have gladly taken him on as an apprentice. Furthermore, Minuo had already cultivated fighting spirit at such a tender age, becoming a true warrior. If he did not meet an untimely end, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier level 6 powerhouse. The elder priest, hailing from Taisai, could hardly bear to let such a promising talent perish alongside him. Even if Minuo were gravely injured, the elder priest would ensure he was healed and sent to safety. Thus, he resolutely opposed Minuo's plea. The elder priestess' dissent was echoed by the other veteran warriors who wished to remain. They all understood the significance of cultivating fighting spirit at the age of 13. Outside of those ancient, powerful factions, even in cities like Houston, such prodigies were rare. Minuo, being only a level 1 warrior, would not tip the scales of battle significantly. They were willing to stay behind to carve a path for their hometown's youth and could not bear to see a talented descendant like Minuo sacrifice himself. Despite Minuo's repeated entreaties, he was ultimately outmatched by the collective will of the elder priest and the other veterans. Under the elder priest's earnest persuasion, he was pulled away by a familiar acolyte and retreated with the other warriors. As he glanced back at the elder priest and the others valiantly holding their ground to buy time for him and the others, then shifted his gaze to the mayor and grandfather Conser, who were increasingly besieged by lower-tier undead due to their retreat. Minuo looked up at the inky night sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. Divine spirit collapse. Just as the group cleared the obstruction that had previously blocked their escape route and prepared to leave, a golden streak of light surged toward them from the distance, leaping high into the air like a meteor across the night sky. Crashing down amidst the horde of undead, a resounding howl echoed as the point of impact erupted. Countless skeletons returning to eternal slumber from the force of the blow. Before the dust could settle, a middle-aged warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a massive hammer that radiated a dazzling silver light, charged forth, wreaking havoc among the ranks of the undead like a tiger amongst sheep. Domain of war, the triumphant Holy Gate. Before the townsfolk of Taisai could fully comprehend this sudden turn of events, 6 more streaks of light surged from afar, joining the initial warrior in the onslaught against the undead. These silver-armored warriors raised their uniquely shaped, but equally radiant silver weapons and roared in unison as torrents of holy light surged from their bodies. Converging upon the first warrior, with a commanding shout from this warrior, a colossal gate made of holy light descended from the heavens, crashing open and flooding the surroundings with blinding radiance that rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. As the brilliance faded, the previously endless sea of bones had vanished without a trace, as if it had all been a dream. Only the fallen bodies of the brave warriors and the wounds upon their own bodies reminded them that this was no mere fantasy. Perhaps the might of that previous strike had been so immense that it shattered the very canopy of death above them. Through the breach created by the holy light, a golden beam of sunlight pierced the dark clouds, illuminating the long-dwelling shadows and finally revealing the dawn that Taisai had so desperately awaited. Chapter 11. Life After War. Ah, our great hero Minuo has awakened. How does it feel to be a hero? Mr. Carlos even came to see you personally. Sensing an irritating tickle at his nose, as if someone were scratching him with a dogtail grass, Minuo angrily grasped it, only to meet the gaze of Mina, whose deep blue eyes were filled with profound resentment. He then glanced at his equally concerned, yet reproachful sister Yi Lai and brother Yi Run, still groggy from sleep. Minuo's mind cleared instantly, and he sheepishly released Mina's hair. "I'm sorry, sister. I realize my mistake." It turned out that yesterday, 6 holy knights had descended from the heavens, employing methods beyond the imagination of the townsfolk to obliterate the undead army that had cornered Taisai. This miraculous turn of events sent shockwaves of joy through everyone present. While the townsfolk were overwhelmed with astonishment, the skeletons were not. The holy knights had cleared the undead forces outside the city walls. Yet those on the walls remained very much alive and animated. As the humans were momentarily distracted, the undead continued their grim business, and tragedy ensued. Many were struck down, with Minuo suffering the worst fate, being shot in the right chest by a skeleton archer, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, the townsfolk quickly snapped back to reality upon hearing their companion's agonized scream and began to clear the remaining undead from the walls. The elder priest rushed to cast a healing spell on Minuo, barely keeping him alive. Once the holy knights had dealt with the skeletal lord and 6 skeletal knights and made their way to meet the church leaders, the elder priest hurriedly recounted Minuo's valiant actions and his honorable request to remain behind, hoping to persuade the knights to utilize higher-level divine magic to save him. Even if Minuo had not performed such heroic deeds, but were merely an ordinary citizen, these holy knights, devoted to the ideals of the supreme god, would still extend their aid. Moreover, with Minuo's illustrious accomplishments as a young hero resisting the undead, the knights readily agreed. Immediately, a holy knight skilled in healing magic cast a level 4 healing spell upon Minuo, restoring him to full health. Regrettably, Mina and the others returned just in time to hear the elder priest's praises for Minuo. Especially upon learning that Minuo had voluntarily chosen to remain behind to assist the priest, both Mina and Yi Lai's expressions darkened, were it not for Minuo's excuse of feeling dizzy from blood loss. They might have erupted in anger on the spot. After a long night of sleeplessness, Minuo had engaged in a fierce battle against the undead atop the city walls for several hours, ultimately succumbing to significant blood loss. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. This theatrical display of heroism caused great concern for Mina and the others, prompting them to summon the esteemed paladin, a master of healing magic, pleading for him to cast another divine spell upon Minuo. Despite the paladin's repeated assurances that Minuo was fine, Mina insisted that he remain nearby, fearing that should anything happen to Minuo, immediate aid would be required. "Minuo, are you truly all right? Do you have any idea how worried both I and your sister Nightlie are for you? We fear for your safety. When you had a chance to escape, you chose instead to stay behind and risk your life. That is being a hero truly worth more to you than the bond we share as siblings. If you were to die, how would I explain it to our mother who has passed? Or to Aunt Lana and Aunt Kasha? Do you not care for me at all? Is being a hero more meaningful than our companionship?" As she spoke, tears streamed down Mina's face as she clung to Minuo, pouring out her worries that had accumulated throughout the night. Seeing Mina's intense reaction, Minuo became acutely aware of the hurt his decision had inflicted upon his loved ones. He gently patted Mina's back, cautiously offering his apologies. That it was not until after a considerable time that Mina gradually ceased her weeping. "I truly understand my mistake. I was injured and thought I might not be able to escape, which is why I decided to stay with the priest. That I swear, from now on, I will prioritize my own safety and ensure you do not have to worry about me." Wiping the tear stains from Mina's face with his sleeve, Minuo earnestly assured her, "Remember this, sister, if you ever break your promise, just wait and see how I will deal with you." After having cried in her brother's embrace for so long, the intimate display in front of others made Mina feel somewhat bashful. Releasing Minuo, she playfully pushed Nightlie into his arms and, blushing, exclaimed, "Sister has occupied Minuo for long enough. Some people are growing anxious. I shall not intrude upon your moment any longer. Go on, Nightlie. Tell him how worried you were about our little Minuo until you nearly fainted. I'll take care of this oversized magic crystal lamp for you, so remember to thank me later." Hastily leaving Minuo's embrace, Mina shot him an annoyed glance before turning her attention to the now flushed Minuo. Her words having embarrassed him, Nightlie, too, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Minuo, don't listen to your sister's exaggerations. I was not nearly as concerned as she claims. I merely didn't sleep well and was running around, which led to my fainting from exhaustion." Sitting at Minuo's bedside, Nightlie spoke shyly. "I understand. My sister simply enjoys making jokes and embellishing the truth. You need not take her words to heart. However, I was indeed worried about you. Witnessing you persist in the battle to buy us time filled me with dread. It was particularly alarming to see you lying there, unconscious, and Mina and I hurriedly fetched the paladin. Lord Oel and the others are still upstairs resting. If you feel unwell at all, please inform me, and I will summon Lord Oel immediately. Facing her beloved, the usually bright and open-hearted Nightlie felt a touch of shyness, hesitant to reveal that she had nearly fainted from worry over Minuo's life. Yet, upon hearing Minuo dismiss Mina's words as mere jest, she felt compelled to clarify her concerns. It's all right, Nightlie. When the paladin healed me last night, all my injuries were treated, but after battling all night, I lost quite a bit of blood, which is why I fell into a deep sleep upon hitting the bed. I was still awake when you arrived. I even remember the tear stains on your face, knowing both you and my sister were deeply worried for me. Hearing Minuo's assurance allowed Nightlie to relax slightly. Yet the memory of the bloodstains on Minuo's discarded clothing returned, and her face paled. Minuo, you lost so much blood last night. You must need nourishment now. That I will prepare breakfast for you immediately. No need. Nightlie, I can manage it myself. The paladin healed my wounds, so I don't need to remain in bed, Minuo replied, chuckling as he took her hand to prevent her from rushing around, treating him like an invalid. You are indeed a lively young man. Despite sustaining such severe injuries last night, you rise earlier than those of us who were untouched. What good fortune to hold the hand of such a lovely and kind young lady, the paladin teased. Having changed out of his impressive silver armor, his familiar face reminding Minuo that this was one of the 6 paladins who had arrived later the previous night. Although Minuo was uncertain of the paladin's purpose for being there, he refrained from interrupting the man's musings, recognizing that it would be impolite to disturb someone who had saved the lives of the entire town. Even though he felt a twinge of hunger, he chose silence over intruding on the paladin's thoughts. My apologies for my incessant chatter. The paladin finally recalled the purpose of his early visit, noticing Minuo standing respectfully before him. By the way, I still don't know your name, young one. I am Oel, a paladin of the High God. I am Minuo, a level 1 warrior. You are the esteemed paladin who saved me yesterday, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Is there anything I can do to assist you, Lord Oel? Having heard Nightlie mention the paladin's name, Minuo immediately recognized him. Although severely injured, he had witnessed the paladin's arrival, each one seemingly exhausted and breathless, indicating that even these revered figures had reached their limits after unleashing such powerful magic. To have exerted such effort for someone they barely knew was a great kindness, and Minuo felt compelled to offer help in return, even if his abilities were limited. Well, you see, the cleric Trick nearly begged me for help to save you, so I thought I might bring you along to the meeting we're having this morning. It would ease Trick's mind. After all, that if he starts asking questions, explaining everything can become quite tiresome, Oel said, scratching his head sheepishly. Upon hearing Oel's words, Mino outwardly agreed with a calm demeanor, yet internally, a bitter smile crept across his face. Oh, Mino, you truly overestimate yourself, he thought. Lord Oel's act of saving you is merely in accordance with the tenets of the Supreme Deity's teachings. How could he possibly value your insignificant power? Despite Mino's profound feelings of frustration and shame, his acting skills remained commendable, or perhaps Oel was simply too oblivious to perceive the truth. After they had breakfast, Mino followed Oel to the mayor's residence. By the way, Lord Oel, didn't the mayor and grandfather the priest mention that reinforcements would only arrive today? How come you arrived so early? As they walked, Mino suddenly recalled the miraculous arrival of the clerics the previous night, which raised his curiosity about the timeliness of their assistance, with the subject right beside him. He voiced his inquiry. Oh, Mino, is that what you meant? It is indeed quite a coincidence that we are not originally from the Houston Church. We merely came here on official business. However, upon our arrival, the Houston Church received your plea for help. They were unable to spare anyone at that moment, so we decided to lend a hand. We were actually supposed to arrive today, but last night, we sensed a terrifying wave of malevolence emanating from your direction. Concerned about a potential change in circumstances, we parted ways with the forces dispatched by the Lord of Houston and hastened our journey, ultimately arriving just in time. I must say, it is quite fortuitous. Recalling the near-death sensation he experienced when that wave surged toward him the previous night, Mino still felt a lingering dread. Yet, he could not help but be grateful for its emergence. Had it not been for that wave, perhaps not a soul in Taysai Town would have escaped. And without the cleric's celestial intervention, he surely would have met his demise. Lord AOL, I see that your equipment and weapons must mark you as one of the legendary paladins, capable of unleashing such techniques that obliterated the previously insurmountable undead army in an instant. Furthermore, you can wield divine magic to save lives, just like Grandfather the Priest. Truly, paladins are as formidable as the tales describe, are they not? As he reminisced about the previous night's battle, Mino could not shake the memory of the cleric's valor and strength, prompting him to express his sentiments. Don't be so formal, little Mino. Just call me AOL. AOL chuckled heartily upon hearing Mino's words. Paladins are indeed a powerful vocation, serving as the strongest shield for all comrades in the fight against evil. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I, AOL, am not the kind of big canister that Carlos is. I belong to a different vocation within the Supreme Deity's teachings, the Holy Warrior. Holy Warrior. Isn't that just another name for Paladin? Lord AOL, please don't assume that I'm a country bumpkin and start exaggerating that I've read plenty of books, yet I've never heard of Holy Warriors being a distinct vocation. Observing the skeptical expression on Mino's face, AOL couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated as he ruffled Mino's hair, disrupting his recently styled golden locks. You think that just because you've read a few books, you know everything? While it is true that we Holy Warriors are fewer in number, those who do arise are elite in their own right. In terms of the number of strong individuals, we are not inferior to the mainstream vocation of paladins. And we have produced quite a number of renowned heroes. Your ignorance is merely a reflection of your limited reading. Despite AOL's seemingly carefree and easygoing demeanor, he held a strong sense of professional pride and was determined to correct Mino's misconceptions about his vocation being merely an alternative name for paladin. Even if I do read less, if what you say about holy warriors is true, then please enlighten me about the famous holy warrior heroes, Mino replied. Although he did not consider himself ill-read, he acknowledged that most of his readings consisted of family heirlooms on various magical tomes and mage biographies, leaving him with limited knowledge and exposure to the Supreme Deity's teachings. Given the vast array of professions across the continent, it was entirely possible that he was simply unaware of the holy warrior vocation. Fearing that you might be so ignorant as to miss something common knowledge, let me share an easily recognizable figure, the legendary hero of light. He is a legendary hero among us holy warriors, and I have even had the privilege to behold the legendary artifacts he left behind. The hero of light. Isn't he a legendary hero among warriors? While it is true that the hero of light belongs to the Supreme Deity's teachings, you cannot distort his vocation, Mino countered. Indeed, the hero of light is a warrior. However, he is famous for his martial arts techniques, and who would weave tales of him using divine magic, which he hardly employs? Our holy warriors can be both clerics and warriors. We share similarities with paladins, but lack any distinct characteristics. It is entirely normal for you not to know this. As their conversation continued, AOL's expression turned somewhat dejected, as if he had resigned himself to the matter. I apologize, Lord AOL. Why limited reading has led to my ignorance. Please indulge my curiosity and explain the differences between holy warriors and paladins. Why do you claim that holy warriors have produced so many legendary heroes, yet rarely appear in stories? Noticing AOL's downcast demeanor, Mino realized he might have misspoken and swiftly sought to remedy the situation by appealing to AOL's pride in his vocation. Since you have asked so nicely, I will share with you. Lest you be mistaken for an ill-read bumpkin when you reach the big city. When it comes to holy warriors, we must discuss the evolution of the Supreme Deity's teachings. Of course, there is much complexity involved, so I shall spare you the details. In simple terms, the reason the vocations within the Supreme Deity's teachings differ from the two major systems of mages and warriors is due to our unique energy of holy light. Speaking of this holy light energy, yes, I understand that clerics can use holy light to cast divine magic, while paladins possess a distinct form of holy energy different from ordinary martial energy, Mino interjected, eager to steer the conversation back on track. Right. You are correct, Mino. Clerics and paladins represent the two main uses of holy light, and other vocations within the Supreme Deity's teachings are generally considered branches or derivatives of these. Thus, outsiders often broadly categorize our vocations into two types. Those of the magic system referred to as clerics, and those of the melee system called paladins. Although this classification is somewhat simplistic, it is not entirely inaccurate. However, holy warriors differ from both, Clerics and paladins are vocations that require specialized training from the outset. But what about those who already possess their own powers and wish to adhere to the supreme deity's spirit as devoted followers? We cannot simply turn them away, can we? If such an individual is a spellcaster, it is manageable. Magical powers can be cultivated concurrently without conflict. Yet, martial energy can only have one core, once established at the second level. It is challenging to alter one's path. Are we to compel them to transform into spellcasters? This is where the vocation of holy warrior comes into play, that we can train in martial arts like ordinary warriors while harnessing holy light to cast divine magic. Thus, we embrace the strengths of both warriors and spellcasters. This is who we are, the formidable holy warriors. Chapter 13. The source of the undead. One could indeed say that the clergy are worthy of their calling. Even as combatants, their eloquence is remarkable. They speak with such fervor about the intricacies of vocational classifications. Perhaps it stems from personal experience. It is likely that AOL's propensity for digression has honed his oratory skills, leading Mino to suspect that AOL is frequently assigned tasks involving public speaking. Although he was reluctant to contradict AOL, who had saved his life, Mino could not overlook a significant flaw revealed through AOL's words. Driven by curiosity, he yearned to understand how such a flawed vocation could still claim to have produced numerous legendary heroes, with their destination to the mayor's house not far off, and the opportunity to inquire fading. Mino decided to ask, despite the potential rudeness of his question. To cultivate both martial energy and divine magic, doesn't that mean the vocation of holy warrior grows at a slow pace, much like that of a magic swordsman? How could there be so many legendary heroes, as you claim, Lord AOL? Little one, you have discerned the obvious flaw, and rightly so, that it is indeed evident to anyone. In response to Mino's observation regarding the shortcomings of the holy warrior vocation, AOL did not appear as disheartened as Mino had anticipated. That it seemed that, while AOL held a deep affection for his vocation, he was also aware of its notable deficiencies and had long since come to terms with this reality. Due to the necessity of simultaneously mastering both martial techniques of fighting spirit and divine arts, the growth rate of a holy knight is inevitably rather sluggish. Furthermore, in order to ensure the purity of their fighting spirit, they cannot merge their divine powers with their martial prowess as magic swordsmen do, resulting in only marginal enhancements to individual strength. Consequently, aside from those who are genuinely committed to becoming clerics yet have compelling reasons to persist in their training of martial techniques, few would choose this thankless vocation. Of course, the method by which holy knights cultivate their divine powers diverges somewhat from the orthodox practices of clerics. While one could argue that their paths are not entirely parallel, the speed of their growth is indeed significantly swifter than that of true dual-class practitioners. As for the matter of heroes that you mentioned, it seems to be a matter of serendipity. You are aware that the martial techniques which are difficult to forsake are typically quite formidable, and those who inherit such techniques are often exceptionally gifted individuals. Thus, the entrance threshold for holy knights has been implicitly elevated, naturally leading to the emergence of many powerful figures among these talented individuals, who, adhering to the tenets of the Supreme God Church, can rightfully be deemed heroes. At this point, even though he had not directly articulated it, Aldo could sense that Minuo had grasped the underlying reasons for the understated reputation of the holy knight profession from which heroes emerged. These holy knight heroes each possess unique martial techniques as their primary source of strength, and to leverage the advantages of their vocation, they utilize divine powers as supplementary and sustaining forces. When recounted by bards, to showcase the valor and might of these heroes, their martial techniques are often glorified, while the divine powers that do not encapsulate the essence of heroism are merely mentioned in passing. The specifics of their professions, deemed unimportant, are quite likely to be glossed over, leading the public to broadly categorize these heroes as warriors or paladins. This phenomenon accounts for the relative obscurity of the holy knight profession. Despite its rich lineage of heroes, observing Minuo's comprehension, Aldo surmised that he likely believed his earlier assertions. Although he took pride in his profession, he harbored no trivial desire for others to appreciate it. With their conversation reaching a natural conclusion and the mayor's residence drawing near, Aldo chose to remain silent thereafter. Upon entering the mayor's parlor, the other 6 clerics who had arrived the previous night, along with the mayor, the elder cleric, and 3 mercenary leaders, were already present. While Minuo's performance the day before had been commendable, he was still merely a level 1 warrior, and thus not the focus of attention. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder cleric who cared for him, as well as with the mayor and the clerics who recognized him, Minuo quietly stood aside as an observer. Although the discussions among the group revolved around significant matters, they did not seem to be shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, with the tacit approval of the mayor and elder cleric, no one sought to dismiss Minuo, allowing him to overhear the very topics he found most intriguing. It turned out that the gathering was originally intended to express gratitude to the clerics. However, upon witnessing the ominous deathly shroud lingering overhead that morning, the townsfolk, fearing further undead incursions, swiftly redirected their conversation towards the future of Taysai Town. It appeared that the mayor and elder cleric were contemplating enlisting the cleric's assistance in safeguarding the town's residents during their evacuation, with plans to return once the kingdom dispatched aid to resolve the issue. Carlos, the leader of the clerics, expressed his willingness to assist with the mayor and elder cleric's proposal. However, relocating an entire town's populace was no trivial matter, and it would be prudent to await the arrival of the kingdom's reinforcements before proceeding with further discussions. They understood the nature of the deathly shroud above and the emergence of the wild undead, and upon consulting their superiors, they could dispatch personnel to address the situation. There was no need to burden the townsfolk with unnecessary expenses and efforts. So the mayor was advised to refrain from hasty actions. Upon hearing that the clerics were already aware of the reasons behind the appearance of these wild undead, Minuo felt a strong urge to inquire further. Nevertheless, he recognized that his presence there was likely due to the elder cleric's favor, and perhaps even the mayor's appreciation for him. Speaking out of turn might invite disdain and lead to his expulsion, thereby embarrassing the elder cleric who cared for him. Hence, despite his insatiable curiosity, Minuo restrained himself from asking questions. Fortunately, aside from Minuo, the others were equally intrigued about the sudden emergence of these wild undead, and one of them voiced the inquiry on behalf of Minuo. Mr. Carlos, since you mentioned being aware of the reasons behind the undead's appearance, could you enlighten us on how these beings came to be? This knowledge would aid us in identifying potential issues and preparing in advance. It seemed that this was not classified information, as Carlos smiled slightly before beginning his explanation. The emergence of undead beings generally falls into two categories. One involves necromancers utilizing summoning spells on corpses, exemplified by the undead calamity unleashed by the Death Demon King 500 years ago, which decimated half the continent. The other category consists of what you refer to as wild undead, typically arising when individuals are interred in deathly lands and subsequently infused with death energy upon their demise. That a prime example of this is the undead that roam the Death Desert. As for the phenomenon you encountered, it represents a unique circumstance within the second category. In recent years, for reasons unknown, the spatial barrier between our world and the netherworld has weakened, resulting in various spatial rifts leading to the netherworld appearing throughout the continent. The death energy from the netherworld has leaked through these rifts, causing corpses near the fissures to transform into undead beings. The deathly shroud currently enveloping Taysai Town is a natural phenomenon caused by the release of death energy, which will dissipate once the spatial rifts naturally close. Upon hearing Carlos's explanation, Minuo comprehended the situation at hand. A spatial rift leading to the netherworld had emerged somewhere in the nearby mountains surrounding Taysai Town, allowing the death energy from the netherworld to seep out and reanimate corpses into undead beings. Moreover, due to the high concentration of death energy from the netherworld, the strength of these undead beings was rapidly enhanced, drawing powerful undead to congregate near the rift while weaker ones gravitated towards it as well. This explained why the formidable beast-like undead that had previously attacked Minuo's village had yet to appear, and also clarified the strange phenomenon of the undead retreating during their assault on Taysai Town. The surge of death energy the previous day must have indicated some significant event at the rift, perhaps a reduction in death energy or the emergence of a powerful individual, prompting the skeletal lord that had previously occupied a position near the rift to be driven away, thereby inciting the thought of attacking Taysai Town. Carlos's remarks served as a crucial key, unraveling many of Minuo's lingering questions. However, no matter how much Minuo pondered, Carlos remained oblivious to his thoughts, and so he continued. Shortly, I will seek the Archbishop's counsel. Provided the Archbishop consents, we shall promptly embark to ascertain the location of the spatial rift and assess its intensity, that we will then devise a means to dismantle it. As long as the spatial rift is eliminated, the number and strength of the wild undead will not increase. At that point, a larger force can be dispatched to cleanse the area, thereby alleviating the crisis in Tayside town. When Minuo regained his focus, he realized that Carlos's discourse was nearing its conclusion, and he lamented that he had allowed his mind to wander at such a critical moment. Fortunately, the elder cleric was present, and he intended to ask him for clarification afterward. I am incredibly grateful to you, Sir Carlos. Not only have you saved the lives of everyone in our town, but you are also willing to help us eliminate future threats. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. My son in the capital has some influence. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of Carlos assisting in resolving the danger posed by the wild undead, the mayor grasped Carlos's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. It is of no consequence, Mr. Hewelton. It is our duty as clerics of the Supreme God Church to resist evil and protect the populace. We are merely fulfilling our obligations. Carlos appeared somewhat indifferent to the mayor's gratitude, leaving Minuo uncertain whether he truly sought no recompense or simply held the mayor's promises in low regard. Observing the eloquent Carlos, the mayor and others could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Believing that Carlos and the other clergy were the saviors of Tashi Town, Mino was equally exhilarated, having hurriedly escaped with her sister from their home, leaving behind their recently deceased mother's body, which had yet to be buried. If the threat of the undead could be resolved, she and her sister could return home and patiently await Aunt Kasha's return. After the meeting concluded, Mino rushed back to share the joyous news with Mina and Yi-Rin, hoping to lift the spirits of those who had felt so burdened for so long. As she ran home, Mino couldn't shake the nagging feeling that she had forgotten something important. Yet, the thought of soon returning to the place where she had lived for over a decade filled her with joy, allowing her to dismiss this inexplicable sensation. Chapter 14. The exchange of swordsmanship. Upon learning that the calamity of the undead would soon be resolved and that they could return home, Mina and Yi-Lai were filled with immense joy and excitement. However, Yi-Rin, amidst his happiness, felt a tinge of regret. Last night, Grandpa Consel had mentioned that to avoid another undead attack, the residents of Tashi Town would likely migrate en masse to Houston City. At that time, their family would seek refuge with Uncle Hank, who worked as a warrior instructor at a school there, and it would also provide an opportunity for Yi-Rin and Yi-Lai to further their studies in magic. Having read numerous heroic tales, Yi-Rin had always fantasized about becoming a powerful figure and carving out his own legend. Especially after experiencing the hardships of the undead attack, he was eager to enhance his strength. As an apprentice mage lacking a lineage or the means to hire a private tutor, attending a magic academy was Yi-Rin's best option. Moreover, for someone like him, who had long dreamed of venturing into the world to witness its splendor, the capital represented his greatest aspiration. Now that a golden opportunity had presented itself, only to be swiftly extinguished, Yi-Rin naturally felt a profound sense of regret. Although the fleeting look of disappointment on Yi-Rin's face was subtle, it stood out in the jubilant atmosphere. Mino, who was facing him, noticed it and, after reflecting on the news they had just received, began to piece together what Yi-Rin was lamenting. Feeling regret upon hearing that we can return home. Little Rin, do you have some plans you're hiding from me? Taking advantage of the girls' animated discussions about their plans for returning, Mino pulled Yi-Rin aside and whispered, wrapping her arm around his neck. No, I'm just so happy we can finally go back. How could I possibly feel regret? You're overthinking it, Mino. Is that really the case? I wouldn't be surprised if you were thinking, finally, we can live in the big city without any issues, only to be told that the plan is cancelled. How utterly dreadful. Mino's words struck Yi-Rin like an arrow to its target, breaking through his flimsy defenses. Seeing the knowing glint in Mino's eyes, he sheepishly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I can't believe you guessed it. Grandpa said he would take us to the capital to join Uncle Hank, and that he would send me and my sister to the Magic Academy for studies. But now that the undead are to be eliminated, I suspect Grandpa will be reluctant to leave the village. So I do feel a bit regretful. However, the fact that the village we've lived in for over a decade will finally be reclaimed does make me quite happy. Noticing the unmistakable sorrow etched on Yi-Rin's face as he spoke, Mino forced a smile, trying to suppress her expression, but ultimately succumbed to laughter, clutching her stomach. What are you laughing at, Mino? Just because I want to see the capital and learn magic? Is there something ridiculous about my aspirations? No. Little Rin, your desires are not silly at all. Before I accompanied my mother to the central region, I had similar thoughts. But why do you think that without the undead threat, you would be unable to go to the capital? After her laughter subsided, Mino held onto the irritated Yearning's arm and questioned him with curiosity. Isn't it obvious? Grandpa has grown accustomed to life in the village, despite Uncle Hank's multiple invitations for him and Grandma to live in the capital. He has always refused. If there's no threat from the undead, why would Grandpa agree to go to the capital? Swatting Mino's hand away, Yi-Rin replied with annoyance. I really can't deal with you. Yearning.is your head really, as they say, not a head, but an eggplant. If Grandpa doesn't go to the capital, why do you believe that you can't go? You and Sister Yi-Lai are of the age to learn meditation and become official wizards. Grandpa Consel has treated you both so well. He would certainly send you to the Magic Academy for further studies. Uncle Hank works at the academy in the capital. Isn't it only natural for him to help you both get there? I truly don't understand what you're so conflicted about. Upon hearing Mino's words, Yi-Rin had a sudden realization. Regardless of whether Grandpa Consel went to the capital, he could still pursue his magical studies there. What was he truly regretting? With this thought in mind, Yi-Rin erupted with joy and hurried off to seek confirmation from Grandpa Consel. Watching Yi-Rin dash away, Mino smirked and, taking advantage of Mina and Yi-Lai's distraction, stealthily slipped away. With the sword that had earned her great merits in this battle, Mino sought a secluded spot to make up for the training she had missed during the morning meeting, diligently practicing her moves one by one. Ah, we meet again. I remember you, little one. Your name is Mino, right? I must say, why would you come to such a remote place to practice when you have a yard at home? Just as her vigorous training reached its peak, a familiar voice sounded from behind her. Mino set down her sword and turned to find Or, who was chewing on a lollipop, standing behind her. Instantly, her tense muscles relaxed. I'm trying to avoid my sister. If she saw me practicing after sustaining such serious injuries, I'd surely face a lecture to the death. But I'm on the verge of breaking through to second-level fighting spirit. And it feels unbearable to give up my training now. Oh, I see. Your reasoning is understandable. After all, when one is so close to condensing their fighting spirit seed, everyone wishes to push through and experience the proper battle techniques of a warrior. I had similar thoughts in the past, but you mustn't overexert yourself. Although your injuries have been healed by holy healing magic, the blood you lost will take time to replenish. Wouldn't be kind to worry your sister, who cares for you. Thank you for your concern, Lord, or that I'm aware of that. But may I ask what brings you here? This spot isn't exactly easy to find. Mino gazed at Or, who was dressed casually and holding a lollipop. Her curiosity piqued. Seeing the curiosity in her eyes, Or scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I came here to escape my teammates. I've always had a fondness for lollipops, but being this age, if my teammates saw me, they would laugh me to death. Thus, I had to find a secluded place to enjoy them. Glancing at Or's imposing figure and then at the lollipop in his mouth, the incongruity was indeed amusing, and Mino found his actions quite relatable. Well then, Lord Or, enjoy your treat. I won't disturb you. With that, Mino picked up her sword, resuming her vigorous practice. As Mino trained, Or enjoyed his lollipop while observing her, unable to contain his admiration for her skill. Little one, your swordsmanship is impressive. I suspect many third-level swordsmen would struggle to match your prowess. Your techniques are quite clever, and given their uniqueness, they likely aren't standard sword techniques or widely circulated styles. I am curious to know their name. This is the swordsmanship that has been passed down through my family, associated with the stellar fighting spirit, called Stellar Sword, and it's not particularly famous. So I doubt you've heard of it, Lord Or. Upon hearing the name, Or pondered seriously and realized he had indeed never heard of it, leading to a moment of awkwardness. I haven't heard of Stellar Sword, but I have heard of a legendary sword technique called Meteor Sword, attributed to a hero whose name I've forgotten. I wonder if there's any connection. I wouldn't know. However, I haven't heard of any heroes in our family lineage, so it likely has no relation. Sensing Or's awkwardness, Mino cleverly shifted the topic. By the way, I remember you mentioned this morning that warriors who choose to become paladins often have fighting spirit techniques they find hard to abandon. I see you wield a sword as well. I'm curious about what sword technique you practice. Upon Mino's inquiry, Or straightened up proudly and replied, I practice the sword technique that my mentor passed down to me before he passed, which is associated with the lava fighting spirit. While it may not be from those legendary 9th-level powerhouses, it is said to have produced its own legendary figures. I see. Practicing alone can be rather dull. Since you are skilled in swordsmanship, would you be willing to offer me some guidance? This is not an issue. However, I have not brought along a wooden sword for practice if by chance I inadvertently injure you. Mitsai, please do not shed tears. As the conversation progressed, Hour's enthusiasm was piqued. Mitsai's words struck a chord with him, prompting him to draw his long sword and prepare for a duel. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Hour sheathed his sword once more. Never mind, Mitsai. You have trained diligently for so long and must be weary. Furthermore, wielding such a large sword may leave you exhausted after only a few swings. Engaging in combat like this would be rather pointless, especially considering the vast disparity in our abilities. If I were to inadvertently harm you with a real blade, I would have to devote my efforts to healing your wounds. Therefore, it is best to forego this. Mitsai had been training alone for many days, and the prospect of having someone to spar with was too enticing to let Hour slip away. Then, Lord Hour, please do come to my home later. I have been preoccupied with slaying undead these past few days, leaving little opportunity to showcase my swordsmanship. It is a rare occasion that I have encountered you willing to practice with me today. So you must not go back on your word. I shall not go back on my word. What kind of person do you think I am, to renege on a promise to someone like you? After you have rested this afternoon, I will come to your home, but do remember to prepare a wooden sword for practice. Hour, still buoyed by Mitsai's excitement, readily agreed. Upon hearing Hour's assurance, Mitsai lost interest in further training, gathering his belongings and heading home to prepare the wooden sword. Chapter 15. The Exchange of Swordsmanship, Part 2. Though Mitsai had initially spoken casually, harboring little hope, Hour's acceptance of the challenge genuinely surprised him. Once the initial astonishment faded, it was replaced by an immense pressure. Mitsai's desire to spar with Hour stemmed not from a mere wish for guidance, no matter how exquisite the sword technique. Only those who had attained the second tier of combat energy could truly unleash their potential. The first tier, one could merely achieve a better effect with superior techniques, while lesser techniques yielded poorer results. Non-practitioner techniques were often nothing more than visually appealing or peculiar sword dances at this stage. Mitsai sought Hour's guidance to break through. Just as Hour had previously mentioned, the second tier of combat energy represented a crucial milestone for warriors. Unless one belonged to a unique class focused solely on physical strength, achieving the second tier was akin to a mage reaching the first tier. Without such a breakthrough, one could not truly be called a warrior. Though Mitsai had trained in swordsmanship for nearly a decade, yielding exceptional results in combat energy cultivation, he held immense anticipation for the practical application of his skills. He had longed to put his nearly 10 years of training in the great sword style to use. Eagerly awaiting this opportunity, despite being merely 13 years old and recognized as a prodigy for achieving the first tier of warrior status, Mitsai had actually broken through the first tier over a year ago. He had been stuck in what should have been a transitional phase for nearly 2 years. While generally composed, the frustration was beginning to boil within him. Thus, he hoped to engage in a serious battle with Hour, whose strength could easily overwhelm him. To test the legendary breakthrough in combat, he aimed to see if he could coax his latent potential to the surface. Consequently, although he was uncertain of Hour's motivations for accepting his challenge, the significance of this duel was self-evident. To ensure that their confrontation would showcase both their strengths as much as possible, Mitsai procured the finest wooden sword from the local militia's training camp and meticulously carved another from sturdy soda wood to resemble his great sword. Achieving a remarkable likeness, he then focused on calming his mind and preparing himself for the ultimate combat state that at last. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Hour arrived. Hey Mitsai, I'm here. I trust you are prepared. For my strikes are not to be taken lightly, and as I mentioned before, should you find yourself hurt, do try not to cry. Unlike the silver armor he had donned the previous day or the casual attire from earlier that morning, Hour entered Mitsai's home clad in fitted training attire, reflecting a serious commitment to this unequal contest. Mitsai felt a surge of gratitude toward Hour for taking this matter to heart. Of course, I won't. If my request for a duel stems from my desire to fight you earnestly in hopes of achieving a breakthrough. Therefore, you need not hold back. Hold back? With a single strike, you might find yourself on the ground. Young one, you truly believe my strength as a fourth-tier holy knight is to be underestimated. Let us not speak grandly. I doubt you could match me even if I refrained from using combat energy. Observing Mitsai's earnest demeanor and determination to engage in a serious battle, Hour chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, you are correct. After all, I am a true warrior who has earned a professional insignia. Even without using combat energy, I am likely beyond your reach. Therefore, I shall comply with your request." With that, Mitsai tossed the prepared wooden sword to Hour and stepped aside in the courtyard, readying himself for combat. "You were clearly hoping I wouldn't use combat energy from the start, yet you insisted on maintaining the pretense. For such a young lad, you certainly have a sense of pride. However, once I've given you a thorough beating, let us see where you find your pride." Hour inspected the wooden sword in his hand, nodding with satisfaction as he casually assumed a stance, gesturing for Mitsai to attack first. "Come now, young one, let me see just how capable you truly are." As Hour's words fell, Mitsai charged forward with determination, adopting a direct approach. Yet, as he drew near Hour, he abruptly altered his stance, swinging his sword in a half-circle with all his might, aiming a powerful strike at Hour's flank, in response to Mitsai's ferocious assault. Hour simply raised his sword, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Mitsai had anticipated this outcome and was not disheartened. Instead, he pressed forward, crashing into Hour's open guard, and with a swift twist of his wrist, he thrust the sword's hilt towards Hour's abdomen. With the wooden sword positioned at his side, Hour was momentarily unable to defend himself. Fortunately, although the sword was blocked, Hour's unarmed left hand was quick to intercept Mitsai's thrust, pushing him away with considerable force. "Good lad. You certainly possess some skill, and no wonder you dared to challenge me for your swordsmanship. It remains to be seen, but your experience clearly lacks the bloodshed of a seasoned warrior." Observing Mitsai stumble back from the force of his push, Hour exclaimed in approval and advanced to take the initiative. Still reeling from Hour's push, Mitsai barely had time to react as Hour lunged forward with a strike, knowing he could not afford to be caught off guard. Mitsai thrust his sword into the ground and steadied himself that he managed to evade Hour's strike just in time by sidestepping as Hour's attack missed its mark. He swiftly followed up with a horizontal slash, forcing Mitsai, whose sword remained embedded in the ground, to arch his body to avoid the blow. Hour then lightly kicked, sending Mitsai sprawling to the ground. Luckily, this was merely practice, and Hour refrained from pursuing the advantage, allowing Mitsai to rise once more. "Remember, young one, you are facing a warrior with over 30 years of combat experience. My expertise far surpasses yours. Even without combat energy, your little tricks will not faze me. If you seek to break through during battle, then it is best to engage me head-on. Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain." While Hour's words might have seemed somewhat brusque, Mitsai recognized their truth and the good intentions behind them. Thus, he bowed in acknowledgement, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and charged at Hour once more. This time, Mitsai's approach was far more measured. Each strike was deliberate and well-structured, and he refrained from taking unnecessary risks, prompting Hour to shake his head in disapproval. "Do you truly wish for a breakthrough, young one? Your actions suggest otherwise. If you continue like this, I might just withdraw from our sparring session." After sending Mitsai's sword flying with a deft maneuver, Hour frowned and addressed him. "You must understand, you are fighting me to seek a breakthrough. The so-called breakthrough in battle requires you to push your limits during intense combat. Your current cautious tactics will not yield any results. Do you think this is merely child's play?" Hour's tone was quite blunt. Though Mitsai knew the advice was for his own benefit, he could not help but tighten his grip on his sword, standing still for a considerable time. Finally, he apologized to Hour and charged forward once more. This time, Mitsai unleashed a flurry of strikes, abandoning all defense and embodying the spirit of a reckless warrior. Yet, Hour appeared not displeased, adopting a defensive stance as he allowed Mitsai to press the attack. Despite Hour's decision to forego offense and let Mitsai take the initiative, the disparity in their abilities was stark. Even without using combat energy, Hour's physical strength far surpassed Mitsai's by several folds, compounded by years of experience, leaving Mitsai at a distinct disadvantage. However, this battle was never intended to determine a victor. With each exchanged blow, Minuo found himself drenched in sweat, yet his aura surged ever more powerfully. Just when Minuo's swordplay began to falter and his body reached its limits, the energy within him reached its zenith, and the meager fighting spirit within him surged wildly. Harnessing this force, Minuo bellowed, channeling all his fighting spirit into a single strike aimed fiercely at Hour. Starlight. What appeared to be a mere vertical slash transformed into something extraordinary with the infusion of his fighting spirit. Witnessing Minuo's all-out effort, Hour shouted in admiration and raised his sword to meet the challenge. Mountain Fire. The clash of the azure-hued blade with the one ignited by fierce flames resulted in a momentary stalemate before both wooden swords shattered simultaneously. Observing the breakage of both swords, Hour frowned, his fighting spirit surging forth to counteract the residual force of their clash. He then swiftly reached out, pulling Minuo, who had yet to react, to his side. Watching the crimson energy that should have struck him instead create a deep dent in the nearby wall, Minuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a grateful glance at Hour for saving him from injury. "I owe you a great debt, Lord Hour. Had you not intervened in time, I would surely have met my demise." After patting his chest in relief, Minuo expressed his gratitude to Hour. "Not at all. It merely appeared more terrifying than it truly was. I exerted my utmost control over the force. The impact would have merely caused a small wound, hardly a threat to your life." Hour explained dismissively, observing Minuo's fearful countenance. "It is not the injury I fear, but rather the fact that this battle was concealed from my sister. If she discovers I have been injured, she shall unleash her wrath upon me," Minuo explained with a wry smile, noting Hour's disdainful expression. Upon hearing this, Hour recalled the silver-haired girl from the previous day, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the unconscious Minuo, as well as Minuo's furtive attempts to practice this morning. And he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, should you sustain injuries, given your sister's concern for you, a scolding is surely unavoidable. However, I did not anticipate your swordsmanship to possess such potency, and with the wooden swords broken, your aspirations for a breakthrough may be dashed. Indeed, it seems I shall have to wait for another opportunity to test my true sword." Minuo sighed in resignation, estimating that Mina would soon return. He hastily tidied the courtyard and invited Hour inside for water and rest. Chapter 16. A stroke of good fortune. One might wonder if Minuo's fortune was merely serendipitous or a result of his precise calculations, before Hour could finish his first cup of water. Mina entered the room, causing Minuo, still glistening with perspiration, to internally exclaim in relief. "Minuo, have you been secretly training again? How many times must I tell you? You sustained a grave injury, and even though Lord Hour has healed you with divine magic, you have lost considerable blood and should rest for a few days. Why do you persist in disobedience?" Perhaps having noticed the remnants of their earlier struggle scattered around the courtyard, Mina, although puzzled as to why Minuo, who usually trained without disturbing the environment, had chosen today to act differently, concluded it must be due to Minuo's eagerness to break through. "How could that be? Sister, I always heed your advice if you say not to train." "I certainly shall not train. You are merely overthinking." "That may be so, but when you engage in training, I cannot contain you. It is well known that each morning you train like a madman, impervious to any calls," Mina retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the grinning Minuo. Initially intending to continue chastising him, she was suddenly distracted by Hour seated in the living room and shot Minuo a look that clearly conveyed, "We shall discuss this later," as she hurried towards Hour. Perhaps due to the deep bond between them, Mina felt immense gratitude towards Hour, recalling her distress when Minuo had been on the brink of death. Despite Hour's repeated refusals, Mina busily sought ways to lavish hospitality upon him. Although she had indicated earlier that they would address Minuo later, her focus shifted entirely to attending to Hour, and given that Minuo bore no signs of the usual post-training fatigue, she likely believed he had not trained too vigorously and would let him off lightly. With Mina's prolonged absence in confronting him, Minuo's anxiety gradually subsided, and his mind began to wander elsewhere. One particular enigma troubled him. Why had Hour accepted his challenge and engaged so earnestly in instructing him during their sparring? Previously, Minuo had concentrated solely on enhancing his chances of a breakthrough and had not contemplated this matter. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather illogical. He was but a mere level 1 warrior, with no prior connection to Hour, who had even saved his life. Furthermore, his esteemed grandfather from the clergy did not belong to the same faction as Hour within the Supreme Divine Church. If Hour had aided him out of camaraderie, then surely he had exhausted that goodwill when he painstakingly healed him. Conversely, if Hour's assistance stemmed from a transactional nature of the Supreme Divine Church, it was perplexing why he would squander time on someone as inconsequential as Minuo, especially with future endeavors ahead. However, to suggest that Hour sought something from him seemed far-fetched. After all, he and his sister had fled to Taisai Town, and there was little to entice Hour among their meager possessions. Even if there was something of value, they surely had not brought it along to display, unless Hour coveted Minuo's great sword, which might possibly be a treasured weapon for practice. Yet, not only did Hour not appear to be a swordsman who wielded great swords, But the stringent requirements for inheriting such treasures often relegated them to mere collectibles after their owner's demise. If it were for the sake of swordsmanship, that was conceivable, although Minuo's swordplay did not yet reveal its full potential. The rapid advancement of his accompanying fighting spirit training indicated it was of a high caliber. However, considering the peculiarities of this swordplay, it was unlikely that it would hold much appeal for Our, who possessed his own esteemed martial heritage. Could it be due to his sister? Mina was indeed strikingly beautiful and possessed a temperament that was exceptionally gentle. Yet, Our did not seem to be the type to be swayed by carnal desires. And there had been no rumors of such behavior within the Supreme Divine Church. Moreover, Our's demeanor towards Mina, as she fervently attended to him, appeared indifferent, akin to that of a passerby. What, then, could possibly motivate such an extraordinary course of action from him? Could he possibly be Minuo's father, rumored to have perished far away? But why, then, did he show kindness towards Minuo yet remain stoic and formal with Mina, as if she were merely an ordinary stranger? Confounded, Minuo stared intently at Our, seeking any glimmer of insight into his thoughts. Minuo, what are you daydreaming about? We are running low on soy sauce. Hurry and borrow some from Grandpa Kansai. Mina's voice snapped Minuo from his reverie. Accepting the soy sauce bottle from his sister, he cast aside his musings and hastily went to procure the needed ingredient. Regardless of Our's motivations for assisting him, he had nothing of value to entice anyone. If he could reap the benefits of this unexpected guidance, he would gladly accept it, even if it were simply because Our had taken a liking to him and wished to offer some instruction. Though Mina had done her utmost to entertain Our, the aftermath of the undead calamity had driven away the merchants, leaving her to make do with the remnants of what the previous owner had left behind. After dinner, while Mina busied herself with clearing the table, Our and Minuo engaged in a discussion about the shortcomings and flaws observed during their earlier practice. Once Mina had tidied up, Our informed Minuo that they would have the opportunity to test their skills with real swords in the future to see if he could achieve a breakthrough before taking his leave. Reflecting on Our's penetrating gaze as he departed, Minuo couldn't shake the feeling that Our was peering into some distant, unknown realm through him. Not long after Our's departure, while Minuo was lost in contemplation of their earlier battle and pondering his own deficiencies, he was suddenly jolted by a commotion outside. He could vaguely hear jubilant shouts heralding the arrival of reinforcements. Realizing that aid had finally come to Houston City, Minuo rushed outside to witness the scene. Exiting the house, he found a crowd assembled, much like himself, eager to glimpse the reinforcements as they approached the town. Gradually, Minuo sensed a sudden heaviness in the air, and the previously boisterous crowd around him instinctively lowered their voices or fell silent altogether. Soon, just as Minuo began to feel a sense of suffocation, the ranks of reinforcements finally came into view. Led by a dozen commanders mounted on magnificent steeds, a substantial contingent of soldiers clad in uniform plate armor marched steadily down the main thoroughfare of Taisai Town. A quick count revealed approximately 500 of them. Although these soldiers bore no insignia indicating their ranks from the mercenary guild, Minuo could discern from the subtle aura emanating from their formation that none among them were of the same lowly rank as himself. As if to confirm his thoughts, Minuo soon overheard whispers from those privy to insider information. This contingent of royal reinforcements from Houston City comprised warriors of no lesser rank than level 2. Each having condensed their fighting spirit into seeds, the squad leaders were at least level 3, while the commanding officer and his 2 lieutenants were level 6 and 5, respectively, given the common structure of 10 individuals per squad. There must have been at least 50 level 3 and 4 warriors among the 500, alongside 1 level 6, and 2 level 5. The remainder were all seasoned warriors capable of adeptly wielding their fighting spirit. Such a formidable array of reinforcements finally allowed the townsfolk of Taisai, who had been living in dread beneath the ominous shroud of death hovering above and the lurking undead creatures in the nearby mountains, to feel a sense of relief. As the imposing contingent of warriors approached the town square, the mayor, who had been anxiously awaiting their arrival, received them with utmost solemnity. Fortunately, the leader of this troop did not appear to be one of those pompous aristocrats. Following the customary ceremony for the reinforcements' entry into the town, the captain promptly declined the mayor's grand welcoming proposal and instead dispatched a portion of his men to take over the defense of the walls. This action, which would typically be deemed bothersome during peacetime, brought immense joy to the current mayor, who hastily ceded authority over Taisai Town to the captain before he could even utter a word. If the arrival of such a powerful and numerous force of reinforcements was akin to a soothing balm that dispelled the shadows hanging over the townspeople, then the announcement made by the mayor in the afternoon resembled a radiant crystal lamp, banishing the clouds looming overhead and illuminating a brighter future. After receiving approval from higher authorities, the paladin Carlos resolved to lead a team into the mountains to eradicate the source of the wild, undead creatures. Once their gear was prepared, they set off without delay to by eliminating the origin of the wild undead. The relentless onslaught of these creatures would cease, and a gradual cleanse of the remaining undead in the mountains would ensure that Taysai Town would no longer need to fear sudden attacks from the undead army. With such a powerful force of reinforcements arriving and a direct plan of action in place, it seemed that the crisis facing Taysai Town had finally been averted. Chapter 17. The Path of Strength, Truly. Standing on the city wall, watching Carlos and his party gradually recede from view until their silver-armored figures were swallowed by the mountains, Mino felt a swell of emotion. These holy warriors, who had barely rested for a day in Taysai Town, had saved the lives of the entire town only the night before, and now they were selflessly embarking on another perilous journey for the safety of Taysai Town. Mino, momentarily at a loss for words, mused, "They are truly magnificent, aren't they? Is that what you wish to convey? Do not find it too incomprehensible. For those of us devoted to the supreme deity, combating evil and rescuing the innocent is our inherent duty. Anyone who bears this responsibility must heed this call. There is nothing particularly surprising about it." Just as Mino was lost in his reflections, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached his ears from behind. Turning to see the gleaming silver armor and the sturdy, unpretentious face, Mino nearly stumbled off the city wall in shock. "You, how have you returned? Didn't you just leave?" Leaning against the city wall, Mino stammered in astonishment. Seeing Mino's bewildered expression, OL burst into hearty laughter, causing Mino's cheeks to flush. Thankfully, OL, aware of the appropriate limits, stifled his laughter before Mino could become indignant and tossed a lollipop to him. Despite Mino's earlier display of maturity, the fact remained that he was merely a 13-year-old boy. For someone of his age, a finely crafted lollipop held considerable allure. Furthermore, knowing that OL was not a malicious figure, Mino accepted the lollipop and popped it into his mouth. The anger that had flared up from OL's teasing dissipated significantly. "Why do you look at me as if you've seen a ghost? You are the little hero who battled the undead. If others knew you were afraid of ghosts, your pride would surely take a hit, wouldn't it?" OL teased, ruffling Mino's hair. "Who says I'm afraid of ghosts? I was just reflecting on your departure, and suddenly, you appeared behind me. It startled me," Mino retorted, brushing OL's hand away from his head with annoyance. "Besides, your companions have all rushed off to find that cursed spatial rift. Why are you still here?" "Are you afraid, Sir OL? Look at you. Little rascal, damn, why staying here is not out of fear for my life. I have a task to complete. With so many injured townsfolk, if we rely solely on Priest Trick and his 3 apprentices, they might be overworked for weeks on end. I'm here to assist in helping our brave, injured warriors recover more swiftly. Is this arrangement from your captain, Lord Carlos? That seems unlikely, given that the recovery of the injured fighters in town is merely a matter of time. The priority should be the actions of Lord Carlos and his team, and one knows how many powerful undead lurk in the mountains beyond the town, and they all carry the holy light. Capable of drawing the ire of those undead, they are likely to face a continuous battle for several days. The significance of having one more healer is all too clear. How could Lord Carlos possibly make such an unwise decision? Well, it's commendable that you can think of these matters, but it seems you've overlooked a critical point. My companions are all seasoned holy warriors known for their sustained combat prowess. Although I am indeed the strongest healer in our team, specializing in healing divine magic, that does not mean my comrades are incapable of healing. For instance, my captain Carlos, while more adept at supportive magic, can effortlessly cast healing spells of level 3 or lower. The others in our group can at least perform the most basic healing spells, so whether I'm there or not makes little difference." As realization dawned on Mino, OL playfully tapped his head and said, "And I stayed here not just for you, little one, that I specifically requested time off from the captain to remain." Unfortunately, Mino was too focused on fending off OL's playful head taps to catch OL's last murmured words. "All right, let's head back. Since you've accepted a task from the captain, you should fulfill it diligently." With a wave of his hand signaling Mino to follow, OL casually discarded the lollipop stick and turned towards the stairs. "You go on and complete your task. What do you need me for? I can't heal. Mino protested, though he still devoured the lollipop in a few bites, imitating Oel by tossing the stick aside and hurriedly following him down the city wall. Don't say that. Aren't those injured individuals your comrades? Besides, I'm not familiar with Taysai Town. Having a guide would certainly enhance our efficiency. But I'm not a local either. My home isn't here, although I do visit often. Then that's fine. At least you know it better than I do. Thus, the two engaged in a playful argument as Mino, the so-called guide, followed Oel, observing him as he tended to the severely injured warriors from the previous battle, watching Oel's focused demeanor and serious expression while he cast healing spells. Mino found it hard to reconcile this image with that of the mischievous uncle who had teased him so relentlessly, especially as Oel wrote prescriptions for those with bone and organ injuries and repeatedly admonished them to take their medicine on time and avoid strenuous activity until they were fully healed. Mino was reminded of the gentle yet radiant figure of the elderly priest who had treated injuries in Taysai Town and the nearby villages for decades. That it was difficult to imagine that he was also a remarkably skilled swordsman. Logically, one would expect a holy knight, regardless of their expertise in healing magic, to serve primarily in battle. Yet Oel's demeanor resembled that of a priest dedicated to saving lives, creating a perplexing contradiction that left Mino puzzled. Having grown familiar with Oel over the past few days, he finally voiced his inquiry. Isn't the primary role of a holy knight still to fight? Why do you place such great importance on healing others? Surely, if you had the time, it would be far more beneficial to hone your swordsmanship, especially since these tasks could easily be entrusted to the clerics. Because sometimes, it is only when you find yourself in dire need of something you previously deemed insignificant that you realize its absence. As ALD spoke these words, his gaze appeared vacant yet profound, as if an inexhaustible sorrow and fury simmered within the abyss of his eyes. Minuo, do you understand why the rare holy knights boast so many formidable individuals? Although ALD's abrupt change of topic was jarring, Minuo couldn't shake off the impact of ALD's earlier words, and he suppressed his curiosity and inclination to jest, taking up ALD's thread of conversation with unexpected deference. Did you not mention that those who choose to become holy knights often possess a powerful legacy? And that those capable of inheriting such a legacy are typically geniuses, hence, the abundance of prodigies. It's not that simple. You must be aware of the legendary wall, the fabled barrier that countless extraordinary talents have fallen before. Why should the geniuses who become holy knights be any exception? I don't know. Minuo, still too distant from that wall to ponder such questions, answered candidly. Although he had yet to attain his professional insignia and was far from the wall, he recognized the validity of ALD's reasoning that in the face of that wall, which could transform lives, many so-called mediocrities who had spent decades climbing through the ranks easily crumbled, while some dazzling geniuses never touched the wall's edge in their lifetime. Thus, those artifacts, even if diminished in power after their master's demise, remained the most coveted treasures, for every individual who crossed that wall was, in essence, a living legend. Hence, Minuo eagerly anticipated ALD's next words. It is driven by desire. For every individual who becomes a holy knight is rooted in a profound longing within their soul, perhaps a quest for justice, a wish to aid humanity, or a thirst for vengeance to rectify past wrongs. Only those who clearly understand their pursuits and are willing to invest their utmost effort and future into it will resolutely embark on the arduous path of the holy knight. Even when they could easily tread the warrior's road, it is precisely these holy knights whose souls and lives ignite with an unwaveringly pure desire when confronted with that legendary wall, enabling them to transcend what can only be termed a miracle, achieving a transformation of life. After delivering this monologue, ALD paid no heed to Minuo, who remained lost in contemplation, striding purposefully away. ALD's words profoundly inspired Minuo. But what he truly yearned to understand was ALD himself, since he claimed that each warrior choosing to become a holy knight harbors a desire rooted in their soul. What could ALD's desire possibly be? Recalling the flickering flame he had glimpsed in ALD's eyes, Minuo was convinced it was not the pursuit of justice or the desire to aid humanity, but something far more intense. Yet, he neither wished nor dared to voice this inquiry. For he sensed that ALD's choice to become a holy knight bore a weight too heavy for him to shoulder at this moment. Chapter 18. The arrival of grim news. Barely had ALD departed when Minuo quickly regained his senses. Hastening after ALD's retreating figure, walking side by side as before, neither spoke a word about the previous topic, Yet the undercurrent of unspoken thoughts rendered their once casual banter stifled and somber. This oppressive atmosphere lingered throughout the day, but fortunately, by the following morning, they appeared as if nothing had transpired, sharing laughter as they walked together. Both seemed to tacitly avoid the subject of ALD's impassioned speech, as if ALD had never uttered those words, and Minuo had never heard them. Aside from accompanying ALD and treating the wounded, Minuo maintained his daily training regimen with unwavering diligence, even intensifying his efforts. Alas, the results remained negligible. The threshold he should have easily crossed loomed like an insurmountable chasm, leading Minuo to question whether he was indeed a so-called genius. Why did a barrier that others could traverse effortlessly feel like an unassailable obstacle for him? Minuo and ALD discussed this matter numerous times. Yet even with ALD's experience and knowledge, he could not provide an explanation for Minuo's predicament. Generally, exceptionally talented swordsmen, when confronted with the second-tier aura that could catalyze their transformation, required greater aura accumulation and superior physical conditioning due to their varying potential. However, Minuo's aura had reached a near saturation point, and his physical prowess rivaled that of many third-tier warriors. Logically, a breakthrough should have been an inevitable outcome for him. Yet it seemed as though an invisible hand firmly restrained his aura. No matter how hard he strained, his energy reservoir resembled a delicate maiden in waiting, visible yet untouchable. Faced with this situation, ALD could only encourage Minuo to persevere, suggesting that perhaps, with time and effort, his hard-earned potential might yield a breakthrough, and his condensed aura seed could prove even more robust and potent than that of many third-tier warriors. Despite these reassurances, Minuo, still young at heart, continued to seek opportunities for a genuine breakthrough, insisting on sparring with LD daily, hoping to achieve the fabled last-minute triumph that might unlock the barrier. Regrettably, contrary to his hopes, even with their daily duels, Minuo gained little more than combat experience. While the long-anticipated breakthrough remained elusive, in light of this, Minuo could only lament his fate, yet he found solace in the fact that, though not in the realm of aura, he was still making progress. Thus, he persisted in his daily sparring with the LD, who cheerfully obliged him, even as Minuo occasionally emerged with minor injuries. Despite LD's healing abilities, Minuo narrowly escaped being caught by Mina due to his tattered clothing. Today was no exception. After a morning spent tending to the stubbornly injured warriors in town, Minuo and ALD fell into their habitual sparring match. And, as expected, Minuo was decisively bested. Exhausted from the morning's exertions, he longed to return home for a hearty meal and a restful sleep. However, having been caught off guard, he was struck by ALD's blade, leaving a gash in his clothing. Although the bloodstains could be easily cleaned with a level 0 cleaning spell, the repair spell required for mending the tear was somewhat advanced, leaving Minuo to rely on his own needle and thread. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that little Minuo could sew. Where did such skills come from at such a young age? ALD remarked, leaning back against the wall and watching Minuo attentively as he threaded the needle with a grin. What is so remarkable about that? When I used to play in the mountains with Sharon and the others, I would often tear my clothes. My mother was unwell and my sister had her own affairs, so I couldn't always trouble them. I had to learn to do it myself. The more I practiced, the better I became, so it's nothing special, Minuo replied, deftly avoiding ALD's sweaty face as he finished the last few stitches. After biting the thread to sever it, he brandished the needle as if to jab it into Alderman. But I doubt your sewing skills are something you could just pick up casually. If I didn't know better, I might think you were a girl in disguise, ALD mused, glancing at Minuo's clothing, which bore no evidence of its recent tear, and then at Minuo's strikingly youthful features, which had a somewhat delicate quality. ALD chuckled inwardly, knowing well how much Minuo despised being mistaken for a girl. Had he dared to voice his thoughts aloud, he would likely have spent the afternoon fleeing from Minuo wielding a large sword. Hey, look over there. Aren't the holy practitioners returning? As Minuo and our frolicked atop the city wall, a soldier stationed there suddenly cried out. The townsfolk of Taysai were profoundly grateful to the selfless clerics who devoted themselves to eliminating the hidden dangers of their town, and the reinforcements from Houston held them in high regard. Thus, a single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Everyone atop the wall instinctively paused their tasks and turned to follow the direction indicated by the soldier's finger. In that direction, 5 or 6 indistinct shadowy figures, vaguely humanoid in shape, were gradually approaching Taysai. It truly resembles the clerics, one exclaimed. Their silver armor is unmistakable. At long last, they have returned. I wonder if they have discovered the source of that damned undead. If they have, perhaps we can return. The soldiers on the wall exchanged words, inadvertently revealing their trust in the cleric squad led by Carlos, regardless of whether they had located the spatial rift. It was certain that they would not suffer losses due to the undead in the mountains. Minuo had shared this sentiment, yet upon catching a glimpse of Aur's face, filled with regret and frustration as he gazed at his comrades, Minuo sensed that the situation was dire. Indeed, when Carlos and the others came into view, their condition exceeded all expectations of horror. The silver armor that should have gleamed was marred with varying degrees of damage, and each member bore wounds of differing severity. 2 clerics had even lost a hand. What struck terror into everyone was the grim realization that a team of 6 had returned with only 5. Any reasonable person could deduce the implications of such a loss. The cleric squad searching for the source of the undead had suffered a catastrophic defeat in the mountains, even failing to retrieve the body of their fallen comrade. The undead creatures in the mountains had proven to be alarmingly powerful, capable of overwhelming even a squad of elite clerics, all of whom were at least 4th level if such formidable undead were to launch an assault on Taysai. The townspeople would likely be overwhelmed in less than 3 hours, leading to utter annihilation. More terrifying still was the possibility that regardless of whether the efforts to destroy the spatial rift had succeeded, Carlos and his companions might have already provoked the undead. Those formerly placid beings, which had remained near the spatial rift to absorb death energy, were likely preparing for an all-out assault on Taysai. Yet one of Taysai's 2 premier elite combat units, Carlos's squad, had suffered significant losses due to a reckless incursion. The situation could hardly be worse. The mere thought of the hellish scenes that might unfold in the face of an enemy confrontation sent a shiver through Minuo. He then witnessed Aur leap down from the wall in a single bound, racing eagerly towards Carlos and the others. Upon seeing the wounded cleric squad, Minuo hurriedly followed suit. "Carlos, my leader, what has happened to the brothers? Where is Tafa? Where has that rascal gone?" As he drew closer, Minuo realized the situation was even graver than he had imagined. The remaining 5 members of Carlos's squad were all injured, with 2 already unconscious and entirely reliant on others for support. Witnessing the dire condition of his comrades, Aur, who usually wore a carefree expression, had tears welling in his eyes as he gazed frantically at Carlos. "We found the spatial rift, but the strength and number of the undead gathered there surpassed our expectations. Those damned evil beings even knew how to ambush us. Tafa was caught off guard, and, before we could pull him out, the undead swarmed us. For the safety of the group, I had no choice but to order a retreat. We were relentlessly pursued for 3 whole days before we managed to return. How could this happen? How could this happen? It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on staying here, perhaps Tafa wouldn't have died. And everyone wouldn't be in this state. It's all my fault." Faced with such circumstances, Carlos's decision was undoubtedly the most prudent, and while he fought for survival, Aur had been playing safely with children. He felt utterly unworthy to question Carlos about why he hadn't brought Tafa's body back, so Aur could only blame himself, blame his own ineptitude, his absence, and his underestimation of the task, which led to the inability to even recover the bones of a brother with whom he had fought for a decade. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Chapter 19. The Catastrophe of the Undead, Part 1. "Enough, Aur, we all understand your feelings. Tafa's death was entirely due to an ambush. In such circumstances, whether one more or one less would make no difference. Our immediate priority is to tend to the wounds of our brothers in preparation for the impending undead catastrophe. There is no time for you to wallow in guilt. Do you understand? Given the severe losses sustained by the team, any further dialogue would be futile. Furthermore, in urgent situations, every second gained in recovery could bolster their defenses against the undead." Thus, Carlos firmly pulled Aur up from the ground, meeting his reddened eyes with utmost seriousness. "Understood, Captain. I will tend to the brothers' injuries immediately." Despite his profound sorrow, Aur was nonetheless a battle-hardened warrior. Once Carlos articulated the urgency of the situation, Aur promptly lifted an unconscious cleric, while Minuo took hold of another, and the group entered Taysai amid the worried gazes of the others. Upon entering the temporary residence assigned to the clerics by the mayor, the weary Carlos and his companions could no longer hold themselves upright. Were it not for Minuo and Aur's timely support, they would likely have collapsed to the ground. "Minuo, fetch a basin of water to cleanse the captain's wounds. That I will tend to them right away." As Aur tore open the makeshift bandages from his comrade's wounds, He surveyed the gruesome injuries while preparing for a regeneration spell. All right, I'll be right back. Receiving Hour's instructions and realizing his presence would be of no assistance, Minuo immediately seized a basin and prepared to head out. Just then, Carlos, reclining on a nearby chair with his eyes closed, suddenly interrupted, halting Minuo's actions. No need for that. Hour, you can directly cast your divine spells on us. Minuo, please go immediately to notify the mayor and Commander Moore. Inform them to commence mobilization for battle and gather strategic supplies, and then return here to discuss our defensive plans. Upon hearing Carlos's directive, Minuo instantly understood which task was of greater importance than merely cleansing wounds to prevent scarring. Especially when Hour nodded in agreement after Carlos spoke. Minuo promptly discarded the basin and hurried towards the mayor's residence to relay the message. What a fine young man. No wonder you took a liking to him. I've heard he possesses remarkable talent. Were I in your position, even without the same thoughts, I would still be inclined to guide him. Observing the basin left spinning on the ground by Minuo, Carlos remarked in a rather indifferent tone, Captain, spare me the words of comfort that I know that even if I had accompanied you, I could not have changed Tafa's fate. Yet I cannot forgive myself for abandoning the team for my own selfish reasons. Leaving them in peril while I sat idly by. If I survive this, I will apply to join the exploration team heading to the underworld. Hour spoke heavily as he rummaged through the spell scrolls. Hour, you need not feel this way. That we all understand your predicament. No one will blame you for Tafa's death. You shouldn't bear this burden, nor should you consider joining some death-seeking expedition. Hearing Hour's words, Carlos was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to grasp Hour's arm. Now is not the time for such discussions. Captain, you should sit and rest properly. Steadying the nearly toppling Carlos, Hour fell silent and began to chant the spell from the exquisite scroll in his hands. Similar to casting spells, releasing divine magic must not be interrupted mid-chant, or it would backfire on the caster. Furthermore, Hour was relying on a scroll to cast a spell beyond his capabilities, should he be interrupted. Not only would he face severe backlash, but he would also waste an exceedingly precious divine spell scroll. Thus, even though Carlos had many words lodged in his throat, he could only helplessly swallow them back. To claim that Carlos and his comrades bore no resentment towards Hour's absence would be disingenuous. However, to place all the blame for their disastrous mission on Hour was equally impossible. After all, while Hour had not explicitly stated his reasons for staying behind, Carlos and the others understood well why he had done so. They could never bring themselves to force Hour to accompany them on what they believed to be a relatively safe mission, only to find that the undead surrounding the spatial rift outside Taysai were far more numerous and powerful than anticipated, resulting in their grievous losses. Carlos sincerely hoped that Hour would not carry this regret for the rest of his life, let alone sacrifice himself for it. Regrettably, or is currently engaged in the release of divine magic, and Carlos dares not disturb him in the slightest. Hence, he can only suppress these thoughts within his heart. Given the gravity of the situation, both Minuo, who is responsible for conveying messages, and the mayor and Moore, who have received the news, dare not exhibit even the slightest delay. After organizing personnel and completing preparations for battle along with the storage of strategic supplies, they hastily made their way to the residence of Carlos and the others. Unlike ordinary healing magic, the divine art of limb regeneration requires prolonged and stable output of holy light, as well as continuous guidance, which is why Or's divine magic remains incomplete, leaving no time to tend to the relatively minor injuries of Carlos and his companions. Fortunately, after a brief respite, Carlos's mental fortitude has significantly recovered. Furthermore, as the strongest member of the team, having achieved the 6th level, even though Carlos leads the charge at the forefront of the battle, his injuries are the least severe among the 5. After casting a healing spell on himself, while he is not yet fit for combat, he is capable of normal movement that, of course, to avoid disturbing Or, who is channeling divine magic, and the other teammates still recuperating. Carlos opts to change to another room to discuss strategies with the mayor and the others. Observing that the others are still covered in dust, although Or has not spoken, Minuo, who returned with the mayor, dutifully picks up a basin left aside to fetch water, meticulously cleans the wounds of the 4, and wraps them in fresh bandages before hurriedly apologizing to Or and returning home. If it were in accordance with Minuo's usual curious nature, she would undoubtedly find ways to listen in on the conversation between Carlos and the mayor. However, this is not a time for Minuo to indulge her curiosity, despite Carlos not having disclosed the levels and numbers of the undead lurking in the mountains outside Taysai town. Minuo is no fool. Merely by observing the injuries and the dismal return of Carlos and his companions, she can deduce what level of undead they encountered. To defeat a party comprising 1 6th level and 2 5th level holy warriors. There must be at least 3 6th level and 6 or more 5th level undead to accomplish such a feat. Moreover, to have forced them into such a predicament, in addition to these elite forces, there must be several times that number of 4th level undead creatures, as well as countless low-level undead beings to produce such an outcome. The continuous releases of death energy from the spatial rifts created by Carlos and his companions will undoubtedly provoke those undead creatures that regard the rifts as lifelines. While it remains unclear why the undead pursuing Carlos and the others in the mountains did not follow them to Tayside Town, it is an inevitable certainty that they will soon come to exact their vengeance. Once these undead appear outside Tayside Town, the countdown to the death of the townsfolk will commence, the duration of which remains unknown. In the face of such dire circumstances, Minuo's foremost desire is to ensure her sister and the others escape swiftly, as long as they are safe. She would not mind facing death in the struggle against the undead. Urgently pulling her sister to Night Wren's house, Minuo shares the current situation and her thoughts with everyone, urging them to hastily pack their belongings and flee. Just as they did last time, the threat of the undead calamity looms ominously close. Mina and the others may very well find themselves unable to escape, but every little bit counts. Just as it did previously, had it not been for the timely arrival of Carlos's holy warrior squad, it is likely that within an hour, all the warriors of Tayside Town would have perished, and the townsfolk who fled early would only have gained an additional 5 or 6 hours at most. The earliest to escape, Mina and Night Wren, might survive by holding out until they could meet with reinforcements. Thanks to the delays caused by the warriors and townsfolk against the undead, Minuo gambles on this slender hope. However, this time, Mina and the others are not as compliant as before, refusing to pack their things. Nightlie and Mina cling tightly to Minuo's hand, desperately pleading with her to leave together, insisting they will not go without her. Night Wren and Grandma Concert are engaged in similar discussions with Grandpa Concert. And regardless of how Minuo and Concert try to persuade them with reason and emotion, they remain resolute. After a prolonged stalemate, having exhausted every argument without convincing Mina and Nightlie, Minuo sees that Grandpa Concert has relented. Considering that if she were to remain obstinate, the ultimate outcome might indeed be their collective demise, she realizes that as a warrior, it is her duty to valiantly resist the invasion of her homeland, even at the cost of her life. However, her family does not share this responsibility, and the legacy of her family and her mother's wishes must be fulfilled by someone. Thus, Minuo ultimately concedes, deciding to flee Tayside Town with everyone. Seeing that Minuo has relinquished her insistence on staying to fight, radiant smiles blossom on Mina and Nightlie's faces as they eagerly gather essential supplies for their journey, witnessing the joy on their faces. Minuo realizes how profoundly she values their safety, just as they regard her well-being with equal importance. Her determination to stay and combat the undead has undoubtedly burdened her beloved family with immense sorrow. Yet, what can she do? While courage does not equate to recklessness, if one cannot even confront death, how can they claim to be courageous? An age-old saying holds that a warrior devoid of bravery can never truly be a warrior. Her path is that of a fighter, not a mage. If she fears battle, no matter how great her talent, she cannot break through the barriers to become a true powerhouse in this world where strength is synonymous with safety. Without reaching the 7th level, one may never wield dominion over their own life. At least, that is true for Minuo. Thus, even knowing that her choices may cause concern and sorrow among those who care for her, she finds herself unable to promise to cease her endeavors. Naturally, now that her sisters firmly assert that they will not leave without her, she cannot disregard their safety for her own selfish desires. Therefore, even at the risk of her future and bearing the label of cowardice, Minuo must find a way to ensure her sisters escape this calamity. That is the obligation of a true man. As she dons her battle gear, silently contemplating her thoughts, Minuo gazes at the distant, heavy, and low-lying city walls beneath the darkened sky of death. She bows slightly to apologize to the valiant warriors who perished upon these walls in previous battles, to those who still steadfastly defend them, and to those who will soon fight for the glory and dignity of life upon these very battlements. Ding 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 ding, just as Mina and the others finish preparing their belongings and are about to set off. The familiar sound of urgent bells suddenly echoes from the walls. The sound of the bells. Minuo turns her head slightly to meet the fearful gazes of Mina and night lie. Minuo. No. You promised us you would leave with us. Please do not become a person who breaks their word. In that fleeting moment, upon seeing the unwavering resolve in Minuo's eyes, Mina, who knows her brother's nature all too well, instantly comprehends the decision he has made. He does not wish to abandon them. He yearns to ascend the walls and engage in battle against the undead. I am sorry, sister. You know that if I lack sufficient strength, even if we survive this time, we will inevitably perish in another crisis. If that is the case, why should I bear the title of coward and welcome my own demise? How could there be a lack of strength? Minuo, you possess the finest talent. It is only a matter of time before you become a powerful individual capable of shaping your own destiny. Even if you cannot break through that barrier, I will surely acquire enough strength to protect the sky above us, the legacy of our family, the wishes of our mother, and our shared dream of touching the stars. All of these require us to survive to fulfill them. Furthermore, you are merely a fledgling first-level warrior. You would be of little consequence in such a battle. Why sacrifice your life for this? As she gazes at Minuo's seemingly carefree smile, Mina's heart aches, and she discards her usual gentle demeanor, shouting at Minuo like a madwoman. Do not say that, sister. You are aware of what transpired a year ago when I accompanied Mother. Perhaps my swordsmanship talent is indeed exceptional. But this evasion and retreat may become a thorn in my heart, preventing me from ever overcoming that barrier. If I am forever limited to the 6th level, even if you inherit the titles of our ancestors, I will only serve as a stain upon your life. What, then, is the meaning of my existence? As for the legacy of our family, our mother's wishes, and our shared dreams, those will have to be entrusted to you, sister, to strive for together, for you are the true bearer of our family's legacy. What I cling to is nothing more than a foolish fantasy, so I apologize, sister. Cradling Mina's face, Mino gently tidied the somewhat disheveled strands of her hair, softly whispering his thoughts into his sister's ear. Upon hearing Mino's words, Mina was reminded of the silent despondency and melancholy that enveloped their home after her brother and mother returned, coupled with the words spoken by her brother. She began to understand the profound transformation he had undergone over the past year. Maturing beyond his years, the torrent of thoughts surged through her mind, leading to a moment of distraction where she released her hold on Mino. When she regained her senses, all that remained was the almost indistinguishable silhouette of Mino and the haunting echo of his farewell. I shall go to battle, sister. I entrust everything to you. Please forgive my recklessness and selfishness. Although it was daytime, the presence of the deathly shroud rendered the scene eerily similar to that of days prior. The only notable difference was the increased number and strength of the warriors standing atop the city wall. Observing the robust figures of the standard-bearers clad in formal armor, Mino felt a profound sense of security welling up from within. Perhaps he had merely imagined the circumstances to be far worse. Now, with such a formidable army poised for combat, it seemed plausible that the spirits assailing Carlos and the others might remain inactive. Given the current strength of Taisai Town, it was conceivable that they could indeed hold their ground. Though Mino recognized the folly in his optimistic musings, he was, after all, just a child. Despite his reasons compelling him to persist in the fight, he hoped that he was not destined to engage in a battle of certain doom. Yet, as he ascended the city wall and beheld the boundless army of the undead beyond, the naivety of his thoughts struck him with stark clarity. Unless a legendary figure of level 7 arrived to offer aid, the fate awaiting Taisai Town was all but sealed, destined for destruction at the hands of the undead. Beyond the walls of Taisai Town, an endless expanse of white remained the predominant hue. Yet the sporadic interjections of black should not be underestimated. T.O. described the undead army outside as a sea of white would be a grave misrepresentation. The skeletal undead, devoid of flesh, occupied the lowest echelon of the undead hierarchy. Excluding certain exceptions, the majority of the pale skeletons were mere low-level specters that in stark contrast. The blackened corpses could transform their corporeal forms into vessels of death. Even the weakest of these cadaverous beings ranked as a formidable level 2 undead, surpassing the skeletal warriors. Likewise, the spectral undead, shrouded in darkness, boasted a minimum of level 2 strength, and due to their unique physiology, unless faced with an equally adept spellcaster, ordinary warriors lacking special lineage would find it nearly impossible to mount an effective assault before reaching level 4. Thus, even a fleeting glance at the colors of the undead forces beyond the town provided Mino with a clear understanding of their terrifying power. This was compounded by his extensive knowledge of the levels and corresponding forms of these undead creatures. He could easily identify more than 10 level 5 undead and a singular, fearsome level 6 entity with just a cursory look. Why have you come here, little Mino? You have already heard the captain's description of the undead's might, and you should understand that this is no place for you. You ought to flee with your family. Just as Mino was lost in fear of the overwhelming strength of the undead, the booming voice of or interrupted his thoughts, observing the evident concern and unmistakable reproach etched upon the broad man's face. Mino felt warmth flooding back into his heart, which had been chilled by terror. Running is no option, and as a warrior, even one of lesser strength should persist in battle, should they not? Is it not the greatest shame for a warrior to bear wounds from behind? Mino acknowledged Or's good intentions, yet his resolve was unshakable. He playfully sidestepped Or's admonitions. But that is not a valid excuse for your presence here. You are far too young, almost a child, with such remarkable talent. You were destined to become a great warrior and should not meet your end in such a place. Or's dissatisfaction with Mino's retort was palpable, and he earnestly implored him to reconsider. Have you ever encountered a genius who struggles to break through level 2? Or, perhaps my talent appears commendable to you, but to some, I am a complete failure. Furthermore, you have stated that possessing unwavering resolve is crucial to overcoming barriers. If I were to flee today, even if I survived, I would forever be haunted by regret for my cowardice. Allow me to fight alongside you. Despite Mino's repeated affirmations of his determination and reasoning, Or remained steadfast in his efforts to persuade him. However, the undead's assault had already commenced, with Carlos and the others still recuperating, or representing the clergy, could not permit any doubts regarding the clergy's commitment to battle to arise atop the walls. Thus, he had to engage in combat. The battle has begun, and while I still believe your intentions are misguided, I regret that I lack the time to debate this matter with you. However, even if you wish to join the fight, this is not the place for you. A single skeleton archer's arrow could claim your life. Go and prepare strategic supplies with the other level 1 warriors. That would be the best way for you to contribute to the battle. With that, Or departed, casting a serious glance at the undead army outside the town before looking at his own hands. Mino could not deny that Or's words held merit. He had come to contribute to the fight, not to foolishly risk his own life. Thus, he willingly accepted Or's advice and rushed to join the team preparing siege engines. Chapter 21. The Cataclysm of the Undead, Part 2, as the two armies faced off. The sight of the densely packed undead below the city walls inexplicably dampened the morale of the human soldiers by threefold, fortunately, having risen to elite status amidst the desolation of the kingdom of Mauen. These soldiers were imbued with resilience, understanding that true despair only descended upon them the moment they relinquished their will to resist. Consequently, not a single soldier displayed the weakness of casting down their weapons and fleeing. Of course, the undead were entirely indifferent to the humans' unyielding spirit. Their rudimentary brains lacked the capacity to contemplate such subtle emotions. Their singular focus was to obey their instinctual hatred for the living and the commands of the powerful. Intent on extinguishing all life within Taisai Town. In this battle, much like the humans forbidding level 1 warriors from engaging atop the walls, the skeletal undead, who had previously served as the main force in the last assault, were now relegated to the role of cannon fodder, primarily tasked with exhausting the stamina of human warriors while also serving as makeshift projectiles for the stronger undead, even bolstered by the deathly shroud. The attacks of these low-level undead posed little threat to the soldiers who held the advantageous position, especially with a sufficient reserve of warriors ready to rotate in. The skeletal force's efficacy in depleting the soldiers' energy was nearly non-existent. Rather, it was the unexpected volleys of skeletal projectiles hurled by the intermediary undead that proved surprisingly effective, although these flying skeletons lacked substantial power due to their casual toss. Their disruptive capabilities were formidable. A sudden undead projectile descending from the sky could catch a warrior, engrossed in combat, off guard, often resulting in a grievous wound, even after commanders arranged for long-armed soldiers to deal with these skeletons. The obstruction caused by the similar size of the projectiles often became an inadvertent weapon against the warriors. Observing the impact of the undead's bombardment on the human side, the intermediate undead, possessing a degree of intelligence, took notice. What had begun as a spontaneous act of tossing quickly adopted a more deliberate nature, not to mention the increased frequency of attacks affecting the human soldiers. Those skeletons that overshot and landed within Taisai Town posed yet another significant problem. Despite the initial chaos leading to the demise of a few townsfolk caught off guard, the level 1 warriors stationed within the town swiftly dispatched the descending skeletons. However, this necessitated that nearly half of the level 1 warriors remain behind to protect the townspeople from the undead threat, thereby significantly slowing the preparations for the siege engines. Fortunately, the city walls provided a barrier, shielding the undead outside from witnessing the situation within the town, as they remained fixated on the warriors atop the walls. Ultimately, the instances of skeletons inadvertently falling into the town were few and far between. Near the city walls, with a resounding thud, a skeletal warrior wielding a rusted sword descended from above, shattering a wooden cart laden with colossal stones freshly unearthed from the mountainside. While this minorly wounded specter posed a significant threat to the first-tier warriors tasked with transporting these stones, it was imperative that they swiftly eliminate this unwelcome intruder. Otherwise, no soldier would dare to continue their labor in the face of such formidable opposition without the advantage of terrain. It seemed utterly unrealistic for a mere squad of first-tier warriors to vanquish a second-tier undead. Even if this particular specter was hampered by an injured leg, rendering its already sluggish movements even more cumbersome, as the warriors hesitated, contemplating a collective assault on the skeletal foe, a somewhat diminutive blonde warrior stepped forward. With remarkable swiftness, he executed 3 precise strikes, exploiting a momentary opening in the skeletal warrior's defenses caused by its injured leg, and plunged his sword into the hollow eye socket of the undead, reducing it to a heap of useless bones. Let us move quickly. Everyone on the wall is still waiting for our stones, even if we cannot directly engage in battle from atop the walls. We must do our utmost to assist them, he calmly declared, shouldering a massive stone. Glancing back at the still-dazed first-tier warriors in the wake of this sudden turn of events, Minuo spoke with a composed demeanor before laboriously ascending the wall with his burden. The tumultuous emotions stirred by Minuo's valor were forcibly subdued as these warriors followed in his footsteps, gradually making their way toward the ramparts. As Minuo rightly pointed out, being unable to fight due to lack of strength was indeed a disgrace for any warrior. If they could not even manage the rudimentary task of transporting stones, how were they any different from the ordinary townsfolk hiding in their homes? They were unwilling to relinquish their dignity as warriors so easily. Thus, all other thoughts had to be cast aside, as completing their mission was of utmost importance. Upon reaching the walls, they risked being struck by bone arrows as they pushed the stones off the ramparts, obliterating the human ladder constructed from skeletal remains. Minuo quickly crouched behind a parapet, panting heavily, his gaze landing on a comrade who had fallen victim to a bone arrow. Gritting his teeth, Minuo rose again, pushing the stone that his fallen comrade had failed to deliver over the edge. Carrying the lifeless body of his companion down from the wall, he noted the ghastly white arrow embedded in the warrior's chest, turning to observe the armored figures of those still battling the undead on the walls. Minuo comprehended, for the first time, the true meaning of the phrase that equipment reflects a warrior's might. Were it not for their sturdy iron armor, these second-tier warriors would likely have fared little better against the third-tier skeletal archers. However, with such equipment, as long as they could evade critical hits, the lethal bone arrows lost much of their potency. This very reason allowed the defenses of Taysai Town to endure amidst the onslaught of flying projectiles. Yet, even with every participating warrior clad in armor, it did not guarantee the safety of those on the walls, for the bone arrows that could effortlessly claim the life of a first-tier warrior were merely minor players on today's battlefield. The true protagonists of this grim tale were, besides the relentless tide of undead gradually eroding Taysai Town's defenses, the insidious intermediaries, the undead that had long been sharpening their blades in anticipation. As the ranks of the undead continued to dwindle, a group of powerful undead, initially hindered by their compatriots, finally found their opportunity to strike point one by one. Formidable 4th and 5th-tier undead leaped onto the walls. Despite the presence of vigilant human defenders ready to slay them, however, due to the scarcity of human warriors, there would always be gaps in their defenses, and each occurrence of this nature meant the sacrifice of several brave souls. Under the dim canopy of night, the seemingly boundless sea of undead surged forth, crashing against the gray-brown walls of Taysai Town like relentless waves upon the shore. The bone arrows, swirling chaotically through the air, resembled shattered droplets of water, while the undead assailants scaling the walls appeared as ferocious sharks, each lunge capable of tearing away a bloody piece of flesh, regardless of whether they could escape the chaos unscathed. The human defenders on the walls, akin to grains of sand striving to remain dry amidst rising tides, endured the relentless onslaught, even as comrades were drenched with each impact, yet they persisted in their seemingly futile struggle. This was the current state of the battlefield at Taysai Town. Although hope lingered for the moment, with the emergence of ever larger sharks launching themselves onto the beach, the grains of sand on this small stretch would inevitably be submerged and soaked by the encroaching ocean of undead. When that time came, all the hopes and efforts witnessed now would appear utterly laughable in comparison to today's undead assault. The army that had nearly annihilated Taysai Town days prior seemed almost comical. Akin to children playing house. Perhaps only with such a terrifying offensive could one truly label it a calamity of the undead, faced with a disaster as unstoppable as a flood or a landslide. It seemed that only legendary beings transcending human existence possessed the power to reverse the tide. It was no wonder that individuals regarded those below the 7th tier with such disdain. As Minuo continued to transport stones, he observed the battlefield while reflecting on memories he would likely never forget. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps those individuals were not entirely in the wrong. Their intentions may have even been noble. His resentment stemmed merely from the shattering of a facade he had long maintained, and the ultimately unacceptable outcome that it appeared that he was not entirely unafraid of death, despite his usual calm demeanor. When confronted with the specter of mortality, a torrent of chaotic thoughts erupted uncontrollably in his mind. But what use was it to ponder such matters now? The consequences had already been set in stone, and his vows to his mother had been made. Could he truly reconsider and start anew just moments before his impending demise? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Minuo forced a wry smile. Shaking his head to cast away the trivial thoughts swirling in his mind, he then dusted himself off, preparing for the next round of transport. Wait a moment. Are you Mr. Minuo? A healer wishes to see you in the treatment room. Just as Minuo was about to set off with the wooden cart toward the quarry, an urgent warrior called out to him. Upon hearing the keywords treatment room and healer, Minuo's mind went blank. He hastily discarded the cart and dashed toward the treatment room established by the city walls. Chapter 22. Psychic Weapons. Are you alright, Hour? Is this really the time to be meeting in the treatment room during an undead assault? Do you still wish for me to flee? I'll say it once more. No matter what. I refuse to be a coward. Minuo rushed into the treatment room, believing Hour to be gravely injured, only to find him sitting there unscathed, albeit somewhat pale. Feeling deceived by his emotions, Minuo's tone turned rather ungracious as he expressed his grievances to Hour. How can you speak like that? You little rascal, do you think Lord Hour came here to slouch around? He arrived here gravely wounded after battling a 5th-tier regeneration demon. What right do you, a mere foot soldier hiding behind the lines, have to question such a valiant hero? Before Hour could respond, a nearby apothecary vehemently challenged Minuo, ready to chase him off had he not sensed the camaraderie between the two from Minuo's earlier remarks. Upon hearing that Hour was indeed injured, Minuo quickly apologized to both the apothecary and Hour. Carefully observing Hour's pallid visage, it dawned on him that Hour had likely employed healing magic to mend his skin superficially. A temporary fix to staunch the bleeding, which explained his seemingly intact condition. Honestly, it's nothing serious, just a few bones got broken by that damned undead. Once my mental energy recovers, I'll cast another healing spell. And I'll be right as rain, Hour said with his usual boisterous charm, as if he had merely scraped his knee. However, the others, like Carlos, are still recuperating, so the responsibility of maintaining the healer's reputation falls solely on me. Although I'll be ready to join the fray after a brief rest, I can't help but feel embarrassed to leave the walls without the power of the holy light. Therefore, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Minuo, as he absorbed the familiar laughter of AOL, which subtly hinted at vulnerability, Mino felt his eyes moistened. In recent days, he had been accompanying AOL to tend to the wounded warriors of Taysai Town. His understanding of divine arts had deepened beyond mere superficiality. While healing spells were indeed convenient and swift, they bore a critical flaw, namely, their limited efficacy on bone injuries. The reasons for this limitation eluded Mino. Yet he was acutely aware that fractures were among the most challenging injuries for healing magic. If healing spells were employed during a fracture, they could potentially cause the bones to mend in incorrect formations, leaving the afflicted with permanent disabilities. Thus, aside from utilizing exceptionally high-level divine arts, as AOL himself asserted, the best remedy for a fracture was natural healing, supplemented by medicinal aids to hasten recovery. Therefore, AOL's reassurances felt disingenuous. his true intent was merely to alleviate Mino's worries. If AOL could genuinely recover swiftly to rejoin the fray, why had he not done so already? Nevertheless, Mino recognized that voicing these thoughts would serve no purpose other than to embarrass AOL and waste time in explanation. Instead, he proactively inquired how he could assist AOL. "Ah, I see. That puts my mind at ease. So, AOL, what do you wish for me to do? I shall certainly help in any way I can." "Well, it's nothing much. I simply wish for you to take my weapon and armor and replace me on the city wall during the battle. You need not confront the formidable mid-tier undead. Just slay as many of them as you can, demonstrating that we, the holy warriors, have not retreated." "Very well, AOL. You can trust me with this task. I shall not disappoint you." To take AOL's place as a holy warrior in battle seemed an insurmountable challenge. The mere thought of the mid-tier undead leaping onto the city wall sent a shiver down Mino's spine. Besides, he had stayed behind to fight. It would be far more meaningful for his sacrifice to serve a greater cause than to continue with the menial task of transporting stones. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mino acquiesced to AOL's request. "Is this a magical weapon and armor?" Swiftly donning the gleaming silver armor that AOL had removed and taking the silver longsword he was handed, Mino felt a surge of strength coursing through him as he swung the longsword. Watching the blinding silver light slice through the air, he gasped in astonishment. This light armor, the evil resistor, is indeed a magical armor bestowed by the Church. Although your abilities, little Mino, are not yet sufficient to unleash the fourth-level magical brilliance of this armor, the passive effect of the strengthening spell can elevate your second-tier prowess to approximately the third tier. Furthermore, the divine magic formations that resist evil and the quality of the armor itself will render you nearly immune to attacks from creatures below the third tier, as long as you do not engage the mid-tier undead head-on. However, you are mistaken about the weapon. My vow of valiance is a psychic weapon crafted upon my ascension to the fourth level as a holy knight, beyond the amplification abilities you cannot yet utilize. Its holy flame attacks against the undead can incinerate even the toughest of fourth-tier fleshless foes, and against incorporeal undead, it doubles its damage. Isn't it impressive? Seeing Mino genuinely astonished by the effects of his equipment, AOL erupted into laughter, explaining the capabilities of his gear. His pride was unmistakable, especially when discussing the longsword named Vow of Valiance. Such formidable effects. This light armor must be of at least superior quality. Yet it is distributed freely. Truly, the Church of the Supreme Deity is immensely wealthy. However, the power of this longsword rivals that of legendary warriors' artifacts. It is a special type of equipment known as a psychic weapon. And it was crafted by you, AOL. How is that possible? Upon hearing the unfamiliar term psychic weapon from AOL, Mino curiously toyed with the longsword in his hand, eager to learn more about it. This is a unique weapon formed when we holy warriors crystallize our professional insignia, projecting the strength of our faith into reality. Relying on the power of the Holy Spirit, it is akin to a specially tailored precious magical weapon, essentially a weakened version of a legendary artifact. However, if I were to perish, it would revert to an ordinary longsword, significantly inferior to a true artifact. Nevertheless, it remains an exceedingly rare piece of equipment. Only when I break through barriers and achieve legendary status in the future can Vow of Valiance become a true artifact. Enduring through the ages. After listening to AOL's explanation, Mino was filled with admiration for the remarkable psychic weapon, yearning to glean more about it. However, he understood that the most pressing task at hand was to replace AOL on the city wall and join the battle. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries, quickly acclimating to the enhancements bestowed by the armor before stepping onto the battlefield. With a decisive strike against a skeletal warrior's skull, Mino exerted minimal force. Yet the sharp Vow of Valiance cleaved through the hardened bone effortlessly. The subsequent holy flames consumed the remnants entirely. Witnessing the immense power of Vow of Valiance, Mino's confidence soared, and any lingering hesitation in his movements dissipated. Against the low-level skeletons, he felled them with a single stroke. And even the formidable bone demons and zombies, which had once been beyond his capabilities, fell swiftly under his blade. Unlike other powerful warriors who remained vigilant against the mid-tier undead, Mino's combat efficiency was astonishing, akin to a whirlwind of silver sweeping across the city wall. Thanks to Mino's actions, the casualty rate for Taysai Town plummeted. Observing the presence of a strong ally to confront the dangerous third-tier undead bolstered the morale of the human soldiers. alleviating their fatigue from continuous combat. The undead, possessing a modicum of intelligence, were not foolish. Not long after witnessing Mino's remarkable victories, a fourth-tier bone demon leaped towards him, exuding an aura of terror. Mino instinctively felt a surge of fear. But he realized that other warriors were occupied with their own adversaries. Should he retreat, the bone demon would wreak havoc upon the city wall. Contemplating the dire consequences of such an escape, Mino steadied his trembling legs and charged forward, sword raised against the bone demon's claws. With a horizontal strike, Mino staggered back several steps, but successfully blocked the demon's ferocious assault. Seizing the opportunity, he braced himself against the bone demon's powerful swipe, enduring the pain to carve a deep gash into its skull with vow of valiance. The ignited holy flames burned fiercely at the wound for some time before extinguishing. Wounded by Mino's strike, the bone demon's fury intensified, forcing Mino to adopt a defensive stance. He strained to withstand the relentless onslaught of the demon's claws, ultimately relying on the holy flames triggered by vow of valiance to incinerate the demon's right paw as it continued to pound against his sword. With a final thrust, he pierced the wound he had inflicted earlier, extinguishing the soul fire that served as the demon's life core and concluding the battle. Gazing at the massive corpse of the bone demon before him, and then at the gleaming blade of vow of valiance, Mino came to a profound realization of the weapon's incredible power. Chapter 23. Never retreat. After shaking the vow of valiance in his hand, Mino sighed with a blend of envy and regret. Once he summoned others to clear away the remains of the bone demon, the silver storm of slaughter surged anew across the city wall. To claim that Mino, accustomed to wielding a blunt greatsword, was not envious of the sharp and powerful vow of valiance would be a blatant lie. Yet, as AOL had mentioned, this psychic weapon was a specialty of the holy warriors of the Church of the Supreme Deity, unattainable by other professions, be they warriors or mages. Thus, such envy would forever remain a distant, unachievable dream. After all, Mino's own path was already fraught with difficulty and complexity. If he were to pursue the teachings of holy light, he feared that his already tenuous hopes of reaching the pinnacle would be irrevocably dashed. Dispatching a skeletal warrior that attempted to thrust a sword at him, Mino caught a glimpse of his own face reflected on the silver blade and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Witnessing Mino's ability to contend with the mid-tier bone demon, even managing to turn the tide, the mid-tier warriors, who had been struggling against their own undead foes, breathed a collective sigh of relief. With their focus reclaimed, they engaged the rushing mid-tier undead with renewed vigor, coordinating their efforts to dispatch several foes amidst the chaos. Upon witnessing the formidable mid-tier undead perishing upon the city walls, the morale of the human warriors surged once more. Seizing this momentum, several mid-tier mages unleashed a barrage of area of effect spells, effectively repelling the relentless tide of the undead. The area spells at the base of the walls continued to wreak havoc, causing the lower-tier undead cannon fodder to hesitate in their advance, while even the resilient mid-tier undead were reluctant to sacrifice themselves unnecessarily. Remarkably, the incessant undead assaults that had plagued the walls since the onset of battle momentarily ceased. Taking advantage of this reprieve, the weary warriors, having fought tirelessly for nearly 2 hours, swiftly coordinated a collective change of guard to alleviate their fatigue, concerned that mid-tier undead might launch an unexpected assault. All the mid-tier powerhouses refrained from descending to rest below, instead opting to huddle behind the beacon towers on the walls for a brief respite. Although Minuo lacked the requisite level, his combat prowess had been proven in battle, and coupled with Or's commission, he too remained steadfastly on the walls. As the youngest among the group, Minuo received a warm welcome. Many eagerly patted him on the shoulder, sharing their treasured wines from flasks. Unfortunately, having never encountered such libations, Minuo found himself unable to handle the fiery taste and graciously declined their generous offers. His inability to partake in the camaraderie of the mid-tier warriors left him feeling isolated, leading him to sit quietly in a corner, vowing to defend with unwavering resolve. That he reflected on the strong individuals who had previously regarded him with disdain, now engaging him in unabashed, enthusiastic conversation. Minuo could not help but marvel at the significance of combat strength. This was the harsh reality of the borderlands. Without commensurate combat ability, one could never truly integrate into the circles of those who could easily dispatch them. Conversely, possessing sufficient power, whether derived from personal training or bolstered by equipment, was paramount. Strength alone sufficed. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Minuo instinctively touched the evil defender adorning him, recognizing that all his current capabilities stemmed from this magical armor. Without its defensive properties and the strength granted by the robustness spell, even with his resolve to protect, he would lack the capacity to confront mid-tier undead head-on. Yet, this armor ultimately belonged to Or. And even if it were his, he would need to remain vigilant against those with nefarious intentions seeking to kill and plunder. This realization only amplified Minuo's yearning for greater power in the heat of battle. Rest was fleeting. Before long, the skeletal ladder of pale bones was once again assembled, and the undead resumed their assault. Despite acknowledging Minuo's prowess, the previous battle's outcomes were evident to all, and given Minuo's foundational strength, which remained lacking, his earlier victory against the Bone Demon had been perilous. Continuous encounters with mid-tier undead could spell disaster with a single misstep. Thus, Minuo's task remained to assist the secondary warriors in fortifying their defenses. Thanks to Minuo's dedicated efforts, the casualty rate among the warriors diminished further, particularly due to the security he provided, reminiscent of the effect witnessed during the cleric's previous engagement. Observing the grateful smiles of the soldiers, an indescribable pride swelled within Minuo's heart. Faced with the formidable undead army outside the town, the defenses of Taisai town had remarkably held firm, defying expectations. While the enemy's assault was fierce, the casualty rates remained within acceptable bounds. Invigorating the soldiers atop the walls, they felt a renewed vigor coursing through their bodies, fighting with utmost determination for the hope that seemed just within reach. However, for Minuo and his mid-tier counterparts, the situation was increasingly peculiar. The low-tier undead were indeed relentless in their attacks. Yet the mid-tier undead appeared to be operating under a peculiar restraint, as if compelled to fight without full commitment. Aside from occasional ferocious charges from some level 4 undead, the level 5 and 6 undead rarely engaged, and when they did, it was merely superficial. The residual chaos from their skirmishes would inadvertently claim many human lives, raising questions about how the defensive line had endured thus far. According to Carlos and his comrades, these undead were not mere tourists. They had come seeking vengeance, driven by their innate hatred for the living and an insatiable thirst for flesh. The current scenario was a profound deviation from their typical behavior. The undead must be orchestrating some insidious scheme. Yet, voicing such concerns would only serve to dampen the spirits of the already buoyed warriors. And thus Minuo and his companions could only suppress their apprehensions, striving to eliminate more undead and hoping their fears were unfounded. But was such hope realistic? As time wore on, the intensity of the undead's assaults waned. With the mid-tier undead largely refraining from action, standing idly outside Taisai town as if awaiting some signal, this unsettling calm was not lost on the warriors engaged in combat with the low-tier undead. They too recognized the abnormality. Yet, recognizing the issue did little to alter their circumstances. The mid-tier undead's inaction did not grant the human warriors the opportunity to charge out and harvest the low-tier undead, but to preserve their combat effectiveness for any potential threats. The human powerhouses could only stifle their desire for battle. It was as if an unspoken agreement had been reached. While the low-tier forces fought ferociously, the mid-tier forces stood by as passive observers, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. This oppressive atmosphere was unbearable. The fear of the unknown rendered everyone on edge, prompting Minuo to entertain the absurd notion that even a direct charge into battle might be preferable to the current predicament. Yet this thought flickered through his mind only to be extinguished in an instant, not only because Minuo lacked the authority to issue such commands, but also due to the heightened safety afforded by the mid-tier undead's inactivity. The casualty rates among the human warriors plummeted. Only a fool would squander such a fortuitous situation, recklessly engaging in combat against an overwhelmingly powerful undead army. Regrettably, the actions of the undead would not bend to Minuo's desires. After nearly half an hour of this bizarre standoff, a terrifying wave of oppressive force erupted from the mountains surrounding Taisai town. With this emergence, the previously lethargic mid-tier undead awakened as if from a slumber, suddenly invigorated and launching an assault on the town. The low-tier undead, already in a frenzy, surged forward with reckless abandon, shattering the illusion of the favorable situation. Before the onslaught reached them, Minuo, observing the frenzied behavior of the undead disaster outside the town, pondered the cause of this sudden shift when a despair-inducing term escaped the lips of a nearby pale-faced commander. Legendary. A level 7 legendary undead. Clutching his head, the commander, who had maintained his composure throughout, erupted into maniacal laughter. So we are but pawns in the feast celebrating the awakening of this legendary undead. they have refrained from full assault simply because the guest of honor had yet to arrive. What a stroke of luck for such a minuscule border town to host such a monster. Upon hearing the commander's words, all present wore expressions of profound despair, their faces ashen. In the face of a legendary being capable of devastating entire mountains. The number of enemies below level 7 became irrelevant. Only those of equal stature could contend with such a foe, while the rest would be mere fodder. Yet, only 3 individuals in the entire kingdom possessed the strength to reach legendary status. And those champions were far removed from the royal capital. How could they possibly arrive in time? Tayside Town was doomed. None would emerge alive from the clutches of the legendary undead. Yet, even in the face of such despair, none among them surrendered the fight. If belittling the weak and venerating strength was the tradition of the borderlands, then the indomitable spirit to fight until the last breath coursed through their very veins. It was this unyielding resolve that enabled the frail humans to seize even the slightest opportunity for life from the jaws of the powerful beasts that roamed the borderlands. Border warriors may be villains, but they shall never be cowards. We fight for our dignity. At the moment the legendary undead appeared, nearly every individual atop the walls gripped their weapons tightly, raising their voices in unison. The echoes of their battle cries had barely faded when the undead champions descended upon the battlefield, marking the commencement of the final confrontation. Ultimately, the low-tier undead were not formidable adversaries. Despite their frenzied assaults, their attack power remained limited. Furthermore, due to the constraints of the walls, only a small number of undead could engage at once, meaning the pressure on the occupying soldiers was not significantly heightened. Alas, these low-level skirmishes would not determine the outcome of the war. The fate of the battle hinged upon the mid-tier conflict. The intermediate undead, owing to their formidable strength, are largely capable of effortlessly leaping onto the city walls to engage in battle. Furthermore, as the walls are populated predominantly by lower-tier human warriors, the intermediate human combatants find themselves constrained in their actions to avoid inflicting harm upon their allies. The limited space atop the walls, initially a tactical advantage in lower-tier skirmishes, has now become a significant disadvantage, rendering what was once a relatively manageable intermediate battlefield into an exceedingly arduous struggle. The relentless advance of intermediate undead, one after another, surging onto the walls, creates an overwhelming numerical disparity, compelling individual human warriors to confront multiple undead of equal rank simultaneously. The strategy of the human forces, which aimed at defensive counterattacks and securing kills, must now shift to a passive defense, desperately striving to seize opportunities to push their opponents from the walls, all the while striving to hold back these formidable undead from wreaking havoc upon the ranks of lower-tier warriors. Yet, the human intermediate champions struggle to maintain their resolve, and inevitably, some intermediate undead manage to ascend the walls unnoticed, with no corresponding intermediate warriors to delay their advance. They commence a devastating onslaught. Although Minuo lacks true intermediate strength, he fights valiantly as if he were one, bolstered by the wicked defender he possesses, which barely elevates him to intermediate status, given the dire circumstances. Even those willing to assist find themselves unable to lend a hand. Armed with his ethereal weapon, Minuo engages in battle with the renowned armored zombie, whose formidable defenses are legendary among intermediate undead. The blade of Minuo's sword merely grazes the surface of the armored zombie, leaving only a faint scar, while the ensuing holy flame ignites the zombie's body with a sizzle. However, once the holy fire subsides, the armored zombie bears only superficial scorch marks, leaving its vital musculature and skeletal structure largely unscathed. Such injuries, inconsequential to the pain-immune undead, do little to impede its actions. This exemplifies the limitations of Minuo's own capabilities, despite the enhancement provided by the robust enchantments of his armor, which elevates his physical strength to that of a level 5 warrior. He possesses neither the combat aura to amplify his attacks nor the matching prowess to wield it effectively. Even though he wields the legendary weapon, Oathkeeper, he is forced to rely solely on its inherent capabilities. Were he to possess even a level 2 combat aura, the weapon's powers would undoubtedly breach the defenses of the armored zombie, and the holy flame's effects would be far more pronounced. Alas, such scenarios remain hypothetical. As the battle has yet to escalate to a life-or-death struggle, Minuo dares not expend his aura for a desperate strike, instead opting to deftly evade the armored zombie's assaults, relying on its relatively sluggish agility to maintain the upper hand. Minuo sidesteps a downward claw strike from the armored zombie, retaliating with a swift slash that leaves a mark upon its head. With a swift retraction of his sword, He performs a rather ungraceful maneuver to evade the zombie's furious counterattack. Rolling to its rear as if foreseeing the impending strike. It appears that the armored zombie's excessive allocation of points into defense has severely hampered its intelligence and reaction speed, rendering it comparable to lower-tier undead in these aspects. As Minuo grows increasingly familiar with the armored zombie's attack patterns, he finds himself evading its grasp effortlessly, slowly but surely whittling down its defenses. However, the prolonged engagement will not remain without consequence. Minuo's sustained defense, although effective thus far, draws the attention of nearby combatants, and the incoming intermediate undead will inevitably increase, just as Minuo maneuvers behind the armored zombie once more, delivering another blow. A wolf-shaped skeletal demon leaps onto the wall, catching Minuo entirely off guard. The tide of battle shifts dramatically as he suddenly finds himself in peril. Fortunately, the wicked defender proves its worth, as the skeletal demon's claw merely grazes his armor, leaving only superficial scratches. Aside from a dull ache in his chest, Minuo emerges relatively unscathed, a testament to the protective capabilities of his magical armor. The skeletal demon possesses formidable offensive capabilities, but lacks the defensive strength of the armored zombie. Had they coordinated their efforts, Minuo might have found himself without a means of escape. However, the inherent lack of intelligence among wild undead proves to be their undoing. Without the guidance of a necromancer, their teamwork is horrifically inefficient, an instance where 1 + 1 equates to less than 2. Despite Minuo's specialization not being universal swordsmanship, his reputation as an exceptional swordsman is well earned. Under immense pressure, he wields his sword with such finesse that even the combined assaults of the wolf-shaped demon and armored zombie are rendered ineffective. Yet, even a lesser synergy can yield overwhelming force, and the adage that prolonged defense will eventually falter rings true. On several occasions, as Minuo deflects the armored zombie's attacks, he finds himself vulnerable to the cunning wolf demon, which capitalizes on openings to strike at him. As Minuo's stamina wanes, his vulnerabilities multiply, and it becomes increasingly apparent that his defeat at the hands of these two foes is merely a matter of time. Just as he overextends himself, the intelligent wolf demon seizes the opportunity, lunging at Minuo with the intent to eliminate him swiftly, in the face of imminent danger. Rather than succumbing to panic, a broad grin spreads across Minuo's face. He suddenly leans back, causing the wolf demon to leap unimpeded off the wall. Quickly regaining his footing, he crouches to evade the follow-up attack from the armored zombie, and with a forceful shove, he sends the armored zombie crashing down onto the unsuspecting wolf demon below. As the two adversaries tumble together in a heap, Minuo bursts into uncontrollable laughter, reveling in the absurdity of the moment, a joy that momentarily distracts him from the chaos of battle surrounding him. However, his elation is short-lived. A skeletal knight atop a skeletal warhorse charges from the side, colliding violently with Minuo and sending him sprawling. The oak keeper, which he had gripped tightly, slips from his grasp and clatters to the ground. As he watches the skeletal knight approach with menacing intent, despair floods Minuo's heart. Regret and hopelessness wash over him, and he braces himself for the inevitable. After what feels like an eternity, Minuo instinctively closes his eyes, awaiting the anticipated pain of death. Yet, when he finally dares to open them, he is startled to find himself face to face with the familiar visage of Oel. What's this? Is my face truly more terrifying than those undead, scaring our little hero so? Oel teases, grinning broadly. Oel, what are you doing here? Are your injuries not too severe? Minuo exclaims, catching sight of the familiar skeletal structure nearby and the oak keeper in Oel's possession. Realization dawns upon him, and noting Oel's pallid complexion, he inquires with concern, "How are you holding up? After some special treatment, although I am not fully recovered, I am fit enough to rejoin the battle," Oel explains with a hearty chuckle, gesturing at the golden-hued runes faintly visible through the seams of his armor. "You can't be serious. You're gravely injured. How can you even think of fighting?" Minuo protests. "It's nothing I can't handle. I've faced worse, and I know my limits. Besides, the captain and the others are already engaged in battle. I cannot be a coward again. This time, I will fight alongside my comrades, no matter the cost," Oel declares resolutely, his expression tinged with regret as he points towards the radiant figures of their teammates battling elsewhere. Clearly, he still bears the weight of guilt over the fallen priest named Tefa. In such a moment, Minuo finds himself at a loss for words, his mouth moving silently as he ultimately resigns himself to the futility of persuading Oel otherwise. "Then allow me to return the evil defender to you. Thanks to this magical armor. Without its protection, I fear I would have perished more than a dozen times. As Minuo spoke, he began to remove the armor from his body. However, before he could even place his hand upon it, AOL restrained him. Observing AOL's head shake in refusal, Minuo felt a twinge of confusion. Why are you stopping me? Surely, given my status as merely a level 1 warrior, it would be far more advantageous for a level 5 powerhouse like Lord AOL to don this armor in battle. Did you not fight valiantly while wearing this armor just moments ago? AOL countered, sidestepping Minuo's inquiry. Do you believe you can contend with a level 4 undead without it? I cannot, Minuo replied decisively, having already witnessed the terrifying might of mid-tier undead. Then that is precisely the point. While my wearing this armor may not significantly enhance my power, your donning it would effectively add another mid-tier warrior to our ranks. Tell me, little Minuo, which scenario is more advantageous? That may be true, but, despite AOL's compelling arguments, Minuo felt he should still pass the evil defender to AOL. There are no buts. Tell me, Minuo, do you wish to remain atop the walls, fighting for your life and the lives of others? Or do you prefer to wait helplessly below like the other level 1 warriors, resigned to your fate? Before Minuo could respond, AOL grasped his shoulders, leaning slightly forward to meet his gaze, looking into AOL's eyes. Minuo contemplated seriously, swallowed hard, and made his choice. I wish to continue battling atop the walls, Lord AOL. Then put on that armor properly and slay the undead for me. Do you understand? Understood, Lord AOL. With that, Minuo nodded at AOL, took an iron sword from the hands of a fallen warrior nearby, and followed closely behind AOL. With the addition of Carlos and 5 other holy warriors, the tide of battle on the walls shifted dramatically. Although each mid-tier warrior remained occupied, the presence of holy warriors capable of countering the undead diminished their ranks, leading to increasingly successful exterminations, though the number of mid-tier undead slain was relatively small compared to their total. This tangible victory greatly bolstered morale. After all, everyone understood that despite the looming inevitability of death, they fought on to kill as many undead as possible. The previous state of merely enduring while watching enemies return to the fray had been utterly disheartening. No longer wielding the oath-bound weapon capable of breaching mid-tier undead defenses, Minuo found himself struggling to contend with them alone. Often, he had to rely on nimble footwork to evade death at the hands of the undead. Yet this was sufficient. When faced with 2 undead, as long as Minuo could keep one occupied, AOL would swiftly dispatch his opponent and then turn to eliminate Minuo's foe as well, proving far more efficient than attempting to take one down before moving on to the next. Thus, Minuo and AOL coordinated seamlessly, taking down a dozen mid-tier undead, spotting a mid-tier warrior surrounded by 4 mid-tier undead. On the verge of collapse, AOL cast a light spell, drawing the attention of 3 of them. Had the warrior not valiantly held one at bay, all 4 would have likely turned their focus on AOL. Observing this, AOL chuckled nonchalantly, sprinted a short distance while leading the 3 undead away, and then turned to deliver a decisive blow, halting their pursuit. Without needing further instruction, Minuo, accustomed to their synchronized efforts, rushed in with his sword, engaging one of the undead, while AOL immediately cast another light spell, diverting the other 2 intent on overwhelming Minuo. For safety's sake, Minuo chose to grapple with the armored zombie, knowing that without the oath of defense, he was unable to penetrate its defenses. Nonetheless, his task was not to kill but to stall. Thus, the slower, less responsive armored zombie proved easier to manage compared to the nimble wolf skeletal mage and the agile skeletal swordsman. Although he had previously fought the armored zombie, Minuo approached cautiously, testing its defenses. However, after a short time, he began to notice something amiss. The armored zombie's movements mirrored those of the one he had encountered before. Could it be the same one? With this thought in mind, Minuo thrust his sword into the armored zombie's head. Then, as it swung a claw at him, he ducked and successfully maneuvered behind it. Gazing at the deep gash on the armored zombie's nape, a radiant smile spread across Minuo's face. Indeed, it was the same one, diverting his attention momentarily to the wolf skeletal mage locked in combat with AOL. He noted the scorch marks of holy flame upon its claws. That it seemed the 2 had ceased their individual battles and joined forces. Am I merely a bridge in their newfound camaraderie? Minuo pondered whimsically as he observed the familiar foes. Of course, while his thoughts wandered to absurd notions, his sword remained steady, striking accurately at the armored zombie's vulnerable spot. Had it been any other armored zombie, Minuo's efforts would have been futile. No matter how long he struck, he could not breach its defenses. However, the armored zombie's name was indicative of its nature, while its outer shell was astonishingly tough. Its innards were comparatively softer than those of other undead. Unless it evolved into a higher-tier iron corpse, this flaw could not be compensated for. Now, with Minuo's previous attacks having rendered the back of its neck vulnerable, it was merely a matter of time before he severed its head. Acting on impulse, Minuo began to circle the armored zombie. Although they faced only 2 level 4 undead, AOL, still recovering from his injuries, was understandably cautious. Despite his level 5 prowess, he found himself unable to contend with them effectively. Meanwhile, Minuo seized the moment, relentlessly targeting the armored zombie's weaknesses. Time passed slowly, and Minuo's strikes had nearly severed the armored zombie's neck, leaving only the final vertebra to guard its last line of defense. On the other side, the wolf skeletal mage and skeletal swordsman could no longer withstand the pressure after enduring for so long. One of the wolf skeletal mage's claws had been severed, and the skeletal swordsman's skull was on the brink of shattering. With a swift strike from AOL, the skeletal swordsman's skull shattered, extinguishing the soul flame that had once animated it, causing its once vibrant skeletal frame to collapse into a heap of bones. With the skeletal swordsman defeated, the remaining wolf skeletal mage was unable to hold out much longer. Observing that he was on the verge of successfully dispatching the armored zombie, Minuo grew anxious, striking again and again at its neck, the bones cracking under his blows. Just as AOL was about to eliminate the wolf skeletal mage, Minuo glanced at the evil defender adorning his form and steeled himself. As the armored zombie swung another claw, Minuo no longer evaded. Instead, he stood firm and unleashed all his strength in a decisive strike to the armored zombie's neck. The blow sent him flying, clutching his chest, and Minuo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet, he could not help but grin, for he had finally severed the armored zombie's head. AOL, having slain the wolf skeletal mage, approached, delivering a final blow to the rolling head of the armored zombie, cleaving it in two, extinguishing the flickering soul flame within. "You, young man, I never noticed before how fierce your competitive spirit is," AOL remarked, casting a bemused glance at Minuo, who was slowly rising with his sword. Just as Minuo was about to express something, he suddenly spotted a dark figure leaping onto the wall, charging towards AOL's back. And he exclaimed in alarm, "AOL, watch out." AOL, already attuned to his surroundings due to his dual training in divine arts, moved instinctively upon hearing Minuo's warning, executing a forward roll to narrowly evade the shadowy ambush. As he turned to deliver a fierce reprimand to the assailant, he froze upon recognizing the figure. Tafa, is that you? How did you become undead?" Indeed, the figure that had just attempted to ambush AOL was Tafa, now transformed into a dark swordsman. Witnessing this former comrade, tears streamed down AOL's cheeks. Gazing at that unfamiliar visage, Minuo found himself momentarily entranced. He could scarcely fathom that the unfortunate Tafa, whose demise had long haunted Hour with regret and vexation, had returned, and in the form of an undead. What on earth had transpired? How could a holy warrior, traditionally an arch-nemesis of the undead, become one himself? Was it conceivable that the death energy seeping from the spatial rift could overwhelm even a formidable 4th-tier holy knight? What exactly is happening? Chapter 26. His demise. This must be the doing of that 7th-tier legendary undead. Undead that ascend to the ranks of legendary beings typically possess at least moderate intelligence. If it were a reincarnated undead creature, it might retain its thoughts and abilities from its previous life, thus reaching a higher echelon of intellect. That legendary undead must possess a unique ability to transform others, utilizing the powerful death energy unleashed from the spatial rift during Tafa's near demise to convert him into a death knight. For reasons unknown, Hour appeared to place significant value on Minuo, diverting his focus to allay Minuo's fears and uncertainties even in this critical moment. This could also be attributed to the fact that the Death Knight had yet to initiate an assault on Hour. Although Hour's paladin rank was merely 4th tier, his fighting spirit had ascended to 5th tier levels, hindered only by his inability to surpass his divine arts training. Thus, he was designated a 4th tier paladin, yet his actual combat prowess was on par with 5th tier warriors. It was likely that the 4th tier Death Knight sensed Hour's true strength, which is why it refrained from making a reckless move after its initial ambush failed. Neither the Black Knight nor Hour dared to make the first strike. If Hour and Minuo were to cautiously retreat at this juncture, They might indeed escape. Yet Hour had no intention of fleeing. Tafa was a comrade he had fought alongside for nearly a decade, and he had always shouldered the burden of Tafa as sacrifice. Now, the fact that Tafa could manifest as a Death Knight indicated that he had been transformed before his complete demise. If Hour could bring him back in his entirety, there lay a chance for salvation. Faced with such an opportunity to rescue a companion, how could Hour even consider retreating? After careful deliberation, Hour succumbed to temptation and lunged at the Death Knight with his sword, though the Death Knight had initially refrained from attacking out of caution for Hour's prowess. It naturally did not shy away from Hour's assault. It drew forth a rusted silver warhammer from behind and met Hour head-on. Indeed, the Death Knight wielded a warhammer, and you read that correctly. This was due to the fact that Death Knights are typically born from fallen warriors, the majority of whom wield swords, hence the nomenclature. However, Tafa had always fought with a warhammer, and upon his transformation into an undead, instinct guided him to continue wielding it. If one were to attribute blame, it would be to his insufficient strength. Had he reached 5th tier, or transformed into a Black Knight, or even a Headless Horseman at 6th tier, the situation would not have seemed so jarring. Furthermore, as a 4th tier Holy Knight, Tafa possessed his own spiritual weapon, although the power of the weapon was diminished due to his transformation into an undead. Its inherent nature remained unchanged. When the warhammer clashed with the sword, a resounding clang echoed, resulting in minor nicks on Hour's blade and a notable gash on the warhammer. The two were equally matched, both sustaining damage. From this, Minuo discerned the disparity between spiritual weapons and artifacts. While spiritual weapons are resilient, they can still be destroyed. Had two artifacts clashed, regardless of the disparity in strength, neither would sustain damage. Only forces capable of transcending such creations, accessible only to 9th tier beings, could shatter the crystallization of dreams and intent, an endeavor only time could accomplish after their masters had perished. As Minuo spectated. Absorbed in these thoughts, Hour and the Death Knight were locked in a fierce struggle, leaving no room for contemplation of such subtleties. Swordlight flickered, and the warhammer's shadow danced. Hour, still nursing grievous wounds, refrained from executing overly grand maneuvers. While the Death Knight relied solely on the combat instincts ingrained within it from its previous life, thus eschewing evasion, the battle devolved into a test of brute force that in this clash of raw power. Hour, with his 5th tier might, had the upper hand. His magma sword techniques flowed from him with poise and ferocity, capable of obliterating the Death Knight as he had done with the previous 4th tier undead. Yet the reality was that Hour found himself in peril, narrowly escaping death beneath the Death Knight's hammer on multiple occasions. Recognizing the potential for Tafa's salvation, Hour could not bring himself to target the Death Knight's head or heart, fearing a fatal misstep. However, Tafa, now a Death Knight, felt no pain, fatigue, or fear of death. Unless Hour could shatter Tafa's skull or heart, any wounds inflicted would be futile. Even if Hour were willing, he lacked the capacity to do so now. The Death Knight had unleashed numerous retaliatory strikes, and Hour's injuries had begun to seep blood. His endurance was waning, and soon he would be incapable of fighting back, facing certain death at the hands of the Death Knight. Seeing Hour's plight, Minuo, disregarding his own meager strength, charged forward with his sword aimed at the Death Knight's thigh. Severing even a single leg would instantly alter the tide of battle, rendering the Death Knight incapable of standing, thus leaving it at Hour's mercy. Yet would matters truly unfold so simply? Certainly not. Minuo's approach was overly transparent, and his strength was insufficient. The malevolent defender he donned carried the very essence of holy light, which the undead abhorred. Upon drawing near the Death Knight, before he could even strike, he was sent flying by a single hammer blow. Despite donning the exquisite magical armor of the malevolent defender, Minuo found himself grievously injured, blood escaping his lips uncontrollably as he beheld the crimson stains on the ground. He realized his innards had likely been damaged. Should he endure another strike, he would likely be gravely wounded if not dead. But what did it matter? This battle, inherently stacked against him, was a matter of life and death. He would perish sooner or later. Hour had selflessly aided him time and again, and had it not been for Hour's healing divine arts, he might have succumbed that fateful night. He was but a talent unable to breach even the 2nd tier of fighting spirit, a mere waste of potential. Ultimately, he could only consider it as Hour's failure to rescue him. With these thoughts, Minuo scrambled to his feet and bellowed, charging into battle once more. This time, he was no longer reckless. Disregarding Hour's urgent shouts, he circled the periphery of the fray between Hour and the Death Knight, seizing any opportunity to thrust his sword into the fray. Though he inflicted little significant damage, he successfully distracted the Death Knight, alleviating some of Hour's burden. Neither Hour nor Minuo could sever the Death Knight's limbs, and in turn, the Death Knight could not eliminate Hour, nor could it pursue Minuo while entangled with Hour. They remained locked in a stalemate until Hour's blade grazed the Death Knight's abdomen. Provoking its wrath. In a fit of fury, the Death Knight raised its hammer to strike Hour, providing Minuo the chance he had been waiting for, and he swung his sword fiercely at the Death Knight's left arm. Minuo's timing was impeccable, yet he had forgotten that the blade he wielded was no longer the razor-sharp Oathkeeper. His sword clashed against the Death Knight's arm, but the hardened bone thwarted his attack. The sword became lodged within the Death Knight's flesh. Infuriated by this assault from a significantly weaker human, the Death Knight, despite its low intelligence, retaliated. It kicked Minuo to the ground and relinquished its warhammer, swiftly extracting the sword lodged in its body and plunging it directly toward Minuo's heart. Am I to perish now? With no time to evade, Minuo instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain of the sword piercing his heart. Yet, after a long moment of waiting, he felt something wet dripping onto his face. Opening his eyes, Minuo saw the point of his sword, which he had fought with for so long, halted mere inches from his chest. Looking up, he beheld a familiar broad back shielding him. The sword that should have pierced him was embedded in Hour's body, blood trickling from the wound and falling onto Minuo's face. "Hey, Hour. You." Minuo scrambled to his feet, staring in disbelief at Hour, who had fiercely embraced the Death Knight, his voice stammering. "Did I not tell you? Just call me Hour. No need to add any titles behind it." Struggling to turn back, Minuo gazed upon the unscathed figure of Hour, as that familiar radiant smile reappeared upon Hour's pallid face. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my reckless desire to partake in a battle that I was ill-equipped for." Hour, you wouldn't have been struck by the Death Knight. It's all my doing." As Minuo beheld the familiar sparkling smile on Hour's face, his nose tinged with bitterness, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. "It's not your fault. Little Minuo, even if I were to fight Tafo alone, I wouldn't have lasted long. Ultimately, we would have arrived at this same conclusion. The outcome remains unchanged." Hour spoke words of comfort that Minuo could scarcely comprehend. While he felt the Death Knight in his arms becoming increasingly uncontrollable, a look of relief dawning upon his features. "Tafa, have you grown impatient? It's understandable, for you detest the undead more than anything. You once clashed with the necromancer of the Night Watch for this very reason. How could you bear to become one of them? Fear not, I shall restore you now." Before the last syllable had escaped his lips, a dazzling brilliance erupted from Hour's being, radiating with such grandeur and brilliance that it resembled a small sun descending upon the walls of Taisai town. "Come forth, Tafa, let me rescue you. Holy Spirit." Redemption. With Hour's thunderous roar, the sphere of light enveloping him and the Death Knight exploded, blinding Minuo momentarily as the luminance faded. The whiteness in Minuo's eyes gradually receded, revealing Hour once more, now cradling the Death Knight, whose deathly energy had dissipated entirely, reverting to the former level for Saint Tafa. "Wonderful. Hour, you." Upon witnessing Hour successfully rescue their comrade, Minuo exclaimed in joy, yet before he could articulate his congratulations, he beheld Hour's radiant smile morph into a visage of extreme age, as if it might crumble at any moment. "Hey, Hour, what has happened to you? Please, don't frighten me." Hour's lips moved as if to speak, yet before any words could form, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Taking Tafa with him, Minuo rushed to embrace him, gazing closely at Hour's pale, aged face, his eyes immediately brimming with tears. "Ah, little Minuo, I truly apologize. In the end, I was unable to assist you. To help you transcend to the second level, with great effort." Hour lifted a hand to wipe the tears from Minuo's face, his voice laden with regret, now dry and hoarse, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows. "It's all right, Hour, I am not in haste to break through. We can strive together in the future." Grasping Hour's withered hand, Minuo choked on his words in an attempt to console him. "There will be no future. To unleash the Holy Spirit's redemption, I have sacrificed my life essence. I shall soon perish. Take this. It is a relic left by my son. A token of faith. You must journey to the holy city with it. They will return my belongings to you. Inside is my lava chi. You already possess your own legacy and may not need it, but see it entrusted to someone worthy. Do not allow it to fade from my hands." Accepting the silver pendant Hour offered, Minuo nodded fervently, vowing to find a worthy successor for Hour. Then I shall be at ease, with a slight nod. Hour caressed Minuo's face, a glimmer of reminiscence illuminating his eyes. How reminiscent. Little Moo Moo, father is finally coming to see you. Do not blame me for making you wait so long. As the last word left his lips, Hour closed his eyes for eternity, the pendant of oath in his grasp losing its radiant sheen, transforming into an ordinary sword. Hour, clutching tightly to the pendant entrusted to him, Minuo howled to the heavens, tears cascading freely down his cheeks, falling upon Hour's face. Chapter 27. Her life. This is Tafa. What on earth has happened? What has become of Hour? The brilliance that Hour had emitted moments ago was so striking that it drew the attention of Carlos, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a level 6 headless knight, forcing him to exchange wounds and hastily make his way over after inflicting a grievous injury upon the knight. Lord Carlos. Hour sacrificed his life to save me and Lord Tafa, utilizing a divine technique known as Holy Spirit Redemption, and now he has become what you see. Minuo regarded Carlos as a beacon of hope, swiftly recounting the events that had transpired, his eyes pleading for any sign that Hour might yet be saved. However, what he received in return was the gentle shake of Carlos's head. He carefully lifted Hour's lifeless body from Minuo's grasp and then cast a glance at the seemingly slumbering Tafa. Sighing heavily, tears streaming down his face. Hour, you fool. Did we not tell you that we would not blame you for Tafa's misfortune? Why can you not let go? Did you not claim to have found a new purpose? Why engage in such folly? Observing Carlos weep over Hour's remains, Minuo felt his own eyes moisten, hastily bowing his head to wipe them away. From Hour's concern for Tafa, Minuo could surmise the depth of camaraderie shared among these saints. Thus, despite his resentment toward Tafa for Hour's demise, he cautiously moved Tafa to a corner, lest the comrade Hour had fought so valiantly to save perish beneath a stray arrow, gently placing Tafa upon the ground. Minuo intended to find something to conceal him when an icy chill suddenly crept up his spine, raising the hair on his arms, as though a great dragon were watching him from behind. A dragon? Damn it, it must be that level 7 undead. Although it was precisely the entrance of the level 7 undead that had plunged this battle, which had seemed promising, back into despair. The truth was that this unknown level 7 undead had merely unleashed a wave of pressure and nothing more. Otherwise, even with the forceful entries of the saints, the townsfolk of Taisai would likely have been slaughtered entirely by the undead. Minuo had initially thought that the level 7 undead might have some ulterior motive, thus only commanding other undead to assault Taisai town while remaining uninvolved in the fray himself. Yet now, he realized that was merely his delusion. The level 7 undead likely found it beneath them to engage, preferring to reap the rewards without exerting any effort. Now, not only had Tafa, whom they had transformed, reverted back, but Hour had just unleashed an immense orb of holy light atop the city walls. To use holy light in front of the undead was a profound provocation. Hour's uncontrollable explosion of holy light was so potent that it felt akin to delivering several slaps to the face of the level 7 undead. How could it possibly refrain from seeking vengeance? Now that the level 7 undead had entered the fray, yet they possessed no one capable of countering it. They were doomed. But why was it approaching me? I am neither a saint nor the strongest among us, nor am I the weakest on the walls. Even the one closest to the recent explosion of holy light should be Lord Carlos. Why does this legendary undead fixate on me? With all his might, Minuo attempted to evade, but the tangible pressure emanating from the level 7 being was too terrifying. His body felt as though it were encased in ice, rendering him utterly immobile. As he sensed the legendary undead drawing closer, Minuo's anxiety compounded, nearly overwhelming his thoughts, fixating solely on the question of why this undead would target him without cause. Had his mouth not been sealed, he might have erupted in curses. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. With his back turned to the outside of the town, Minuo could see nothing, only feeling death inching ever closer, awaiting the legendary undead whose form he could not even fathom to claim his life. As Minuo felt an icy grip seize him, he feared that he might perish not by the hand of the legendary undead, but rather by the crushing weight of his own psychological torment. Just then, another powerful aura suddenly erupted not far behind him, and as he sensed the warm yet resilient waves of fighting spirit, the pressure upon him lifted instantly. Minuo immediately rolled to the side, retreating into a corner. Huff, huff, huff. Collapsing to the ground, Minuo clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Thank goodness Lord Carlos intervened in the nick of time. Otherwise, I might have died by my own hand before the undead even had a chance to strike. The pressure from a legendary being is far more terrifying than what is described in books under such weight. Unless one attains legendary status, it matters not how many there are. In a wonder, only nations with legendary beings are recognized by others. Damn it. Does this mean Lord Carlos is doomed? As he spoke, a dreadful realization struck Minuo. Carlos had not yet entered the ranks of the legendary. Having forcibly drawn the attention of the legendary undead away to save him, he was now likely to have perished at the hands of that very foe. If even a formidable figure such as Lord Carlos cannot survive, then how could an insignificant ant like myself, who barely possesses the strength of a third tier relying solely on equipment, possibly endure? The mere thought of this made Mino feel a wave of distress, compelling him to dash out from his corner, eager to ascertain Carlos's fate and whether, as he feared, he had indeed sacrificed himself. Fortunately, while Carlos was on the brink of collapse, he had resolutely managed to survive under the grip of that legendary undead. Observing the undead leisurely floating above, casting spells, Mino speculated that it was highly likely the creature possessed considerable intelligence and intended to wear Carlos down with magic rather than risk a direct confrontation before his demise. It was also plausible that the undead had recently awakened and was still unfamiliar with its own powers, thus treating Carlos as a practice target, engaging in a slow game of cat and mouse. Regardless, the fact that Carlos was still alive and had managed to hold off the legendary undead was undoubtedly excellent news. Upon noticing Mino's silhouette, Carlos's eyes brightened, while struggling to fend off the spells of the legendary undead. He called out to Mino, "Come here, little Mino. I will try to draw its attention away. You must quickly retrieve our." Approaching a being of legendary caliber was a reckless endeavor, yet upon seeing Our's already battered form nearby and recalling Our's care for him over the past few days, along with the deadly blow Our had once shielded him from, Mino gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. With Carlos's assistance, Mino gradually moved closer to Our's lifeless body. Just as Mino was about to reach Our, the legendary undead paused momentarily in front of him. When Mino inadvertently caught a glimpse of the undead's exquisitely pale visage, he froze in shock. Mother, gazing upon that familiar face he thought he would never see again. Mino forgot the perilous situation he was in, standing there in a daze, staring blankly at the legendary undead. Damn it, little one, what are you doing? Hurry and run. Seeing Mino suddenly frozen in place for reasons unknown, Carlos barked at him. Unfortunately, Mino was utterly absorbed in his thoughts, unable to process anything else, rendering Carlos's shouts futile. Wasn't Mother dead? He had witnessed her smile fade away as she closed her eyes forever before him. How could she suddenly appear here, now as an enemy? What could this mean? Was it possible that a parasitic demon had taken over his mother's body, or had an evil necromancer reanimated her corpse into a puppet? As he rummaged through his mind for any knowledge related to the undead, Mino desperately sought a rational explanation to convince himself. One possible theory after another emerged from his memory, only to be promptly dismissed in the next moment. Frantically, Mino searched his acquired knowledge for an explanation, yet all his efforts yielded nothing of substance. In truth, Mino understood that the most likely scenario was that his mother, who had died not long ago, had been tainted by the death energy leaking from a spatial rift, resulting in some unknown mutation that transformed her into the legendary undead before him. Consequently, she had lost all memories of her former life, retaining only her inherent intelligence. Yet Mino was unwilling to accept that these undead, which had driven him and his sister to the brink of despair, were actually subordinates of his mother, that those who had slain their comrades were under her command, and that this impending undead catastrophe threatening to annihilate all of Taisai Town had been instigated by her. Even if it was his mother who had become this undead creature, he could not bring himself to acknowledge it. Even more unbearable was the thought that his mother no longer recognized him, the woman who had always prepared delicious meals for him, who would gently embrace him and smile kindly, had transformed into a bloodthirsty and brutal legendary undead. While Mino attempted to escape reality by hiding in his thoughts, suddenly, something collided with him, sending him flying and jolting him back to consciousness. It was Carlos, who had steadfastly shielded him, but was now sent sprawling by his mother's claw. Stop it, mother! Regaining his balance with great effort while cradling the gravely injured Carlos, Mino faced the ferocious assault from the legendary undead that was once his mother. He stepped forward, allowing her hand to plunge into his chest. Chapter 28. Only sighs remain in an instant. The malevolent guardian that had shielded Mino from countless attacks crumbled like paper. His mother's pale, slender left hand penetrated his chest without resistance. Blood erupted violently from Mino's wound, splattering across his mother's face, body, and hands. As her hand pierced his chest, Mino felt darkness envelop him. For a fleeting moment, all sensation vanished, as if his soul had detached from his body. Then, in the next second, agony surged within him like a tumultuous wave, a pain so intense it made him wish for death. Yet, despite this torment, a radiant smile bloomed on Mino's face. Yes, he was smiling. Mino sensed that the hand embedded in his body had paused for an instant upon touching his skin. Carlos had collapsed to the ground, and the others had fled in terror. He had approached willingly, believing he could atone for his mother's sins. His mother, in her attack, should have been oblivious to any distractions, yet her hand had halted upon contact with him. What did this signify? It suggested that the soul residing within his mother was still that of his mother. Though transformed into an undead, his mother was still alive, and there remained a possibility of her rescue. Akin to Tafa, what could be more joyous than this realization? Mino had every reason to smile. Had he not been struggling to breathe, he might have laughed out loud. Cough, cough, mother, welcome back. Ignoring the blood that still stained his mother's face, Mino endured the excruciating pain and slowly inched forward, coughing up blood as he leaned gently against her, just as he used to do when she returned from the market, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering softly. Upon hearing these words, his mother's action of wiping the blood from her lips came to a halt. The hand she had raised to strike him also froze mid-air before slowly resting on his back, as if reverting to an old, familiar gesture. Thus, Mino leaned against his mother, both embracing one another, standing motionless amidst the chaos of Taysai Town's battleground, undisturbed by any living or undead, as if they were a forgotten stone sculpture. Mino, my little Mino, where are you? Though Mino had been pierced through the right chest, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound to his heart, the passage of time had taken its toll, even though his mother had ceased her attacks. Mino was on the brink of losing consciousness, his body nearly drained of blood. Just as his vision blurred and his awareness began to fade, he suddenly heard his sister's voice, and this unexpected development rekindled his faltering resolve. Go. Quickly go. Mino had no idea why Mina, who should have been far away by now, had appeared here. His severely anemic state left him with no energy to ponder such matters. All he knew was that his mother had not fully regained control and could tear him apart at any moment. He did not want his sister to perish at their mother's hands. Struggling, he attempted to warn Mina, yet the blood he had lost rendered his voice scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Even the sound of his blood dripping onto the ground was louder than his feeble warning. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, Mina, oblivious to his warning, soon found her way to him. Mino, I finally found you. The open space in this otherwise tumultuous battlefield was so unique that it didn't take long for Mina to arrive. Upon spotting Mino, she joyfully rushed over, only to be met with the sight of their mother embracing him. Mother, you're not dead. What wonderful news. Mother, you have finally returned. Seeing her mother, Mina was overwhelmed with joy, oblivious to the questions swirling in her mind about why her deceased mother had reappeared, why she was here in this battlefield, and why there was nothing but Carlos's body lying nearby. Overwhelmed by the horrors of recent days, she instinctively rushed to embrace her long-lost mother as tears streamed down their cheeks. Their mother's previously rigid and expressionless face gradually softened. She gently withdrew her hand from Mino's chest, lifted his face, kissed his forehead, and softly whispered in his ear, I'm sorry, my little Mino. Removing a cruciform pendant from her own neck, she hung it around Minuo's neck. Minuo's mother then turned back to embrace Mino once more. After placing the bloodied and nearly unconscious Minuo in Mina's arms, she soared into the mountains. Simultaneously, the other spirits halted their assault, retreating like receding tides back into the mountains. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed, and the shroud of death that had enveloped Taysai Town for days finally dissipated. 3 days later. Mom, don't go. Minuo, who had been lying unconscious in bed since that fateful day of battle, suddenly opened his eyes. With a start, he sat up, reaching out desperately while calling out loudly. Minuo, lie down at once. You've sustained such grave injuries. Are you trying to ensure your own demise with such vigorous movements? Startled by the commotion, Mina, who had been dozing by Minuo's bedside, awoke. Seeing her brother suddenly upright, she felt a mix of joy and concern as she gently pressed him back onto the bed. Sister, where's mother? Where has she gone? ignoring the soreness and the sharp pain in his chest. Minuo anxiously inquired of Mina while scanning the room, hoping to catch sight of that familiar figure. There's no point in searching, Minuo. Mother has already departed. Lord Carlos said she went to the underworld through a rift in space. Then I will go find Mother in the underworld, Minuo declared, tossing aside the covers and staggering towards the door. However, he had barely taken a few steps before he swayed and collapsed to the ground. Minuo, don't do this. Before leaving, Mother forcibly sealed the rift. You cannot reach the underworld. Even if the rift were still open, you wouldn't be able to cross it. Quickly, Mina helped Minuo back onto the bed, gazing tearfully into his urgent eyes as she choked out her words. But there are no buts. The only thing you can do now is to lie still in bed and recover. Minuo had intended to say more, but he was abruptly interrupted by Carlos's entrance. Your mother, wishing to spare the living from further harm, took all the wild spirits to the underworld. Little one, given your current condition and strength, even if you reach the underworld, it would only lead to your demise. How could you seek out your mother? Moreover, although your mother has left, your sister remains by your side. For these past days, she has been tirelessly watching over you at your bedside, her body on the verge of collapse. Is it truly the behavior of a man to add to her troubles and worries? Upon hearing Carlos's words, Minuo turned to look at Mina, observing the evident fatigue etched on her face and the dark circles under her eyes. Minuo embraced her, filled with guilt. I'm sorry, sister, it's all my fault for worrying you. It's all right, Minuo. Your sister understands. What matters is that you have awakened. You know how worried I've been during your slumber. I feared you might never awaken again. What would I do then? I'm sorry for causing you worry. It's all Minuo's fault. Gently wiping away Mina's tears, Minuo rested his head softly on her shoulder, apologizing in a tender voice. Well then, now that Minuo has awakened, Miss Mina, you have been exhausted for so long. It is time for you to rest. I will take care of him, so you need not worry. Although Mina wished to stay and care for Minuo, she ultimately had to retire to rest, persuaded by Carlos and Minuo's insistence. Lord Carlos, how is Lord Hour? Is he still with us? As soon as Mina departed, Minuo eagerly turned to Carlos, his heart heavy at the thought that the giant who had cared for him so attentively, even shielding him with his body from swords, may never again grace him with that radiant smile. After the battle concluded a few days ago, we laid him to rest, Carlos replied, his voice growing somber at the mention of Hour. It's all my fault. Had I not insisted on involving myself in their battle, Hour would not have perished. It is all my blame. With the last flicker of hope extinguished, Minuo pounded his head in regret. This is not your fault, little Minuo. You know why Hour cared for you so deeply. Why, when the grim tidings from Tafa reached him, he was engulfed in pain and remorse. Because he had a son, who, had he lived, would have been about your age. After encountering you that day, Hour remarked that if his little Mumu had not died, he would have looked just like you. Our son, what happened? In response to Minuo's inquiry, Carlos recounted Hour's story. Hour had once been a gifted warrior from a frontier town, achieving the rank of a 4th-level warrior at a tender age, blessed with a beautiful wife and a lovely son. However, the calamity of the undead suddenly erupted in his city, far more fierce than the one in Taysai town. His home fell quickly, and as his wife lay dying, she implored him to take their son to safety. Overcoming the anguish of losing his wife, Hour fled with his son, evading the pursuit of the undead. Yet when he finally paused to rest, he discovered that a bone arrow was lodged in his son's back, and the child was near death. In a desperate attempt to save him, Hour offered his son his favorite lollipop, racing toward the nearest city with a church. But before they arrived, the boy succumbed in his father's arms, still clutching the candy Hour had given him. This was why that big man found solace in lollipops, weeping for his son each time he indulged, always avoiding our gaze to conceal his vulnerability. Afterward, he joined the cult of the supreme deity, devoting himself to mastering healing magic to atone for the regret of not having saved his son in time, swearing to battle evil to the end and protect those he cherished. Thus, his spirit weapon bore such a name. He saw in you the embodiment of his son, sacrificing his life to save you and Tafa. He fulfilled his regrets and vows, departing with a smile. Therefore, you must live healthily and robustly, so that his sacrifice is not in vain. Now, rest well. With that, Carlos cast a healing spell on Minuo before departing. Lying in bed, Minuo reflected on the fleeting moments spent with Hour, letting out a long, lingering sigh that echoed throughout the room. Chapter 29. The gift of holy light, although the signs from that day indicated that the wild spirits in the mountains outside Taisai town had been taken to the underworld by Minuo's mother. To protect her honor and to shield Minuo and Mina from the hostility of others, the three of them, Minuo, Mina, and Carlos, who were the only ones aware of the true reason for the spirits' retreat, kept this matter to themselves as a result. While everyone felt relieved to have escaped death due to the spirits' sudden withdrawal, no one could assure the townsfolk that these beings, known for their irrational behaviors, were not scheming something even more sinister. For many days, the entire town remained steeped in a tense, oppressive atmosphere. This tension persisted until the arrival of a 7th-level powerhouse. After thoroughly inspecting the area outside Taisai town and confirming the absence of any wild spirits or rifts, the townsfolk finally relaxed their taut nerves. Unfortunately, this 7th-level warrior seemed pressed for time, coming and going in a hurry, hardly pausing in Taisai town. Minuo, lying at home recuperating, regrettably missed the opportunity to witness the legendary 7th-level warrior in action. However, at least this legendary figure alleviated everyone's worries and anxieties. Minuo's mother had transformed into a legendary spirit, and the underlying involvement in the undead's assault on Taisai town need not be revealed, allowing the townsfolk to rest easy. Yet, with the resolution of the crisis in Taisai town, those who did not belong here had to leave. Once the 7th-level warrior confirmed that the threat to Taisai town had been neutralized, the heavily burdened Houston reinforcements promptly withdrew from the border town that had claimed over half their comrades. Naturally, Carlos and his team were also set to depart, thanks to our sacrifice of life through the Holy Spirit redemption and Minuo subsequently hiding him away. Tafa, who had been on the brink of death, surprisingly regained consciousness within a few days. Although still weak and devoid of fighting spirit, he was able to walk again. Before leaving, Carlos's team of 6 and Minuo held a small funeral for Our. The town's elder priest, Trek, performed a rest spell on Our's body to ensure it would not rise as a spirit. Standing before Our's gravestone, Minuo remained silent for a long while, then quietly took out 2 lollipops, placing one atop Our's gravestone and the other in his own mouth, finishing it without uttering a word. I deeply apologize, AOL. You have made your inner turmoil so evident, yet I have failed to perceive the pain that resides within you all this time. However, your relentless struggle to protect others shall surely lead you and little Moo Moo to reunite in the celestial realm of the Supreme Deity. Go forth in peace. I solemnly vow to fulfill your entrusted tasks, ensuring that your lava swordsmanship will not be shamed. Gripping the token bestowed upon him by AOL, Mino gazed at the gravestone, his voice imbued with determination, as if he could once again behold the ever-smiling, towering paladin. AOL's funeral had concluded, and the crisis in Taisai town had been averted. Carlos and the others were preparing to depart and report back. Moreover, efforts were needed to restore Tafa's strength. Thus, immediately following the funeral, Carlos and his companions set forth. Before they left, Mino accompanied them to the outskirts of town, just prior to their final parting. Carlos patted Mino on the shoulder and handed him a pre-written letter. Lord Carlos, what does this mean? Should I deliver it to someone? Mino inquired, gazing at the empty envelope with confusion. This is a letter of recommendation for the Archbishop of the capital's cathedral. I am endorsing you, Mino, for clerical training. Once you present this letter to him, he will arrange for you to attend the finest clerical academy in the kingdom. A cleric? Training? I don't recall expressing a desire to become a cleric. Why do you, Lord Carlos, wish to recommend me for clerical training? Rubbing his bewildered head, Mino received Carlos's hearty laughter in response. Of course, it is because you are exceptionally suited to become a cleric. Through our time together, we have observed your character, conduct, and inherent talent. There is no doubt in my mind that you shall become an outstanding cleric in the future. Setting aside the matter of character and conduct, which you can discern, what do you mean by talent? You have not conducted any specific tests on me. How can you ascertain that I possess the talent for clerical duties? Such qualities cannot simply be perceived with the naked eye. Mino expressed his lack of understanding regarding Carlos's faith in him. While the requirements for the power of holy light are not particularly stringent regarding talent, it predominantly hinges on one's will and conviction. At the very least, a basic aptitude for light magic is essential. Although Mino believed that his remarkable starlight talent indicated his capability to study holy light, he had never demonstrated this before Carlos and the others. If one could discern talent merely by sight, the elaborate testing arrays developed by mages would be rendered futile. You little rascal, you are truly amusing. Do you think that the spiritual weapons of clerics can be wielded by anyone? They must be personally bestowed by the original owner and require a formidable aptitude for light magic to be utilized effectively. You fought valiantly with AOL's vow to defend, and if you lack a strong affinity for light magic, I wouldn't believe a single word of it. Observing Mino, who was on the verge of being overwhelmed by confusion, Carlos proudly revealed his insight into Mino's talent. All right, little one. If you wish to become a cleric, take this letter to the capital. We must be on our way, and I look forward to seeing you in the holy city one day. With that, Carlos embraced the somewhat dazed Mino, casting a regretful glance back at Taysai Town and the resting place of AOL, before striding away with his companions, holding the letter entrusted to him by Carlos. Mino's expression was one of complexity. After much contemplation, he found himself unable to make a decisive choice and returned home, the letter weighing heavily in his pocket. Although the undead crisis had been resolved, Taysai Town still faced numerous challenges. The severely damaged city walls required repair, compensation for the families of fallen warriors needed to be addressed, and the cleanup of remains outside the town was a significant undertaking. With Grandpa Concel being an old friend of the mayor, it was difficult to refuse his request for assistance, and naturally, Mino and his companions could only lend a hand. Thus, despite their desire to return to their village immediately, they found themselves helping for several days until most of the town's issues were resolved. Only then could they finally return to their true home. Incidentally, it seems that great opportunities arise in the face of life and death after recovering from his injuries. Mino soon broke through the long-standing barrier of the second level. On the day of his breakthrough, Mino stood before AOL's grave, demonstrating his family's ancestral starlight swordsmanship in its entirety, thus fulfilling a shared regret between the two. Perhaps due to his mother, Mino's small village miraculously sustained little damage. After some minor repairs, it returned to its former state. Although the separation had not been long, the experiences during that time were profound. And Mino, having nearly faced death on multiple occasions, stepped into the home he had lived in for over a decade. Observing the familiar arrangement, he felt as if he had returned from a different world. At that moment, Mina, walking ahead, turned her head and exchanged a glance with her brother, both sensing a shared sentiment, causing them to smile simultaneously. That was truly close. I almost didn't come back, now that I have returned. It feels as if the supreme deity has bestowed his blessings upon me. Indeed, were it not for the protection of the supreme deity's envoys, you, the hot-blooded fool who only knows how to fight, might have been the only one to return. Sister, you are no different. You followed Yirin and the others, yet you secretly returned. If it weren't for our mother recognizing you, we might not have made it back together. That day, Mina had stealthily returned to Taysai Town while Yirin and the others were distracted, hiding in the shadows to watch Mino's figure on the city walls. After a while, without seeing him, she had climbed the walls, and had it not been for their mother regaining her memories, the siblings would have faced dire consequences. In the urgency of the moment, Mino had no time to ponder why his sister, who should have fled long ago, appeared on the battlefield. Later, whenever he inquired, Mino would invoke their mother's words, urging her to care for her younger brother, while tearfully listing Mino's series of reckless adventures, leaving him unable to voice his reproaches. Yes, we owe much to our mother. If only she were here, our home would return to its former state. Alas, she is never coming back. Remembering their mother, Mino's once radiant smile quickly faded. Mina, empathizing with his sorrow, lowered her gaze, and the joy of returning home was instantaneously overshadowed by the grief of their mother's absence, the heavy atmosphere reminiscent of the time of her passing. That's not how it is. Little Mino, mother would never wish to abandon us. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, isn't it better that she exists in the underworld rather than being gone forever? At the very least, once I am capable of inheriting our ancestors' esteemed name as a sage, I will journey to the underworld to bring her back, and then we can all be together once again. Suddenly recalling something, Mina gently embraced Mino, stroking his golden hair, speaking tenderly yet resolutely. Don't ruffle my hair. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Tidying his hair, Mino, reinvigorated by Mina's comfort, declared with newfound energy, You're right. Mother is merely far away. We will bring her back one day. Firmly clutching the letter of recommendation entrusted to him by Carlos, Mino's gaze turned resolute as he looked into the distance. A choice that had long eluded him seemed to have been made. Chapter 30, Sibling Separation. Opening his eyes, Mino stared at the familiar ceiling above. Yawning widely, Logically, he should be heading to the capital for training. Yet recalling the instructions from Aunt Kasha, who had been entrusted by their mother to look after him and his sister, he felt it unwise to leave his sister alone at home. Therefore, Mino chose to remain quietly at home. However, days had passed since returning, and the infuriating Aunt Kasha showed no signs of returning. His training had inexplicably hit a plateau, no matter how hard he practiced his fighting spirit. He made no progress, and his mental strength did not naturally ascend to the first level as described in books. He particularly needed someone to guide him. If Aunt Kasha did not return in a few more days, he would have to head to the capital. Of course, although he could not make any further progress in his fighting spirit, he could not neglect his physical training. At least he could enhance his physical strength. With this thought, Mino rubbed his eyes and prepared to leap out of bed when a beautiful female face appeared above him. "Hi, long time no see. Did you miss me, my adorable little Mino?" Upon seeing Mino awaken, the lovely woman beamed sweetly and scooped him into her embrace. "Kasha auntie, how did you return? Once my business was concluded, I naturally came back. Also, haven't I told you countless times, you should call me Sister Kasha? Little Mino, you truly have a poor memory. If you do that again, I shall have to punish you." As Kasha spoke, she embraced Mino ever more tightly, determined not to relent until she had smothered him in her affection. Fortunately, Mino's struggles proved effective, allowing him to escape her clutches just in time. Otherwise, he might have truly succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. "Honestly, Aunt Kasha, can't you greet someone without nearly choking them? Don't you realize your own strength?" Mino murmured, rubbing his slightly deformed face and pouting in mild complaint. "Little Mino, you really are incorrigible that I've told you to call me Sister Kasha. The art of affectionate smothering. I am going to die. Sister Kasha, I was wrong." As he felt her arms constricting tighter around him, threatening to crush his ribs, Mino quickly begged for mercy. "If you had only done this sooner. Come on, little Mino, call me one more time." "Want you." Releasing Mino, Kasha resumed her gentle, ladylike demeanor, resting her hands on his shoulders in a playful manner. Yet, having just endured the terrifying embrace of this human-like dragoness, Mino understood all too well the lethal strength of those arms resting on his shoulders. He quickly sweetly called out, "Sister Kasha." "Good boy, little Mino, you're truly adorable." With that, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, leaving his face flushed. Blushing again, "Our little Mino is so innocent. It seems there is still room for improvement in your training. Otherwise, how will you handle all the girls in the future? Quickly change your clothes. We need to send little Mina off soon." With that, Kasha cheerfully departed, leaving Mino to roll his eyes at this eternally childish aunt. Kasha was a close friend and confidant of Mino's mother, as close as sisters, treating Mino and Mina with the same affection as if they were her own children. Perhaps this was why Mino's mother entrusted her children to this neighbor. However, this was not the most important point. What truly mattered was that Kasha was the mother of Lana, Mino's childhood companion. Despite her mature appearance and demeanor, Kasha often behaved like a child, sometimes seeming less sensible than her own daughter. Particularly, she delighted in teasing and playfully mocking Mino, often disregarding the distinctions between genders that in their younger days, it was harmless. But as Mino grew more aware of these differences in the last couple of years, he found himself blushing more often, which only fueled her mischievousness. Typically, Kasha would continue to tease Mino until he became exasperated and chased after her, leading to their swordplay practice. However, today was different. Kasha halted her antics just in time, and Mino, disregarding any desire to settle the score, quickly dressed and stepped outside to bid farewell to his sister. "Once you accept the inheritance, you must do your best, sister. Otherwise, your promise to protect me will be mere words." "Yes, I will strive earnestly. When I become the Sage of the Stars, I will support our little Mino, allowing you to roam the continent like a crab, collecting all the princesses to bring home." Mino's sister. Mina playfully pinched his nose and mimicked a crab's gait, laughing. "Sister, you're already so grown up. Why resort to childhood jokes? By that logic, you once said you would be my bride when we were little. So I prefer you over any princess. All right, when our little Mino truly grows up, I shall be your bride, but you must wait for me and not bring home other girls ahead of time. Otherwise, I will use magic to send them away." Mino and Mina laughed and reminisced about sweet memories and future dreams, as if oblivious to the impending separation. In truth, they both understood that after this parting, it might be a long time before they could meet again, hence their efforts to remain cheerful and not shed tears that might cause worry. However, when Kasha completed the magical array adorned with crystal stones. Mina could no longer hold back her tears, tightly embracing Mino as if to imprint his essence into her memory. Now, sister must leave. You have to take good care of yourself, and don't act recklessly. Strength is not everything. Even if you don't reach level 7, I will make those who dare to mock you pay the price. Yes, you can rest assured, sister, I will take good care of myself. If anyone dares to bully you, just send me a letter, and I will show them that my sister Mino is not someone they can trifle with. Mino, too, was in tears, clinging desperately to Mina, as if to anchor her there forever. No matter how much they wished to prolong their time together, the moment of departure inevitably arrived. Ultimately, Mina stepped onto the magic circle, departing in a dazzling light for her destined path, where this beautiful girl would shine with her true brilliance, leaving any who once underestimated her to regret it. Look, little Mina has left. You don't intend to rely solely on her for the future, do you? How about learning to become a magical swordsman alongside me? This path truly suits you. After bidding farewell to Mina, Kasha playfully tapped Mino on the head, her tone light. A magical swordsman? Thank you for your kind offer, Sister Kasha, but if I can't become a mage, I won't force it. I have already decided to pursue studies as a paladin in the capital, so I can't stay home with you any longer. What? Little Mino is leaving too? Mina has gone to the Black Tower for her inheritance, and little Lana has gone off to study. Now even you are leaving me, sister? I truly feel so lonely. Kasha exclaimed, producing a handkerchief from somewhere to cover her face, feigning tears. Wait, you're going to study as a paladin? Little Mino, do you understand what you're saying? Surely I must have misheard. Yes, I know what I'm saying, that I'm going to the capital to study as a paladin, Mino stated solemnly, meeting Kasha's incredulous gaze. Despite his declaration, Kasha still hesitated, checking Mino's forehead, examining his eyes, and even pulling his mouth to observe his tongue. After various checks confirmed he had no fever or strange illness, she asked, bewildered, Little Mino, do you truly comprehend what you were saying? You should be aware of how difficult this path is. If you pursue the holy light, the already slim chances of success will vanish entirely. Of course, I know what I'm saying, but what of it? This path, which is steeped in delusion, seems impossible to traverse. Even the illustrious ancestor who created this training method never reached the pinnacle of success. How could an ordinary person like me ever succeed? Since it seems destined to end in failure, why not channel these futile efforts into other pursuits? What's wrong with aspiring to be a noble holy knight? At least I can help many people and put an end to those dreadful tragedies. Can't I? As Mino spoke, his voice rose, tears streaming down his face as he poured out his heart. These heavy feelings had been bottled up for far too long, and he could no longer bear the weight. He knew that choosing this path meant he had to carry on his ancestors' will, but he did not want to devote his entire life to a goal that was destined to be fruitless. Thus, when the floodgates opened, his true emotions burst forth uncontrollably. Never mind, since Mife is no longer around, I suppose I can't be blamed for revealing matters to Xiaomi No in advance. Now, come with me, Xiaomi No, and let me show you the extraordinary essence of your cultivation. With that, Kasha beckoned to Mino, who, filled with curiosity about the hidden depths of his years of training and fighting energy, followed cautiously. Is this the bathroom? Am I supposed to take a bath first to unravel the mysteries of stellar fighting energy? Or is it that bathing accelerates the cultivation process? Upon arriving at Kasha's bathroom and observing her busily preparing the bathwater, Mino voiced his puzzlement. You little rascal, truly unaware of the fortune you possess. You should be well aware of your family's profound heritage. With a casual toss of a peculiar herb into the bathwater, Kasha continued to mix various other herbs, not bothering to turn around as she addressed Mino. Well, I certainly know that. Our family was founded by the legendary Sage of Stars. Every generation allows the most gifted clan members to venture to the Black Tower to receive the blessings of our ancestors. Becoming powerful stellar sorcerers, if one can attain the 9th level, they can inherit the title of Sage, just like my sister who recently went to receive her inheritance. Mino felt quite perplexed by Kasha's inquiry, as his mother had informed him of this when he was young. Surely Kasha knew this, especially since she had just sent his sister off to receive her legacy. Why would Kasha ask about it? It seems you are quite informed, Mino. However, here lies the question. As a descendant of the Sage, even though only one clan member can inherit the ancestral magic, shouldn't you aim to ascend to the pinnacle of magic? Why then have you chosen to practice swordsmanship and fighting energy? Hearing Kasha's words, Mino began to feel a sense of unease. Initially, he had studied magic alongside his sister, But after relinquishing his right to inherit the ancestral magic for her sake, his mother had handed him the family's fighting energy cultivation manual, suggesting that since the path of magic was closed to him, he should focus on fighting energy instead at the time. He had found this reasonable and obediently embarked on the path of fighting energy. However, reflecting now, it seemed possible to cultivate magic without the ancestral inheritance, and his magical talent was by no means lacking. Why had he abandoned the pursuit of magic? And therein lies the issue. Why did Mife wish for you to cultivate fighting energy? Because if you, Xiaomi No, were to cultivate fighting energy, you would gain an inheritance on par with Xiaomi Na's, and this inheritance fundamentally resides in the very stellar fighting energy you feel inferior to. Sensing Mino's confusion, Kasha gently tapped his forehead and remarked, "Not inferior to your sister. That's impossible. My sister is about to inherit the title of Sage, a paragon among the legendary 9th-level powerhouses, the strongest of magic practitioners. What inheritance could possibly compare to that? Is it really just this stellar fighting energy that can barely reach the 2nd level? The title of Sage is bestowed only upon 9th-level powerhouses who have made significant contributions in a particular magical field, such as the immortal sage who discovered the method to create the Philosopher's Stone, or the Sage of Magic who reformed the magical system. Mino's ancestor earned the title of Sage of Stars for pioneering stellar magic and a series of prophetic arts based on astrological predictions. A title held by only a handful of sorcerers throughout the continent's history. Only the monarch who unified the continent, the hero who saved the world, or the saint who sacrificed themselves for the world could be compared to such honor. It was nearly impossible for two members of the same family to possess such titles. Even the most ambitious dreamer would scarcely entertain such a notion. Indeed, it seems you have hit a wall at the 2nd level. I had thought you might break through your limits, but alas, it appears you have failed. Kasha scrutinized Mino, disappointment evident in her expression, as if witnessing a prodigy diminished to mere mediocrity. Aunt Kasha, you seem to be missing the point. We are discussing my path here, and I have already surpassed the 2nd level, though I cannot fathom why I cannot progress further in fighting energy. My mental strength hasn't advanced as the book suggested. What? You have actually broken through? This fighting energy has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one has ever managed to break through the 2nd level without assistance. Xiaomi No, you truly are the genius I have trained since childhood. Upon hearing of Mino's breakthrough, Kasha's eyes sparkled as she rushed toward him, inspecting him as if he were a rare treasure, completely forgetting to admonish him for not addressing her as sister. Hey, and Kasha, I'm also a swordsmanship prodigy. Is it really that astonishing to merely break through the 2nd level? If this fighting energy can't even allow for a 2nd level breakthrough, how could it have been passed down through the ages? Finally managing to evade Kasha's groping hands, Mino awkwardly adjusted his clothes, pointing out the flaw in her logic. You little rascal, if I don't clarify things for you, you simply won't understand. But today, let us have you discover what kind of inheritance you truly possess. With that, Kasha swiftly seized Mino, and in a few quick motions, removed his clothes and tossed them into the meticulously prepared bathwater, then produced a delicate vial, pouring its contents into the water with utmost care. Why are you suddenly tossing me into the bath? That was quite startling. After wiping the droplets from his face, Mino, caught off guard and choking on several mouthfuls of water, glared at Kasha, only to find the vial contained a shimmering silver-blue viscous liquid resembling a miniature nebula. What is that? It looks so beautiful. Don't touch it. It's quite rare, Kasha scolded, swatting Mino's hand away as he reached for the liquid. This is star essence, a precious substance only found within the core of stars. It seems only your family can afford to use it so lavishly. Cutting open the core of a star. How is that even possible? Not to mention how one could shatter a star. No one has the ability to breach the cosmos, even with the power to shatter stars. That's precisely why it's considered extraordinarily precious. Thankfully, although it is rare, its practical use is limited, coupled with the immense power that guards these star essences. This has ensured that each generation of stellar sword technique inheritors can use this essence to awaken their bloodlines. Wait, Aunt Kasha, what on earth are you talking about? It's all so nonsensical. I can't understand any of it. With the topic jumping wildly, one strange term after another spilling from Kasha's lips, Mino's head was utterly muddled. He urgently called for a halt. Such ignorance is truly frightening. Well then, Xiaomi No, just soak comfortably while I explain everything to you. Since you know that your family's original ancestor was the Sage of Stars, I presume you are quite familiar with the records regarding the sage.do. You know how the Sage of Stars met their end. Kasha pressed Mino under the water, watching as his head bobbed up. Fully awake, finally addressing the topic Mino was most concerned about. I know, they perished due to an accident during a magical experiment. Exactly. But do you know what kind of experiment it was? After a moment of contemplation, Mino shook his head, certain that there were no records on this matter. It was during an experiment to draw in stars that they perished. The Sage of Stars accidentally attracted a star that sealed an unknown evil celestial demon, resulting in their death as the demon retaliated. Furthermore, that star began to fall towards the continent. If it were to crash down, half the continent would surely be shattered by the force of impact. And then, the Sage's son stepped forward, shattering the falling star in one strike, simultaneously slaying the celestial demon and saving the continent. Thus, he earned the recognition of various races and was bestowed the title of Stellar Hero. Therefore, Xiaomi No, your family uniquely possesses both the legacies of the Sage and the Hero. Hero. Yes, indeed. So, Xiaomi No, you inherit the legacy of the Stellar Hero. Once you become legendary and inherit the treasures left by your ancestors, you will be the new generation's Stellar Hero. How does that sound? Surely far more impressive than the Sage title, which requires at least an 8th level attainment for inheritance. I am a hero. After listening to Kasha's account, Mino found his mind swirling with a singular phrase that reverberated incessantly. The impact of those words was so profound that Mino became utterly dazed, unable to comprehend anything Kasha said afterward. It was only when a surge of excruciating pain struck him that he jolted back to reality. But before he could seek confirmation from Kasha, he succumbed to unconsciousness in that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him. One thought dominated Mino's mind. Aunt Kasha, you can't be joking, can you? Chapter 32. The powerful bloodline feeling an unprecedented resonance with the celestial stars, Mino lifted his gaze to the sunlight streaming through the window, marveling as he touched his own body in astonishment. It was daytime. After all, according to the texts, the celestial power of the stars would be eclipsed by the formidable sun during daylight hours, rendering it nearly impossible for even high-tier star mages to cultivate under such conditions. The mere fact that he could faintly resonate with the stars above was remarkable, regardless of other benefits. It was certain that Mino's future cultivation speed would be exponentially accelerated. This alone would mitigate the greatest challenge in mastering celestial combat energy. Moreover, Mino could distinctly feel the enhancement of his physical form. Although his strength and speed had not increased dramatically due to his age, the improvement in his agility and defensive capabilities would elevate his prowess significantly. Furthermore, Kasha had previously mentioned that the power of their bloodline emphasized the enhancement of mental acuity and potential. When he casually cast a simple illumination spell, Mino clearly sensed that the construction of the spell was far easier than before. Is this the power of my bloodline? Truly formidable. I say, little Mino, if you're awake, come out quickly, or you might catch a cold. Kasha's voice drifted in from outside, breaking Mino's reverie as he was immersed in the power of his lineage, drenched in a bucket of icy bathwater. He shivered and hastily climbed out, getting dressed swiftly before exiting the bathroom. How does it feel? The bloodline of the Star Phoenix is quite impressive, isn't it? You no longer feel inferior, do you? Mino, glancing at Kasha who lounged casually in a chair, felt his cheeks flush slightly that he recalled his previous loud complaints about celestial combat energy and felt an overwhelming desire to find a place to hide. All right, little Mino, there's no need to be shy. I understand that uncomfortable feeling of ineffective effort. You're still young. It's normal to be unable to endure, Kasha gently consoled him, ruffling Mino's hair. However, with this newfound strength, you should reconsider your aspiration to become a paladin. Even with the bloodline's acceleration of your cultivation, simultaneously mastering both magic and combat energy is quite taxing. If you then pursue the holy light, the concerns you have will surely become reality. Upon hearing Kasha's words, Mino's previously resolute heart wavered. The primary reason he had decided to forge ahead was the belief that the path ahead was hopeless, that the dreams passed down through generations by his ancestors were unattainable. Rather than waste a lifetime on a road with no end in sight, he resolved to strive for his mother's salvation. Yet now, he realized that the path before him was not devoid of hope. His mother had regained her past memories, and as long as he could find her in the netherworld, even if he could not restore her to humanity, it would not be an insurmountable loss. Why then should he continue to recklessly race toward a dead end? I'm sorry, Aunt Kasha, but I still wish to go to the capital and further my studies to become a glorious paladin. After much contemplation, Mino made this difficult decision. The moment he spoke, he could clearly sense the fleeting flash of anger on Kasha's face. Little Mino, you've always been so understanding. Why would you suddenly choose to undertake such a self-destructive path? You should recognize the bright future that awaits you, having inherited the legacy of the Star Warrior. I understand, Aunt Kasha, but even if I were to break through the legendary barrier and become a legendary, epic, or even mythic being, what would it matter? Could I use that power to restore my mother? Neither combat energy nor magic has the capability to revert the undead back to humanity, even if I became a myth. I could not bring my mother back. Gazing deeply into Kasha's eyes, Mino earnestly expressed his thoughts. But divine magic exists. I have witnessed a cleric use a divine spell called Holy Redemption to restore a paladin who had been transformed into a skeletal warrior by my mother. If I diligently study the holy light, I could bring her back. Faced with Mino's sincere words, Kasha fell silent. Although she had not witnessed the events in Town firsthand due to her need to contact the Black Tower and retrieve the star essence essential for awakening Mino's bloodline, she could surmise from Mina's calm recounting the immense joy Mino must have felt upon seeing his long-lost mother again, followed by the despair of discovering she had become a legendary undead creature who had nearly taken his life. Thus, she could not echo the nonsensical sentiment that as long as memories remain, there is no difference between the undead and the living. She understood Mino's longing for the warmth of his mother's embrace, a profound beauty that the undead could never provide. Confronted with Mino's pure desire, Kasha could only choose silence. Kasha was at a loss for how to persuade Mino to abandon his thoughts, while Mino, having poured out his heart, also found himself momentarily speechless. The room fell into a quiet lull. After a long while, Mino's lips moved hesitantly, and ultimately, he spoke first. Aunt Kasha, the foundation of divine magic cultivation lies in understanding the supreme God's spirit and enhancing one's mental power. Celestial combat energy also contributes to mental enhancement. This means that although I am cultivating 3 forces simultaneously, the actual difficulty is akin to mastering only 2, just as many dual-class magic swordsmen have attained mythic strength. I should be able to achieve the same with sufficient effort, shouldn't I? Mino's assertion bore a hint of contrived reasoning. The challenge of simultaneously mastering combat energy, magic, and the holy light would far exceed that of a magic swordsman who focused on only 2 powers. Unless Mino intended to treat one as a secondary pursuit without delving deeply into it. However, the determination reflected in Mino's words compelled Kasha to take him seriously. After all, a warrior's cultivation at higher tiers was intricately linked to willpower and dreams. Forcing Mino to abandon his aspirations might inadvertently hinder his future prospects. After much contemplation, Kasha looked into Mino's clear and earnest eyes, sighed softly, and eventually nodded in agreement. I knew Aunt Kasha would understand. Seeing Kasha finally change her stance, Mino cheered and rushed forward to embrace her affectionately. I told you to call me Sister Kasha that I'm still so young and beautiful. Calling me Auntie makes me sound old. Understood, Aunt Kasha. Little Mino, do you realize you are courting disaster? After a bout of joyful banter, once Mino's excitement had subsided, the two began to discuss serious matters once more. Little Mino, while you assert that the cultivation of holy light and celestial magic share commonalities that may ease some of the challenges, you must also recognize that your innate talent for holy light may not match that of someone enhanced by bloodline power. Moreover, spells like Holy Redemption are of a high tier, and without sufficient talent, a cleric cannot master them. So if you find your talent lacking in the future, I hope you can rationally abandon the pursuit of holy light, that if necessary, we can always seek a red-robed bishop of the supreme god to assist with Myphi's transformation. I understand, Aunt Kasha, that if Lord Carlos had not mentioned that I could wield another spiritual weapon and that my holy light talent was exceptionally high, I would not even be considering its study. And if my talent truly proves inadequate, I will choose to relinquish it rationally. Upon hearing Mino mention his ability to wield a cleric's spiritual weapon with power comparable to the original wielder, Kasha raised an eyebrow, regarding Mino with a peculiar expression. Due to certain undisclosed circumstances, her understanding of the supreme goddess' teachings surpassed that of lesser clerics like Carlos. Therefore, she comprehended the terrifying potential that such talent represented. Even if Mino lacked aptitude in combat energy and magic, his exceptional gift in holy light could still allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of power. With an unparalleled talent for combat energy bolstered by the Star Phoenix bloodline and an extraordinary magical aptitude, The convergence of the highest talents of humanity's three main professions in one individual was nothing short of astonishing. By the supreme god, Mi-Fi, what kind of prodigy have you birthed? Perhaps the supreme fantasy passed down by the Star Warrior is destined to manifest through this little fellow. Mino, come now. Minuo, since you are set to pursue your training as a cleric in the royal capital, I must entrust you with the items I have for Miffy, regardless of whether you can learn them immediately. It is essential that you at least remember them, lest you miss the opportune moment to utilize them. Despite her myriad thoughts, Kasha refrained from voicing them, for Minuo had yet to attain legendary prowess. And discussing such matters seemed premature. It was more prudent to first address the pressing concerns at hand. What are you looking for? And Kasha, is it something of great importance? As Minuo followed Kasha into her family's quarters, she observed Kasha rummaging through various belongings with curiosity. Not this one, nor that one. Where on earth could it be? How vexing, Kasha muttered irritably, her back turned as she frantically searched through the disarray. What could it possibly be? Naturally, it is something you need to learn, little Minuo. Surely, you do not believe that the illustrious legacy of the Star Warrior consists of mere trinkets. The legendary path to ascension is far more complex than a single tome on stellar chi. What illustrious Star Warrior! I have never heard of such a figure. They pale in comparison to the renowned light warriors. Perhaps they are merely self-proclaimed pretenders, Minuo quietly remarked behind Kasha, entirely oblivious to the deeper implications of Kasha's words. After diligently studying under Kasha for over 10 days, Minuo finally managed to memorize the materials entrusted to her. The journey in pursuit of the holy light was about to commence. Chapter 33, A Twist of Fate, Wake Up. Minuo, we are nearing Houston City. As the shadow of the city walls gradually emerged in her view, the uncle responsible for driving hastily approached the back of the carriage to rouse the slumbering Minuo. Oh, have we arrived at Houston City already? That was quite swift, Minuo exclaimed, stretching her arms and leaping out of the carriage, her eyes wide with surprise at the sight of the distant walls. Swift? You say? We deliberately slowed our pace to avoid danger. A journey that should have taken merely 10 days has stretched to nearly 20, and it is only because you have been napping that it feels so quick, Pika remarked. Observing Minuo as she twisted and stretched her limbs, feeling slightly embarrassed by Pika's comment, Minuo offered a sheepish smile and chose to ignore the remark, after spending more than 10 days memorizing Kasha's lessons. Minuo was finally permitted to join a merchant caravan bound for Houston City, embarking on her first step toward the royal capital for further training. Initially, she had joined the caravan as a bodyguard, yet she had spent most of the journey asleep in the carriage. Had it not been for her familiarity with Pika and the absence of significant danger, she might have been expelled from the caravan. While it might seem that Minuo was excessively fond of slumber, the truth was more nuanced. The caravan's constant movement hindered her regular training in chi and swordsmanship, leading her to focus on magic instead. Unlike chi, which requires active training, magic demands quiet meditation. Consequently, Minuo's prolonged absence from the outside world was misconstrued as mere sleep. Despite the misunderstandings, Minuo made considerable progress. The mental fortitude she had cultivated through chi training had solidified, and she was beginning to grasp the basics of the stellar magic meditation technique. Once she mastered her first level 1 spell, she would earn the title of level 1 mage in light of the recent devastating undead calamity in Taisai Town. News of its eradication had reached Houston City. However, security checks at the city gates had become significantly stricter. Pika's caravan underwent thorough inspection for 10 minutes before finally being allowed entry into Houston City. Minuo, although you are now a level 2 warrior, the journey to the royal capital is far more perilous than our trip from Taisai Town to Houston. Not even a level 4 warrior would dare to travel alone. So it would be wise for you to find a caravan to accompany you, Pika advised, casting a concerned glance at Minuo's youthful face as she prepared to depart. Though humanity had claimed vast territories thanks to their formidable reproductive capabilities, they remained outmatched by the powerful and diverse magical beasts. Even if many beasts in the vicinity had been eradicated by human warriors, the eastern border frequently faced starvation-induced beast waves during winter. The wild roads were particularly perilous, rendering Pika's caution quite reasonable. Having experienced the helplessness brought on by the undead calamity, Minuo was acutely aware of her own limitations and lacked confidence in her abilities. Furthermore, Kasha had also urged her to heed caution before departing, so her immediate priority was to find a caravan heading to the royal capital. Unlike Taisai Town, Houston City did not harbor caravan leaders familiar with Minuo. To join a caravan heading to the royal capital, her first step was to register as an apprentice mercenary at the Mercenary Guild. Merchants seeking to hire professionals for their caravans naturally preferred those with a modicum of strength. Hiring unscrupulous individuals could lead to disastrous losses. Thus, a necessary regulatory and insurance mechanism was imperative. Namely, the Mercenary Guild. If one assumes that the Mercenary Guild is merely a ragtag organization that accepts anyone, one would be gravely mistaken to become a registered mercenary. An individual must possess at least level 4 strength and a commendable reputation. Those below level 4 can only attain the status of apprentice mercenaries. As an apprentice, the guild records one's aura upon registration. Should one betray their employer, the guild will utilize the aura to track them down, but otherwise, they bear no responsibility. Furthermore, apprentices cannot even accept missions through the guild. This is why mercenary groups, composed solely of registered mercenaries, thrive. Only by joining such a group can apprentices access missions via the guild's recommendations. Otherwise, they must negotiate directly with employers, which is fraught with low success rates. Fortunately, due to the guild's indifference toward apprentices, registering as one is not a cumbersome process. After demonstrating her prowess as a level 2 warrior, an emblem signifying her status as an apprentice mercenary appeared on Minuo's attire. What are you searching for? Little brother, why not tell your sister so she can assist you? Although the Mercenary Guild had no obligation to help apprentices obtain missions, there were no restrictions against staff members offering assistance. Perhaps captivated by Minuo's adorable appearance, a girl in charge of task postings approached her with unexpected eagerness. Thank you, sister. I am looking for a task to protect a caravan heading to the royal capital. Do you know where I might find one? Grateful for the girl's willingness to help, Minuo flashed a sweet smile as she politely expressed her request. Little brother, are you hoping to travel to the royal capital? Unfortunately, all the caravans heading that way have already departed, and it may be quite some time before new tasks arise, the girl replied, tilting her head thoughtfully. I see. Then it seems I must venture forth alone. Nonetheless, I appreciate your assistance, Minuo said, feeling a pang of disappointment. Traveling alone was perilous, but remaining in Houston City to wait indefinitely for a caravan to return was not an option. She could only hope her luck would hold, and that she would not encounter beasts stronger than level 4. Realizing that joining a caravan to the royal capital was no longer an option, Minuo decided against lingering at the Mercenary Guild any longer. She turned to leave, intending to purchase essentials before setting out. Wait, little brother. Just as Minuo was about to step away, the girl from the guild called out to her. Seeing her puzzled expression, she hesitated for a moment before discreetly sharing information that should not have been disclosed. While the caravans are gone, a prominent figure's convoy is set to depart for the royal capital soon. These influential individuals value their lives greatly. Among their protectors are even level 6 warriors. If you can join that convoy, traveling to the royal capital should pose no problem. That I shared this confidential information with you because I genuinely worry about your safety on your solitary journey. Please do not speak of this to anyone else. Indeed. I understand. Thank you, dear elder sister, for conveying such important news to Mino. Rest assured, Mino is well known in her hometown for her reliability. The revelation from the girl was quite astonishing. It was critical to recognize that if the enemies of that prominent figure were to acquire such information, they could potentially orchestrate an assassination attempt against him. The fact that someone would risk so much to share this news with Mino indicated a significant level of trust. Mino, understanding the gravity of the situation, would never carelessly disseminate this information, lest it lead to repercussions for the well-meaning elder sister who had assisted her. So the little brother's name is Mino. What a delightful name it is. Observing Mino's awareness of the risks involved, the girl's expression of concern diminished considerably. However, a hint of embarrassment soon surfaced on her face. The protective force of that convoy is indeed formidable, which brings about a rather troublesome issue. They have requested the Mercenary Guild to recruit not combat personnel for the protection detail, but rather temporary servants to serve tea and run errands. I wonder if you, little Mino, would be capable of fulfilling such a role. It turned out there was a request for assistance in recruiting servants, which explained how the girl had acquired such information and recommended Mino for the convoy. Likely in a moment of impulsiveness, should an ordinary mercenary encounter such a situation, the most probable outcome would be retreating in resignation, not out of some misguided sense of warrior honor, but because serving true aristocrats could be exceedingly demanding, with numerous intricate considerations that would prove torturous for a mercenary unaccustomed to such details. Yet, Mino, having studied magical knowledge from a young age, possessed the requisite attentiveness and patience. Surely, serving as someone else's servant temporarily would not pose a significant challenge for her, especially with the goal of safely reaching the royal capital. Thus, Mino confidently assured the girl, "No problem at all. You can trust Mino with this." Observing Mino's unwavering confidence, the girl likely felt reassured that, even if Mino were to falter in this task, her youth and charming demeanor would likely mitigate any harsh reprimands, and so she provided Mino with the means to contact that prominent figure. Chapter 34. A false alarm. The Mercenary Guild's policy forbids assisting apprentice mercenaries in taking on tasks. So regarding Mino's potential inclusion in the convoy, the girl could only express her inability to assist. Mino was not surprised by this situation. After thanking the girl, she proceeded to the address provided to find the temporary residence of that prominent figure. Upon reaching the gate, Mino hesitated for a moment before removing the large sword from her back and stowing it in her clothing pocket. Prior to her departure, Kasha had painstakingly imbued the sword with an exceedingly rare sheathing spell, allowing it to be concealed within any crevice as if it were sheathed, ensuring Mino would not be burdened by its size while out and about. Now, it proved to be quite useful, given that she was there to apply for the servant position, while she had no intention of concealing her identity as a warrior or her primary objective. Carrying a sword taller than herself would undoubtedly draw unwarranted attention and perhaps leave a poor impression on her prospective employer, thereby jeopardizing her chances of success. Thus, she decided to conceal the large sword and instead wield a standard longsword. Clang, clang, clang. The gate swung open almost simultaneously as Mino withdrew her hand from the knocker. She beheld a middle-aged warrior peering out through the crack of the door, polite yet vigilant. Having never engaged in such an endeavor before, Mino stifled her insecurities deep within and courteously expressed her purpose. "Greetings, sir. I have received word that you are seeking to recruit a temporary servant. I am here for the interview. This matter has already been entrusted to the Mercenary Guild, and I believe they will assist us in finding a suitable candidate, so I must ask you to leave," replied the middle-aged warrior, beginning to close the gate, sensing the gravity of the situation. Mino hurriedly pressed against the door, making one last effort in the face of the warrior's unwelcoming gaze. "Please, sir, I am indeed sent by the Mercenary Guild." "That seems unlikely. If you truly received a task from the Mercenary Guild, you would have brought me the task order at once. Of course, it is not too late to present it now. If you can produce the task order issued by the guild and receive the permission of my lord, then this lucrative position shall be yours." Faced with the warrior's demands, Mino could only offer a wry smile. The kind elder sister from the guild had done her utmost in sharing this information, and to expect that the task would be formally assigned to someone who was neither a registered mercenary nor a professional servant was overly ambitious, and no matter how adorable Mino appeared, it was unreasonable to think that anyone would risk losing a prestigious position for a complete stranger. "Sir, Houston City is not like those bustling metropolises. The only qualified servants who meet your lord's requirements are likely to be found in the lord's household. Unless your lord intends to borrow one from the city lord, it would be improbable for them to serve your lord. I believe your lord does not wish to complicate matters, so why not grant me a chance? If I meet the requirements, wouldn't you save yourself a great deal of trouble?" Mino's words, uttered in a moment of desperation, indeed struck a chord with the warrior. If the Mercenary Guild failed to find anyone, the burden would ultimately fall upon him. Moreover, Mino's status as a level 2 warrior rendered her nearly invisible in the eyes of the warrior. He had no reason to fear that she might cause any harm to his lord. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged warrior stepped aside, allowing Mino to enter. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity, but whether my lord finds you acceptable remains to be seen. Be aware that our lord's standards are exceedingly stringent." Following the middle-aged warrior into the courtyard, Mino couldn't help but feel her anxiety heighten as she observed the exquisite decorations and the clump of verdant eastern bamboo in the corner. Although eastern bamboo is not particularly rare in the eastern regions of the continent, transplanting it here requires considerable effort, and its cost is quite steep. Furthermore, this unique plant is generally appreciated only by those of true refinement, making it a rarity in Houston City. The meticulous arrangement of even a temporary dwelling indicated the high standards and strict tastes of this prominent figure, leaving Mino to wonder whether her novice status, having never served anyone before, would meet their expectations. Regardless of her inner turmoil, Mino dared not show any sign of her apprehension, should the leading warrior perceive her distress. It could easily cost her this opportunity, extinguishing her last flicker of hope. Thus, even as her palms grew sweaty with anxiety, she could only feign an air of self-assuredness. "Evan, who have you brought?" As they approached the door of the room where the prominent figure resided. Before Evan could respond, a melodious feminine voice resonated from within, as if foreseeing their arrival. "This is the individual who has come to apply for the position of temporary servant. I have brought them for your inspection." "My lord." Evan bowed respectfully before the door, his demeanor somewhat anxious. The occupant of the room offered no reply, merely allowing the door to swing open slowly. Mino followed Evan inside, bowing respectfully as she entered, only to find herself staring at the so-called prominent figure seated in the center of the room. To Mino's astonishment, this prominent figure turned out to be a woman, a young, beautiful girl with black hair and dark eyes. Unmistakably of Eastern descent, clad in a simple yet elegant traditional Eastern gown. Gazing at the graceful figure with waist-length hair, Mino found it difficult to reconcile this image with her prior assumption of a white-haired elder. Momentarily entranced, her gaze lingered on the girl in a daze. After bowing and rising, Evan noticed Mino's unabashed stare at his lord and swiftly tugged at her to bow again. The warning in his eyes conveyed neither anger nor irritation, suggesting that the girl's beauty was indeed extraordinary, allowing Evan to assume that Mino's momentary distraction was a natural reaction, one he was accustomed to, and therefore not worthy of reprimand. "Little one, is it you who wishes to apply to be a temporary servant? May I inquire as to your motivations for seeking this position?" "Yes, my lord." Gazing into the girl's watery autumn eyes, Mino inexplicably felt a pang of guilt at the thought of deceiving her, leading her to inadvertently voice her true feelings. "I have come here because I wish to travel to the royal capital. My abilities are limited, and journeying alone poses considerable danger. However, there are no merchant caravans from Houston City heading to the royal capital, and I do not wish to remain here idly, so I thought I might try my luck with you, my lord." "Oh, I see. While your motives may not be entirely pure, it matters little. However, to become my servant, even if just temporarily, you must possess the skills to brew tea, among other things. Tell me, little one, do you know how to brew tea?" "Having learned a bit during the times I often brewed it for my mother, I possess some knowledge in this regard." Upon uttering these words, Mino suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his statement. Ever since his mother's departure, he had been reluctant to mention her, let alone recount his past to a stranger. Coupled with his subconscious revelation of the truth, Mino felt he might have fallen victim to some enchantment. The peculiar sensation he experienced upon gazing into the girl's eyes only reinforced his awareness of the predicament he found himself in. Quickly regaining his composure, he lowered his gaze to avoid her penetrating stare. "If you can, then let us put it to the test," the girl said, and with a graceful flick of her sleeve, an exquisite tea set materialized upon a small wooden table beside them, leaving Mino momentarily stunned that it was indeed spatial magic. Although such magic was rare, low-level storage types were not excessively uncommon. However, when the girl retrieved the items, Mino, as a mage, felt not a single trace of magical fluctuations. This could mean either that the girl possessed a high-tier storage magical artifact rivaling that of legendary treasures, or that she had at least mastered advanced spatial magic. Regardless of which was true, the implications were undeniably staggering. Yet, Mino knew these were not matters for him to dwell upon at present. Shaking his head slightly to dispel the unwelcome thoughts, he approached the tea set, ready to begin brewing. Tea ceremonies do not involve weapons. If you wish to avoid immediate disqualification, you ought to first remove your armaments. The black-haired girl interjected before Mino could make a move. He had never heard of such rules, but given his ignorance of tea ceremonies, he dismissed it. Turning to the side, he began to unsheath the long sword at his waist, but before he could complete the action, the girl spoke again. "You must remove everything. Simply placing them in dimensional space will not suffice." The implications of her words were immediately clear to all present. Evan, standing nearby, drew his weapon, fixated on Mino, ready to strike should Mino falter in any way. With Evan's aura locking onto him, Mino felt every hair on his body stand on end, an almost uncontrollable urge to flee surging within him. Fortunately, Mino's intent to conceal his greatsword stemmed from mere convenience, not from any shameful motive. Acknowledging that the girl had perceived his weapon and misunderstood his intentions, he promptly drew forth the greatsword, named Meteor, from his pocket and gently placed it on the ground. At the sight of Meteor, Evan's composure faltered. Had the black-haired girl not intervened, he would have charged at Mino, convinced that a man concealing such a rare magical weapon could only be an assassin. However, after the appearance of Meteor, the girl's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she scrutinized Mino for a moment, her dark gaze unsettling him. Yet, before he could buckle under the pressure, she averted her eyes. Gesturing for him to continue brewing the tea, the atmosphere was undeniably strange, and Mino, already anxious, found his brewing skills faltering. The result was likely no better than what an average person might produce. After the black-haired girl consumed the tea and closed her eyes, Mino braced himself for rejection and the prospect of continuing his journey alone. "I am Kaguya Hurazen, little one. Would you consent to be my temporary servant?" Gazing at the black-haired girl. "No." Kaguya Hurazen, as she extended her delicate hand towards him, Mino found himself momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What could this possibly mean? Was it conceivable that this seemingly refined girl possessed an atrocious sense of taste? However, regardless of her preferences, Mino realized he had achieved his objective. He accepted Kaguya's left hand, knelt on one knee, and, adhering strictly to noble etiquette, gently kissed the back of her hand, solemnly declaring, "I am Mino, and I shall serve you." Chapter 35. Evan's misunderstanding. Evan was utterly astonished to witness his master extend her hand to Mino. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Had the sun risen in the west today? Why would someone who typically recoiled from others' proximity willingly allow a mere stranger to kiss her hand? As Mino's lips brushed against Kaguya's hand, Evan's eyes reddened with jealousy. He longed to intervene and claim Mino's place. Alas, that was impossible. Fortunately, this was merely a formality. Mino's lips touched Kaguya's hand and withdrew, turning to retrieve the two swords he had placed on the floor. Just as before, Meteor slid into his pocket, while the long sword hung at his waist. "You should place that great sword in your sleeve. It would be more convenient for combat," Kaguya remarked. Heeding her advice, Mino tucked Meteor into his sleeve and found it indeed much easier to draw. "Very well. Evan, take our little Mino to find a room," Kaguya instructed, beckoning to the slightly red-eyed Evan. "I still have matters to attend to here and shall remain for a while, though not for too long. We will depart for the capital in a few days. During this time, you may freely explore, though it might not be entirely necessary to do so." Thus, Mino followed Evan, his emotions and mindset markedly different from when he first arrived. "I truly do not understand what makes you so special, little one, that you could touch the master's body. I have accompanied her for over a decade without ever being so close. Had Lady Iron accompanied us, or if Lady Ryzen had not been preoccupied, I would not even have the right to enter her quarters." As Evan lamented, Mino reflected on his brief interactions with Kaguya Hurazen, feeling no hint of her reputed aloofness. After some thought, he hesitantly replied, "Perhaps it is because she perceives me as a child. You must know, Evan, that many girls instinctively shy away from men, but they seem to show no such biases towards children. No, little one, you are overthinking it. Aside from a select few, the master does not grow close to anyone, men or women, children or adults. She is like the moon high in the sky, an entity unattainable by mere mortals like us. Thus, you must possess something extraordinary." Evan promptly dismissed Mino's reasoning. Countless individuals had sought to draw near to Kaguya, captivated by her beauty. Had mere youth sufficed, magical items that altered one's appearance would be selling like wildfire within the noble circles, is being special merely being recognized as the current inheritor of the continent's hero. Yet even he had been oblivious to this fact until a mere 10 days prior. How could Kaguya, who had only just met him, treat him differently for this? The possibilities seemed slim. After pondering for a while, Mino could not identify anything beyond his uncertain heroic status that warranted such special treatment. He decided not to dwell on it further. After all, he was not attracted to her beauty. His only aim was to catch a ride on her coattails. His current servitude was temporary, and once they reached the capital, they would part ways. It was uncertain whether they would meet again in this lifetime. Overthinking such matters was indeed superfluous, given that Kaguya had previously indicated he need not assist with chores for the next few days. And considering her inexplicable early departures, Mino chose to focus on training instead. After breaking through to the second level, the energy within him had reached a perpetual state. It was not that his energy would never deplete, but rather that he would no longer experience the debilitating exhaustion that accompanied its use. If he were to employ his energy solely for augmenting strength and speed, Mino estimated he could sustain it for nearly 10 minutes. Once his energy was exhausted, he would still be able to fight using his physical prowess alone, thus making the use of energy in combat a new norm. Now, Mino aimed to familiarize himself with this combat style. As the energy coursed through his body, he felt a distinct enhancement in both power and speed with each advancing step and punch. Drawing meteor, the blade sliced through the air with a resonant whistle, prompting Mino to perform an elegant flourish, readying himself to practice the family's stellar sword technique. Due to the absence of any competitors for contact, Mino, aside from feeling significantly more relaxed, did not perceive anything particularly outstanding. However, as 10 minutes elapsed and his internal fighting spirit was nearly depleted, forcing him to rely solely on his physical strength to wield his sword, Mino distinctly felt the disparity between his previous state and the present one. Astonishingly, after nearly a decade of practicing this sword technique, Mino found himself exhibiting a lack of coordination, almost dislocating his wrist in the process. It seemed imperative for him to become more adept at transitioning between the use of fighting spirit and its absence, should such a situation arise in the heat of battle. He could very well meet his demise. Gazing at his slightly swollen wrist, Mino carefully massaged it with medicinal alcohol. Contemplating this matter, resolute in his thoughts, he resumed practicing tirelessly after the discomfort in his wrist subsided somewhat. He focused on the act of suddenly elevating his fighting spirit upon delivering a strike, and then allowing it to subside as he retracted the sword, despite the mounting injuries he sustained. He gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to hone his control over the fighting spirit, lest he inadvertently injure himself during future combat. Beyond this fundamental training, Mino also refined his understanding of the true application of the star sword technique. The move known as Star Radiance, which he had utilized in his initial confrontation with Hour, was now a standard maneuver at his disposal. With a single execution of Star Radiance, Mino's attack power could soar to at least 3 times its usual strength. Comparable to his previous encounters while clad in the evil defender gear against the undead, armed with this technique, Mino could assert, without exaggeration, that he could hold his own against a level 3 warrior. The fleeting 3 days passed swiftly, and just as Mino felt he had yet to complete many of his plans, the convoy led by Rai Mountain Kagaya was set to depart. Observing the 8 meticulously arranged carriages and the 70-odd uniformly dressed, robust warriors stationed nearby, Mino finally grasped an intuitive understanding of his employer's status. "Why are you still standing there? If you can't find something to do, hurry up and help with the preparations for departure. If we're late, the master will surely be displeased," Evan remarked, noticing Mino idling at the entrance. Coming to his senses, Mino promptly followed Evan's lead, assisting in loading items onto the carriage. Rai Mountain Kagaya seemed to possess a certain degree of cleanliness. She personally carried her tea sets and utensils meant for consumption, along with some personal belongings. Thus, Mino's task was limited to loading seat cushions onto the carriage and categorically storing the exquisite provisions intended solely for her use. Consequently, once Mino completed his primary duties, he found himself with spare time to assist Evan with other items. Regrettably, even as Mino aided Evan, the latter offered him little in the way of kindness and even subtly sabotaged him, causing Mino to nearly break several items. Although Evan's antics were rather blatant, there remained minor inconveniences. The thought of reporting him to Rai Mountain Kagaya seemed futile. It was uncertain whether she would even take notice, and Mino could never bring himself to engage in such a petty act. However, without resorting to complaints, Mino found himself at a loss when confronted with Evan, who possessed level 4 strength. He knew he could not overpower him and did not believe he could persuade Evan, given the latter's deep-seated hostility towards him. Since the day he had performed a hand-kissing gesture for his employer, Evan's demeanor had turned adversarial, a sentiment Mino could somewhat comprehend that it stemmed from the scene that day, which likely ignited in Evan a flame of jealousy akin to that of a long-suffering admirer witnessing the object of their affections suddenly courted by an unfamiliar newcomer. Mino often recognized similar feelings in the gazes of other boys in the village towards him, as he was the only boy allowed to play with the most beautiful girls. However, the animosity directed at him due to Night Lie and Lana was something he could shoulder. The hostility stemming from the employer he had scarcely encountered was entirely undeserved. Mino had no desire to bear such an incomprehensible grievance, and thus he resolved to find a suitable moment to converse with Evan, hoping to clarify their misunderstandings and illuminate the fact that he was merely a transient presence. Regardless of Mino's internal musings, the dignified Rai Mountain Kagaya took her seat in the carriage, and the grand convoy set forth on a lengthy journey that would span over a month. Chapter 36. Futile explanations. Although there were 8 carriages in total, Mino could not indulge in the same luxury he had previously enjoyed while traveling from Taysai Town to Houston City. As a servant, even a temporary one, he could not afford the same right to idly recline in the carriage as his master. Therefore, Mino dutifully trailed behind Rai Mountain Kagaya's carriage, frequently reporting his observations in the current circumstances to his employer. Fulfilling his role as a servant, having only just exited Houston City, half a day swiftly passed without any unusual incidents. Even the wildlife remained absent, leaving Mino, who had recently attained level 2 and had yet to engage in battle, feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, he soon realized that, even if beasts had appeared, they would not have been entrusted to a servant of his lowly rank. "Hey, Evan, could you come here for a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with you," Mino called out during their midday break, bringing a pot of tea and a plate of fruits to Rai Mountain Kagaya, before pulling Evan aside to a corner for the planned explanation. "What do you want, little brat? You should know I don't have the luxury of your leisure. I can't waste my time on your trivialities," Evan replied impatiently, standing before Mino. Yet, despite his irritable tone, Mino could sense a lack of genuine rudeness. It appeared that after the peak of his jealousy had passed, Evan had come to realize the folly of his feelings towards Mino, which filled Mino with a sense of joy and bolstered his confidence for the forthcoming interaction. "Evan, I merely wish to clarify that I am unaware of why Rai Mountain Kagaya would harbor any particular feelings towards me, that I am but a passerby, and once we reach the capital, I will depart, perhaps never to cross paths again. You need not worry about me usurping your master, so let us coexist amicably during this journey to the capital," Mino articulated earnestly. "You, with your barely developed form, think you could steal away our Kagaya? That is the most foolish notion I've ever heard," Evan scoffed, dismissing Mino's words with disdain, his tone lacking courtesy. However, Mino remained unfazed, content with the prospect of a peaceful month ahead. "But you do have a point. You are someone the master has taken a liking to. For the sake of the master, I, Evan, shall let you off this time. However, do not overstep your bounds, or you shall experience the hardness of my fists," Evan declared, his words brusque yet revealing a decision to spare Mino. In Evan's eyes, it seemed that the weak and transient Mino posed no threat to his established standing with Rai Mountain Kagaya, prompting him to take a more magnanimous stance. Mino found Evan's attitude quite amusing. Setting aside the question of whether Rai Mountain Kagaya might ever entertain the thought of being subordinate to a man, the mere notion that Evan believed Mino held any significance in her eyes was enough to elicit laughter. To Mino, Rai Mountain Kagaya treated Evan as if he were an ordinary servant. Observing her tranquility when alone, Mino was convinced that if Evan's demise were to reach her ears, she would likely not so much as furrow her brow. Yet, these matters were of no concern to Mino. As he had stated, he was merely a passerby who would leave upon reaching the capital, with no need to involve himself in such trifles. However, the course of events is rarely swayed by one individual's thoughts, and Mino's endeavors were destined to be in vain. That afternoon, as Mino continued to follow behind the convoy, organizing his magical knowledge in his mind, he was unexpectedly summoned to Rai Mountain Kagaya's carriage. Entering the carriage, which had evidently been enlarged by a spatial array, Mino respectfully stood in a corner, observing as Rai Mountain Kagaya perused her books. Seemingly oblivious to his presence, after a prolonged silence, his youthful impatience got the better of him, and he could not help but inquire, "Lady Rai Mountain, is there something you wish to command me?" "Ah, little Mino, you finally spoke up. I was beginning to think you would stand their days like those tedious fellows, remaining silent until I addressed you," Rai Mountain Kagaya remarked, placing her book down and covering her mouth with a light laugh. Upon hearing the words of Rai Mountain Kagaya, Mino felt a surge of frustration, unable to contain himself as he asked, "What if I choose to remain silent? What would Lord Rai Mountain do then?" "Please refrain from addressing me as Lord Rai Mountain. It sounds rather unseemly. Just call me Kagaya." She warmly invited Mino to sit down, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. If little Mino chooses not to speak, then he may as well stand there indefinitely. "For it is not I who must endure the standing. You certainly have a wicked sense of humor, Lady Kagaya," Mino remarked, pressing his forehead in exasperation, deeply relieved. "Very well, I shall not tease you any further. I am simply curious about what brings you to the capital. For those who have inherited the title of hero throughout the ages are typically the sort who do not venture out unless they have achieved legendary status. It is quite rare to see someone like you, little Mino, who has only recently been saved at the 2nd level and is now embarking on an adventure. I am genuinely intrigued by your purpose." "Lady, I don't quite grasp the meaning of your words," Mino stammered, feeling overwhelmed by Kagaya's revelations, his face flushed with embarrassment, and a strong urge to flee surged within him. Is my meaning not clear enough? Do you truly believe that I am so ignorant that I could fail to recognize the legendary sword that shatters stars, the celestial star, the current star hero Mino? With a mysterious smile curling on her lips, Kagaya's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a cunning fox that had stolen a chick, delighting in the shadows. Her unreserved gaze scrutinized him as if he were under a spotlight, making Mino feel utterly exposed before her. As though she could see through him entirely. Observing Mino, who was drenched in sweat and at a loss for words, Kagaya burst into hearty laughter, only managing to cease after a considerable time. Why are you in such a state, little one, to be recognized as someone of significance and yet appear so anxious, like a wanted criminal? Could it be that this sword is something you stole, and the true star hero has met his demise at your hands? That is not the case. The celestial star is undoubtedly mine. I simply have never heard of any star hero that it feels like something Aunt Kasha concocted to comfort me. Mino hurriedly explained, distressed that his treasured heirloom was being mistaken for stolen goods. All right, little one. Do not be so flustered. Though it has been quite some time, I am familiar with the techniques of the celestial sword that I was merely jesting with you. Seeing Kagaya's expression devoid of deceit, Mino finally felt a sense of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, only to realize he was drenched. In that case, what is it that you wish to instruct me on, Lady Kagaya? The pressure of conversing with Piglai Mountain Kagaya was immense. Mino yearned to receive his assignment and leave promptly. Oh, little Mino, do not be so dreary. Summoning a servant is merely to find someone to alleviate my boredom that I did not expect to encounter an old acquaintance. However, I trust that you would not refuse work simply due to our past relations. Would you? With that, Kagaya looked at Mino with an endearing gaze, reminiscent of a newborn creature seeking sustenance, rendering it impossible to refuse. Faced with such a Kagaya, Mino felt an overwhelming impulse to divulge everything, willing to brave any peril just to see her smile. Fortunately, at that moment, a chill coursed through him, restoring his composure. Mino cautiously assessed his body, discovering no traces of magic usage, and raised his gaze to meet Kagaya's enigmatic eyes. Suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, causing him to lower his head and avoid her gaze. Observing that Mino could maintain his composure in the presence of her alluring charm, Kagaya felt a flicker of annoyance. Yet, upon noticing the faint starlight in Mino's eyes, her fox-like smile returned. Nonetheless, resisting Kagaya's allure did not equate to Mino's ability to refuse her request. He recounted the calamity of the undead that had befallen Tayside Town. Though he faltered when discussing his mother, feeling a lack of precision, confronted with Kagaya, who seemed well-versed in his family's legacy, Mino hesitated to voice his self-destructive thoughts and instead vaguely stated that he was heading to the capital for further training in pursuit of greater strength. Such a vague account was unlikely to satisfy Kagaya, yet for reasons unknown, she refrained from using magic to extract the truth from him as she had during their previous meeting, allowing him to depart instead. Mino felt a profound sense of gratitude, for while he had resolved to forsake a bright future for an uncertain path, he found it difficult to articulate. Exiting Kagaya's carriage, Mino felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. But before he could even muster a smile, he was met with the fiery gaze of Evan, who glared at him with crimson eyes, prompting Mino to offer a rueful smile. All his prior efforts seemed in vain, and he suspected Evan had resolved to pursue him to the bitter end. Chapter 37. The duel with Evan. Evan was entirely unaware of the immense pressure Mino had felt during his conversation with Piglai Mountain Kagaya. Nor did he care. All he knew was that the person he had long admired had just spent an extended period alone with Mino, the pretty boy, and the carriage had echoed with Kagaya's delightful laughter. Each peal of laughter struck Evan like a hammer, shattering his fragile heart into countless pieces, igniting an inferno of jealousy within him and awakening a desire to destroy something. However, he also understood that Kagaya was exalted and distant, akin to a silver moon hanging in the sky, beyond the reach of a mere mortal like himself. Should he dare to act recklessly, he would likely vanish without a trace from this world. Thus, regardless of the tumultuous emotions within him, Evan dared not confront Kagaya directly. The only recourse he had was to wield the power at his disposal to teach that insufferable pretty boy a lesson, making him aware that the unattainable silver moon was not something a mere country bumpkin could aspire to. Consequently, Mino began to suffer a series of misfortunes. During the day, his meals were inexplicably tainted with dirt. At night his tent mysteriously developed holes, and even his bedding became inexplicably damp, Individually, these incidents were minor nuisances, but collectively they threatened to drive Mino to the brink of insanity. In theory, Mino could report these grievances to Punlai Mountain Kagaya. But the pressure she exerted upon him was so overwhelming that he instinctively wished to distance himself from her. Her penetrating gaze, her innate charm that seemed to cast a spell, her unpredictable demeanor, and the formidable authority that came from her high status. All of these combined made Mino feel like a sheep standing before a dragon, knowing that she could devour him at any moment if she so desired. Moreover, Kagaya was aware of his identity as the heir to the hero title. Seeking her assistance over trivial matters that posed no mortal danger would feel like an affront to the great title of hero. Tarnishing the heroic deeds of his forebears, reluctant to seek Kagaya's help, Mino endured Evan's provocations. Yet as time passed, Evan's actions grew increasingly egregious. Rather than restraining himself, he became ever more audacious. After enduring such torment for over 10 days. Another night fell. After attending to Kagaya's needs, Mino returned to his tent, only to find a gaping hole the size of a basin and his bedding soaking wet last, unable to bear it any longer. He stormed out of his tent, resolved to confront Evan. Evan, I have already told you that I am merely a traveler seeking passage to the capital. I have never harbored any unrealistic ambitions regarding Lady Kagaya. Why do you persist in believing that I have ulterior motives and continue to torment me? Upon hearing Mino's challenge, Evan scoffed dismissively, feigning innocence as he retorted, What are you babbling about, boy? I fail to comprehend your words. What business is it of mine if you have designs on the lady? A noble like her is far beyond the reach of someone as lowly as you. As for your claims of being tormented, that is utterly laughable. Traveling in a caravan is not as convenient as being in the city. If you cannot endure such hardships, perhaps you should return to your mother's embrace and suckle like the child you are. Instead of pretending to be an adventurer, Evan's shameless words struck Mino like a resounding slap, igniting a painful flush across his cheeks. The pent-up anger he had suppressed for days erupted, and he drew his sword, aiming its blade directly at Evan's brow. Do not offer shameless justifications for your actions. Come now, let us settle this with our swords. Should I emerge victorious, I implore you to abandon your bothersome antics and allow me to proceed to the royal capital in peace. And what if you should lose? Young man, how dare a mere second-tier warrior challenge me, Lord AOL, and harbor hopes of victory? I cannot fathom the source of your foolish arrogance. If I am defeated, I shall tender my resignation to Lady Kagaya and leave the caravan, venturing alone to the royal capital. Surely, this outcome would please you. In recent days, Evan had grown increasingly vexed watching Minuo stubbornly refuse to depart despite his relentless provocations. Now, at last, he had the opportunity to rid himself of this insufferable pretty boy. And without hesitation, he agreed to the duel. The thought of losing had never crossed Evan's mind. As a fourth-tier warrior, he could not conceive of being bested by a mere second-tier fighter like Minuo. The wager had been made before the majority of the caravan, and any breach of this agreement would mean the end of one's standing within the group, even though Evan currently held a position akin to the caravan's leader. It mattered little. There was a sixth-tier warrior among them, recruited for his prowess, who had long harbored dissatisfaction at a fourth-tier warrior like Evan presuming to stand above him if an opportunity arose. He would surely relish the chance to unseat Evan to avoid disturbing Lady Kagaya's rest in Punlai Mountain. The two chose a secluded spot far from the caravan for their battle, beneath the twinkling stars. The two combatants faced each other, weapons in hand, their eyes ablaze with fervor, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Minuo felt a heavy weight on his heart as he regarded Evan across from him. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to avoid combat with this fourth-tier warrior altogether. However, Evan's relentless bullying had left him no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, with no path of retreat. If he wished to avoid traversing the perilous woods alone at the risk of his life, he had no option but to find a way to defeat Evan, relying solely on brute strength. Minuo stood no chance against Evan's overwhelming power. His only hope lay in utilizing magic to catch Evan off guard. While he could only cast low-tier spells, if employed judiciously, it might afford him the chance to triumph over Evan. As Minuo pondered his strategy, Evan, confident of his impending victory, saw Minuo's hesitation to launch an attack and seize the initiative. Rushing forward, Evan's iron claws danced with precision, resembling an impenetrable wall of blades bearing down upon Minuo. Even amidst his offensive, he maintained a robust defense, leaving no opportunity for Minuo to counterattack. It was no wonder Lady Kaguya had chosen him as her personal guard. His combat style was inherently defensive, designed for protection. Yet, it was precisely this defensive approach that prevented Minuo from being overwhelmed by Evan's ferocious assault. Evan was undeniably powerful. Even when his strikes were parried, the force transmitted through the blade left Minuo's right hand numb, nearly causing him to drop his sword. The relentless barrage of attacks left Minuo gasping for breath, unable to find an opening to cast his spells, were it not for the broad and lengthy meteor sword he wielded, which lent itself to defense. He would likely have succumbed in the first exchange. This could not continue. If he failed to seize the initiative and exploit the advantages of magic, even if he managed to withstand Evan's onslaught, he could not endure for long. Thus, despite the pain coursing through his body from Evan's relentless strikes, Minuo gritted his teeth, and, as Evan's assault waned, he bravely counterattacked with the meteor sword, caught off guard by Minuo's unexpected aggression during his moment of recovery. Evan found himself momentarily flustered. However, this state of disarray was short-lived. The disparity in their absolute strengths remained stark. No matter how intricately Minuo's swordplay, it was easily thwarted by Evan's iron claws. Yet, Minuo was not oblivious to this reality. He pressed on, seemingly expending every ounce of his strength in futile attacks, luring Evan into a trap of his own making. Just as Evan anticipated, Minuo would tire, and he could effortlessly dispatch him. Minuo secretly prepared a spell, ready to deliver a startling surprise. Now was the moment. As Minuo's offensive weakened, and Evan finally stepped forward to conclude the bout, Minuo raised his left hand, unleashing a blinding beam of light from his right hand, aimed straight at Evan's eyes. That a first-tier light magic, dazzling radiance. Completely unprepared for Minuo's magical prowess, Evan was taken aback, blinded by the sudden brilliance, rendered incapable of seeing anything. Seizing this opportunity, Minuo, sword raised, charged forward, delivering a devastating blow to Evan's arm, which had been caught unawares. Despite the protective bracers he wore, the force of the strike sent him crashing to the ground. Before Evan could gather his wits, Minuo swiftly drew his long sword from his waist and held it poised against Evan's throat. In an instant, the tides of battle had turned. Strength and weakness were now reversed, and the victor had been determined. Chapter 38. The ambush. Had Evan known his opponent possessed magical abilities, he would never have suffered such a ridiculous defeat. Had he not underestimated Minuo due to his inferior rank, even a blinding spell would not have led to such an easy loss. Had he not entertained the notion of toying with his adversary, Minuo would never have had the opportunity to cast a spell. Yet, there were no ifs in this scenario. He had been defeated, bested by a young man more than a decade his junior, a mere fledgling at the second tier. In his impotent state, what right did he have to hope for Lady Kaguya's favor? Lying on the ground in a daze, Evan paid no heed to the blade pressed against his skin, his gaze hollow as he wallowed in despair over his failure. Observing this, Minuo recognized that Evan had surrendered to his fate. He promptly withdrew the sword from Evan's neck, internally exclaiming his fortune. Even at this juncture, Evan still had a chance to turn the tides if he could regain his sight and evade Minuo's next assault. There was a possibility that Minuo, despite risking his life to continue attacking, would find it exceedingly difficult to land a decisive blow against Evan's remarkable agility. Furthermore, should Evan possess latent talents in resilience or fortitude, Minuo might not even have the opportunity to strike him down. With his only advantage now laid bare, Minuo faced the prospect of failure. Thus, in confronting Evan, Minuo had virtually no hope of victory. Yet, that slim chance had been grasped by sheer luck. Although Evan had not been particularly gracious in directing his ire towards Minuo, his reputation remained largely untarnished. With Evan acknowledging his defeat, Minuo hastened to conclude the wager, eager to avoid any further complications should Evan regain his composure. "Hey Evan, how long do you intend to lie there?" Perhaps the blow to Evan's pride had been too great. Even after Minuo had withdrawn his sword, he showed no inclination to rise. Minuo, who had endured Evan's incessant harassment for days, was unconcerned with whether he caught a chill. Having finally secured a peaceful night's rest, he had no desire to remain outdoors with someone he loathed. So he called out to rouse Evan. Were he to remain silent, Evan might very well lie there until dawn. Yet, with Minuo's voice breaking the silence, Evan, roused from his stupor, was unwilling to appear defeated before Minuo. He stood and brushed off the grass clippings from his clothing, ignoring Minuo as he made his way back toward the caravan. Minuo paid no mind to Evan's demeanor and, after tidying his own attire, stifled a yawn as he prepared to return to sleep. However, as he turned, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a pair of blood-red eyes. Could it be the wolf pack? His heart raced, but Minuo maintained his composure, opting not to react hastily. Instead, he continued forward but quickened his pace. As he passed by Evan, he leaned in and whispered, "Be cautious, there are wolves behind us." Upon hearing Minuo's warning, Evan felt a surge of alarm, instinctively growing vigilant while outwardly maintaining an air of ignorance as he continued toward the caravan's encampment. Though he too hastened his steps, mirroring Minuo's urgency. It is not that Mino and his companions are overly cautious. Rather, wolves are inherently social creatures. Generally speaking, one would not encounter a solitary wolf hunting in the wild. Furthermore, Mino and his companion had just engaged in an intense battle here, nearly exposing their full capabilities. The wolf, having dared to approach, undoubtedly possessed the confidence to dispatch the two of them, leaving no room for Mino and his companion to act carelessly. Fortunately, whether due to caution or the absence of reinforcements, the wolf refrained from attacking until the two were near their camp. At that moment, Mino suddenly turned and cast a light spell in the direction of the Crimson Wolf, revealing the lurking assassin hidden in the shadows. Upon seeing the dark red sheen of its fur, Mino could not help but exclaim, "It's a hunting wolf! Evan, sound the alarm immediately." Although a hunting wolf is merely a beast, its strength is formidable enough to rival that of a level 4 warrior. Unless it is a level 4 warrior who has awakened their innate talents, even Mino, who could easily defeat an ordinary level 3 warrior, would find it challenging to eliminate an adult hunting wolf. However, the true terror of the hunting wolf lies not just in its strength, as one of the rare beasts capable of transcending levels. Once a hunting wolf comprehends magical transformation, it evolves into the fearsome level 5 magical beast known as the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Typically, a pack of hunting wolves contains more than one bloodthirsty demon wolf, highlighting the dreadfulness of these creatures. Upon hearing that it was a hunting wolf, Evan too was alarmed, swiftly shouting out warnings to their companions who had already settled down for the night. Urging them to prepare for battle, he then hurriedly retreated to the camp alongside Mino. Engaging in combat with a pack of wolves in the wilderness is undeniably foolish, even if it appeared that there was only one foe at that moment. Struck by Mino's light spell and realizing its cover had been blown, the hunting wolf let out a long howl that echoed like thunder. In response, nearly 100 howls reverberated back. And within 3 minutes, over 100 hunting wolves, their dark red fur glistening, appeared outside Mino's camp. Hundreds of blood-red wolf eyes flickered in and out of the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Faced with such a scenario, there was no need for others to give commands. Mino swiftly cast another illumination spell. A fist-sized orb of milky light erupted above the wolves, illuminating the forms of the 100 hunting wolves and significantly easing the collective fear of the unknown among the group. Since they had already resolved to attack, the wolf pack would not be deterred by Mino's illumination spell. With a roar from the massive alpha wolf, the pack surged forward in a frenzied assault on the camp. The alpha wolf, now a level 6 bloodthirsty demon wolf, naturally had a high-priced level 6 warrior to contend with it, while the remaining 8 level 5 bloodthirsty demon wolves also faced capable opponents. The true challenge lay, however, in those ordinary hunting wolves with the lowest power levels. Most of these hunting wolves possessed strength close to that of a level 4 warrior, meaning a level 3 warrior could barely hold off one, while a level 4 warrior could manage one but would struggle to contain a second. This resulted in a situation where 2 to 3 dozen hunting wolves remained unrestrained, occasionally assisting their brethren in overwhelming the warriors. Gradually tilting the battle in favor of the wolves, Mino observed the unfolding chaos with growing urgency, yet felt utterly powerless. The human side, camping in the wild, had no geographical advantage and could only engage in a brutal melee with these wild wolves. In the midst of such turmoil, he could barely ensure his own safety, praying that the level 6 warrior would swiftly eliminate the alpha wolf and free up their hands to assist. Normally, if a few mid-level mages capable of area of effect spells were present, dealing with these beasts devoid of magical defenses would be akin to child's play. However, for reasons unknown, all of Kagai's hired help were warriors, and there were barely any magic swordsmen among them, forcing them to confront the hunting wolves head-on, appearing woefully outmatched in light of the wolves' numerical superiority. Employing his agile swordsmanship and the defensive advantages afforded by the large mass of his meteor sword, Mino deftly evaded the assaults of 2 hunting wolves. He seized opportunities to strike back, and with the formidable stamina granted by the Phoenix bloodline, he managed to hold his own, even faring better than Evan. who was also beset by 2 hunting wolves not far away. Mino bore no significant wounds, while Evan was already marked by several grievous injuries, despite the might of the level 6 bloodthirsty demon wolf alpha. It could not contend with a seasoned level 6 warrior, and in the skirmish with this warrior, the alpha had begun to show signs of faltering. Under normal circumstances, Mino should have been able to maintain his status quo, perhaps remaining unscathed until the wolves were driven off. Yet, after inadvertently observing the movement of a nearby hunting wolf, he suddenly altered his strategy, ignoring the risk of being seriously injured by one of the hunting wolves. He unleashed a charged attack, the Starshine, striking down one of the wolves that had been besieging him. "Evan, hold it off. I will save Lady Kagaya." Mino spat out a mouthful of blood, scarcely pausing to wipe the crimson stains from his lips as he sprinted towards the hunting wolf, aiming to assault the carriage where Kagayaheim was situated. Though Kagaya occasionally demonstrated some spatial magic capabilities, such powers could easily be replicated with expensive magical artifacts. Mino had never heard anyone mention her proficiency in magic, and the thought of Kagaya possibly perishing at the claws of a hunting wolf filled him with dread. Reddening his eyes with urgency, upon realizing Kagaya's peril, Evan too desperately attempted to intercept the hunting wolf intent on pursuing Mino, but ultimately, Mino was still too far from the carriage where Kagaya was located to halt the wolf's advance in time. As he witnessed the cursed hunting wolf poised to leap onto the carriage, Mino recklessly lunged forward, hoping to intercept the wolf's attack with his own body while shouting a warning to Kagaya inside the carriage. "Danger! Lady Kagaya, flee at once." Unfortunately, Mino's efforts proved futile. The hunting wolf merely adjusted its stance, agilely leaping over Mino's form and soaring towards the faintly visible figure of Kagaya within the carriage. With no one left to obstruct the wolf's malicious intent, as Mino's eyes widened in horror at the approaching threat, a delicate hand, smooth as jade and seemingly glowing with a soft white light, slowly emerged from the carriage. Accompanying this was Kagayaheim's voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation amidst her languid grace. "It seems I must intervene personally. How bothersome can a lady have a peaceful night's sleep?" As Kagaya gracefully stepped from the carriage. Before she had even made a move, the hunting wolf that was about to pounce upon her suddenly ignited with a resounding explosion, instantaneously transforming into a cloud of ash. Chapter 39. The Power of Kagayaheim Amidst the Swirling Flames. Kagaya turned to Mino, who stood dumbfounded, and offered a subtle smile. The sight of that playful smile, tinged with resignation, quelled the urgency that had gripped Mino's heart, as if he had been washed clean by the moonlight. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Gazing at the silver moon that had quietly manifested among the stars, and feeling the resonance between his bloodline and the moon, Mino felt as though he had witnessed a miracle. How could this be? Even a legendary powerhouse specializing in lunar magic could not possibly summon a genuine silver moon that ought not to exist in the sky. Achieving such a feat would require the skill of one purportedly known only in legend, the Master of the Stars. This level of power was a mere whisper away from the pinnacle of the 9th level, a superlative strength known as the Dream Realm class, and beyond even the mythical phoenix of the starry sky. Not even Mino's ancestors, the star sage who founded the celestial magic system, had reached such heights. Could it be that the Kagayaheim he had been carefully attending to over these days had surpassed his forebears and become a superpower? What a strange jest this is. Overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the silver moon in the sky alongside Kagaya's intervention, Mino found himself so bewildered that he momentarily forgot about the pain racking his body. Nevertheless, Kagaya, having resolved to eliminate those who dared to disturb her slumber, had not forgotten her initial purpose. Under the moonlight, she appeared as if transformed into the very essence of the silver moon, gracefully sweeping her hand as if brushing away the dust before her. "Foolish beasts, in the name of Kagayaheim, I grant you eternal slumber." Kagaya's voice rang clear yet resonant, imbued with an enchanting power that every individual present could distinctly hear. As her words fell, a dazzling, ethereal gem, radiant to the point of obscuring its true form, suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless multicolored orbs of light erupted from it, descending with an irresistible, mysterious force, reducing each hunting wolf and bloodthirsty demon wolf to mere dust. Just moments ago, adversaries locked in a deadly struggle were now obliterated in an instant by a single effortless strike from the very person Mino sought to protect. This noble girl of breathtaking beauty. Unlike any mortal, witnessing such a miraculous display, all the warriors present stood in stunned silence, particularly Evan, who had long harbored feelings for Kagaya, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. if one's employer is such a formidable force, rendering any adversary merely a trivial pest that can be effortlessly extinguished, then what significance does one's existence hold? Aside from the entranced Mitsai, who remains enraptured by the miracle of Kaguya summoning the silvery moon. All present were enveloped in a sense of despair. Regrettably, Kaguya felt no obligation to elucidate matters to them as the wolf pack was vanquished. Kaguya yawned, her mysterious and regal aura dissipating without a trace, transforming the enigmatic mage back into the aloof, reticent noble girl. Casting a glance at the astonished onlookers, she casually tossed a delicate vial onto Mead's side before retreating to her carriage without uttering a word. Although curiosity gnawed at them, Kaguya's silence left no room for inquiry, and after a moment of stunned inaction, the injured returned to their tents for treatment, while the others began to tidy the camp and clear the battlefield. The sixth-tier warrior, serving as the group leader, took charge of burying the bodies of their unfortunate comrades, glancing at the freshly erected graves and then at the exquisite carriage that bore Kaguya. He was overwhelmed with the desire to confront her directly. If she possessed the power to effortlessly eliminate those wretched wolf hunters, why had she not acted sooner, sparing his brothers from their needless demise? Yet, he could neither act nor dare to voice such thoughts. As an employer who had paid a hefty sum, Kaguya had every right to seek refuge and safety during an attack. As a powerful being, she bore no obligation to intervene for the sake of mercenaries she scarcely knew. Since Kaguya had refrained from acting upon the deaths of the mercenaries, confronting her now would yield no fruitful outcome. Moreover, with his brothers lost, his inquiries might only serve to secure a meager compensation for their families, while likely inciting the wrath of this formidable figure, a being at least of seventh-tier legend, whose anger was far beyond what he and his companions could endure. With a resigned shake of his head, the warrior suppressed his rising indignation and went to tend to the wounded comrades, recognizing that the deceased could not be revived, and he must not further jeopardize those who remained. Perhaps witnessing Kaguya's prowess had made Evan realize the absurdity of his infatuation, and in his despair, he no longer harbored jealousy towards Micah. In an unexpected gesture, he approached to assist the gravely injured Mitsai, escorting him back to the tent, and even brought a clean blanket, leaving the skylight above Mitsai's head for another day. As Evan departed, his demeanor dejected and his gaze dim, Mitsai retrieved the delicate vial Kaguya had tossed him, opened it, and confirmed it contained a healing ointment, applying the milky substance to his wounds. He felt a refreshing relief. After a night of fierce battle, exhaustion finally overwhelmed Mitsai, and he succumbed to slumber in mere moments at dawn the next day, feeling the warmth of sunlight on his face. Mitsai awoke, habitually rolling out of bed. He was astonished to discover his body felt as healthy as ever, unable to believe his chest bore no scars whatsoever, had it not been for the dark red stains on his clothing. He might have thought the previous night's events were merely a figment of his imagination. Stepping out of the tent and surveying the remnants of last night's brutal skirmish, Mitsai confirmed the accuracy of his memories. As was customary, he prepared breakfast and brought it to Kaguya. Observing her elegantly enjoying the meal he had prepared, he surprisingly did not leave immediately, instead standing by, awaiting her attention. "Little Mitsai, do you seek something from me? Could it be that you were captivated by my striking entrance last night? Such a notion would surely embarrass me," Kaguya teased, setting down her utensils and observing Mitsai's anxious yet composed demeanor with feigned curiosity, the smile at the corner of her lips betraying her playful intent. "Lady Kaguya, you jest. Mitsai merely wishes to inquire about a few matters," he replied, having developed a degree of immunity to her habitual banter over the past few days. Of course, should she unleash her nearly overpowering allure, it would be an entirely different scenario. "Ah, little Mitsai, you have become rather dull. You are no longer as entertaining as when you first arrived. Just ask what you wish to know, if I am in a good mood. Perhaps I shall grant you an answer." Kaguya waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to speak. Seizing the moment, Mitsai set aside any reservations and posed his most pressing question. "What was that sudden silver moon that appeared last night? Have you ascended to become the fabled master of stars?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Kaguya fell into an unusual silence, after what felt like an eternity, just as Mitsai began to lose hope of receiving a response. She spoke. "Little Mitsai, as a descendant of the Star Sage and the current Star Champion, your curiosity regarding such matters is understandable. However, this pertains to complexities beyond your current comprehension, and rash inquiries would yield no benefit. I can only disclose that I am not the master of stars. That is merely one of my traits. As for the rest, I cannot divulge at this time. How could that be? Lady Kagaya, your willingness to explain is already a tremendous gift. Mitsai does not dare to wish for more, he replied, feeling both relieved and regretful upon learning she was not the master of stars. Noticing her demeanor suggesting she wished to express remorse, he quickly gestured to indicate that he was content with what he had learned. Little Mitsai, you are quite unfamiliar, are you not? Did I not tell you to simply call me Kagaya? If that is too much, you may call me Kagaya's sister instead. Why must you be so disobedient? Kagaya pouted, clearly dissatisfied with his response. In a sudden move, she pulled Mitsai into her embrace and playfully chastised him close to his ear. Kagaya, please, maintain your decorum, Mitsai stammered, caught off guard by her embrace. The warmth of her breath against his ear sent a flush of heat to his cheeks, and he struggled to escape her hold, only to inadvertently brush against something he ought not to, heightening his embarrassment. I do not appreciate naughty children. If you insist on calling me lady, then little Mitsai shall simply remain here obediently, Kagaya teased, playfully pinning him down. After all, we share a deep connection. Calling me sister would not be a loss for you. Feeling the softness pressed against his back, Mitsai's face burned with embarrassment, desperate to escape this alluring predicament. He quickly exclaimed, Kagaya's sister, little Mitsai is such a good boy. If only you had said so sooner, Kagaya replied, her expression brightening as she released him, allowing Mitsai to hurriedly retreat to a corner to compose himself and straighten his disheveled clothing. From somewhere, Kagaya produced a meticulously crafted rabbit-shaped badge and placed it in Mitsai's hand. Since you have called me sister, I shall not let your address go unrewarded. Keep this badge, should you require assistance in the royal capital. Present it at the Lost Path Merchant Guild, and the person in charge will do their utmost to assist you. Generally, there is not much they cannot accomplish. Staring blankly at the adorable badge in his hand, Mitsai felt uncertain. Although he was unaware of the guild's scale, Kagaya's confidence suggested it held considerable influence. He could not fathom why she would treat him with such kindness, especially considering their brief acquaintance. You wonder why I am so kind to you, do you not? Did I not mention our deep connection? I cannot reveal everything now, but in time, you shall understand my actions are entirely reasonable. You need only accept them, Kagaya replied, her playful demeanor suggesting she was aware of his thoughts. By the way, take these healing ointments made by iron as well. They are of no use to me, and if you need more, simply visit the Lost Path Merchant Guild, she added, producing several small bottles similar to the one from the previous day and stuffing them into Mitsai's arms. Reminiscent of how Mina used to care for him, perhaps it was the shared concern that allowed Kagaya's presence to gradually intertwine with memories of Mina and Katia in Mitsai's heart. To him, that aloof and troublesome employer, Kagaya, had faded from existence, replaced by a newfound familial bond with Kagaya. Chapter 40. The capital city of Trilon, regrettably, having exerted my powers last night, that wretched turkey should soon catch wind of it and come looking for me. Alas, I cannot stay longer with you. Little Minuo, if I had known, I would not have taken so long to consider. I allowed you to distance yourself from me. However, it matters not that I shall seek you out when I have the time in the future. At that time, as she stuffed various items into Minuo's arms, Kagaya from Polai Mountain murmured with a tone laden with regret and complaint. Kagaya, sister, are you leaving? Is it true that even someone as formidable as you cannot contend with that turkey? Sensing the undertones of departure and latent danger in Kagaya's words, Minuo, who had come to regard her as family, inquired with genuine concern. Not quite. It's just that this turkey is rather tenacious, and its attacks are unpredictable. To avoid collateral damage, I must lead it away. A brief skirmish should suffice. There won't be any issues. You should simply follow the caravan directly to the capital, Kagaya reassured her. Although Minuo wished to alleviate some of Kagaya's burdens, the strength that even Kagaya could not overcome was beyond her own capacity. Minuo could only stand there, passively accepting Kagaya's care and concern before her departure. Before noon had arrived, while conversing with Minuo, Kagaya suddenly sensed something amiss. She summoned Evan and issued urgent instructions before hastily taking flight. Shortly thereafter, a fiery entity, resembling a bird, streaked across above the caravan, pursuing the direction Kagaya had taken. Feeling the terrifying power contained within that flame, Minuo was engulfed by worry for Kagaya. Yet, his own abilities were far too meager, leaving him powerless to act. All he could do was silently pray for Kagaya's safety. As he fondled the cute rabbit badge Kagaya had entrusted to him, the echoes of her caring admonitions reverberated in his ears. reinforcing his awareness of the importance of strength in this world governed by power. Without it, one is rendered powerless. Although Minuo had previously taken advantage of circumstances, the undeniable fact of his victory over Evan had cemented his despair in pursuing Kaguya. Consequently, he bore no resentment towards Minuo, particularly given Kaguya's instructions before her departure, which rendered Evan compliant with Minuo's wishes. Having witnessed the pursuit of Kaguya by a formidable foe, and buoyed by Evan's somewhat insightful explanations regarding Kaguya's restraint the previous night, the mercenary's concerns dissipated, replaced by gratitude. After all, not every powerful individual would intervene on behalf of mercenaries who were merely in it for the coin. Considering Kaguya's capabilities, it was reasonable to assume she possessed the means to depart with Evan and Minuo without revealing her true power. Her willingness to intervene was indeed commendable. With the resentment towards Kaguya extinguished and their promised remuneration intact, the mercenaries continued to safeguard the caravan on its journey toward the capital. Thus, Minuo found himself in an unexpected reversal of fortunes. Instead of bustling about as a servant, he spent each day seated in the carriage, diligently pursuing his training. After Kaguya's departure, the caravan traversed for another 16 days, encountering various assaults from beasts and magical creatures along the way. However, these threats paled in comparison to the ferocity of the wolf pack, requiring no intervention from Minuo or his companions, as the mercenaries easily repelled the attackers, acquiring a wealth of pelts and materials in the process. Finally, after enduring such a lengthy journey, Minuo arrived at his destination, the capital city of the Maoan Kingdom, the very heart of Trilon. With their arrival, it was time for the group to part ways. Evan needed to transport the 5 carts filled with materials collected in Houston City to the Merchant Guild, while the mercenaries headed to the guild to collect their rewards. Although Minuo was entitled to a share of the reward, he felt undeserving, having only fulfilled half of his duties while receiving abundant care from Kaguya. Thus, he chose to separate from the group upon entering the city as a witness to the Maoan Kingdom's transformation from a fiefdom to an independent principality, and eventually to a kingdom. Trilon stood as a testament to centuries of history, its capital status unyielding through time. The historical ambience of Trilon could rival that of many imperial capitals. Regrettably, Minuo, eager to locate the capital's cathedral and solidify his aspirations of becoming a cleric, had little time to appreciate the city's allure. Despite its considerable size, the cathedral, as the city's landmark, was not difficult to find. Before long, Minuo spotted the cathedral's iconic cross sculpture in the heart of the city. In stark contrast to the humble and cramped church of Tayside Town, the capital's grand cathedral dwarfed it in scale. Constructed entirely of precious white stone, the main hall eschewed excessive ornamentation, exuding a simple yet magnificent grandeur, embodying a spirit of pragmatism akin to that of the supreme deity itself. After such an arduous journey, standing before the cathedral's entrance and clutching the letter of recommendation, Minuo hesitated momentarily. Despite his rudimentary grasp of the starfighting energy, he could already perceive the bright prospects of mastering it. Speak candidly, with the deepening of his fighting spirit, once Minuo reached the 6th level, even if he lacked the ability to break through to the 7th. The resonance of the Star Phoenix bloodline within him might enable him to breach the legendary barrier. However, should Minuo also pursue the path of holy light, his power would no longer be solely derived from the stars. Even though both were variants of light and would not conflict, the difficulty of his training would undoubtedly increase, and relying solely on stellar resonance might prevent him from forcibly breaching the barrier. In essence, Minuo's venture into the realm of holy light could jeopardize the path that would otherwise be smooth sailing. Was it truly worth it? Faced with the uncertainty of one path and the certainty of another, a rational person would undoubtedly choose the latter. Yet, Minuo found himself unable to make a decision. Just as he began to harbor regrets and contemplate retreating, memories flooded his mind. The warmth of being rescued by clerics, the comfort of being enveloped in holy light, the contentment on Aur's face at the time of sacrifice, and the sorrow felt upon his mother's departure. These reflections rekindled Minuo's resolve. Steeling himself, Minuo strode confidently into the cathedral. "Good day, esteemed priest. May I inquire if the archbishop is present?" Since it was not the customary morning prayer time, the cathedral was not particularly crowded, allowing Minuo to quickly spot an elderly priest, clad in simple attire and exuding kindness, who had just finished conversing with another. Approaching him, Minuo politely inquired about the archbishop's whereabouts. "I am the Archbishop Mars of this cathedral, child. May I ask what brings you to me?" Minuo was taken aback to discover that this unassuming, gentle-faced priest was the very archbishop he sought, that he could hardly fathom that the one overseeing the supreme deity's affairs in the Maoan kingdom and conversing as an equal with the king would appear so similar to priest trick. "Good day, Your Excellency, Archbishop. I am Minuo from the Houston region, here upon the invitation of Lord Carlos to pursue my studies as a cleric. Here is the letter of recommendation from Lord Carlos." Minuo, struggling to contain his astonishment, bowed hurriedly before Mars, respectfully presenting the letter. After perusing Carlos's correspondence, Archbishop Mars smiled warmly at Minuo, gesturing for him to relax. "Minuo, Carlos spoke highly of your talents in the path of holy light and your commendable conduct in combat against the undead. I trust Lord Carlos's judgment." After carefully tucking away Carlos's letter, Archbishop Mars fixed his gaze upon Minuo, his clear eyes seemingly piercing through to uncover the true thoughts within Minuo's heart. "Now, Minuo, do you affirm your commitment to the Supreme Deity's Church, adopting the spirit of the Supreme Deity as your faith, upholding justice and compassion, and embarking on the path in pursuit of holy light?" "Indeed, Your Excellency, Archbishop." Had it not been for his earlier reflections at the cathedral's entrance, Minuo might have hesitated, but with his resolve reaffirmed, he answered without a moment's delay. "Then I hope you will carve out your own path in the pursuit of holy light, contributing to the manifestation of the Supreme Deity's kingdom on earth." Due to resource optimization considerations, the Trilon Cathedral does not operate a separate cleric training institution. Rather, it is integrated within the Maoan Kingdom's military academy. "Given your youth, I trust you won't mind pursuing your studies as a student within the academy," Archbishop Mars remarked with a smile as he appraised Minuo. Once, there were quite a few young men in their 20s who began their transition to the holy light, utterly unwilling to study alongside children a decade their junior at the academy. Consequently, they had no choice but to rely on the paladins of the church for apprenticeship-style education, which proved to be significantly less effective than furthering their studies at the academy. As he spoke, Archbishop Mars swiftly penned a letter and handed it to Minuo. "Because you have been recommended by Lord Carlos, you are exempt from the entrance examination of the Royal Battle Academy. Present this letter to the principal, and he will arrange everything for you." Accepting the letter of recommendation from Mars, Minuo graciously declined the Archbishop's invitation to tour the church. As he stepped out, he gazed at the letter in his hand, and the images of the siblings Yi-Ren and Yi-Lai suddenly flickered in his mind, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. Chapter 41. Reluctance to refer the Royal Battle Academy of MO1, also known as Chuelan Academy, was originally established by the MO1 family to educate their descendants and those of their subordinates. However, as the MO1 kingdom expanded and grew stronger, students emerging from Chuelan Academy made substantial contributions to the kingdom, generation after generation. That it could be said without hesitation that at least 1/5 of the present scale of the MO1 kingdom is owed to the efforts of the faculty and students of Chuelan Academy. Therefore, after the Duchy of MO1 became the Kingdom of MO1, the MO1 family vigorously supported the development of Chuelan Academy, renaming it the Royal Battle Academy of MO1, which was subsequently opened to all. As long as one met the age requirements and could demonstrate their talent in the assessment, there was an opportunity to study at the most prestigious academy in the MO1 kingdom. Under the staunch support of the MO1 royal family, the Royal Battle Academy thrived. Yet, due to its history, most inhabitants of MO1 preferred to refer to it by its original name rather than the overly formal title. Of course, if one lacked talent, entry was still possible, but it would require substantial donations and sufficient status, thus ensuring that noble descendants still comprised a significant proportion of the academy's attendees. Today happened to be one of the days for admissions assessments at Chuelan Academy, with a long queue forming at the academy's entrance, consisting of young candidates and their parents. For the citizens of the MO1 kingdom, passing the admission assessment of Chuelan Academy essentially guaranteed a promising future, making such an outcome impossible to overlook. However, none of this concerned Minuo. Although he claimed to be attending Chuelan Academy, he was merely there to pursue further education as a cleric, and upon completion, he would likely serve within the Supreme God Church, not hold an official position in the MO1 kingdom, thus having little connection to the MO1 royal family. Acknowledged by Archbishop Mars, he was entirely exempt from undergoing another assessment and required neither status nor donations. He merely needed to walk through the door with confidence. With this in mind, Minuo nonchalantly brushed past the lengthy queue, heading towards a special passageway of Chuelan Academy. Hey, little fellow, what are you doing? If you're here for the assessment, you should queue up properly. Don't think you can find a shortcut. Clad in loose training attire with a long sword at his waist, Minuo bore no distinction from the other candidates waiting outside. The two gatekeepers of Chuelan Academy mistakenly assumed Minuo was also there for the assessment and rudely intercepted him. Gentlemen, you have misunderstood. I am not here for the assessment. Just to attend to a matter with the principal. Don't try that with us. Kid, we've been on duty here for several years, and every year during assessments, people attempt various tricks to cut in line. Your ploy is tired and old. Just return to the queue like everyone else. The gatekeepers displayed disdain on their faces, waving Minuo away and indicating that further mischief would result in being forcibly removed. Clearly, Minuo's attempt to enter through words would not succeed, so he prepared to present the letter of recommendation from Archbishop Mars. However, upon reaching for it, Minuo realized something was amiss. The carefully stored letter was missing. Not only had the letter vanished, but so had the pouch of coins he kept in the same place. Without a doubt, Minuo understood he had been robbed. Reflecting on his experiences since leaving the cathedral in the capital, Minuo suddenly recalled that he had not encountered any issues until he accidentally bumped into a hurried young man clad in gray near the entrance of Chuelan Academy, given the throngs of candidates present. Such a collision was hardly unusual, and the individual had apologized, leading Minuo to dismiss the incident. Now, it seemed highly probable that his letter of recommendation had been pilfered during that moment when the thief had carelessly taken his pouch as well. Regrettably, realizing this now was futile. Amidst the vast crowd, the thief bore no distinguishing features, making it nearly impossible for Minuo to track him down. Unable to retrieve the letter, the dutiful gatekeepers would not permit Minuo entry. Unwilling to return and ask Archbishop Mars for another letter, he pondered for a moment before joining the long line of candidates. In Minuo's estimation, passing the assessment to gain entry to Chuelan Academy should not pose a challenge. And once inside, he would have the opportunity to meet the principal, at which point he could explain his situation, thus avoiding the embarrassment of seeking assistance from the Archbishop. Hey, brother, you couldn't get past those two big bears either. Huh. While Minuo was lost in thought, a young man carrying a spear approached him, casually striking up a conversation. Those two big bears truly have a low opinion of people. They refuse to let me pass. Once I become a legendary powerhouse, I'll make sure to walk past them dozens of times. Listening to this dark-eyed peer rant about his future revenge on the gatekeepers, Minuo felt his earlier gloom dissipate significantly. Once you truly become a legendary powerhouse, you might have forgotten all about this incident. Besides, they are merely fulfilling their duties. If everyone could enter the academy at will, it would descend into chaos. Despite sharing the same fate of being blocked by the gatekeepers, Minuo, having experienced the importance of discipline during the Battle of Taisai Town, felt no resentment towards the guards. Instead, he sought to enlighten the somewhat petty young man. You've been fooled by the appearance of those two big bears. Just a moment ago, I saw them let a well-dressed young nobleman pass without a second glance. Clearly, they only judge by attire and not by character. Upon hearing this, Minuo recalled information he had gathered from passers-by. Noble descendants seeking admission to Chuelan Academy could gain significant leniency in entry requirements simply by making a donation. The young nobleman in fine clothing mentioned by the youth likely fell into this category. However, Minuo discerned that the young man was merely venting his frustrations over his failed attempt to cut in line, and thus he abandoned any thoughts of changing the young man's perspective, opting instead to listen to his ramblings. After all this time, I still don't know your name, little brother. I'm Jesse from Walker County, and my goal is to become a powerful paladin. After airing his grievances, Jesse finally remembered he had spoken extensively with Minuo without knowing his name. He chuckled awkwardly before inquiring about Minuo's identity. Minuo. From Houston, my goal is also to become a paladin. Upon learning that Minuo aspired to be a paladin as well, Jesse raised an eyebrow in surprise. Regarding Minuo with newfound interest, he recalled what OL had told him. Unless one had a martial skill they could not relinquish, most individuals would not choose the path of a paladin, making them relatively rare. Thus, it was unexpected that this somewhat petty yet friendly peer also shared the same ambition. Minuo, you want to become a paladin too? What a coincidence. Looking at you, I am certain you will pass the assessment. We will be classmates, and you can stick with me at the academy. I guarantee you will enjoy the best of everything. Upon discovering that Minuo harbored the same ambition, Jesse expressed his surprise before becoming increasingly excited. patting Minuo on the shoulder with the air of a protector. Although Minuo felt he likely wouldn't need Jesse's protection, he refrained from contradicting him out of politeness, prompting Jesse to grow even more animated as he fantasized about leveling up each year and conquering the Lan Academy together with Minuo. Jesse's daydreaming was somewhat amusing, yet if viewed merely as a joke, it was rather entertaining. Thus, as Minuo engaged in light banter with Jesse, time flew by swiftly, underscoring the way idle chatter could consume precious moments. Finally, the time arrived for Minuo and Jesse to participate in the assessment. Given that Minuo had surprisingly refrained from expressing disdain for his own ambitions during their earlier conversation, the friendly Jesse insisted on teaming up with Minuo for the assessment. Regrettably, since Lan Academy is dedicated to cultivating talents for the kingdom of Mo1, the assessments are conducted with utmost seriousness to prevent any possibility of cheating. Despite Jesse's profound reluctance, he had no choice but to enter the examination room alone. After waiting outside for a while and hearing someone inside call for the next participant, Mino stepped in. Unfortunately, Jesse had already left, leaving Mino unaware of whether his intriguing companion had passed the assessment. Given their previously enjoyable interactions, Mino was inclined to inquire about Jesse's outcome. However, the examiners within the room wore stern expressions, and upon contemplating their impassive faces, Mino decided against pursuing his inquiry. Mino aspired to become a member of the clergy college at Lan Academy, as long as one possessed a talent for light magic, a commendable warrior aptitude, and a sincere heart of faith. Admission was within reach. However, due to a prior incident where a magical prodigy was mistakenly enrolled as a warrior student, Lan Academy had learned from this embarrassment and now conducted comprehensive assessments of all conventional talents during the admissions process. While rare and difficult to detect talents were set aside, it was imperative to distinguish between warriors and mages to avoid repeating past blunders. Thus, although Mino had already demonstrated the strength of a level 2 warrior, confirming his admission was merely a formality. He still had to undergo the detailed testing process. Chapter 42. Astonishing talent. The first step was, naturally, the most straightforward, testing for warrior aptitude to evolve into a formidable warrior. Attributes such as fighting spirit, martial skill, physical prowess, perseverance, and insight are crucial factors. However, testing for perseverance, insight, and martial skill is exceedingly challenging, requiring prolonged observation. Consequently, Lan Academy only assessed fighting spirit and physical talent. Typically, a level 4 warrior specializing in soft fighting energies such as water and light would conduct the examination by meticulously evaluating the fighting spirit's activity within the participant's body, subsequently judging their warrior talent based on the assessment of their existing strength. Mino, however, found this process overly complicated. Shaking his head to halt the examiner's approach, he revealed his level 2 warrior insignia certified by the Mercenary Guild. Drawing his long sword from his waist, he effortlessly struck the testing iron ingot with 2 swift blows, splitting the remarkably resilient iron into 4 sections, an achievement that left the stern-faced examiners utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Had it not been for the necessity of adhering to procedural protocols, they might have rushed to claim him as their own. After carefully inspecting Mino's sword to confirm it was not a magical weapon, he passed the warrior aptitude test with flying colors. In contrast to the warrior aptitude assessment, the testing for a spellcaster's potential encompasses a multitude of factors, including bloodline, soul, spirit, insight, and elemental affinity, along with a myriad of other elements, so extensive that it would take a full page to enumerate them all. Many of these factors are challenging to measure, with some only becoming evident once one formally attains the status of a mage. Thus, Lan Academy opted to focus solely on the most fundamental aspects for testing. This included the essential mental power aptitude necessary for all spellcasters, as well as the elemental affinity required for elemental magic and alchemy, which ultimately determines a spellcaster's perceptual talent. The initial test involved assessing mental power aptitude. For a legitimate spellcaster, if an individual's mental power is scattered and laden with impurities, no matter how exceptional their other talents may be, they are unlikely to ever become a formal mage. The most common method for testing this aptitude is the legendary water insight method. The specifics involve taking a glass of clear water and adding a small amount of ashes from the deceased. The subject is then required to concentrate fully on the glass of water. If the ashes originally floating on the surface sink to the bottom or are repelled to the sides of the glass, It indicates sufficient strength and purity of mental power. If the ashes remain unchanged, it signifies a complete lack of mental aptitude. Conversely, if the ashes dissolve in the water, rendering it murky, it suggests that while the individual possesses decent mental strength, the purity is inadequate. Mino, having once qualified to receive the sage's legacy and now a competent level 1 mage, naturally did not falter in this assessment. As he focused on the glass, the ashes swiftly pressed against the glass's walls. The subsequent test of perceptual ability was even simpler. As a formal mage, Mino had effortlessly mastered the ability of mental perception, exceeding the limits set for mage apprentices at Lan Academy with ease. Amid the astonished gazes of the magic examiners, Mino approached the focal point of this testing session. The elemental affinity assessment. An individual's elemental affinity often represents the most suitable direction for their development. This aspect is most notably exemplified by elemental mages, who typically select their most compatible element as their primary specialization. Furthermore, even for those who are not elemental mages, elemental affinity plays a significant role in shaping one's future. For instance, if an arcanist lacks sufficient elemental affinity, they would unlikely choose the energy specialization as their focus. Additionally, a warrior with a strong affinity for water elements would find it considerably easier to master and comprehend related fighting techniques. Given the pivotal role of elemental affinity in determining a professional's future, the testing method employed is far more elaborate than merely gauging the color of a crystal ball. The comprehensive elemental affinity testing array is quite costly, and each activation incurs substantial expenses, which is why this assessment is always conducted last. Should any preceding tests prove unsatisfactory, there is no need to squander the Academy's resources. Seated at the center of the array, Mino followed the examiner's guidance, closing his eyes to clear his mind, allowing his mental power to naturally radiate outward and draw the elements within the array towards his body. This was a nearly subconscious act. Mino could only feel the elements entering his being, oblivious to the astonishment of the onlooking examiners. The testing array contained a balanced distribution of 10,000 units of various elemental energies, and results are typically evaluated after 3 minutes by checking the remaining units of each elemental type within the array. Generally, no one is completely resistant to any particular element, meaning all elements would diminish. However, attracting over 1,000 units of a specific elemental type within this time frame would indicate talent in that area. 3,000 units would be deemed acceptable, 5,000 would be classified as excellent, and over 7,000 would mark the individual as a genius. Yet, within just under a minute of Mino's presence in the array, the light elemental energy was entirely absorbed, a talent that could only be described as one favored by the light element. Observing Mino seated within the array, the examiners from the clergy college were visibly enraptured, but that was not the end of it. After just over a minute, the fire and dark elemental energies were also completely absorbed by Mino, causing the eyes of the Mage Academy examiners to glisten with excitement. A multi-elemental favor. Should he become an elemental mage and develop his capabilities, he would undoubtedly be a triple threat talent, capable of escaping from the clutches of a level 7 adversary at the pinnacle of level 6. When Mino finally emerged from the testing array, the observing examiner, much like the preceding warrior examiners, appeared flabbergasted, their jaws nearly unhinged. Gazing at their colleagues with wide eyes, he stiffly reported Mino's results. Total absorption of the light, dark, and fire elements. Over 6,000 units of ice elemental energy, and more than 5,000 units of earth elemental energy. Though the levels of other elements were comparatively low, even the exceedingly rare natural and death elements reached the passing mark of 1,000 units. What does this signify? If Mino were willing to endure hardship and invest time in developing his talents, he could potentially achieve the legendary status of a universal mage, a feat that even the vast majority of energy-specialized arcanists could scarcely hope to attain. Of course, Mino's aspirations lay elsewhere, and in the face of his astonishing results, he maintained a demeanor even more composed than that of the examiners. While Lan Academy's testing methods were comprehensive, they lacked the intricacy required to truly gauge an elemental favor. The concept of being an elemental favored individual is, in essence, a rather fanciful notion. Moreover, as a descendant of the celestial sage and the current celestial hero, Mino found no surprise in his affinity for the light element. Rather, the absence of such affinity would have seemed anomalous, as for the strong affinities towards the dark, water, and earth elements. These were likely manifestations of his celestial phoenix bloodline. Although the starlit magic is categorized as a variant of light magic, The celestial expanse coexists with both light and dark, while stars are fundamentally composed of the elemental bases of earth and water. Hence, for one bearing the celestial phoenix bloodline, such affinities are entirely reasonable. The robust affinity for fire, however, puzzled Mino, leaving him to consider it a natural gift. Regrettably, Mino's destiny was to pursue the path of light to its very end, despite the multitude of talents that appeared promising. They bore little difference from being inconsequential. With a perfect score in warrior aptitude, a flawless assessment in mage potential, and an overwhelming affinity for light, Mino's results indicated that regardless of the direction he chose to pursue, his ultimate achievements would not fall short of level 6, marking him undeniably as a future powerhouse, not to mention the awe-inspiring and seemingly extraordinary affinity for elements that Mino possesses. Although its practical utility may be somewhat limited, it undeniably adds an indelible legendary aura to him. Before Mino could even exit the examination hall, examiners, who were concurrently faculty members from various colleges, swarmed around him, eagerly offering the finest accommodations in hopes of enticing him to join their ranks. However, Mino had long since charted his future path, and despite their effusive praises, he resolutely inscribed Holy Cleric Division and Paladin on his career intention form. Upon witnessing Mino's steadfast decision to become a paladin, the enthusiasm of the numerous examiners waned. They muttered a few complaints about how such a promising candidate was being squandered by the Supreme Deity's Church before returning to their posts to await the next candidate, the examiners from the Holy Cleric Academy. However, were somewhat taken aback by Mino's choice. After engaging him in conversation and learning that his hometown had recently suffered from a necromantic disaster, which had imparted him with a legacy of martial skills, their surprise subsided. Deity was all too common for individuals who had faced necromantic calamities or other misfortunes to suddenly aspire to join the Supreme Deity's Church to study divine arts. And Mino was merely one among many with particularly unique talents. Their astonishment was rekindled, however, when they discovered that Mino had been recommended by Carlos, looking at him as if he were some extraterrestrial being, which made Mino feel rather uncomfortable. Regardless, Mino's entrance examination was successfully passed, and with the certificate of his achievement in hand, he made his way toward the dormitory assigned to him, eager to explore the place where he would reside for the next several years. Chapter 43. The Lost Merchant Association. Dear Aunt Kasha, this is Mino. With the assistance of a kind-hearted sister, I have successfully arrived in Ceylon and submitted Lord Carlos's letter of recommendation to Archbishop Mars. Following his endorsement, I gained admission to Ceylon Academy. Initially, I anticipated a smooth process, but unexpectedly, the letter was stolen by a thief, leaving me with no choice but to pass the examination on my own merit. Thankfully, I succeeded. I am now enrolled in the Holy Cleric Division of Ceylon Academy, and I have already met one of my roommates, who is quite an interesting person, although I have yet to meet the other two. I presume they too are kind and amiable, as they chose to become holy clerics. That I expect to stay here for a considerable time, until I become a competent and outstanding holy cleric. Therefore, Aunt Kasha, if you have the opportunity, do come visit me here. Your nephew, Mino. It's finished. I haven't updated Aunt Kasha for over a month. I believe she must be quite anxious. Setting down the quill, Mino blew on the ink to dry it, envisioning Aunt Kasha fidgeting with worry, which brought a broad smile to his face. Hey Mino, are you writing home? Jessie, who had just entered, asked with a hint of curiosity upon seeing the letter in Mino's hand. Yes. It's my first time away from home for so long that I thought I should reassure my family. That's true. I haven't written home since I left either. It's about time I send them a message and let them know I passed the examination. Upon hearing Mino's words, Jessie had an epiphany and hurriedly began searching for paper and pen. After successfully passing the examination yesterday, Mino was surprised to find Jessie already in their shared room upon arriving at the dormitory. After Jessie explained, Mino understood the academy's regulations. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, students were assigned dorms based on the order of their examination results. Naturally, to ensure compatible living habits, students from different divisions were housed separately. Mino had just barely passed after Jessie, and since they were both from the Holy Cleric Division, they were destined to be assigned to the same dormitory unless special circumstances arose. Having a roommate whom he recognized and whose personality he could accept was indeed a fortunate occurrence. So they chose adjoining rooms. After folding his letter neatly and placing it in an envelope, Mino bid farewell to the diligently writing Jessie and set off to send his letter. although it had been some time since they had passed the examination. The line outside had not diminished. Rather, it had grown even longer. The entrance examination for Tsulon Academy was indeed a grand event in the Kingdom of Mauen, and families with eligible youths, conditions permitting, would go to great lengths to send their children to participate. With the continuous influx of young candidates, it was unlikely that the queue would dissipate during these 3 days of examinations. Fortunately, Minuo had already passed, allowing him to use the Academy's special passage. Otherwise, he might have struggled to exit before the examinations paused for the day. "Excuse me, are there any merchant caravans heading to the Houston area soon? I have a letter that needs to be taken back." Leaning on the counter of the Mercenary Guild, Minuo inquired with the receptionist, hoping to find someone to carry his letter in this world. There are no postal services. Although the kingdom has its own communication channels, they are not accessible to Minuo, leaving him with no choice but to seek out someone traveling in that direction. Ideally, if Minuo had come with a merchant caravan, he could have asked them to take his letter on their return journey, but as he was alone and knew no one here, he had to post a task at the Mercenary Guild, requesting a caravan heading to Houston to assist him. "Houston? Yes, a caravan is scheduled to leave tomorrow for fur procurement. We can arrange for them to take your letter. The fee is 3 silver coins." After flipping through the records, the receptionist provided the information Minuo sought. Upon hearing the response, Minuo joyfully handed over his letter, only to reach into his pocket and find it utterly empty. It dawned on him that his money had been stolen along with the letter of recommendation. And now he had not even a single copper coin to his name. What was he to do? The Mercenary Guild was not a charitable organization. Without the requisite fee, they would not assist him in delivering his letter. Yet, failing to send it would leave Aunt Kasha in the dark. Worrying that something had happened to him on his journey, in a dilemma, Minuo pondered and then offered his longsword. "I forgot to bring my money today, but I have this sword. Would it suffice to cover the fee for delivering my letter?" Ultimately, Minuo's sword was valued at 4 silver coins, and after paying the fee, he was left with a single silver coin. Stepping out of the Mercenary Guild, Minuo stared blankly at the solitary silver coin in his palm. Although he had been exempted from the substantial tuition fees of Tsulon Academy due to the confirmation of his recommendation by Archbishop Mars, and the school provided bedding and daily necessities free of charge, he still needed to eat. This 1 silver coin, even in a small town like Taisai, would only suffice for 3 days at most. And here in the royal capital, the cost of living was undoubtedly higher. Even if he opted for the cheapest meals, it would barely last him a day. Furthermore, the only valuable item he possessed was that sword. The family heirloom was priceless, but he could never sell it for money, and aside from the healing potions gifted by Huinite, there was little else in his backpack that anyone would want. Even for free, the gifts from Huinite were indeed of great value, yet they were filled with her care and affection. How could he possibly part with them for coin? Unable to find a solution, Minuo found himself in deep distress, desperately contemplating ways to procure money for food. Then he recalled the commission from his previous servant task. To facilitate his journey to Tsulon, Minuo had taken on a lucrative temporary servant task from Huinite. Yet upon arriving in Tsulon, he had felt too embarrassed to claim the reward, having already received so many expensive gifts from her. However, now that he was nearly at his wit's end, unless he wished to drop out and work for a living, he had no choice but to muster the courage to collect that payment. Is this the Lost Merchant Association? Impressive. After a considerable effort to find his way, Minuo finally arrived at the Lost Merchant Association, as mentioned by Huinite. Gazing at the grand structure and exquisite entrance before him, he couldn't help but exclaim to be honest. Although Minuo had anticipated that the Lost Merchant Association, belonging to Huinite, would be extraordinary, he had not expected it to be so remarkable. It wasn't that the association was particularly tall. 3-story buildings were not uncommon in the royal capital, nor was it excessively large. Minuo had seen larger establishments. However, he had certainly never encountered a building so lavishly designed with a spatial expansion magic array. The internal volume of this building belonging to the Lost Merchant Guild has been entirely expanded through the use of spatial magic arrays. The grand hall within could easily serve as an arena for combat, and while the materials required for such an endeavor are not particularly rare, the technical expertise involved is exceedingly uncommon. It would take someone nearing the legendary status of an alchemist to accomplish this feat. A being of such caliber, how precious a talent indeed. This is merely a branch of the Lost Merchant Guild. Yet it possesses such profound knowledge regarding the energy and wealth represented by the magic array in the hall, which is truly staggering. As Minuo stepped into the Lost Merchant Guild, His mind was clouded. Overwhelmed by the intricacies of the magic array, despite the attendant calling out repeatedly, he remained oblivious. "Sir, may I inquire what you require? You may proceed to the counter for your purchases, but please do not block the entrance," she implored. After several attempts with no response, the attendant raised her voice in frustration, finally rousing Minuo from his reverie. "I apologize, it was not my intention that I shall make way immediately." Realizing he had been obstructing the entrance, he blushed and retreated to a corner, offering his apologies. Seeing that Minuo was genuinely remorseful and young, the attendant chose not to be harsh with him, simply advising him not to block the entrance in the future. "Little one, you mustn't stand in the doorway like that again. It could impact the guild's business. You appear to be here for the first time. What is it you wish to purchase? I will certainly be more mindful next time. But I am not here to buy anything. I am looking for M.R. Evan D. Oh, you know where I might find him." Minuo had not previously considered the need for any proof of his commission, as he had privately accepted the task from Huey without any official witnesses. Now he realized he had no means to demonstrate that he had undertaken and completed the task. Thus, he could only hope to locate Evan for assistance in substantiating his claim. However, the attendant's response brought disappointment. It seemed Evan had hurriedly left after delivering a shipment, and his whereabouts were unknown. Minuo was left dumbfounded, pondering how he could secure the emergency funds he desperately needed. Chapter 44. Astonishing Power. The phrase, "a penny can thwart a hero," aptly describes Minuo's current predicament. That it is not that he lacks the ability to earn a livelihood, but rather that with the school term approaching, he has no time to take on tasks at the Mercenary Guild for commission. With only enough money left for a day's worth of meals, he would not have come here to claim a reward he felt he had no right to if circumstances were different. Yet, despite his audacity in seeking help, he could not even find Evan, his last hope extinguished, leaving him in a state of despair. What was he to do now? Would he truly have to resort to selling the gift bestowed upon him by Lady Huey? Biting his lip, Minuo felt a surge of hatred for the thief who had stolen his money. Reaching a boiling point, suddenly, a thought struck him: the badge given to him by Lady Huey. Frantically, he searched his belongings until he unearthed a delicate rabbit badge. "Please take this badge to the person in charge here," he requested. When Huey had presented the badge, she had mentioned it could be used to fulfill any of his requests from the guild's leader. At the time, Minuo had thought it would never be necessary, treating it merely as a special keepsake, but now he recalled its significance. Though he believed Huey would not deceive him, the display of power at the Lost Merchant Guild made him hesitant about its true value. Thus, he simply asked the attendant to deliver the badge. Initially, the attendant regarded Minuo's peculiar request with skepticism, yet upon seeing the badge's exquisite craftsmanship, she refrained from dismissing him, responsibly taking the badge to present it. Moments later, a stately woman dressed elegantly hurriedly emerged from a back room, approaching Minuo with a respectful bow as she returned the badge to him. "Greetings, my lord. I am Chelsea, the person in charge here. Please feel free to express any requests. We shall do our utmost to fulfill them." Observing Chelsea's genuine demeanor, Minuo hesitated, suddenly at a loss for words. The authority represented by the badge appeared substantial, and as he remained silent, Chelsea did not rush him, patiently awaiting his command. Witnessing the rare sight of Chelsea, the guild's leader, attending to a plainly dressed young boy, the onlookers in the hall erupted into whispers and pointed remarks. "It is rather noisy here. If you do not mind, my lord, I would suggest we move to a quieter room to avoid disturbances," Chelsea suggested delicately, her brow furrowing at the commotion. "Yes, that would be appreciated. Thank you," Minuo replied, realizing Chelsea's discomfort. He, too, preferred not to be scrutinized like a spectacle. "Miss Chelsea, may I inquire about the significance of the badge bestowed upon me by Lady Huey? Why did it compel you to make such promises?" After taking a sip of water, Minuo managed to calm his nerves and voiced his curiosity. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Chelsea stifled a soft laugh, but quickly restrained her amusement upon recalling Minuo's status. "It seems you are not well acquainted with Lady Huey and our Lost Merchant Guild. Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction," she began. "As for Lady Huey, she is beyond my capacity to critique. It would be best for you to inquire directly when you next meet her. I can only say that to us, she is akin to the silver moon hanging in the sky, beautiful yet unattainable." When Chelsea mentioned Huey, she instinctively tilted her head slightly back, a hint of reverence gracing her features, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Our Lost Merchant Guild, on the other hand, is a vast enterprise spanning multiple nations, specializing in the various wondrous potions and rare items crafted by Lord Yonglin, in a modest kingdom like Maoan. Our power and wealth likely exceed your imagination. The badge you possess symbolizes Lady Huey's unwavering support. To put it plainly, should you desire to wed the Princess of Maoan, the king would give it serious consideration. If you find yourself in danger, we could arrange for a level 7 warrior to protect you. Chelsea's words dripped with extraordinary confidence, and considering Huey's formidable prowess, Minuo couldn't help but believe that her seemingly fantastical assertions might hold truth. Yet, this realization left Minuo feeling embarrassed. The Lost Merchant Guild wielded such immense power, and here he was, clutching a token that could summon any resource within their reach, all because he was on the verge of starvation. Seeking a meager commission that likely seemed trivial to them, the thought filled him with shame. Thus, the request for money lodged in his throat. Minuo struggled to find the words, knowing he had to resolve his dire situation. Finally, he resolved to muster the courage to speak. Miss Chelsea, I truly had no idea the Lost Merchant Guild possessed such strength. I have no desire to marry a princess or seek protection. I simply enrolled at Solon Academy yesterday and found myself robbed. Losing my sword, I only wished to find a suitable longsword. Rather than directly asking for money, Minuo planned to request a longsword, hoping to find another way to address his financial woes if all else failed. He could pawn the sword for time to earn some money. Observing Minuo's awkward expression and his humble attire, Chelsea seemed to grasp the situation. After issuing a few instructions to her subordinates, she engaged Minuo in conversation. Before long, those she had summoned returned with several items, which she placed on the table beside Minuo. My lord Minuo, this is a finely crafted longsword named Blue Moon. Expertly forged by a master blacksmith, the blade is entirely made of blue steel, ensuring it is not only resistant to wear, but also significantly enhances the conduction of fighting energy. Taking a long sword housed within a silver-white scabbard, Chelsea explained as she handed it to Minuo. As Minuo drew the sword from its sheath, he was captivated by the faint bluish sheen of its blade, a sense of fondness blossoming in his heart. Considering that Lord Minuo has come to Ceylon alone for his studies, he must not have brought too many belongings. Thus, I have prepared some clothing for you. Due to the hurried preparations, I could not arrange for someone to tailor them specifically for you. I hope you do not mind, Chelsea said apologetically. Pointing to a bundle that contained several sets of men's attire. The package included formal attire for official occasions, everyday wear, and even training outfits for martial arts practice. With these garments, Minuo need not worry about clothing for quite some time, since you wield a longsword. You must be a warrior. While a warrior's training emphasizes personal talent and effort, the right potions can indeed enhance one's progress significantly. However, as I am unaware of your specific needs, I have prepared a magic card for you, allowing you to purchase the items you require, Chelsea added, smiling as she handed Minuo a completely black magic card, instinctively grasping the card with one hand while holding the longsword in the other. Minuo glanced at the clothing in the package, momentarily lost in thought. The magic card was a creation of alchemists, primarily designed to store gold coins, alleviating the burden of carrying large sums of money for the affluent, ensuring both safety and convenience. However, such magical items are not cheap. Without sufficient funds, one cannot acquire a magic card. The card Chelsea had given him contained no less than 1,000 gold coins. More than enough to sustain Minuo for several years. He understood that Chelsea had likely perceived his current predicament, and her thoughtful gifts were merely a facade of politeness, while giving clothing could be deemed a normal gesture of concern. Providing a magic card was unmistakably a form of financial assistance. After all, if her intention was merely to facilitate his training with potions, Chelsea could have simply handed him the potions directly. As she had mentioned that the Lost Merchant Association primarily dealt in various elixirs, Lord Minuo, although I am unaware of how you obtained that badge, the fact that Lady Huey bestowed it upon you indicates that you are not considered an outsider. You may treat the Lost Merchant Association as your own establishment. Preparing these items for you is our duty, so please do not feel distant. Chelsea comforted him sincerely, evidently noticing Minuo's discomfort. After contemplating Chelsea's words, Minuo ultimately accepted the items, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind her gestures and acknowledging his urgent need for the funds. To refuse further would seem overly pretentious, especially since he had already come to regard Huey as family. Having previously accepted the precious potion she had offered, accepting this emergency assistance felt entirely reasonable. However, he vowed to find a way to repay Sister Huey once he attained sufficient capability, silently resolving to cherish the items Chelsea had entrusted to him. Despite knowing that with Huey's strength, she likely would never require his repayment, he remained resolute in his thoughts. Chapter 45, the start of term with a sense of inexplicable emotion. Minuo returned to his dormitory with the items Chelsea had given him. As he gazed at the rabbit badge and the black magic card resting on the table, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him for reasons he could not fathom. Many years later, a matured Minuo would recognize this as the inevitable emotional journey of an ambitious man experiencing his first reliance on others. "Hey Minuo, are you in there? I'm coming in." Just as Minuo was lost in contemplation over the two items on his desk, Jesse's voice echoed from the door. Hastily, Minuo secured the longsword Blue Moon to his waist and managed to tidy away the badge and magic card just as Jesse burst in uninvited. "Is there something you need?" "Jesse, have you finished your letter?" "Of course. Do you not know who I am?" "Writing a letter doesn't take long at all," Jessie replied, tilting her head with an air of self-importance. "Minuo, you've never been to Tsuelan before, right?" "No, it's my first time here." "Then it's settled. Since you've never been to Tsuelan, you surely haven't explored the academy either. Let us take the opportunity to wander around while we have time." Without waiting for Minuo's response, Jesse eagerly took his hand and led him outside. Minuo felt compelled to resume his training in combat techniques, yet he was also intrigued by Jesse's suggestion that as he hesitated, Jesse had already made the decision for him. And he followed along. Although they intended to explore the academy, many facilities were still closed due to the term not yet commencing. Various shops and specialized training areas remained shuttered, and without a student ID, access to places like the library and arena was barred. Thus, the two could only admire the architecture and observe the passers-by. Moreover, the buildings lacked signage, making it impossible for Minuo to navigate in advance. After a short while, as he watched Jessie drooling over the fleeting figures of girls near the mage dormitory, he finally understood her true motivation for dragging him out. Jessie harbored a keen interest in peeping at girls, whereas Minuo did not share this inclination. After landing a solid punch on Jessie's head, he disregarded her protests and returned to the dormitory without looking back. Fortunately, Jessie recognized that such behavior was inappropriate and did not let it sour their friendship. Though she continued her antics while consciously avoiding Minuo, in the following 2 days, amidst his training, Minuo took the opportunity to visit the royal cathedral once more, informing Archbishop Mars about the mishap with the recommendation letter, and casually familiarizing himself with the surrounding area. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of where Yi Run and the others, who had arrived at Tsuelan earlier, were residing, and despite his inquiries, he could not uncover their whereabouts, leaving him to devise a plan once the term commenced. During these 2 days, as the assessments progressed, Minuo and Jesse's other 2 roommates gradually arrived. Point 1 was a first-tier cleric apprentice named Brant, a somewhat reclusive and self-conscious individual who preferred to seclude himself in his room with books. The other was a noble young master named Massey, who arrived with a few servants to familiarize himself with the place, directing them to tidy up his room before departing, exuding an air of pampered entitlement. He was an apprentice of a first-tier paladin, akin to a first-tier warrior. 3 days swiftly passed, and following the intense selection assessments, the opening ceremony of Tsuelan Academy commenced. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Minuo arose from his bed, quickly completing his morning routine and rousing Jesse and Brant, who still lingered in slumber. He donned a pure white robe recently issued to him. Unlike Brant's robe, which resembled that of a cleric, Minuo's attire, while also a long robe, was more fitted, akin to a warrior's garb. The pristine white garment, adorned solely with a modest cross symbolizing the clergy on the back and embellished with minimal golden threads at the collar and cuffs, exuded simplicity and grandeur, making Minuo appear quite gallant. After meticulously adjusting the details of his attire, Jesse and Brant finished their morning preparations, and the 3 of them proceeded to the academy's largest training ground. The expansive arena was already brimming with people, roughly divided into 3 sections based on the color and style of their clothing. In the center stood the mages, clad uniformly in black robes, exuding an air of mystery and intellect. To their right were the warriors, all attired in black combat gear, radiating vigorous energy. As for the holy practitioners to which Minuo belonged, their attire varied slightly due to the dual nature of their roles. Yet the unified white garments imparted a sense of shared sanctity. As they were all robed, the scene appeared harmonious rather than chaotic. since someone had already notified the attendees the previous day, even though the academy had not arranged for anyone to maintain order. The crowd instinctively formed 3 neat formations. With a low, clear cough, the previously noisy arena fell silent, and hundreds of eyes turned to the figure slowly ascending the podium. Peter Lambert, a pinnacle 6th-tier wind mage, had single-handedly thwarted a massive beast tide that nearly endangered Solon. Presiding over the academy for over 50 years, he was currently the teacher to King Mauen and had once trained a 7th-tier legendary powerhouse. It was said that had he not overexerted himself during the beast tide, straining his soul essence, he might have already broken through and become a 7th-tier powerhouse. Witnessing such a legendary figure, who had previously existed only in tales, standing before him evoked a surge of excitement in Minuo and many others, nearly prompting them to scream in exhilaration. After Dean Lambert graced the stage, the audience's attention was drawn to several formidable individuals. Vice Dean Byron of the Warrior Division, renowned for his barehanded defeat of a level 6 magical beast known as the Mountain Lion and hailed as the Lion Slayer. Vice Dean Chloris, a level 6 archmage responsible for the Mage Division, and Vice Dean Kelson, the leader of the Holy Knight Order of the Mauen Royal Cathedral, who oversees the Clergy Division. As these legendary figures ascended the platform, the crowd's excitement surged spontaneously, even before a word was spoken. With each of their self-introductions, waves of applause erupted from the audience. The opening ceremony of Tsuelon Academy was rather straightforward. The time of these powerful individuals was precious, and they had no inclination to deliver lengthy speeches. Each of the elite 6th-level warriors briefly outlined their respective divisions' educational philosophies before departing shortly thereafter. The remaining time was devoted to other instructors explaining the various aspects of life and study within the academy. As the initial thrill of witnessing such esteemed figures faded, the students began to lose interest, growing increasingly listless while listening to the monotonous lectures. I believe there is absolutely no need for this so-called opening ceremony. The students find this tedious proclamation utterly unappealing. Mr. Tsane's words barely registered with them. It is nothing but a waste of time, Byron lamented, observing the lackluster demeanor of the students from a nearby office along with Chloris and Kelson. This is a tradition of Tsuelon Academy. Byron, such customs have been passed down through generations, and even though we know it serves little purpose, it is not so easily altered. Besides, it is not as if your time is being wasted. Why the urgency? Chloris remarked lazily, taking a sip of coffee as she reclined in her chair. Of course, I understand that I am simply a bit anxious. This year, our warrior division has welcomed several promising talents, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to see their potential, Byron explained, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Calm down, Byron. It is merely a matter of a single morning. You will have your chance to see them. Chloris waved her hand dismissively, her tone tinged with irritation. Moreover, no matter how exceptional your talents may be, they cannot possibly surpass those from Kelson's side. Consider the remarkable potential of a young prodigy capable of becoming a tri-elemental mage with ease, who broke through to level 2 at the tender age of 13. Whether as a mage or a warrior, he is a top-tier candidate, yet he is utterly devoted to becoming a paladin under Kelson's guidance. It is infuriating to think about, Byron retorted. Why don't we simply recruit that young lad? We cannot allow such a promising individual to go astray, Chloris suggested, prompting an immediate reaction from Kelson, who had been sitting calmly beside them. Chloris, that assertion is quite unfounded. That young man was specifically discovered by our High God Order, and his exceptional light affinity is inherently suited for the role of a paladin. He also possesses a family heritage of combat techniques, making him ideal for that path. As an academy primarily focused on nurturing student talent, the teachers at Tsuelon Academy relished in the competition of who could produce the most exceptional students. Talents like Mino, who not only displayed immense capability, but also had a character endorsed by Carlos's letter of recommendation, were exceedingly rare. Kelson's Clergy Division had been overshadowed by the Warrior and Mage Divisions for years. And finally seeing a few promising candidates this year filled him with hope. He was unwilling to let that hope be extinguished so soon and quickly interjected to prevent any further discussion. Seeing Kelson's fervent defense, Chloris and Byron exchanged knowing glances and began to bargain with him that in truth, Mino had already chosen the Clergy Division, and unless he voluntarily switched paths, there was nothing others could do. Kelson's concerns were misplaced, as he unwittingly fell into the carefully laid trap set by Byron and Chloris, suffering a loss without recourse, attributing his frustrations to Mino. Meanwhile, Mino remained blissfully unaware of the machinations taking place among the deans. Engrossed in a quiet conversation with Jesse, oblivious to the fact that he had unknowingly captured the attention of his own dean. Chapter 46. Retaliation. Following Mr. Sane's dreary orientation, a few upperclassmen performed impromptu demonstrations. While not particularly refined, these displays were sufficient to captivate the new students, who had just endured a rather monotonous introduction. The atmosphere in the arena gradually became invigorated. The event concluded with the esteemed Dean Dubert delivering a closing address. As he recounted the achievements of notable alumni, the students' spirits were ignited, their eyes gleaming with aspirations for the future. Ambitious Mino, however, found little interest in the tales of his predecessors, observing the weariness that appeared on Dean Dubert's face after only a few words. He felt a growing desire for strength, lamenting the legendary dean's current frailty. As Dean Dubert's remarks came to an end, the ceremony, initially lackluster but ultimately engaging, was officially declared over. The students exited the arena, fervently discussing their aspirations for the future. In a certain sense, the Clich D ceremony had yielded commendable results. Following the opening ceremony, the students were divided into classes, and the schedule proceeded in an orderly fashion. Mornings were dedicated to academic courses, while afternoons were reserved for physical training. Aside from the absence of a somewhat superfluous advisor, everything else functioned normally, with his commendable appearance, outstanding abilities, and widely recognized talent. Coupled with an approachable demeanor, Mino quickly became a favored figure among his peers. Apart from not having encountered the knight's siblings, Yearning and Eli, Mino was thoroughly content with his daily life marked by visible progress. With a swift sidestep, Mino shouted, sending his training partner, a senior, tumbling to the ground. "Mino, you're truly impressive. Senior Puke has been a level 2 warrior at this academy for nearly 2 years, and yet you managed to defeat him," Jesse exclaimed, clapping Mino's shoulder while gasping for breath, filled with admiration. Senior Puke had enrolled a year prior to Mino, serving as a teaching assistant in close combat classes. Initially, their interactions were harmonious. However, Puke's inflated ego prompted him to boast of his prowess after defeating a dozen classmates. Claiming he could easily prevail even against the entire class, such brashness was intolerable to the hot-headed students, and despite their prior defeats, they could not let his arrogance stand unchallenged. All eyes turned to Mino, who, having deduced Puke's intentions, refrained from participating in the fight, pretending not to notice the mounting pressure from his peers. However, Puke was not one to let things slide. Upon realizing that everyone was looking toward Mino, he began to provoke him. Ultimately, Mino had no choice but to respond. Though he understood Puke's motives, it did not mean he would deliberately concede. Truth be told, Puke's appointment as a teaching assistant indicated he was no slouch. And Mino, accustomed to wielding a sword, was now forced to engage in unarmed combat against Puke, a specialist in melee fighting. Had it not been for Mino's physical strength, which had ascended to that of a level 4 warrior due to the awakening of the Phoenix bloodline, he might have been easily overpowered. Alas, victory belonged to the conqueror. Regardless of how Mino secured his win, Puke's defeat was undeniable. Embarrassed and unable to continue the lesson, he slinked away, amidst the cheers of his classmates. Mino felt somewhat out of place, scratching his head and glancing toward Puke's retreating figure, a twinge of unease gnawing at him. "Mino, aren't you a swordsman? How are you so skilled in close combat? Is it true that geniuses defy all logic? Why can't I, Jesse, be a genius too? If I could match Senior Puke's prowess, the cheers would be for me today." "Well, Jesse, you should practice more. Perhaps your martial arts talent is actually quite impressive." "You're right. I will strive to train diligently, aiming to defeat Puke next time and bask in the cheers of everyone." "Indeed, Jesse, you must commit to your training." As they walked back to the dormitory, Jesse continued to excitedly discuss the prior battle with Puke. Though Mino felt it was somewhat inappropriate, he could not quell Jesse's enthusiasm and merely responded with non-committal remarks. "You little rascal, winning against Lord Puke has you all elated, and now you wish to challenge me again. Well, here I stand before you, so come on and try." Just as Mino and the others passed a small grove, 4 figures suddenly leapt out from behind the trees, all armed with weapons like fistlocks and tiger claws. Led by none other than Puke, whom Mino had just defeated earlier that afternoon. "What's this? Do you seek revenge? Let me tell you." Realizing that Puke and his companions had emerged to confront them, Jesse intended to utter a threat, but before he could finish, Mino interrupted. Enough, Jesse. Their presence indicates they are determined to retaliate against me. Words are futile now. Sharp thinking. I had initially planned to let you off with a fine. But it seems a confrontation is inevitable. With a sigh of regret, Puke lunged forward with a powerful right hook, nearly striking Mino squarely in the face. Hearing Puke's words, Mino felt a pang of regret. But he understood that it was too late for words, and he had to focus entirely on the battle. Mino and Jesse were outnumbered. With only 2 against 4, Mino could barely hold his own against 2 opponents. While Jesse was being overwhelmed, had their adversaries intended to inflict serious harm, Jesse might have already been lying on the ground. Noticing Jesse's predicament, Mino feigned an attack to break free from Puke's 2 assailants, supporting the faltering Jesse and using his sword to block the attacks of the other 2. Jesse, you must flee quickly. We cannot win this fight. If I run, what will happen to you? Mino, I will hold them off here. This beating is unavoidable, but I cannot let you be dragged down with me. Mino's reasoning was sound, yet Jesse felt it was dishonorable to abandon his friend. Unwilling to leave despite Mino's pleas. No one is escaping. You all stay right here. If 4 of us can't prevent you 2 from getting away, we might as well leave the academy. Hearing that Mino and Jesse believed they could still escape amidst the assault, Puke's group grew furious and intensified their attacks. Although Mino, bolstered by his physical strength and swordsmanship, could almost rival a 3rd-tier warrior, this was only a near equivalence against intellectually limited beasts like the wolf hunter. He had no trouble, but against intelligent humans, such prowess inevitably faced limitations. Moreover, with Jesse's stubbornness preventing him from leaving, Mino had to devise ways to protect him, naturally creating numerous openings, leading to their increasingly dire situation under Puke's onslaught. Fortunately, Puke and his companions seemed reluctant to escalate matters, refraining from using lethal weapons and deliberately avoiding critical strikes. Thus, though Mino was battered, he managed to hold his ground, not completely collapsing under the pressure. The commotion of 6 people fighting was considerable. Despite the secluded location and the small grove obstructing the view, it was inevitable that someone would notice when the figures of the disciplinary committee appeared in sight. Even though they had not fully subdued Mino and Jesse, Puke and his group had no choice but to retreat to avoid trouble. Once Puke and his companions left, Jesse, who had barely held on by sheer will, could no longer maintain his stance and would have collapsed to the ground had Mino not been there to support him. The primary target of Puke's attacks, Mino was equally exhausted. Without his sword to prop himself up, he might have fallen alongside Jesse. With both of them barely able to stand, the prospect of walking back to the dormitory seemed daunting. Fortunately, although the disciplinary committee had failed to catch the fleeing Puke and his companions, they kindly escorted Mino and Jesse back to their dormitory, sparing them the embarrassment of being seen in a state of disarray. Once back in their room, the 2 leaned back in their chairs, too exhausted to move. Observing each other's bruised faces, they couldn't help but chuckle, only to wince as they inadvertently touched their injuries. Shortly thereafter, their other roommate, Brant, returned and, noticing the peculiar sight of Mino and Jesse in their chairs, inquired about their condition. Upon hearing Brant's question, Mino and Jesse exchanged glances, recalling how they had managed to escape from Puke and his group, and simultaneously burst into laughter, leaving Brant utterly confused, wondering if they had both been knocked silly. Chapter 47. The Disappearance of Puke. You 2 haven't been knocked senseless by someone else, have you? How can you laugh in such a state? Brant remarked as he gently touched Mino and Jesse's heads, his expression filled with concern, as if they had indeed lost their wits. Brant, what are you talking about? You must be the one who is dazed. We are celebrating, for 2nd-tier warriors attempted to ambush Mino and me. Yet we managed to escape. Shouldn't we be laughing? Jesse, brushing off Brant's hand, excitedly recounted the earlier battle, gesturing animatedly as he described the scene, embellishing it with each retelling until it transformed into a grand tale of Mino and him utterly defeating Puke and his companions, with the latter begging for mercy as they lay prostrate. Although his words contradicted one another, and any rational person could see Jesse was exaggerating, his eloquence painted such a vivid picture that it nearly felt real. Brant, momentarily caught off guard, was swept up in Jesse's narrative, his gaze filled with admiration. Don't listen to his tall tales, Brant. Just look at our injuries. If things had gone as he claims, how could we be so battered? Mino interjected. Observing how Jesse had spun the tale of their supposed dominance into an amusing spectacle, especially with Jesse's face now resembling that of a swollen pig. Strangely enough, Brant seemed to believe him, gazing at Jesse as if he were some idol, which pushed Mino to the brink of exasperation, prompting him to point out the flaws in Jesse's narrative. Mino, how can you say that? It was those despicable scoundrels, Puke and his crew, who took advantage of my moment of mercy to launch a surprise attack. Even if you feel inadequate for not assisting, you shouldn't twist the facts. With Brant's adoration fueling Jesse's ego, he was riding high until Mino's interruption forced him to scramble for a way to salvage his boast, desperately attempting to deflect blame onto Mino. Exactly. Brother Jesse is so formidable that he must have been ambushed by that fellow Puke and his gang. Brant, now thoroughly convinced by Jesse's fabrications, echoed the sentiment, reinforcing the illusion that Jesse's claims were indeed true. Right? Jesse is indeed the greatest. There's no way he could have returned thanks to the intervention of the disciplinary committee. It was all his doing. I am just a fool. You two carry on. Defeated by Jesse's audacity and Brant's naivety, Mino, having regained some strength, could no longer endure Jesse's shameless self-promotion or Brant's complicity, and he staggered back to his room. He rummaged through his belongings for the healing salve Kagaya had given him, carefully applying it to his wounds that a soothing sensation enveloped the injured areas, completely overshadowing the previous fiery pain. Before long, Mino realized that his injuries seemed to be healing remarkably well. His once bruised and battered body had returned to its original fair complexion, drawing blue moon from its sheath. He admired his reflection in the sword's polished blade and noted that his face, which had previously rivaled Jesse's in terms of damage, had now returned to its normal state. Should he step outside like this, no one would suspect he had just been in a fierce altercation. No wonder it commands such a high price and remains in high demand, Mino pondered. Recalling the price tag he had seen at the Lost Path Trading Company, suddenly, an idea struck him. He found a clean, empty bottle, poured the remaining ointment into it, and confidently walked out. Mino, you're out. Tell Maxie how I showcased my prowess and brought Puke and his gang to their knees. Upon exiting, Mino saw Jesse, drenched in sweat, fervently arguing with Maxie, while Brant stood by, his previous admiration replaced by a look of confusion as he observed Jesse and Maxie. Clearly, Maxie was not as easily deceived as Brant. Jesse's exaggerated claims had grown so grand that Maxie was continuously pointing out inconsistencies, leaving Jesse unable to convince him and causing Brant to lose faith in him as well. As Jesse found himself in a state of utter disarray, he spotted Mino emerging and promptly beckoned him over, hoping to enlist his aid in extricating himself from his predicament. However, upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of Mino's countenance, he was rendered utterly speechless. Mino, you can't possibly be an imposter, for your face seems all wrong, he stammered. What seems amiss? I appear perfectly normal, do I not? Mino retorted, barely suppressing a laugh at Jesse's bewildered expression. Yet, recalling his earlier scheme, Mino stifled his amusement and responded with feigned indifference. It's precisely because you seem too normal that we both encountered Puku and, well, shouldn't you mirror my situation? Jesse, in his excitement, nearly blurted out the truth, but fortunately, he remembered his earlier deception involving Brant and managed to halt himself just in time. Isn't this the signature potion of the Lost Merchants? How on earth did you acquire such a miraculous healing elixir that mere wealth cannot procure? No wonder you have healed so expeditiously. Before Mino could reply, the keen-eyed Max recognized the vial in Mino's hand and exclaimed in astonishment. Without pausing to think, Jesse reached out to seize the vial. But Mino, having anticipated his move, deftly sidestepped, causing Jesse to collide painfully with a nearby table. The jolt exacerbated his already tender injuries, prompting him to cry out in agony. Turning back to Mino, he gazed pleadingly, even forcing tears from his eyes in a desperate bid for sympathy. Yet Mino, intent on revenge, remained impervious to Jesse's plight, deliberately adopting an air of indifference, seeing that his pity ploy had failed. Jesse quickly shifted his strategy, continuing his fruitless act while subtly inching closer to Mino. Seizing an opportune moment, he lunged forward and snatched the vial from Mino's grasp. Mino, dear Mino, no matter how cunning you may be, you cannot outsmart your venerable Jesse. Behold, I have successfully acquired the potion, he declared triumphantly, his face alight with pride. Mino, playing along, feigned exasperation, which only fueled Jesse's delight further. With a gleeful smile, Jesse uncorked the vial, poised to apply the ointment to his wounds, only to discover it was utterly empty. His expression froze in disbelief. My apologies, esteemed Mino. I was mistaken that I humbly beseech you. in light of my pitiable condition, would you be so kind as to bestow the potion upon me?" Clinging to Mino's leg, Jesse shamelessly implored, reducing himself to an object of ridicule and fear of rejection. Max couldn't contain his amusement at Jesse's antics. Even Brandt, in his naivety, had begun to see through Jesse's faade, his confusion dissipating as he joined Max in hearty laughter. After a prolonged period of joviality, Mino ultimately capitulated to Jesse's relentless pleas and granted him the previously reserved healing salve. Thanks to the miraculous properties of the ointment, both Mino and Jesse restored their former selves, while Puka seemingly vanished from their lives, even resigning from his role as the combat class assistant. Never to be seen again. A week later, while engrossed in their theology class, an unfamiliar instructor arrived and summoned Mino and Jesse. Upon encountering the teacher's stern demeanor, the typically composed Mino appeared perplexed, while Jesse, who had previously spied on the girls' dormitory, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. The instructor remained silent, leading them to an office they had never visited before, where the esteemed Professor Saint sat. Having addressed the assembly on the first day of school, upon their entrance, Saint maintained his silence, scrutinizing them with an intensity that seemed to pierce their very souls, under such a penetrating gaze. Even Jesse, who was already anxious from his earlier misdeeds, found it difficult to hold his gaze, while Mino, usually forthright, instinctively lowered his head. "Mino, Jesse, you two are among the most gifted at the Cleric Academy this year. I do not wish to see your bright future squandered by a momentary lapse in judgment, so I implore you to be forthcoming. What has become of Puka?" As confusion enveloped them, Saint's gentle voice broke through, eliciting an inexplicable urge to confess their innermost thoughts. However, just as Mino prepared to speak, a chilling realization struck him, awakening his senses, the allure of human enchantment. Recalling the latent power within Saint's voice, Mino understood the nature of the spell cast upon them, causing his vigilance to surge. Yet, unlike Mino, who harnessed the unique powers of the Phoenix bloodline to regain his composure, Jesse lacked such fortitude. Under the effects of Saint's enchantment, he blurted, "Puku was frightened off by the disciplinary committee, and after that, we never saw him again," before recounting the events of that fateful day in rapid succession. "Enough. Professor Saint, is it permissible for instructors at Solon Academy to wield their magic against students at will? Cease your enchantment." Mino interjected, realizing the precarious nature of their situation. "Please refrain from being overly agitated." "Mino," Saint replied with calmness, "the Academy has no such policy. We merely resort to these measures to investigate certain matters." Saint's astonishment was palpable upon witnessing Mino's ability to resist his enchantment, leaving him perplexed as to how a mere secondary warrior could withstand the allure of a level 5 archmage spell, despite not being a specialist in the School of Illusions. Nevertheless, recognizing the potential uproar that might ensue from Mino's remarks, Saint adopted a congenial demeanor as he continued, "For students, including Puku from the Warrior Academy, have mysteriously vanished for a week. An astrologer conducted a divination and discovered that their life stars have extinguished. Through our inquiries, we learned that you were among the last individuals they interacted with and that you harbor a grudge against them, which is why we are conducting this investigation." "What? Puku is dead?" At that moment, the enchantment over Jesse had waned, and upon hearing the news of Puku's demise, both he and Mino were left utterly stunned, rendered speechless in disbelief. Chapter 48. Suspicions and Accusations. "What? Were you unaware?" Saint asked, frowning at their astonishment, clearly dissatisfied with their response. "Why should we know? We were simply relieved that he stopped troubling us. We assumed he had been apprehended by the disciplinary committee," Jesse replied, his tone nonchalant, bewildered by Saint's scrutiny. "Professor Saint, I trust you understand that we did not instigate the conflict that day. Had the disciplinary committee not intervened, we might have suffered severely. Furthermore, even if we desired revenge, considering our limited strength, how could we possibly eliminate Puku and his companions without being detected?" After the initial shock subsided, Mino, connecting Saint's serious demeanor with the evident disdain from the instructor who had brought them there, realized that they were likely being viewed as the prime suspects. Thus, after Jesse finished speaking, he swiftly added, "The disparity in strength is indeed a concern, but it is not insurmountable." Before reaching the legendary tier, even a peak level 6 warrior can be slain by a mere child under meticulous planning. After contemplating Mino's explanation, Saint slowly replied, "I must concede, Mino, that your words carry weight. Hence, despite your potential motives for harming Puku and his companions, we will not hastily label you as criminals. All must be substantiated by evidence. Upon hearing Sane's words, Mino instinctively exhaled in relief, for he wished to avoid being unjustly accused of murder after enduring a brutal beating. As long as he was not falsely blamed, Mino believed that his innocence would ultimately be recognized. Following Sane's inquiries, the formal interrogation process commenced, as the efficacy of such mundane questioning was exceedingly limited compared to the wonders of divine magic. A cleric cast a lie detection spell upon the two, who, per the requirements, declared that they had not killed Puku and his companions, thereby temporarily clearing their names of suspicion. After Sane probed further into the details of the conflict that day, Mino and Jesse were granted the right to leave. Though I am unsure why you managed to pass the divine test, you should pray that your hands remain clean, for if we uncover evidence of your involvement in the murders, not even the mightiest of patrons can shield you from the consequences. With a stern expression, the teacher who escorted Minuo and the other two out of the office coldly remarked. It was evident that he had already concluded that Minuo and Jesse were the culprits responsible for the murders of Puke and the others. After delivering his judgment, the teacher returned to the office, offering no chance for Minuo and his companions to respond. What does that guy mean? Does he genuinely believe that we, the wretched Minuo and Jesse, are capable of committing such heinous acts over a mere quarrel? It's utterly absurd. Even if revenge were on the table, Jesse would never resort to such a base method as murder. How infuriating. The words of that teacher were unbearable. Had it not been for Minuo's restraint, Jesse would have likely kicked down the office door in a fit of rage after the initial shock wore off. However, while Minuo could temper Jesse's impulsive actions, he could not stifle the latter's verbal outbursts of dissatisfaction, especially since Minuo harbored grievances no less than Jesse's. Although his mother's teachings had instilled in him a habit against speaking ill behind others' backs, it did not preclude him from allowing others to voice their frustrations on his behalf. Why is that guy so adamant that it was us who committed the murders? Minuo, do we really strike such a resemblance to the kind of fiends who would kill over petty disputes? After a lengthy tirade, Jesse seemed to tire of his soliloquy and began confiding in Minuo. That's impossible, Jesse. We are destined to become holy knights. In response to Jesse's inquiry, Minuo spoke gravely. You must understand, based on an analysis of the existing information, we are the ones with the most apparent motive. If our strength weren't so lacking, we might have faced far graver consequences today. From their previous exchanges, Minuo had gleaned substantial information from Sane. Frankly, were he not directly involved, he might have believed that Puke and the others had indeed fallen to the hands of himself and Jesse, the immense resentment stemming from their ambush, the youthful exuberance of their age, and the arrogance that often accompanies the so-called chosen ones combined to form a motive for murder that was all too palpable. That as for the alleged disparity in strength, that was hardly an issue, disregarding potions and magical artifacts. It was clear that Puke's defeat at Minuo's hands, followed by Jesse's humiliation of him, directly led to the ambush by the four. Thus, it was evident that Puke was inferior to Minuo, while the three reinforcements he summoned were even weaker than him. In a one-on-one confrontation, Minuo's capabilities would have sufficed for an act of revenge, especially with Jesse as his ally. Jade, I heard everything you said to those two children outside. Upon returning to the office where the interrogation had taken place, Sane fixed a serious gaze upon the teacher seated at the desk. While I comprehend the pain you feel following Puke's demise, I hope you also understand that we cannot wrongfully accuse anyone unless we possess concrete evidence, especially considering those two are our students. But, Your Excellency Sane, all current intelligence points to these two students. They are the ones most motivated to murder my son Puke. That I have every reason to believe that they committed this heinous act out of impulsive revenge. At this moment, Jade shed the icy demeanor he had displayed towards Minuo and the others, fervently defending his position with flushed cheeks and an agitated expression. Yet, Jade, you must recognize that those two children passed the lie detection assessment, which sufficiently proves they did not kill Puke. It was evident that once Minuo and Jesse had successfully undergone the divination test, Sane no longer regarded them as suspects and instinctively began to advocate for them. Lie detection proves nothing, Your Excellency Sane. It is merely a low-level second-tier divine spell, and the caster, Rad, possesses only third-tier strength. There are countless methods to circumvent it. I am aware of at least 5 ways to do so. Jade expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Sane's defense of Minuo and Jesse. Were it not for Sane being his superior and possessing greater strength, Jade might have seized him by the collar to force a retraction, but they are merely two ordinary individuals just arrived from the countryside. I jade that I am familiar with the methods you mentioned, and for them, it would be nearly impossible to execute any of those, especially since our interrogation today was unscheduled. Even if they were aware of those techniques and capable of employing them, they would not have had time to prepare. This only serves to indicate their guilt. They know they would undergo divine detection, hence they prepared in advance. To bolster his argument, Ijade was now practically shouting. His face reddened as he pounded the table, veins bulging on his arms, making one wonder if he was a fighter like his son or perhaps a berserker rather than a spellcaster. Observing Ijade's unreasonable assertions, Sane realized that changing the mind of a man engulfed in the anguish of losing a son was nearly impossible. Unless the true murderer was found, further argumentation would be futile, so Sane ceased his efforts. Minuo. Jesse, what did the teacher summon you for? Have you gotten into another fight? Upon seeing Minuo and the others return, Blant and Massey hurriedly approached with concern etched on their faces, after spending several days together. Blant, having revealed his gullible nature, often fell prey to Jesse's teasing, while Massey, having uncovered Minuo's hidden powerful background, was no longer as haughty as he once was. The four had grown close, leaving behind the initial awkwardness and forging a solid friendship. Jesse, being forthright and now agitated by Ijade's accusations, poured out the events that had just transpired, laden with disdain for Ijade. These teachers must be out of their minds. Jesse, you were clearly the victim, yet those scoundrels are dead. And they still want to frame you. I can't fathom their reasoning. Upon hearing that 4 individuals had perished, Blant was instantly shocked, his attention fixated on that revelation. While Massey seemed unfazed by such occurrences and even found the energy to stand up for Minuo and the others, that is not entirely fair. Massey, if we set aside other factors and consider only the motive, we indeed bear the greatest suspicion. Although the teacher's actions may be a bit extreme, they are not without reason. Massey's defense of Minuo and Jesse was heartening to Jesse, as it provided an outlet for the anger that had been bottled up inside him, and he joined Massey in disparaging Ijade. Meanwhile, Minuo, from an objective standpoint, offered a brief justification for Ijade's behavior. Minuo. You can't possibly be daft. How can you defend that detestable Ijade? Hearing Minuo's words, Jesse and Massey looked at him incredulously, as if he were some curious creature, with Jesse even reaching out to check if Minuo had a fever. I merely speak the truth, as it stands. We do indeed appear to be the prime suspects. While Ijade's behavior is irritating, it's not as if anyone else would find it to be a grave mistake. Dodging Jesse's hand, Minuo replied with a hint of exasperation. But what if we uncover the true murderer? When it is revealed that the so-called culprit is not us, I can only imagine how disgraced Ijade will look. With that, Minuo raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Clearly harboring grievances over Ijade's unequivocal accusations. Chapter 49. Investigation in the library. Indeed, once we capture the true murderer, I shall ensure that the insufferable Ijade apologizes before us. Visualizing Ijade reluctantly bowing before him in a manner that was both unsatisfactory and begrudging, Jesse's lips involuntarily curled into a grin. When the time comes, I will make it abundantly clear to him that I, Jesse, am not to be trifled with. Wrongdoings must be met with consequences. As he spoke, Jesse swung his fist forcefully, as if striking Ijade in the face. It won't be that easy, Massey replied, pouting and casting a worried glance at the overly exuberant Jesse, somewhat reluctant to dampen his spirits. If the true murderer were that easy to find, the teachers would not have wrongfully accused you. Well, that is a fair point. However, since Minuo suggested this plan, he must have a way to achieve it. Massey's remark caused Jesse to pause, his previously soaring spirits deflating as he turned to Minuo with a rather strained smile. Seeking affirmation. Minuo, I'm right, aren't I? Of course. In response to Jesse and Massey's concerns, Minuo displayed a bright smile, exuding confidence as he declared, while our investigative abilities may likely pale in comparison to those of the Academy's teachers, we must recognize that we possess a significant advantage over them. Advantage? A significant one? Minuo, are you joking? Certainly not a jest. Although we may not possess the multitude of teachers, nor their convenience in conducting investigations, we are acutely aware that we are not the murderers. They are ensnared by what they deem to be the most significant motive for killing, tirelessly seeking evidence of our guilt, only to find their efforts utterly futile. Meanwhile, we meticulously scrutinize each and every lead, certain that we will uncover the true perpetrator. As he spoke the last words, Mino's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, a confident smile gracing his lips. as if the culprit had already fallen into his grasp. At his core, Mino is a person who relishes solving problems with intellect. Over a decade of training as an arcanist has instilled in him the belief that wisdom surpasses brute strength. Despite having come to appreciate the importance of power through various experiences, that profound, soul-searching way of thinking has yet to be altered. Look at Mino, so confident. Surely everything will be fine. Just wait and see, Jesse remarked. Though he did not fully comprehend Mino's sentiments. However, witnessing Mino's unwavering confidence lifted Jesse's earlier worries, which had arisen from Marx's words, and he clapped Mino on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I hope you can truly accomplish this. In response to Jesse's inexplicable confidence, Marx expressed a sense of helplessness. Unsure of what to say, he turned to Mino and said, "If there's anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask that I will certainly lend my support wherever possible." "Thank you very much, Marx," Mino replied. After their lengthy conversation, it was time for class, so Mino refrained from further discussion, hurriedly thanking Marx before dashing off to his lesson. The library of Tsolon Academy, which began as a modest study housing merely 100 general knowledge books at the institution's inception, has undergone continuous expansion over the centuries. It has now evolved into a grand edifice, containing over 100,000 priceless tomes across various categories. While it may still lack depth in certain areas of knowledge, its breadth is unparalleled by any other library. Due to the value of its collection, the four-story stone structure boasts impressive wall thickness and is fortified with various defensive magical arrays, those of insufficient rank. Below level 4 would find it impossible to even scratch the walls. Furthermore, with the presence of vigilant guards, it is said that unless a 6th-level powerhouse were to unleash their full might, the library remains an impregnable zone of absolute peace, where no harm can befall anyone. It is uncertain whether the formidable protective measures are due to the library's priceless collection or if the collection's existence necessitated such powerful defenses. Regardless, the crux of the matter is that behaving recklessly within these walls poses considerable challenges. The library is divided into 4 floors. The first level contains ordinary books that can be purchased outside, accessible to any holder of its Tsolon student ID. The second level houses rare and difficult-to-acquire manuscripts, including previous scholars' notes and various documents. Access is restricted to those with the status of faculty or a teacher's endorsement. Ascending to the third level reveals the coveted repository of spell books and martial arts techniques, accessible only to select high-ranking officials and exceptionally gifted students granted special permission. As for the topmost 4th level, some claim it conceals cursed tomes and malevolent magical techniques, leading the Academy to seal it off. Others speculate that it harbors invaluable legacies from legendary figures or serves as a site for human experimentation, given the faint cries that have been rumored to echo from within. However, these remain mere unfounded rumors, and the truth is shrouded in mystery, as it is said that only the Academy's headmaster may ascend there, with even the vice-principals barred. Yet, none of this has any bearing on Mino, who, while curious about the fabled 4th floor, is unable to access the second. His visit today is solely to peruse documents related to the disappearance of Puke and his companions. Thanks to Marx, he has obtained a teacher's endorsement, which spares him the embarrassment of navigating through connections with Archbishop Mars for access. Presenting the endorsement to the administrator at the second-floor staircase, Mino, a freshman who had yet to explore the first floor, ascended to an area typically reserved for second-year students, treating the cherished tomes with indifference as he made his way to the archive section in the corner. Though confident, Mino remains humble, fully aware that his perceived advantages, while existent, are not as substantial as he claims. Without meticulously unraveling every lead, the likelihood of arriving at a conclusive outcome is slim. Thus, upon the conclusion of his afternoon martial arts class, he hastened to the library to sift through the materials. Initially, Mino reviewed the enrollment records of all students admitted to the Warrior Academy in the year 9992 of the Continental Calendar. As he was unfamiliar with Puke and his companions, having only gleaned snippets of information from casual conversations, he opted to examine his own enrollment records to ascertain their fundamental details first. Upon discovering the name of Puke's father, Ijade, in the registration column, Mino finally understood the reason behind Ijade's emotional turmoil. He had suffered the loss of a son, and with both Mino and Jesse being the primary suspects in his child's demise, it was no wonder he harbored such resentment. Although Mino had found the source of Ijade's animosity towards him and Jesse, he could not rejoice, as this single lead had abruptly come to a halt. Since Puke's father, Jade, was a teacher at the academy and still alive, any conjectures regarding familial vendettas could be discarded. Moreover, the records of the other individuals were unremarkable, lacking any peculiarities. Thus, the motive behind the murder could only be discerned through their actions and interpersonal dynamics. It became clear that uncovering the identity of the murderer would not be an easy task, while there was a tinge of disappointment at not finding any leads in the first document. Mino did not feel disheartened or surprised. After all, if it were that simple, he would not have been tasked with discovering the killer. His perusal of the aforementioned records was merely to gather essential information about Puke and avoid any potential oversights. Having completed the enrollment records, Mino swiftly located the personal files of Puke and his 3 companions, which provided a detailed account of their academic performance and attendance, essentially a summary of their time at the academy. Following this, he delved into various related inquiries, such as records of Puke's participation in class tournaments, assessments, and details of excursions undertaken for practical experience. Through meticulous analysis of these documents, Mino could ascertain the majority of Puke's experiences at the academy, allowing him to deduce aspects of their lives and social interactions, thereby identifying potential adversaries and conflicts of interest, an optimal method for filtering suspects based on motives of revenge and profit. Next, he sought the relevant information pertaining to various suspects, analyzing their behavioral patterns and character traits, eliminating those deemed unlikely to commit murder, and concentrating on those who remained under suspicion. Thus, through continuous review of the materials, Mino methodically compiled a list of potential suspects, gradually eliminating them based on established criteria. In this manner, the investigation unfolded in an orderly fashion within the confines of the second floor of the library. Adhering to the standard practices of an arcanist, Chapter 50, An Unexpected Encounter. Finally finished. After sitting for an extended period poring over the documents, Mino felt his legs grow numb that he stood up, stretching lazily, and gazed at the substantial stack of materials on the table, a mixture of fatigue and satisfaction on his face, having diligently examined the relevant information of dozens of individuals for nearly 4 hours. Mino finally gleaned some valuable insights that a list of over 20 individuals harboring grievances and conflicts of interest with Puke and his companions emerged before him, classified into 2 categories based on the severity of their animosity and their character. Mino was confident that by scrutinizing each suspect, he would be able to unearth the true culprit. Now, I only need to review the relevant documents from the faculty's investigation. Once I complete this, I can begin my inquiries. Jade, prepare to express your gratitude for my assistance in revealing your son's murderer. Clenching his fists tightly, Mino spoke to himself as he returned the finished documents to their rightful place, a thrill of excitement illuminating his expression, as if that very scene were unfolding before him. Alas, how could it be that I cannot find it? It should undoubtedly be placed right here. Why is it absent? Could it be that the teachers have yet to organize the files? As Minuo searched through the bookshelf that housed the most recent documents, she muttered helplessly, unable to locate her intended target. You must be looking for this. Right, Minuo, the reason you cannot find it is simply because I was perusing it just moments ago. Please do not let this lead you to doubt the diligence of the teachers. Perhaps having overheard Minuo's murmurs, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the opposite side of the shelf, extending a document still imbued with the sin of ink. I see. Upon receiving the document from the stranger, Minuo stepped back slightly, her demeanor wary as she inquired, "But may I ask how you came to know my name? I believe I have not yet made a name for myself since my arrival at the academy. It appears that you possess quite a keen sense of caution." Minuo, a boy with black hair and dark eyes, roughly Minuo's age, circled around to her side, his smile warm yet slightly tinged with an air of arrogance. After all, it is rather intuitive to be on guard when a complete stranger knows your name. You are truly exceptional, Minuo. The stranger's presence left Minuo with an unsettling impression, as though he were subtly targeting her. Thank you for the compliment, but might you not explain how you were able to call my name? Verbose stranger. Having just perused numerous tomes, Minuo felt a sense of familiarity reminiscent of her days as a magical apprentice. She instinctively took another step back in response to his proximity, her words sharp, brimming with an unspoken challenge. I know your name because it appears frequently in the document I just examined, as you are the primary suspect. Then how did you ascertain that the individual mentioned in the document was indeed me? Surely there cannot be a portrait of me included. It was evident that Minuo was dissatisfied with his reply. You certainly pose a plethora of questions, Minuo. Are you a veritable fountain of inquiries? The black-haired boy placed a hand against his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. I recognized you because I know you, of course. Surely you recognize this emblem, the insignia of the disciplinary committee. The emblem of the disciplinary committee. You are, with the emblem in view and recalling his words. Minuo quickly grasped the situation that he must be one of the members of the disciplinary committee who had rushed to her aid that day, having remembered her appearance after perusing the record of the incident. I sincerely apologize. I must have been overly suspicious. I hope you do not take offense. Offering an awkward smile, Minuo hurriedly expressed her contrition. After all, he was her benefactor, yet she had failed to express her gratitude and had inadvertently provoked him. But may I inquire why you were reviewing this document? Is it possible that the disciplinary committee is also involved in the investigation? Out of a sense of guilt from earlier, Minuo unconsciously adopted a more respectful tone. Not quite. My purpose in returning to this document is entirely aligned with yours. As I too am one of the suspects in the murder of Professor Ijade's son, and I am ranked as the second suspect, just after you. The pressure is quite immense. As he spoke, the black-haired boy exaggeratedly rubbed his shoulder, as if he bore a heavy weight upon it. Second suspect. How can that be? Are you not one of the members of the disciplinary committee? How could you be implicated in this matter? In truth, I am also a newcomer, so you may call me Phil. Minuo, using formalities feels rather distant. With a gesture of his hands, Phil explained with a hint of frustration. Like you, I could not restrain myself when that braggart puke provoked me in class. I ended up confronting him before you did, and he retaliated. Consequently, I had pursued them until the very end that day, which cast suspicion upon me. Upon hearing Phil's explanation, Minuo understood. No wonder Puke's resentment had been so palpable after his defeat that day. It stemmed from a prior encounter. With the matter clarified, Minuo felt no further need to be on guard against him. However, as dusk approached, they exchanged information briefly before she resumed her examination of the document and departed the library. The following morning, Minuo arose early to commence her investigation of the suspects. She initially intended for Jesse to accompany her, but his lack of tact nearly offended the first person they interrogated, severely hampering her efforts. Thus, Minuo decided to let him entertain himself instead. Although the records indicated that these individuals harbored motives for murder, Minuo soon discovered that motive alone did not equate to intent, while they all despised Puke and harbored desires for vengeance. Very few actually contemplated murder. Moreover, most had alibis, and those without lacked the means to commit such a crime that each suspect was scrutinized. The prospect of identifying the true culprit seemed increasingly bleak. Alas, it truly is not so simple. It seems the grand plans I boasted of before may be unattainable. Exiting yet another potential suspect's residence, Minuo sighed despondently, listlessly flipping through the next individual's information. Hank, the martial arts instructor, may harbor a motive for murder due to Puke's persistent harassment of his niece, which he has failed to rectify. After reading this individual's profile, Minuo found herself smiling, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Minuo, how did you even come to this conclusion yesterday? He is a teacher. How could he simply resort to murder against a student? Truly. Wait a moment, Hank. I recall that Uncle Hank from Grandfather Consile's family is indeed the martial arts instructor at Trilon. Could it be mere coincidence? The thought that he might be someone she recognized invigorated Minuo, and she hurried toward Hank's office. Over an hour later, in a reading room of the Mage's Division, a mage apprentice with a violet bobbed hairstyle was engrossed in a book of heroic tales. The master of the undead hunters is truly remarkable, even when faced with such a multitude of undead. He managed to turn the tide, rescuing the civilians in dire straits and annihilating the undead. How splendid! If only I could be like him, then I would be the undead hunter, Lord Nightblade. As the apprentice turned the final page of the book, he lifted his gaze, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips, his eyes filled with longing for heroic deeds and gallant figures. Guess who I am, esteemed Lord Nightblade. Just as the apprentice closed the book and prepared to stretch, two hands suddenly reached from behind, covering his eyes, accompanied by a familiar voice whispering near his ear. You are Minuo. The voice was all too familiar. After a moment of contemplation, the apprentice swiftly deduced the identity of the figure, delight flooding his expression as he pushed away the hands obscuring his vision, turning to behold the familiar face and radiant golden hair, exclaiming in surprise. Little Ren, do not be so loud. I am still reading. Coming to his senses after the surprise of their reunion, Night Rin noticed the irritated glances of others in the reading room and bowed apologetically before seizing Minuo's hand and dashing out of the room. Minuo, what brings you to Trilon? I thought it would be years before I saw you again. How fortunate that we meet so soon. Rubbing Minuo's face. Night Rin marveled at the tangible sensation of her skin. Remove your paws. What is so remarkable about my arrival in the capital? What brings you here, little Rin? I am here for a purpose. As are you. Shaking off Night Rin's hand with some annoyance, Minuo replied, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her genuine delight. But Minuo, are you not training in swordsmanship now? Why return to the capital to study magic? Have you perhaps changed your mind? You fool. How could you consider resuming studies in arcane arts without fear of not comprehending the principles of spells? Minuo was at a loss for words regarding Night Rin's comprehension skills. While she understood that he was simply still absorbed in the story he had just read, she could not help but feel exasperated. Thus, Minuo recounted the events that had transpired since Night Rin's departure. Omitting the details of her family's legacy and her role as a hero's successor, as explaining such matters to him would require delving into a history she herself barely understood, far too cumbersome. I refrained from telling you merely to surprise you. The exaggerated expression you witnessed on my face moments ago served as my greatest motivation, although at that time it was not mentioned. As Minuo had yet to make a decision, he certainly would not steer the conversation towards those difficult-to-explain matters. With a light-hearted laugh, he deftly redirected the topic. Moreover, Sharon, when will you come to terms with the truth? Even though your slight height advantage due to being older may seem significant, the disparity in combat prowess between us easily compensates for such a trivial flaw. Your feeble hands, no matter how forcefully you exert yourself, fail to evoke any sense of pain. Upon finishing, Minuo's body trembled slightly as he shook off the hand that Night Rin had firmly clamped onto his shoulder. He then grasped Night Rin's wrist and playfully flicked his fingers against the top of his lowered head. After a bout of playful antics that left them both exhausted, they paused and, once Night Rin had returned to put away his books, set off together to find Nightlie. Along the way, Night Rin recounted their experiences during the time they had been apart. Under the personal escort of Grandpa Kansai, the two siblings arrived in Houston unscathed, subsequently securing passage with a merchant caravan that had connections with Grandpa Kansai, allowing them to reach Trilon without incident. Thanks to Uncle Hank's assistance, coupled with the siblings' considerable talents, they were admitted early into the Mage Division of Trilon Academy, embarking on the formal path of mage training. While their journey up until that point had been smooth sailing. Upon entering the academy, troubles began to arise. The early admission had been facilitated by Uncle Hank's request to teacher Jade, naturally leading to a celebratory dinner to express gratitude and this intimate gathering attended by only two families. Nightlie encountered the insufferable Puke, the son of Jade. One must understand that Nightlie's beauty had drawn admiration even from the worldly Carlos and Oer, let alone the allure of her gentle and demure demeanor to men. The unruly Puke, upon laying eyes on Nightlie, was rendered immobile, and following that dinner, he became a persistent presence in her life. Love letters, flowers, confessions, none of the customary gestures were spared, and he inundated her with sweet nothings, hovering around her whenever he had a spare moment, causing Nightlie to be utterly exasperated, leading her to retreat to the meditation room for most of her time to evade Puke's relentless pursuit. That guy is utterly despicable. Unable to find my sister, he dares to threaten me, saying that if I don't devise a way for her to be his girlfriend, he'll bring people to teach me a lesson. Does he not realize who he is? How dare he pursue my sister? As Night Rin spoke of Puke's vile actions, his face was contorted in disdain, as if he were recounting the presence of a fly on his food, revealing the contempt Puke held in his mind. If only my strength were sufficient, I would have chased him off long ago. Minuo, you are now a level 2 warrior. You must be stronger than that fellow. Go and drive him away so he no longer bothers my sister. After saying this, Night Rin earnestly looked at Minuo, hoping to hear a satisfactory response, upon hearing that Puke had been harassing Nightlie. Minuo was at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming impulse to drag him from the underworld and give him a good beating. I should have dealt with him more harshly back then. But now that he is dead, I must find a way to uncover the culprit. It's infuriating. Minuo thought to himself, his face displaying a sense of helplessness as he scratched his head and somewhat bashfully replied, while defeating that guy is certainly within my capabilities. Driving him away is simply out of the question. What? Minuo, you coward! How can you shrink back at such a critical moment? Hearing Minuo's reluctance to help resolve Puke's troubles, Nitron's anger flared, and disregarding the disparity in their strengths, he seized Minuo by the collar and shouted, "My sister's previous agreement with that guy was inconsequential and purely for your sake. Now she's forced to hide in the meditation room. My sister is your girlfriend, a fact known throughout the village. If you want to step up for such matters, what purpose does it serve for my sister to be with you? You scoundrel." Shaorun, you misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to take responsibility. It's simply that Puke is already dead, so chasing him away is no longer feasible. Though Minuo could easily free himself from Nitron's grip, he chose to forego resistance, enduring the thunderous tirade and the spittle flying from Nitron's mouth as he weakly defended himself. "What you say is irrelevant. Today, I must teach you a lesson for being such a heartless scoundrel." "Minuo, what did you say? That guy is dead." Fueled by fury, Nitron could not process Minuo's explanation. Just as he was about to bring his fist down, he suddenly came to his senses, astonished as he inquired further. "Indeed. He passed away not long ago. The news came from his father, Teacher Jade, and was confirmed by Teacher Sane, so it must be true." Wiping the saliva from his face, Minuo smiled helplessly and gestured towards the hand still gripping his collar. "So, Shaorun, might you consider letting go? You might ruin my clothes." The revelation of Puke's death was far too abrupt. Nitron, who had been planning to confront him after his breakthrough, was now left bewildered by the news. "Yes, it's quite sudden. I had intended to seek revenge, but now there's no opportunity left." As Minuo adjusted his disheveled clothing, he echoed Nitron's sentiment. "Oh well, that annoying fly is dead. I needn't worry about him pestering my sister again. Compared to that, not being able to seek revenge is of little consequence." For the inherently laid-back and optimistic Nitron, the life or death of an enemy was not a matter of deep sorrow. And soon enough, he regained his spirits, cheerfully leading Minuo towards the meditation room to share the good news with Nightly, hoping to elevate her mood as well. Minuo, however, scoffed inwardly at Nitron's thoughts that in his view. His sister Nightly was far more sensitive than Nitron. Even though Puke had caused her considerable annoyance, his death would likely sadden her for a long time, rather than bring her joy. Unfortunately, just as they were about to enter the meditation room, the staff obstructed them, explaining that Nightly was currently focused on constructing her first level 1 spell and was at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. Any disturbance could jeopardize her efforts and this rare opportunity. Upon learning of this situation, both Minuo and Nitron had no intention of interrupting Nightly's breakthrough and could only leave with a sense of resignation. "Sigh. Sister truly is something else. Why must she choose this moment to break through? She had been mentioning you, Minuo, but now that you finally arrived, she's trapped in the meditation room." Shaking his head, Nitron expressed his regret. While his expression was sincere, Minuo felt that rather than lamenting Nightly's inability to meet him, Nitron ought to be more concerned about his own lack of progress. Of course, Minuo kept this thought to himself. Provoking Nitron in such a sensitive area would only lead to further quarrels, and he had no time for that, especially with the need to uncover the true culprit behind Puke's demise weighing on his mind. Since Nightly is in the midst of her breakthrough and cannot meet, "I shall take my leave, Shaorun. There are still many matters awaiting my attention." "So you're leaving because you can't see sister?" "Minuo, you truly prioritize love over friendship. You weren't like this before." Upon hearing Minuo's intent to depart, Nitron immediately grew anxious and reproached him unkindly. "That's not it. Even if Nightly weren't breaking through, I would have to leave soon anyway, because, aware that this might not be the best course of action." Minuo felt the urgency of finding the murderer and decided to explain the conflict he had with Puke and how he had been mistaken for the killer to Nitron. Ultimately, Nitron's interest was piqued, and he eagerly joined Minuo in the search for the true culprit, assisting in the investigation of possible suspects. Surprisingly, in this endeavor, Nitron proved far more useful than Jesse. With his help, the two made rapid progress, managing to eliminate a majority of suspects by the end of the afternoon. "Hey, Minuo, do you really think this is worthwhile? We've been investigating for an entire afternoon. Not only have we found no culprit, but not even a single clue. Shouldn't we consider a different approach?" Leaning against a tree trunk, Nitron gasped for breath, weakly inquiring of Minuo. "There's no other way. This is the best I could devise. As for the more conventional methods that the teachers have already employed, there's no point in us trying those again." Faced with Yi Ren's inquiry, Mino responded with a sense of helplessness. Moreover, that person just now was the last one that since he is not the murderer either, I truly find myself at a loss. For someone with limited options, this was the most effective method he could devise. However, after an entire day of effort, he had uncovered nothing, leaving him utterly perplexed about how to proceed. Could it be that my desire to uncover the murderer through my own efforts is merely a laughable delusion? If so many teachers have failed, what right do I have to succeed? Looking at the notebook filled with the names of so-called suspects, Mino felt utterly lost. Chapter 52, Stargrass, Why Overthink It? The Mino I know is not one to easily give up. Slapping Mino on the shoulder, Yi-Rin said cheerfully. That Mino, who just began his training in combat energy and pushed himself to the brink every day, would never utter such dispiriting words. Listening to Yi-Rin's words, Mino recalled his childhood, the arduous journey he undertook to transform from a frail mage apprentice into an exceptional warrior for the sake of his sister. The hardships he endured were beyond the comprehension of most. Indeed, it is not yet time to surrender, as long as the true culprit exists. There will always be a moment when they are uncovered. After a brief moment of confusion, Mino's fighting spirit reignited as he glanced at the sky and sighed, but it certainly won't be today. It's already so late. Let's head back for dinner. That's true. After following you around all day, I'm starving. Let's go eat together. With that, Yi-Rin prepared to head home as usual. However, after walking a short distance, he noticed that Mino remained rooted in place, unmoving. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry, Mino? In response to Yi-Rin's question, Mino rubbed his stomach and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Of course I'm hungry. I'm not a golem. How could I not be starving after a long day? Then why? Before Yi-Rin could finish his sentence, Mino shook his head, cutting him off. Yi-Rin, do you really lack common sense? You must realize that we're not in the village anymore. How could I just drop by your house uninvited? Moreover, it's customary to bring a gift on a first visit. It's quite cumbersome, you know. Upon hearing Mino's words, the look of confusion on Yi-Rin's face vanished, replaced by silence, as he recognized the validity of Mino's reasoning. Especially given the fact that Mino and his Uncle Hank were not particularly familiar with one another. After all, some etiquette is indeed necessary. Right now, I'm too hungry to think about that, and besides, Sister Eli isn't home. I recall Uncle Hank is still single, and I doubt either of you would whip up something delicious, so I might as well visit tomorrow. Thus, after the two agreed to meet again the next day, they parted ways. After a simple dinner, Mino, exhausted from the day's labor, lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling while lost in thought about the information related to Poo-Koo and his companions. Though Poo-Koo and his friends were of questionable character, often bullying the weak, they had never truly committed any heinous acts that would incite public outrage. Hence, while many bore grudges against them, very few would consider taking action. Particularly after a day of investigation, Mino was certain that those who appeared to have grievances against Poo-Koo were not the murderers. This raised a pressing question. How had Poo-Koo and his companions met their demise? Revenge killings and crimes of passion could largely be dismissed, while the latter would require a prior conflict with all four individuals involved, indicating that aside from Mino and Jesse, who had suffered greatly at their hands, no one else fit the bill. Yet, both of them were definitely not the culprits, leaving Mino at a complete loss regarding his next steps. Could it be a mere accident? But what kind of accident could lead to the deaths of 4 second-tier warriors in the royal capital without leaving behind a trace? Tossing and turning in bed, Mino pondered deeply, yet found no clues, eventually drifting into an unknowing slumber. The following morning, while Mino lingered in bed due to having stayed up late the previous night, his door was suddenly pounded upon, creating a loud commotion. Before he could even respond, a visibly excited Jesse burst into the room. Get up, Mino. A stunning beauty is here to see you and has been waiting for a long time. Why are you still sleeping? Jesse entered with a tone of exasperation, physically dragging Mino from his bed. What beauty are you talking about? Jesse, are you still half asleep? Go wash your face and wake up. Pushing aside the overly enthusiastic Jesse, Mino, still somewhat dazed, muttered to himself. I really should get up. I haven't done my morning exercises yet. I'm serious, Mino. If this were a dream of mine, that girl would definitely not be here for you. Anxiously, Jesse insisted, but as he spoke, he became lost in thought, crossing his arms with an expression akin to that of a lovesick fool who hadn't seen a woman in years. And I've never seen such a beautiful girl before, long blue-violet hair. A gentle smile. Before Jesse could finish his description, Mino's mind clicked into focus, and upon realizing that Eli had come to see him, He wasted no time, hurriedly dressing and rushing out, leaving Jesse to bask in his own thoughts. Standing on the grass in a flowing azure gown, Eli displayed a serene yet expectant demeanor, her lips curving into a gentle smile that resembled a solitary blue lily, elegant and captivating. Upon catching sight of Mino, her smile blossomed, momentarily enchanting a nearby student, who stumbled over a small stone and fell spectacularly to the ground. "I'm so sorry, Eli. I promised to come see you first thing this morning." Mino panted as he stood before Eli, repeatedly apologizing, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment at having overslept. "It's all right, I in truth. You only slept a little longer than usual. I merely broke through yesterday and am brimming with energy. So I woke up a bit earlier." Eli reassured him while straightening his slightly disheveled collar, speaking as if she hadn't been the one waiting outside for nearly an hour, which only deepened Mino's guilt. Given that he had already awakened late and was reuniting with Eli after a prolonged absence, Mino decided to forego his morning exercises. After a quick wash, he took Eli out for a stroll. While it was Mino who was ostensibly leading Eli around, she had already been familiar with Chui Lan for some time, making her far more knowledgeable about the area than Mino, who had barely ventured outside the school gates to accommodate Mino's potential pride. Eli carefully guided him with subtle hints while always remaining half a step behind, creating the illusion that he was the one leading her. Despite Mino not truly caring about such trivialities, this was Eli, a girl whose gentleness towards Mino knew no bounds. Though Eli was 3 years older than Mino, his dedication to training had rendered him no shorter than her. Coupled with the experiences he had undergone, he had shed much of his youthful naivety, appearing significantly more mature, walking side by side. They made quite the charming pair. As Mino listened to Eli's familiar soft voice recounting various anecdotes about Chui Lan, he inadvertently turned his head to admire her delicate profile, which glimmered subtly in the sunlight, prompting a flood of nostalgic memories. It reminded him of that day long ago, a scene strikingly similar to this one. When he first arrived in Houston City, excitedly sharing hearsay with everyone who had already been there. Even though it was clear that Mino's tales were far-fetched, Eli feigned ignorance and expressed admiration for his knowledge, greatly satisfying Mino's ego, completely unaware of the reality that it wasn't until the blunt Lana could no longer restrain herself and asked Eli why she didn't correct Mino's inaccuracies that he realized Eli had known everything all along, merely playing along to keep him happy. That was the moment when the naive Mino, witnessing Eli blush under Lana's inquiry, first vaguely sensed that her feelings for him transcended mere friendship. Old memories surged from the depths of his heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of sentimentality. Compelled by these emotions, Mino instinctively reached out and took Eli's hand, feeling her hand being held. Eli turned from admiring the sculpture to find Mino, and with a sweet smile, she complied, just as she always did in their interactions. Seeing Eli's smile, Mino subconsciously tightened his grip on her delicate hand, returning her smile with a hint of bashfulness. Afterward, the two individuals strolled through the streets just as they had before, their demeanor unchanged, calm and composed, unlike the first time they held hands. The only differences were the vivid blush on their faces and the hands that remained intertwined. Since Eli had just ascended to the rank of a first-class mage, her mental fortitude was not yet fully stabilized. Thus, although Minua refrained from dampening the mood by discussing cultivation matters, he led Eli directly to the market selling magical herbs. One by one, Minua procured herbs that would aid in stabilizing her mental strength. At that moment, Minua genuinely felt grateful to Hui Yi and Chelsea for providing him with a magic card. Without their assistance, he would likely be struggling to afford even a meal, let alone the gold coins needed to purchase these relatively expensive magical herbs for Eli. Watching Minua meticulously select herbs for her, Eli felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, akin to sipping honey, causing her to become lost in this delightful sensation. "Is that star fate grass? Eli, you truly are my lucky goddess." Just as Eli was immersed in an inexplicable sweetness, she suddenly felt someone embrace her tightly. Before she could react, Minua's voice, stifled with excitement, rang in her ears. "Is star fate grass a particularly precious herb? Why are you, little Minua, so thrilled?" Although Minua's tight embrace and the warmth of his breath made Eli feel quite bashful, she understood that this was not the time to reveal her embarrassment. Therefore, she forced herself to remain composed and responded casually to Minua's question. Chapter 53. The Art of Incantation for Others. It may not hold much significance, but certain secret arts in our family require star fate grass as assistance, and it is quite difficult to find, which renders it particularly precious. Minua whispered close to Yi Lai's ear. Fearing a breach of confidentiality, Minua's lips nearly brushed against Yi Lai's ear, and feeling the warmth on her left ear, Yi Lai could no longer suppress her feelings, and her face flushed crimson. Then let's hurry and buy it. We must not let someone else snatch it away. Yi Lai urged Minua, turning her head away, not wanting him to witness her shyness. Standing behind Yi Lai, Minua was oblivious to the charming flush that graced her cheeks. After being reminded by Yi Lai, the excitement in his heart had somewhat diminished, and he immediately turned to negotiate with the vendor selling the herbs. Observing Minua bargaining with the vendor as if nothing were amiss, Yi Lai sighed in relief, yet a sense of melancholy lingered in her heart. However, she quickly cast aside those feelings, engrossed in watching Minua's performance. The herb Minua referred to as star fate grass bore nearly no resemblance to ordinary mosquito-repelling leaves, and had it not been for Minua's words, Yi Lai might have dismissed it as mere mosquito-repelling foliage. Perhaps this was precisely why the herb gatherer had brought it back, mistaking it for ordinary mosquito-repellent leaves. Therefore, as long as Minua remained discreet, it should be a straightforward task to purchase star fate grass at the price of mosquito-repelling leaves. Yet, Minua regarded star fate grass as exceedingly important. To avoid arousing the vendor's suspicion, he initially refrained from mentioning his desire to buy mosquito-repelling leaves and instead casually inquired about the price of the awakening wood that Yi Lai needed. Upon seeing this suddenly animated youth approach his stall, the vendor, having heard numerous tales of lucky finds, instinctively sensed something amiss. While negotiating with Minua, he scrutinized the awakening wood, attempting to discern any extraordinary qualities within it. However, no matter how the vendor examined it, it merely appeared to be ordinary awakening wood. After contemplating, he boldly quoted an exorbitant price. 3 gold coins, and this awakening wood is yours. In the market, the most expensive awakening would typically sold for no more than 50 silver coins. Under normal circumstances, Minua would certainly refuse to pay such an outrageous sum, that he pouted, abandoning the awakening wood, and turned to negotiate the price of the moya flower, which was only available at this stall. After further haggling and probing, the vendor reluctantly realized that he might have overthought the situation. This young lad was likely just excited at the sight of the moya flower and had not discovered any hidden treasures at his stall. Disheartened, he resolved to negotiate the price of the moya flower earnestly. Since the moya flower was not particularly rare, even though it was the only one available at the market that day, the vendor would only earn a modest profit, and he also included a less expensive blue leaf grass, used in concocting basic mental stabilization potions, as well as a cheap mosquito-repelling leaf that was quite popular during the summer. Without gaining much advantage, little Minua, you truly are impressive. If I had just gone ahead and bought it as I intended, I would have ended up spending a lot more. After silently observing Minua complete the transaction with the vendor and following him some distance away, Yi Lai finally praised Minua's cleverness. It's no big deal that I actually wanted to buy the star fate grass directly at first, but when I turned around and saw the moya flower at his stall, I suddenly thought of this plan. Minua explained sheepishly, scratching his head. He had not given it much thought beforehand. It was merely a spontaneous idea, as he felt that being too straightforward was risky. In retrospect, however, it was undoubtedly the right decision. Given the vendor's demeanor, had Minua directly suggested purchasing the mosquito-repelling leaves mixed with star fate grass, he would have likely been quoted a high price. If Minua had agreed, the vendor would have adopted a mindset of holding a rare commodity, continuously raising the price, or even outright refusing to sell. Even if Minua had immediately backed down and shifted to buying other herbs, the vendor would have grown suspicious. As soon as Minua mentioned purchasing mosquito-repelling leaves again, it would trigger the vendor's alertness, rendering it nearly impossible for Minua to buy the star fate grass normally. However, those were merely hypotheticals. The reality was that Minua, through his cleverness, had acquired the important star fate grass at a bargain price. Subsequently, Minua purchased the awakening wood and other herbs from different stalls. And after gathering all the materials necessary for concocting the basic mental stabilization potion, Yi Lai bought Minua an outfit, while Minua gifted her a delicate hair ornament, thus completing their date for the day splendidly. It's getting late. I should head back to prepare lunch for Yi Run and Uncle. Minua, why don't you join us for a meal? Following their outing that morning, Yi Lai unconsciously dropped the diminutive title she had habitually used before Minua's name, the implications of which were unmistakable. Unfortunately, Minuo, being still quite young and only half aware of matters between men and women, completely failed to notice this change. Sure, I haven't tasted Yilai's cooking in ages. Today, I want to have the momo noodles you make best, Minuo replied. All right, I'll go buy the momo fruit to make you momo noodles, Yilai said. Observing Minuo's pure joy at the prospect of food, Yilai inwardly sighed but concealed her feelings outwardly. The market where Minuo and Yilai had been was not far from Uncle Hank's home, and they arrived in no time. Given that it was already late, and since the preparation of momo noodles required a somewhat complex process, once they returned home, Yilai immediately dove into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Minuo had initially intended to take this opportunity to conduct a preliminary processing of the herbs he had purchased that day. However, Uncle Hank, also at home for the weekend, called him over, stating that he had something important to discuss. Minuo, therefore, had no choice but to abandon his original plan. Sitting on a chair, Hank scrutinized the youth whom his father had praised so highly. Noting his gentle demeanor, refined appearance, and considerable strength, having passed the entrance examination of Salon Academy, the title of genius was well-deserved. Furthermore, Hank had heard from two younger relatives about the young man's battles against the undead in his hometown, and his character and will were undoubtedly commendable. That a young man as exceptional as Minuo would never resort to extreme measures like murder and body disposal over trivial grievances, Hank believed. However, thoughts aside, some necessary confirmations still needed to be made. Minuo, I've heard about your relationship with Yilai from my father, so we can consider ourselves family. There are a few things I need to address directly, Hank said after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Bypassing any circumlocution. I'm also aware of the incident with Puku. Based on your inquiry yesterday, I believe this matter has caused you considerable trouble, so I have a question, he continued. Did you truly not kill Puku and the others? Of course not. Minuo was not the least bit surprised that Hank was aware of his involvement in the case concerning Puku, since his knowledge of Yi-Run and Yilai's whereabouts had come entirely from his encounter with Hank during the investigation. While he found it somewhat odd that Hank would care about the matter, he answered Hank's inquiry without hesitation. I knew you weren't that kind of person. So, do you want to completely extricate yourself from this situation? Upon hearing Minuo's response, Hank exhibited a mildly unsurprised expression and methodically posed another seemingly superfluous question. Of course. Do you, Uncle Hank, know who the true culprit is? Certainly not. If Lord Sane and the others have struggled so hard to uncover it, it wouldn't be so easy for me to know. In response to Minuo's counter-question, Hank helplessly smirked, revealing his plans. Although I may not be able to identify the true culprit, I can certainly prove that you, Minuo, are not the murderer. The spell of Veritas. Do you know of it? Upon hearing Hank's final inquiry, Minuo smiled. After all, he had been receiving a most orthodox education as an arcane mage. How could he possibly be unaware of the renowned 6th-level spell of Veritas? The moment Hank uttered the name of the spell, Minuo grasped his intention. Veritas, as one of the most celebrated spells of the School of Transmutation, simply allows the caster to unleash a barrage of instantaneous attacks through the power of language after its incantation. However, if the caster refrains from launching an attack and instead utters a phrase in unison with another, the spell's power will ascertain the truthfulness of that statement, provided that the other individual's prowess does not exceed that of the caster. The effect is guaranteed to be absolute truth. Clearly, Hank intended for Minuo to declare that he was not the murderer under the scrutiny of Veritas, thus eliminating any suspicion surrounding him. Although I, Uncle Hank, may lack considerable ability, I still possess some influence within the Academy. If you truly are not the murderer, I can find a way to persuade Vice Dean Cloris to conduct the Veritas assessment for you. Once you pass that evaluation, no one would dare question your innocence. Likely oblivious to the smile curving Minuo's lips, Hank, assuming that Minuo was unaware, laid out his plan without hesitation, while Minuo was reluctant to abandon his pursuit of the true murderer. He could sense Hank's goodwill. After some contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing that being regarded as a parasite was a most unpleasant experience. Resolving this matter swiftly was preferable to prolonging it. Moreover, even if he wished to continue investigating the actual murderer, clearing himself of suspicion would pose no hindrance. It was an endeavor that promised only benefits and no drawbacks, so why not proceed? Chapter 54. Egard's regret. After a delightful meal of Nightlight's specially crafted momo noodles, Minuo intended to assist Nightlight in concocting a basic stabilizing potion. However, Hank, more anxious than Minuo himself, rushed him to the academy for the assessment immediately after finishing their meal. Despite Hank's apparent urgency, the disparity in status between him and the person he sought assistance from, along with other complications, resulted in over an hour of bustling preparations before the matter was finally set in motion. Given the unique nature of Puker being Egard's son, the assessment was ultimately scheduled to take place in Dean Dubert's office, with Dean Dubert supervising to ensure fairness. Egard, you must understand that Minuo is a young lad I have watched grow. He is not the type to hold a grudge. Why do you insist on believing he killed Puker? And who should I suspect instead? Hank, he is the prime suspect, until the true culprit is found. He will remain the murderer in my eyes. As Minuo leaned against the railing outside the dean's office, idly recalling the 13 uses of stargrass, snippets of conversation reached his ears that it was Uncle Hank and Egard. Following the direction of their voices, Minuo quickly spotted Hank. Alongside him stood Egard, his expression fierce, though the distance prevented Minuo from fully discerning their discussion. He surmised their topic from the occasional words and their gestures. Uncle Hank was attempting to dispel Egard's misconceptions about him. On the way, Hank had explained his relationship with Egard. Absent Puker's unreasonable harassment of Nightlight, they would likely be great friends. Otherwise, Hank would not have been able to enlist Egard's help for Nightlight's early admission. Minuo understood Hank's actions, yet he did not see them as beneficial. After all, in Egard's eyes, he was perceived as a parasite. If Egard could turn against Hank for not facilitating the relationship between Nightlight and Puker, how could he possibly forgive Minuo based on Hank's assurances? Of course, Minuo did not require such forgiveness. Once the assessment concluded and the truth emerged, he anticipated an apology from that insufferable teacher. The notion of preemptively seeking forgiveness was entirely unnecessary. In the end, Hank was unable to persuade Egard, and the three of them sat in the dean's office, the atmosphere tense and awkward. After a while, Dean Dubert, the office's owner, along with Vice Dean Cloris, finally arrived. Dean Dubert walked in wearing his ever-constant deep blue mage robe, his silvery hair neatly groomed, his wrinkled face adorned with a warm smile. Exuding an air of authority tempered with approachability, Cloris, following closely behind, appeared far more serious, her robe intricately patterned, tailored into a gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her light golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, complementing her exquisitely displeased visage with an unusual, chilling beauty. Young one over there, let me confirm once more. Do you wish to proceed with the Veritas assessment? If you fail, I assure you, you will come to understand the consequences of disturbing my grand experiment as a murderer. In stark contrast to Dean Dubert's cordial greeting towards Hank and Egard, the stern Cloris wasted no time in questioning Minuo with an air of hostility, unequivocally regarding him as the murderer. Naturally, as an innocent individual, I see no reason to decline an assessment that could prove my innocence. From Cloris' words, it was evident that her animosity stemmed solely from the disruption Minuo's situation caused to her experiments. Minuo, having been raised in the mage's tradition, understood her sentiments entirely. Thus, although she, like Egard, viewed him as the perpetrator, he bore no ill will towards her. Moreover, should I declare my intention to terminate the assessment now, you would be even less inclined to let me off the hook, having already been interrupted in your experiment. I believe I am not mistaken, am I, Vice Dean Cloris? Indeed, should you dare to withdraw, whether you are the murderer or not, I will ensure you grasp the meaning of Cloris' wrath. Cloris appeared somewhat taken aback by Minuo's formal mage-like response. While her tone remained sharp, the chill had largely dissipated. All right, Cloris, you have conducted the experiment on the summoning of astral creatures numerous times. Delaying this one won't cause any significant issues. There is no need for such ire. Noticing that Cloris' mood had considerably softened, Dean Dubert interjected with a smile. And since you have already agreed to Hank's request, you should have been prepared for this. There's no need to be overly concerned. It was uncertain whether it was due to Dean Dubert's esteemed presence or Cloris' own calming disposition. But upon his urging, Cloris ceased her objections and dedicated herself to preparing the Resonance Array as a purely mental-based arcane spell. Veritas did not require any magical materials for its casting. Furthermore, since it was intended to ascertain the truth of a statement rather than to engage in combat, no amplifying artifacts were necessary. After arranging a simple array to facilitate the resonance between Minuo's speech and the spell, the assessment commenced. In the name of Cloris, Veritas, standing at one edge of the array. As Cloris concluded her incantation, a surge of divine power enveloped Minuo, causing his body to emit a pearly glow. He felt a sudden heaviness, as if some mysterious entity were scrutinizing him. I declare, the deaths of Egard's son Puker and his 3 companions are not my doing. In that moment, Minuo and Chloris simultaneously recited the prepared declaration. Upon completion, the radiant glow surrounding Minuo abruptly halted, only to revert to its original state before Hank and Egard's anxious gazes. The assessment had succeeded. The spell of Veritas had not faltered, confirming that Minuo's words were indeed true. He was not the murderer of Puker and his companions. Faced with this outcome, Hank let out a long sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair, while Egard's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to accept the result. If even this prime suspect were not the one to have killed his son, where then could he find the true murderer? You've quite the knack for timing, young one. You possess the makings of a mage, and I've heard your elemental affinity is commendable. Why not seize this opportunity before you formally transition? And come study arcane magic with me. As the power of Veritas dissipated from Minuo, Chloris approached him, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, extending an invitation. Having witnessed Minuo's magical talent firsthand, Chloris felt compelled. Unlike her previous banter with Kelson at the start of the term, she was now genuinely eager to recruit Minuo. However, the decision that Minuo had painstakingly arrived at was not easily alterable. Faced with Chloris' kind intentions, he could only politely decline. Upon witnessing Minuo's refusal, Chloris did not press further. After all, Minuo had only exhibited some promising potential at this moment. Yet he still remained a considerable distance away from being the kind of prodigy one would find hard to let go, and thus not worth Chloris' excessive investment. I apologize, Minuo. Please forgive my foolish actions, blinded by hatred. Here are some potions of modest utility. I hope you will accept them. After Chloris departed, I, Jade, with a heavy heart, approached Minuo. Before Minuo could utter a word, I, Jade, deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle and presented several emerald green potions with both hands. This gesture constituted the most solemn form of apology within the mage's etiquette. And those emerald green high-level healing potions held considerable value. I, Jade's proactive and ceremonious apology caught Minuo, who was still contemplating how to make things difficult for him, completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. It's all right, I, Jade-sensei. I accept your apology. Once he regained his composure, Minuo stammered politely, accepting I, Jade's apology, and inwardly chided himself for his own hesitation. Wasn't he supposed to fully challenge him? Yet, seeing I, Jade rise with tears of remorse in his eyes, Minuo's regret vanished in an instant. I, Jade-sensei, what troubles you? Is it because of these potions? No, these potions are my compensation to you, Minuo. Since I have entrusted them to you, I shall not mourn their loss. When Minuo attempted to return the potions, I, Jade, while wiping away his tears, gestured to halt Minuo's movement. I can only blame myself. Had I devoted less time to my magical studies and more attention to Puke, educating him earnestly from a young age, and not allowed him to run wild, perhaps he would not have met such an unclear demise. It is entirely my fault. I focused all my efforts on magical advancement, neglecting Puke, and later, out of guilt, indulged him excessively, allowing him to devolve into that state that I owe it all to Puke. Observing I, Jade, who was now in a fit of despair, Minuo's previous animosity dissipated entirely, leaving only sympathy for this wretched father. Chapter 55. The Legend of the Phantom of Tson. I, Jade-sensei, please do not be overly self-reproachful. Although Puke had a disagreeable temperament, he was not so detestable as to provoke thoughts of his murder. Furthermore, what is most crucial now is to find a way to unearth the true culprit, is it not? In the face of I, Jade's sudden emotional outburst, Minuo, who had experienced similar sentiments during the near fall of Taisai Town, could empathize deeply, prompting him to offer comfort. Is that truly how you feel, Minuo? I, Jade's inquiry hung in the air, as Minuo's words served as a lifeline, preventing I, Jade from succumbing to despair. He grasped Minuo's shoulders, urgently seeking assurance. Certainly, I, Jade-sensei. When Minuo spoke, his sincerity was palpable. Feeling the weight of I, Jade's burdens lift slightly, I, Jade exhaled a sigh of relief that in truth, Minuo's words were not mere consolation. Otherwise, I, Jade would not have felt any alleviation of guilt. For Minuo genuinely believed in them. Through days of investigation, Minuo had discerned that although Puke had committed many detestable acts, he had never intentionally sought to humiliate others. The day he had led an attack against Minuo, he had not intended any severe harm. In fact, if not for Minuo's resilience, they would not have sustained such injuries. Moreover, despite Puke employing nearly unscrupulous methods to pursue Yelai, his actions were merely those of earnest pursuit, devoid of any nefarious tactics, which contributed to Minuo's altered perception of Puke and other matters. Puke's conduct was similarly vexing yet not despicable. Thus, while Puke had made enemies within the academy, there were no individuals harboring intentions to kill him. Minuo had genuinely uncovered the peculiar circumstances surrounding the deaths of the four, realizing that it was far more intricate than he had initially surmised. There must be some unique factors contributing to their demise. Piquing his curiosity, coupled with I-Jade's friendship with Hank and Minuo's sympathy for him, he promptly offered I-Jade his continued assistance in investigating the perpetrator. Naturally, I-Jade was immensely grateful, and they began exchanging known information on the spot. Witnessing the transformation of animosity into camaraderie between his friend and Minuo, Hank felt a sense of relief, though he had been entirely uninvolved in the investigation and could not contribute to the conversation. I-Jade-sensei, after our investigation and considering the information you provided, we can now ascertain that the murderer is not a student from the school, at least not among those who had grievances with Puke. It is evident that the deaths of Puke and the others were undoubtedly intertwined with other unknown elements. Following their exchange of information, Minuo grew increasingly convinced that Puke's death was not a simple matter. There was certainly a hidden secret, which only fueled his curiosity further. However, Puke could never have been involved in anything that could lead to fatal consequences. That I truly cannot fathom any reason other than animosity or a moment of rashness that could incite someone to murder Puke. Then, if Puke's death was neither due to animosity nor entangled in hidden conflicts, have you considered it might merely be an accident? After all, that damned phantom has yet to vanish. Just as I-Jade and Minuo were embroiled in a heated debate, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them, prompting both to instinctively cease their discussion and turn in unison. Director Dubert, no need for such astonishment. Do not forget, this is my office, and my presence here is hardly unusual. Observing their surprised expressions, Director Dubert chuckled heartily, playfully teasing them. But as Dubert displayed such humorous and amiable behavior, a smile crept across Minuo's face. However, I-Jade stood frozen, his complexion ashen, emanating an aura of despair. The intensity of this atmosphere was so palpable that even Minuo, who had been facing away, sensed something amiss. Watching I-Jade's sudden demeanor, Minuo's suspicions were aroused, and he was about to voice his inquiries when Director Dubert preempted him. Do not disturb him. Allow me to explain. After quietly advising Minuo, Dubert exited his office, prompting Minuo to follow swiftly. Director, why has I-Jade-sensei suddenly changed like that? Could it be related to the phantom you mentioned earlier? Once outside the office, Minuo eagerly voiced his confusion. Indeed, my young friend, it is that accursed phantom. That if Puke truly fell victim to that entity, then poor I-Jade may never find hope for vengeance. With that, Dubert sighed deeply, gazing into Minuo's bewildered eyes with a resigned smile. Recounting the tale of a vengeful phantom that had lingered in Suelan for nearly a decade, legend has it that approximately 10 years prior, for reasons unknown, individuals began to inexplicably vanish in Suelan, never to be found. As time passed, the number of disappearances escalated, eventually capturing the attention of the royal family. The monarchy initiated extensive investigations, and after several fruitless attempts, they even dispatched a portion of the palace guards. Yet despite their efforts, the masterminds behind these events remained elusive. At that time, Director Dubert's student, who had successfully ascended to the 7th tier of legend, was away on a journey, and other legendary figures from the fallen kingdom were preoccupied with pressing matters. Reluctantly, at the king's request, Director Dubert took the initiative to engage in the investigation. The specifics of the situation are not to be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say that after a series of fruitless inquiries, the director had roughly grasped the modus operandi of the shadowy figure behind the scenes and devised a plan to lure it out. Everyone believed that this plan would surely succeed in capturing the elusive culprit. Yet the final outcome was that, under Dubert's vigilant watch, the bait was snatched away by a shadow whose true form remained obscured. The pinnacle 6th tier director had not only failed to thwart it, but had also been unable to unveil the shadow's identity. Of course, Dubert's endeavors were not entirely in vain. Following that incident, the shadow's activities noticeably diminished, with disappearances dropping from weekly occurrences to perhaps once a month. Additionally, it began to shift its focus toward outsiders in Ceylon, prompting the royal family to ultimately abandon their pursuit, thus giving rise to the legend of the vengeful phantom in Ceylon. Let us not be so pessimistic. Surely that phantom no longer targets the locals of Tsulan. It is entirely possible that it was not involved at all. Upon hearing Dean Dubert's account, Mino finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Even the esteemed Dean Dubert, hailed as the mightiest below the 7th rank, found himself utterly powerless against that elusive shadow. What hope could a mere 4th rank like Jade possibly harbor? It was no wonder he felt such despair. In response, Mino could only scratch his head and offer a foolish grin, silently wishing that Puke would not face such misfortune as to be taken down by that urban anomaly. Indeed, we can only hope for the best. Otherwise, how could our unfortunate Jade ever persuade a 7th rank to assist him? With a stroke of his beard, Dean Dubert concurred. Moreover, even if a 7th rank were to be persuaded, it would likely prove futile. What leads you to that conclusion? Is it possible that this so-called shadow possesses the strength of a 7th rank? Not quite, if that were the case. The Maoan family would hardly allow Suilan to remain so securely within the capital. It is merely rumored that a 7th rank once investigated this matter, yet ultimately achieved nothing. In truth, having witnessed that entity firsthand, I can assure you that it is at most a 4th rank. Its ability to conceal itself is simply exceptional. No method seems capable of pinpointing its location until it strikes. If only we could ascertain its position, it would not be difficult to deal with. Alas, that is nearly impossible. After all, even the foremost 5th rank astrologer of the royal family, employing prophetic arts, could not locate such a being. How could it possibly be so easily tracked? By the end of his discourse, Dean Dubert had begun to ramble, his words heavy with a sense of helplessness regarding the formidable capabilities of that Suilan shadow, exuding a mix of reluctance and resignation. I apologize, my young friend, for having monopolized the conversation with this old man's musings for so long. With the topic concluded, Dean Dubert roused himself from his reverie, casting an apologetic glance at Mino, who had been listening intently. There is no need for your apologies, esteemed Dean. I find these anomalies utterly captivating. That I am truly grateful for your insights. Mino hastily dismissed the Dean's apology. Observing Mino's reaction, Dubert chuckled, the earlier look of exasperation regarding the Suilan shadow dissipating considerably. You are quite the amusing lad. Possessing such a silver tongue at such a tender age, it is a pity you are not pursuing a clerical vocation. As the headmaster of Suilan Academy and a grand mage, Dean Dubert indeed had numerous duties to attend to. After sharing the tale of the Suilan shadow, he departed shortly thereafter. Before long, Jade's spirits had lifted somewhat, and, accompanied by Hank, he exited the dean's office. A place laden with sorrow, watching Jade's despondent figure fade into the distance, Mino reflected on the raw emotions he had just witnessed and recalled Dean Dubert's summation of the Suilan shadow. A flicker of inspiration ignited in his mind, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared. Chapter 56. Turner having made a promise to another, there was no justification for breaking it. Thus, despite having proven his innocence, Mino remained resolute in diligently investigating the existence of the true culprit. The Suilan shadow, as Dean Dubert had suggested, was a significant possibility. However, Mino had no intention of adopting it as the definitive answer. Nor would he abandon the exploration of other potentialities. Even from the gathering of various whispers, Mino discerned that the Suilan shadow, which had long remained in the shadows, had recently begun to re-emerge. After dismissing motives of jealousy, revenge, and greed, the only viable option left was the Suilan shadow, which offered no clear leads. Thus, the only avenue left for Mino to pursue was the final thread entangled in this murky affair. Puke's father, Jade, hailed from humble beginnings and was so engrossed in his magical research that he lacked social skills, maintaining little connection with the aristocracy. If all went as expected, Puke would likely share the same fate, remaining unentangled with the noble class. Alas, that was merely a possibility, and this unexpected twist was Mino's target. Turner Boris, the firstborn son of the illustrious Boris family, Turner was a standout among second-year students in the Warriors Academy. An 18-year-old third-rank prodigy, earning him the title of a favored child of destiny. However, Mino sought him solely because he was the deceased Puke's superior, a scion of nobility. Turner seemed to possess an innate talent for forming alliances. Upon entering the academy, he leveraged his advantages to gather a following, among whom were Puke and his companions. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Puke's disagreeable demeanor was largely shaped by Jade, while the majority of the blame could be placed on Turner's influence. Given Turner's unique relationship with Puke, It was not difficult to understand how Puke and his comrades could have become embroiled in such dire circumstances, ultimately leading to their untimely demise. With this line of thought, Mino approached Turner. "What? You dare suggest that those fellows met their end because of me? How absurd! What evidence do you possess to substantiate such an accusation? Without proof, you may leave my presence. I merely wish to conduct an investigation. Who granted you the authority to question me? The king himself. If not, why should I comply with your inquiry? Noble intrigues? What nonsense is this? You, a mere commoner who cannot even recognize the various family crests, should watch your tongue. Slandering the nobility is a grave offense." Though Mino had anticipated that this endeavor would be fraught with challenges, he had not expected it to be this arduous. Upon encountering Turner, Mino finally understood the origins of Puke's irksome personality, for the archetype he emulated was 1,000 times more intolerable. This renowned Turner resembled nothing less than a proud peacock, perpetually flaunting his opulent feathers and that detestable so-called noble dignity. Yet his character was as prickly as a sea urchin, impenetrable and spiky. Mino exhausted every effort to extract even a hint of information from him, only to find himself pierced by Turner's sharp tongue. "Turner Boris, I hope you comprehend that I have no interest in your affairs. I am here solely to investigate the murderer of Puke and his companions. Please refrain from adopting such an obstinate demeanor." Having spent considerable time with Turner, yet gleaned not a shred of information, Mino's patience had worn thin, and his tone sharpened. "Dear classmate, as a stranger meeting me for the first time, I believe you lack the privilege to address me so informally." Engrossed in peeling grapes, Turner had not diverted his gaze back to Mino since concluding that the latter knew nothing. He almost entirely ignored Mino's presence, his words dripping with arrogance and flippancy. "Moreover, I must remind you that I did not invite you here. I am under no obligation to cooperate." With that, Turner popped a peeled grape into his mouth, squinting in delight as he savored its flavor. "Enough, Turner Boris." Turner's words ignited a spark, setting aflame the pent-up frustration Mino had long suppressed. He sprang to his feet, pointing a finger at the room they occupied and coldly stating, "There are only the two of us here. So kindly stow away your loathsome, noble rhetoric. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your schemes. I can see it clearly. While you may not be the murderer, you certainly had them assist you with tasks that were too troublesome for you to handle. And these very actions may have led to their demise. That it is no wonder you reacted so fervently upon learning I was here to investigate." Listening to Mino's words, the facade of flippancy evaporated from Turner's face, replaced by an unmistakable gravity. Clearly, Mino's words had struck a nerve. "You fear that your actions will be exposed, and you dread the consequences of IJ discovering how you exploited Puke, which would inevitably lead him to seek retribution against you. You are also terrified of tarnishing the carefully crafted image you have cultivated, hence your steadfast refusal to speak. Have I spoken incorrectly? As a magician, one was considered half a noble, having read extensively." Mino understood the intricate power struggles among noble offspring. His words resonated with clarity, catching even the seasoned Turner off guard. "In truth, Turner, there is no need for you to conceal any relevant information. I am not a noble. The sole purpose of obtaining such information is to investigate the murderer. Assisting in uncovering the true culprit behind the deaths of your subordinates would ultimately serve your interests as well." Unfortunately, Mino's inexperience ultimately hindered his pursuit. Instead of pressing his advantage, his words inadvertently allowed Turner to regain his composure. "Who do you think you are? With nothing but your baseless conjecture, you attempt to defame the nobility. How utterly ridiculous! On that basis alone, I could have you thrown into prison." Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had previously been startled by Meatsai that Turner, in a fit of indignation, spoke rather rudely. "However, considering we are all classmates in the same academy, I shall let you off this time. Should you dare to transgress again, I will not hesitate to show you the true meaning of noble authority. As a senior, I advise you one last time. Detective games are not as amusing as they seem. It would be prudent to focus your mind early on, lest you end up losing more than just the perpetrator." At this point, it became apparent that Meatsai's efforts were in vain. Observing the resolute glint in Turner's eyes, Meatsai, though reluctant, ultimately relinquished the thought of prying information from him. Watching Meatsai storm away in frustration, Turner's gaze remained icy and unyielding. With no relevant information gleaned from Turner, Meatsai's investigation reached an impasse, leaving no avenue for continuation. Ironically, Turner's tight-lipped demeanor only strengthened Meatsai's conviction that Ku and his associates had been ensnared in the so-called noble conflict due to their assistance to Turner, ultimately leading to their demise. After all, why would Turner remain silent if he were not aware of the reasons behind Ku's death and the identity of the murderer? Regrettably, despite these thoughts, Mitsai found himself powerless against Turner's obstinacy, seemingly left with no choice but to abandon the pursuit. But was the situation truly so dire? In a modest alchemical laboratory within the Mage Division, Mitsai and Yelai busily prepared to concoct potions. 3 days had passed since Mitsai procured the necessary ingredients, and upon discovering that several of the herbs required drying had finally met the standards for potion making, he promptly set to work. After all, the primary purpose of the initial mental stabilization potion was to solidify Yelai's still unstable mental prowess following her recent breakthrough. Should too much time elapse, Yelai might resolve the issue through her own training, rendering Mitsai's potion unnecessary. Thus, the moment was ripe for commencing the preparation of the initial mental stabilization potion. Ah, is that not the mosquito-repellent leaf? How did it end up mixed in with the moya flower? Luckily, I noticed it in time. Otherwise, the concoction would surely have failed. While preparing flasks and crucibles, Mitsai overheard Yelai's musing and turned to see her about to discard the hard-won star fate grass into the trash. He quickly intervened and snatched the herb away from her grasp. Oh right, I completely forgot. This is the star fate grass you painstakingly acquired for me, and it nearly ended up in the refuse. I sincerely apologize. Upon witnessing Mitsai's earnest concern, Yelai recalled the events of that day, feeling embarrassed as she offered her sincere apologies. Although Yelai's apology was heartfelt, Mitsai seemed oblivious, gazing vacantly at the star fate grass in his hand, lost in thought, which led Yelai to believe he was genuinely upset. After a considerable pause, Mitsai snapped out of his reverie, noticing Yelai's reddened eyes. Once he clarified the situation, he quickly reassured her. I am sorry. Yelai, I'm not angry with you. I simply had a moment of inspiration regarding how I could use the star fate grass to identify the murderer, and I became momentarily distracted. Please, stop crying. I am relieved to hear you're not upset, Mitsai, Yelai replied, her tears drying as she smiled. She then playfully poked the star fate grass in his hand and asked curiously, but isn't the star fate grass something you use to cast secret arts? How can it also be used to find the murderer? Chapter 57. The Awakening of the Star Fate. What do you perceive as secret arts, dear Yelai? In response to Yelai's inquiry, Mitsai smiled but refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own. What, in your opinion, constitutes secret arts? Yelai pondered carefully before responding with a hint of uncertainty. Well, it should be some sort of powerful, unique technique. Precisely. With a snap of his fingers, Mitsai commended her understanding. The so-called secret arts are merely techniques that, for mages, encompass unique methods to enhance power, amplify magical prowess, and enable casting beyond one's level. Continuing, Mitsai waved the star fate grass before him with pride, stating, among the secret arts I am aware of that require the star fate grass is one that allows an individual to cast a specific 5th-level astrological prophecy at the rank of a formal mage. Of course, only those with our family's bloodline can wield it. A 5th-level prophecy. It can foretell the course of wars. No wonder you believe the star fate grass can help uncover the mastermind behind the crimes, Yelai exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Given the unique nature of astrology and prophecy magic, a typical astrologer cannot cast equivalent prophetic magic without sacrificing their lifespan. Thus, a 5th-level prophecy can typically only be performed by 6th-level astrologers or arcane mages specializing in the astrological school. This implies that unless the culprit is a legendary powerhouse, they would be unable to evade the scrutiny of such magic. As for whether Mitsai was merely boasting, Yelai never entertained such doubts. For her unconditional trust in Mitsai stemmed from his prior revelations regarding his family's heritage. In Yelai's eyes, the Star Sage was a legendary mage who established a school of magic, and the Star Phoenix symbolized the dreamlike power of the stars. Being a descendant of the Star Phoenix bloodline, it would not be hard for Yelai to accept that Mitsai could cast a 5th-level spell at the 1st tier, or even that he could immediately ascend to legendary status and wield a magical artifact. This perspective was also influenced by Yelai's recent induction as a formal mage, as she was not yet fully aware of the intricacies involved. With time and experience, she would come to appreciate the formidable challenges inherent in such feats. Fortunately, Mitsai had no intention of boasting before Yelai. After clarifying his earlier distraction, he contemplated his next steps. After carefully placing the star fate grass aside, he resumed preparations for the initial mental stabilization potion. Although Yelai was puzzled as to why Mitsai had not begun preparing the prophecy, she remained perceptive to his concealed hesitations and chose to remain silent, cooperating with him in completing the potion preparations. While potion making fell under the alchemical discipline among the 8 major schools of arcane practitioners, it was an essential skill that nearly every arcane mage would learn. As formal arcane mages, both Mitsai and Yelai, despite not specializing in alchemy, possessed a fundamental understanding of potion making that it was worth mentioning that Mitsai had previously concocted the initial mental stabilization potion during his recent ascension, making this relatively simple task a breeze. Observing the slightly murky azure liquid gently rippling within the glass vial, and recalling the seamless synergy they had displayed earlier, Mitsai and Yelai exchanged knowing smiles, a wordless understanding passing between them. Given the nature of the initial mental stabilization potion, Yelai promptly consumed it and began meditating on the spot. After confirming that she had entered a profound meditative state, completely oblivious to her surroundings, Mitsai found a place to sit, retrieving the previously neglected star fate grass, gazing at the herb, which shimmered with a lustrous glow under the illumination of the magical crystal lamp. A rare expression of confusion crossed Mitsai's features. He had previously promised IJ that he would exert every effort to uncover the true culprit, now that a solution was within reach. Hesitation was unwarranted. Yet, the star fate grass was exceedingly precious. Externally indistinguishable from ordinary mosquito-repellent leaves, Mitsai had only managed to identify this particular specimen through his bloodline sensitivity amidst a pile of mosquito-repellent leaves. This implied that, apart from Mitsai's ancestral lineage, only Mitsai and Mina were likely to find another star fate grass. Moreover, the herb was equally, if not more, beneficial for Mina, even if Mina were willing to part with it. Mitsai could not accept it, leaving him reliant solely on his own efforts. Conversely, mosquito-repellent leaves were ubiquitous, and the chance of finding another star fate grass was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The immense utility of the star fate grass was undeniable. It could save Mitsai at least half a year of arduous training, making it impossible for him to part with it. Torn between his promise to IJ to assist in identifying the true culprit and the rarity and value of the star fate grass, Mitsai found himself at a loss for how to proceed. As he contemplated his dilemma, just as he was about to store the star fate grass upon noticing Yelai stirring from her meditation, 2 vivid images suddenly emerged in his mind. He envisioned himself on the brink of being slain by a wraith. While Tashi Town faced imminent siege, engulfed by despair for failing to uphold his oath to protect his sister and others, he then recalled IJ'd in the Dean's office, upon realizing that the one responsible for slaying his son was likely a peak 6th-level powerhouse. His expression steeped in utter hopelessness. In the face of such despair, how I longed for someone to extend a helping hand. I awaited the arrival of, and the others, but what of IJ'd? Would or ever appear before him again? At the thought of this, Mitsai's previously lost gaze regained its determination, and his hand, which had been poised to put away the star fate grass, came to a halt. Then there is that detestable Turner, so arrogantly proclaiming that I would never find the true culprit. I truly look forward to seeing his reaction upon learning that I have indeed uncovered the murderer. With her decision made, Minuo suddenly recalled her previous conversation with Turner. The mere thought of the twisted expression that might grace his face upon receiving the news brought a mischievous smile to Minuo's lips. Hey, Minuo, what's got you looking so devious? Nightlie, just awakening from her meditation and stretching her body, noticed Minuo's grin and inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Just contemplating the possible exasperation of a certain individual. Minuo waved her hand dismissively, indicating that Nightlie need not concern herself. Sister Nightlie, how did the primary mental stabilization potion work for you? Has your mental fortitude been solidified? Upon hearing Minuo inquire about her, Nightlie beamed with delight and replied, This is a concoction we carefully crafted together. How could its effects possibly be lacking? I feel ready to begin constructing a new spell model at any moment. The ability to initiate the construction of a spell model is a benchmark for determining whether an arcane mage has successfully navigated the ephemeral state following an advancement. Hearing Nightlie's assurance, Minuo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sister Nightlie, please assist me in setting up the array for activating the secret arts. I am positively eager to discover the identity of the true culprit. Though Minuo did not elaborate further, Nightlie was already aware of the unpleasantness between Minuo and Turner. Coupled with the fragmented phrases she had vaguely heard before awakening, she could roughly surmise Minuo's thoughts and thus chose to remain silent, focusing intently on helping Minuo arrange the magical array. While it was said that they were preparing it together, in reality, it was primarily Minuo who exerted herself, with Nightlie merely assisting, fetching materials, and such. Although the celestial grass was the most crucial component of the array, every other material was equally indispensable. Many were quite precious, though not as uniquely special as the celestial grass. Minuo specifically instructed Nightrun to take her badge to the Lost Path Trading Company, which finally allowed her to gather all the necessary materials. After nearly half an hour, Minuo successfully inscribed a circular array nearly 2 meters in diameter upon the ground, filled to the brim with intricate patterns symbolizing the powers of the stars. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Minuo neglected to rest, instead taking the various spellcasting materials prepared by Nightlie and placing them meticulously in their designated spots. After positioning the final 3 radiant stones at the 3 equidistant points forming the triangle of the sage in the center of the array, Minuo let out a long sigh, her body weakening as she nearly collapsed to the ground. After resting for a while to regain her strength, Minuo donned a solemn mage robe, grasped the celestial grass, and with a serious expression, stepped into the center of the array. Oh, eternal stars, you are the memory of time, the revelation of fate, the celestial eyes recording the present and the future, with the changing seasons and the vicissitudes of life. You remain an unchanging existence. What could be better described as a magical incantation was, in truth, a lengthy ode praising and depicting the stars, which Minuo recited with rhythm and inflection for nearly 10 minutes before reaching its conclusion. Oh, Destiny's star shining in the night sky, as your devotee, I gaze upon your glorious trajectory. With my humble form, I beseech your enlightenment. Revelation of the star. As the last syllable fell from her lips, the array beneath Minuo erupted in radiant light, and the seemingly ordinary celestial grass in her hands suddenly levitated, reflecting the brilliance of the array, gradually becoming translucent and shimmering like an exquisite gem meticulously carved into an artistic masterpiece. Once the celestial grass transformed into pure brilliance, the light emanating from the array seemed to find its home, rushing into the celestial grass. Upon absorbing all the light, the celestial grass suddenly burst open, scattering glimmering fragments that floated in the air, forming a magnificent and mystical star trail before Minuo. Standing before the star trail, Minuo closed her eyes, her expression solemn and grave, illuminated by the faint azure light radiating from the star trail, which exuded an enchanting beauty. Witnessing this spectacle, Nightrun could hardly conceal her admiration, while Nightlie, despite her efforts to restrain herself, could not hide the enchantment in her eyes. After nearly a minute had passed, the star trail began to dim, and Minuo's tightly shut eyes began to tremble slightly, foreshadowing the imminent conclusion of the astrological ritual, just as Nightrun and Nightlie stepped forward, intending to inquire about Minuo's findings. The star trail, which had been quietly floating in the air, suddenly shattered with a resounding explosion. Minuo's eyes flew open, and her entire being was propelled backward as if struck by a mighty hammer, uncontrollably hurtling away as she coughed up a large spurt of blood. Chapter 58. The advancing Nightlie. Minuo, what happened? Why are you suddenly like this? Seeing Minuo grievously injured in an instant, Nightlie hurried over to support her, carefully wiping the blood from her lips, her voice filled with concern. Library, Sister Nightlie, you must be careful. Struggling to open her eyes, Minuo managed to utter these words with great difficulty. But her injuries were too severe. After only a few incoherent phrases, she coughed up another mouthful of blood and fell unconscious once more. Witnessing Minuo's sudden collapse, Nightlie's face turned pale with fright, nearly causing her to faint as well. Fortunately, she recalled Minuo's earlier words and managed to hold herself together. After a thorough examination, she discovered that while Minuo was grievously injured for reasons unknown, her internal organs remained unscathed, and a bit of healing potion and rest would suffice. Confirming that Minuo was not in mortal danger, Nightlie finally breathed a sigh of relief, carefully lifting Minuo in her arms and making her way to the school infirmary. Perhaps overly concerned about Minuo's condition, Nightlie, being a girl, resolutely carried Minuo all the way to the infirmary. Upon arriving, after personally administering a mid-level healing potion to Minuo, the tension Night Lie had held onto finally eased. Little Ren, stay here and keep an eye on Minuo. I need to make a trip to the library. At that moment, Night Run, who had been left behind in the laboratory to clean up the aftermath, came rushing over. Upon his arrival, Night Lie pondered for a moment before rising to leave, simultaneously instructing Night Ren. Sister, where are you going? You are far more suited to care for Minuo than I am. Just leave anything you need to me. Night Ren, whose physical condition was even worse than Night Lie's in her anxious state, was panting heavily as he caught up with her, and upon seeing his sister making to leave without a second thought, he quickly reached out to stop her. You heard what Minuo said earlier, right, Little Ren? Yes, Minuo warned you to be cautious. Even in such a state, he did not forget to express concern for you. It seems Minuo holds you in high regard. As he spoke, Night Ren's expression took on a teasing tone. So sister, you ought to stay here and solidify your relationship with that fellow Minuo. You cheeky brat. Night Lie felt her face heat up at her brother's antics. Looking at him as he made faces at her, she playfully swatted him on the head, taking a few deep breaths to suppress the flush of embarrassment. Minuo is injured so severely, the fact that he managed to say those words indicates that he saw something significant in the divination. The library is an important place, but carries certain risks, which is why he warned me to be cautious. As she spoke, Night Lie cast a reproachful glance at Night Run. This is the sort of thing that should ideally be handled by you boys. But with Minuo gravely injured and you unable to break through, I am the only one here with the highest combat capability. I must go. Night Lie's words made Night Ren feel a bit awkward. Scratching his head in embarrassment, seeing that Night Ren had ceased to oppose her, Night Lie instructed him to care for Minuo diligently and to inform their uncle and teacher Ajade before hurriedly heading towards the academy library. Observing Night Lie's retreating figure, Night Ren felt a sense of unease but had no justification to stop his sister, so he quickly sent word to Hank and teacher Ajade, forcing himself to remain calm as he stood vigil by Minuo's bedside. Tending to him with great care, as evening approached and darkness began to envelop the sky, Night Lie cast a lightness spell upon herself, significantly increasing her speed, allowing her to move almost as swiftly as a level 1 warrior. As she neared the library, a mix of anxiety and excitement surged within her. She was well aware that the safest course of action would be to remain by Minuo's side, awaiting his awakening before taking further action. However, Night Lie was unwilling to wait. She recognized that Minuo, despite his severe injuries, had managed to utter those words for a reason, and she did not wish for his efforts to be in vain. She wanted to assist Minuo. She wished for him to know that she was not merely a fragile vase reliant on others for protection, but rather that she had transformed into a fully fledged mage. Distinct from her former self, even if it meant facing a modicum of danger, Night Lie harbored feelings for Minuo, though her shy nature had prevented her from ever voicing her sentiments to him. Ever since she realized her feelings that day, she had quietly gravitated towards him, caring for this boy who was younger than her brother yet remarkably mature and dependable. She diligently honed her culinary skills to prepare delightful dishes for him, meticulously observing his thoughts and seeking ways to bring him joy, gradually deepening the bond between them. Lie had been striving with unwavering determination until just a few days ago when she reunited with Minuo. At the moment Minuo finally took the initiative to grasp her hand, although he had yet to confess his feelings, Lie knew that her efforts had finally borne fruit. However, the more this realization settled in, the more Lie felt a sense of unreality. She was terrified that this beautiful feeling might merely be an illusion, destined to shatter upon awakening from the dream. Her insecurities loomed large when everyone was still in the village. Minuo had often gravitated towards playing with Lana and Mina, while Lie had only managed to insert herself into their circle through her brother-esque connection with Minuo. Thus, despite the fact that no one paid heed to this disparity and treated her equally, Lie couldn't shake the feeling that her bond with Minuo was somehow lacking compared to the deep-rooted camaraderie he shared with Lana. Furthermore, she perceived herself as inferior to Mina's erudition, less cheerful than Lana, and not as beautiful as either of them. Most crucially, she felt inadequate in terms of strength. Whenever they ventured out together, she always found herself in the role of the protected. Though Minuo never seemed to mind this, Lie constantly feared that one day he would come to resent her as a burdensome liability. Thus, she diligently trained, hoping that one day she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Minuo in battle, rather than merely existing as a hindrance in his life. Now that the opportunity has arisen, I must assist Minuo in uncovering the perpetrator, proving to him that I am not merely a girl capable of preparing meals, but someone who can fight alongside him, just as Lana does. With this thought racing through her mind, Eli quickened her pace, soon arriving at the library. As she hurried inside, she completely overlooked the sign hanging outside. Perhaps due to the approaching evening, the library was nearly deserted, with even the administrators absent from the stairwell. After a swift glance around, the first floor revealed no one. Eli easily ascended to the second floor. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Eli felt an unsettling eeriness in the library today, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Strolling through the second floor of the Academy Library, the crisp sound of her shoes striking the floor echoed around her, and Eli remained on high alert, scanning for any potential assailants. However, no matter how diligently she searched, she found nothing, for reasons unknown. The place felt unusually deserted, and before long, Eli had thoroughly searched the entire second floor. Pausing at the staircase, she hesitated for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea, before defiantly making her way to the third floor. A place she knew she had no permission to enter. As expected, she easily reached the forbidden third floor, observing the empty space where the administrators would usually be, lost in thought. With no one on the first floor, no one on the second, it seemed likely that the third floor was equally devoid of life. Could it be that something truly dreadful had occurred? The thought sent a ripple of panic through her, had it not been for her desire to help Minuo uncover the culprit. She might have fled in terror by now. Though her rational mind urged her to leave immediately, the longing in her heart refused to let her give up. After a moment's contemplation, Eli cast her only level 1 spell, Mage Armor, and, disregarding the library's rules against noise, called out loudly, "Hello, is anyone there?" Her voice reverberated throughout the library, but no response came, intensifying Eli's unease. At last, her rationality triumphed over her emotions, and just as she prepared to leave, a force struck the back of her neck. The mage armor proved utterly ineffective. She didn't even manage to turn her head to see what had attacked her before darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. With a thud, Eli crumpled to the floor, the sound of her body hitting the ground echoing through the stillness of the library for what felt like an eternity. Much like her earlier shout, after the sound dissipated, a mysterious gust of wind suddenly swept in, lifting Eli's body in the infirmary of Salon Academy. Yi Ren paced anxiously, glancing out at the now darkened sky. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from the bed behind him and rushed over. "Minuo, are you all right? What happened? Weren't you using the prophecy spell? How did you end up gravely injured? Did the prophecy succeed? What were those last few words you wanted to express?" As he supported Minuo's body, Yi Ren bombarded her with questions, leaving the newly awakened Minuo bewildered and staring blankly at him. It seems I've asked too many questions. Let me just focus on the most important one," Yi Ren noted, sensing Minuo's confusion. "Minuo, tell me, what happened in the library? Is my sister in danger?" "What?" Eli went to the library. Upon hearing Yi Ren's words, Minuo gasped in shock and instinctively tried to rise, but stumbled as she got out of bed. Had Yi Ren not caught her, she would have fallen to the floor. Chapter 59. The true culprit appears. Minuo, are you all right? Why are you being so reckless? Yi Ren gently admonished as he helped her back onto the bed. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Forcing yourself to get up will only worsen your condition. Leave it to me. I can't wait. You need to call someone to bring me a healing potion for serious injuries, and then find a way to notify the academy heads to rush to the library immediately. The urgency in Minuo's voice made it clear that she was desperate to act. She attempted to rise again, but her body, still weakened from the backlash of the prophecy spell, could not support her efforts. After several fruitless attempts, Minuo managed to compose herself and instructed Yi Ren, "Get the healing potion for serious injuries?" "Minuo, are you out of your mind? Taking that will harm your body." Upon hearing Minuo's demand, Yi Ren instinctively started to leave, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He turned back to Minuo, demanding loudly, "Do you really expect me to just let you go on like this?" Seeing Yi Ren's determined expression, Minuo, though anxious, had no choice but to explain everything. It turned out that after casting the Star of Destiny spell, she had begun to harness magical power to investigate the true culprit behind the deaths of Puke and the others. The magic had allowed Minuo to witness the ambush they suffered at the hands of Puke and his gang from an observer's perspective. Subsequently, Puke and his accomplices had been pursued by the disciplinary committee and had fled to the vicinity of the library. Are you saying that Puke was killed in the library, and that the murderer is still lurking there? As Minuo recounted the fate of Puke and his companions, Yiren finally grasped the situation, springing to his feet, his voice trembling as he questioned Minuo. Exactly. Through the Star of Destiny, I saw that Puke seemed to know of a secret passage that could bypass the administrators and lead directly to the third floor of the library. Observing Yiren's reaction, Minuo realized that her slow-witted companion had finally understood her meaning. He was preparing to sneak in and steal some secret techniques for training when, for reasons unknown, all four of them were suddenly crushed by an inexplicable force. Leaving only blood behind, and I followed the blood with my consciousness and saw a dark figure controlling that power. But just as I was about to see who it was, the Star of Destiny backlash struck. And I lost consciousness before I could discern the person's identity. What are we waiting for? We must go retrieve my sister. Before Minuo could finish her explanation, Yiren, consumed by urgency, prepared to dash out and rescue Yi Lai from the library. Yiren, can you not let me finish? Minuo, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, startling Yiren, who had never seen her so angry. I know Yi Lai is in danger right now. I want to save her even more than you do. But do we have the capability to do so? Minuo pointed to her bettered form, her expression a mixture of resignation and urgency. The Star of Destiny is a 5th-level astrological prophecy spell. It cannot be concealed from a legendary figure. Yet, I was injured by the backlash because I wanted to see the true face of that shadow. Do you understand what this means? 7th-level legendary. Only a 7th-level legendary being possesses such power. Even if that shadow is not legendary, this incident is undoubtedly linked to someone of that caliber. You, a mere apprentice who hasn't even become a formal mage, would only be walking to your doom. After hearing Minuo's words, Yiren stood in stunned silence. He recognized the validity of her reasoning. Going would only lead to his demise. But could he really abandon his sister without doing anything? That was simply not an option. Conflicted and uncertain, Yiren instinctively turned to Minuo for guidance. That's why I need you to notify the academy heads that we are all students of the academy, and this incident occurred within its walls. The heads will surely take action. They are the most formidable 6th-level mages. Even if that shadow is indeed a 7th-level legendary, we will still have a chance to resist. Minuo's words were both reasonable and well-founded. The indecisive Yiren subconsciously began to follow Minuo's instructions. However, upon witnessing Minuo gulp down the potion, Yiren suddenly came to a realization. Then what about that healing potion for serious injuries? I went, and it was useless. Does it mean that for you, Minuo, it will work? Of course it won't, Minuo replied tersely, not bothering to look back at Yiren. But does that mean I can refrain from going? That is Night Lie, and it is because of my actions that she has fallen into peril. If I do not go, I will live with a guilty conscience for the rest of my life. As for everything else, I leave it to you, little Ren. As Yiren gazed at Minuo's figure engulfed in darkness, he was transported back to the day of the undead siege, when Minuo had spoken to him in the same tone, bidding farewell and entrusting him with a heavy burden. Minuo, you must return safely with my sister. Wiping away the tears that streamed down his cheeks, Yiren gritted his teeth and turned to sprint towards the office of the various deans. As a second-tier warrior, Minuo's speed was already beyond that of a mage like Night Lie, and now, driven by urgency, Minuo moved even faster, completing the half-hour journey in under 10 minutes, approaching the academy library. Just as Minuo was about to dash inside to rescue Night Lie, an unusual sensation suddenly registered in his awareness, causing him to halt. This is a blocking magic array. Unlike Night Lie, who was lost in thought while hurrying, Minuo, with his senses fully attuned, could not overlook such an obvious marker. Observing the sign prohibiting entry, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Minuo's eyes. Only the management of the academy could establish such a barrier. And coupled with the large-scale magic array that shielded energy perception ahead, combined with what he had glimpsed through the Star of Fate, Minuo could piece together the implications. To prevent unnecessary concern for Yiren, Minuo chose not to disclose this information. Although he could not clearly see the shadow that seemed to be the mastermind, he had taken in the surroundings entirely, a massive pool of blood. At the center of the immense circular blood pool, various precious magical materials and corpses formed a large hexagram magic array, with the shadow standing beside it. Blood pool, hexagram array, murder for blood, a secretive approach. Along with the blocking magic array surrounding the library, everything pointed to one conclusion. Someone was conducting a blood sacrifice ritual. Moreover, with the presence of the sign, the entire situation became interconnected within the management of Tsulan Academy. There existed an individual who had long been preparing to harness power from demons through this blood ritual. Puku and others had been slain by him, their bodies crushed by overwhelming force. With only their blood collected as offerings, the demons capable of bestowing power through such rituals were at least level 8, epic beings. The disparity in levels was far too great. The astrologer hired by I Jade and Minuo could not uncover the truth through astrological magic. Tonight, it appeared that this individual's ritual was nearing completion, hence the establishment of this magic array and the sign to obscure the energy fluctuations and anomalies that would arise during the ritual. Since the individual had already planned to initiate the ritual tonight, it was very likely that Nightly had not yet encountered any danger. With this thought, Minuo felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. To carry out the ritual silently. How could it be so easily accomplished? Though Nightly might currently be safe, once the ritual was complete, her fate would become uncertain. The thought of the ritualist posing a threat to Nightly caused Minuo to snort coldly as he began to search for the foundation of this blocking magic array. Thanks to years of accumulated knowledge, Minuo quickly located a magic crystal stone that formed the basis of the array and raised his sword to strike it, clang just as Minuo lifted his sword. An intense feeling of danger surged through him, prompting him to instinctively block with his massive sword, parrying an attack that could have shattered his skull. If you have the audacity to orchestrate such grand schemes, then do not lurk in the shadows. Come forth and reveal yourself to me. The force of the blow was tremendous, and although Minuo managed to deflect it, he was still pushed back several steps. Nearly losing his balance, shielding his vital areas with his sword, Minuo stood ready, his voice cold and resolute. After being on high alert for some time, without anyone emerging, just as he thought his words had fallen on deaf ears, and was about to resume his assault on the magic crystal stone, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Come to the 4th floor. Everything you wish to know awaits you here. This was clearly conveyed through a 0-level magic communication spell, sensing the unmistakable magical fluctuations. Minuo was not surprised, though the somewhat aged voice struck a familiar chord, one he could not immediately place. With thoughts of Nightly's safety occupying his mind, he had no time for further reflection and hurried into the library. By the time Nightly had entered, the library was devoid of any presence. It was eerily empty, with nothing but books around, allowing Minuo to proceed unimpeded. He ascended directly to the 3rd floor of the library, where enticing rare volumes lay before him, yet he had no time to ponder them. Navigating through the towering shelves, Minuo reached the door leading to the fabled 4th floor, facing the iron door etched with countless runes. He nervously swallowed, gritted his teeth, and forcefully pushed it open, revealing the very murderer he had been pursuing. Upon noticing the door being opened, the shadow by the blood pool looked up, and its enigmatic visage finally came into Minuo's view. Staring at the familiar face of the shadow, Minuo was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Struggling to close his gaping mouth, Minuo swallowed hard and managed to stammer, Dubert, how could you be here? His voice was raspy, reminiscent of someone who had traversed the desert for 3 days without a drop of water, trembling with such intensity that even he could hardly comprehend his own words. Yet, Dubert understood, nodding slightly with a habitual warm smile as he responded, I believe you have already guessed the answer. Haven't you, clever Minuo? Dubert's voice remained as gentle as ever, akin to a mentor patiently guiding a student. Yet, in such a hellish environment, that voice felt like a devil's whisper, gentle yet laden with lethal danger. Facing Dubert's ambiguous reply, Minuo fell silent. In truth, as long as the figure before him donned that black robe, he could be certain that this was the very murderer of Puku and others. His astonishment was merely a reaction to Dubert's identity. Now, regaining his composure, Minuo remained silent simply because he found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of character, Dubert was a peak level 6 powerhouse. And before him, Minuo possessed no means of resistance. He understood that nothing he said would matter. Silence was preferable. Lost your voice, have you? Minuo's silence did not deter Dubert, who stood at the edge of the blood pool and taunted. Indeed, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, all clever tricks are rendered useless. I wonder if you regret your cleverness, Minuo. having previously assumed the wind blade attack to be the work of a foe at only level 4 or 5. Minuo had thought that if he could engage in close combat, there might still be a chance for victory, especially since the opponent had to consider the ongoing ritual. Thus, he had ascended without hesitation. But now it seemed he had walked willingly into a trap, in the face of Dubert's mockery. Minuo remained silent. While he recognized that his impatience had led him astray, he felt little regret. If given another chance, he would still resolutely come here. After all, Nightlie was here. Setting aside their relationship and feelings, Minuo had no reason not to act when Nightlie had fallen into danger due to a misinterpretation of the information he provided. Observing Nightlie unconscious in the corner, a hint of a smile crept onto Minuo's face. The little one is quite reckless, charging in without a second thought. However, for someone who managed to break through the magic array I painstakingly set, they must possess some capability. If you had destroyed the array and attracted Kellerisi and the others, today would indeed have been troublesome. Perhaps due to his long-standing role as a teacher, Dubert inexplicably refrained from directly striking Minuo, instead opting to comment on him. If you fear that Kellerisi and the others will discover this, why then conduct such an evil ritual in the library? You don't seem very clever. Do you, Director? Unable to resist, Minuo retorted sarcastically. What do you know? The dry sarcasm of Minuo appeared to have a particularly profound effect on Dubert, who, breaking his usual composure, bellowed, if it weren't for the blunders of those damned fools, I would have become a 7th-level powerhouse a decade ago. As for the years of delay, it's all due to that accursed Talibo. What? 10 years ago, you were the shadow of Trilon. Upon hearing Dubert's words, Minuo suddenly realized this, pointing at Dubert in astonishment. To grasp it so quickly, it seems you possess more than just a modicum of cleverness. In response to Minuo's comment, Dubert nodded, a look of approval crossing his face. Indeed. I, Peter Dubert, was the shadow of Trilon who reigned over Trilon for nearly a decade. But why, Director? If you are performing such a ritual now due to the exhaustion of your lifespan, what was your purpose a decade ago? You were still in your prime back then. For what purpose? Of course, it was for power. Dubert erupted into laughter at Minuo's inquiry, as if it were the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. I invented an entirely new school of wind magic. I taught over 10,000 pillars of the kingdom, and I single-handedly repelled the beast tide threatening Trilon. What did Talibo do? Nothing at all. He merely stumbled into a 7th-level promotion, and from then on, my title became that of Talibo's teacher. Why should it be so? Had it not been for the lingering dangers left by the beast tide, I would have long since ascended to legend. But what is the outcome? No one remembers. All that matters is the result. Talibo is a legend, while I am merely a 6th-level mortal. Power is the very foundation of everything. Dubert roared, unleashing nearly a decade's worth of repressed negativity before Minuo. An intense gust of air erupting from his body, tousling his silver hair as he resembled a frenzied madman, utterly shedding his former image as a gentle elder. The pursuit of power is not wrong. Everyone seeks power. But why must you resort to such nefarious methods? Having suffered enough from the lack of power during the undead calamity in Tayside Town, Minuo found himself in no position to oppose Dubert's words. Yet he couldn't help but retort. What alternative methods would you suggest, Minuo? Tell me, what should I use? Dubert's eyes widened at Minuo's rebuttal, coldly questioning. What means will compel that accursed Mauen family to invest their precious resources in this decrepit old man with no potential? Tell me, one is a young powerhouse who has already broken through to legend, while the other is a nearly decrepit 6th-level old man. Who do you think they will choose? The only essence of moonlight capable of healing my soul's wounds was given to my apprentice Talibo, merely to stabilize his inflated mental prowess. Since no one has offered me solutions, I will forge my own path to achieve the results I desire. To that end, I became a butcher, painstakingly gathering the materials required for the ritual. Only for my good apprentice Talibo, that brave legendary hero, to discover my altar and casually destroy the blood pool forged from nearly 1,000 lives. All my efforts wasted, and I nearly fell into it myself, as he recounted his past and determination. Dubert's eyes reddened, his face filled with hatred. Afterward, I endured for a decade, using the 4th floor of the library, a place inaccessible to others, as my base, and finally stood once more on the brink of completing the ritual. After tonight, I will be a legendary powerhouse, and the title of Talibo's teacher will vanish forever. Anyone who dares to disrupt this will become my mortal enemy. With that, Dubert cast a cold glance at Minuo, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. So, please die here, Mino. With a flick of his hand, a stream of blood surged forth from the blood pool before Dubert, transforming into a lethal blood arrow aimed directly at Mino. Seeing Dubert launch an attack against him, Mino instinctively performed a forward roll, narrowly evading the blood arrow. He then scooped up the unconscious Yelai and leaped toward the nearby window. Mino had never entertained the notion of defeating a powerhouse like Dubert, who stood at the pinnacle of the 6th level, with his own 2nd-level strength. However, he did not abandon hope. While pretending to listen intently to Dubert's words, he discreetly surveyed the layout of the space, contemplating an escape plan. Indeed, it was escape he was considering. Though not timid in battle, Mino was no reckless fighter who would charge in knowing he stood no chance from the moment he entered. He had been devising an escape strategy. The reason he listened to Dubert's lengthy tale was twofold: genuine curiosity about the cause and effect, and the need to subtly position himself closer to Yelai in preparation for a swift getaway. Stay here. The sight of Mino attempting to flee right beneath his nose, on the verge of success, felt like a stinging slap to Dubert's face, igniting his fury. With a roar, 3 blood arrows shot forth from the blood pool with lightning speed, targeting Mino and Yelai. Dubert's blood arrow attack was incredibly swift. Mino, suspended in midair with no means of escape, could only watch helplessly as the arrows hurtled toward him. Yet Mino was not entirely powerless. Upon noticing that one of the blood arrows was aimed at the Yelai in his arms, he instinctively stepped forward, bracing himself to intercept the arrow. Clang! Just as the blood arrow neared him, Mino reflexively closed his eyes, bracing for the pain, only to hear a sharp metallic sound of shattering. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and when Mino opened his eyes, he discovered a silvery protective shield enveloping him, blocking all 3 blood arrows without exception. The attack of the blood arrows, thwarted by the sudden appearance of the shield, not only failed but also provided Mino with the momentum to break through the window, propelling him outward and denying Dubert any further opportunity to attack. With a crash, the glass of the window shattered as Mino, cradling the unconscious Yelai, fell from the 4th floor of the library, landing squarely in front of it. Clang! As Mino stumbled upon landing, nearly falling to the ground, he managed to steady himself, only to notice something had fallen from him. Looking down instinctively, he discovered 2 metallic fragments resembling half of a rabbit's shape lying on the ground. A quick check of his chest revealed that his clothing had been pierced, and the badge given to him by Kaguya, which he had kept close, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 61. A step away. So this is its true effect? Mino murmured, gazing at the fragments of the badge on the ground. Upon witnessing this, he comprehended the situation entirely. The badge bestowed upon him by Kaguya was not only a token to summon her power, but also the greatest talisman for his protection. Had it not been for this badge, he would have met his end here today. A charm capable of withstanding an assault from a 6th-level mage was of immeasurable worth. Even the entirety of Taisai Town could scarcely procure its equivalent. Such a precious magical artifact, Kaguya had freely given to him, asking for nothing in return, solely to ensure his safety. The thought of that enigmatic girl, as distant and ethereal as the silver moon, having gone to such lengths for him, filled Mino with a whirlwind of emotions. He felt uncertain about how to face Kaguya now. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Mino bent down to pick up the fragments, tightly clutching Yelai in his arms, contemplating his next course of action. They haven't pursued me. It seems we've reached a critical juncture. Dubert can no longer leave. Lifting his gaze to the spot from which he had just leaped, Mino pondered. If only the outer magic circle had more substantial effects. Otherwise, I could have dealt him a serious blow. The outer magic circle served merely to mask one's presence and gather energy. Even if Mino were to dismantle it, it would not impede Dubert's ritual to halt the proceedings. He would need to destroy the magic circle and blood pool on the 4th floor of the library. Yet, having narrowly escaped a lethal blow from Dubert moments ago, Mino was far from willing to risk his life. Even if he possessed the courage to ascend, he might not reach the magic circle's edge before Dubert turned him to dust. After considering all possibilities, Mino found no viable means to prevent Dubert from conducting the ritual, and lingering here would likely see Dubert ascend to legendary status, making it a mere flick of his wrist to end Mino's life. At that point, there would be no second badge from Kaguya to save him. This matter has exceeded my involvement. Now it rests upon Lord Chloris and the others. With a resigned shake of his head, Mino cast a reluctant glance toward Dubert's direction before turning to leave with Yelai. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as Mino had envisioned. Facing the substantial crimson protective barrier before him, Mino's expression soured. He acknowledged his misjudgment. He had completely overlooked the fact that this magic circle possessed defensive capabilities, and it appeared to be quite formidable in both internal and external protection, setting aside the unconscious night lie. Mino drew forth the meteoric greatsword, channeling every ounce of his strength to cleave downwards at the barrier before him. Regrettably, his strike merely produced a minor scratch, which swiftly mended itself. No wonder Dubert showed no inclination to pursue. He must have anticipated being thwarted here. Knowing I could not escape, all he has to do is wait for the ritual to conclude, and he can leisurely harvest the lives of both Nightlie and myself. Mino thought bitterly as he struck the defensive wall with his fist. Despite understanding the situation, he found himself utterly powerless. That last swing had exhausted all his strength to no avail, and he regretted not dedicating time to study the arcane techniques within the legacy of the Star Warriors over the past few days. I can only rely on you now. Xiaoren, you must reach Lord Chloris and the others before Dubert completes the ritual. Gazing longingly down the path they had come, Mino was filled with hope. Meanwhile, what was our sole glimmer of hope? Nightren, doing at this moment. Hurry, Lord Chloris. In Chloris' laboratory, Nightren anxiously watched as Chloris meticulously organized her experimental apparatus, unable to restrain himself from urging her forward. It's obvious you are an incompetent arcane mage. No wonder you are still merely an apprentice. Are you not aware of the protocols for arcane experiments? Observing Nightren's impatience, Chloris raised an eyebrow and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Of course I am aware. Conducting experiments is paramount for an arcane mage and must be approached with utmost seriousness. Noticing Chloris remained unfazed and continued her methodical tidying, Nightren pressed on. But, Lord Chloris, the situation is truly urgent. My sister and Mino may face danger at any moment. This very second could mean the difference between life and death. Please forgive my impatience. Oh, I didn't expect you to utter such words, Chloris said, patting Nightren on the shoulder, a rare glimmer of approval flickering across her face. Now that is more characteristic of an arcane mage. Possessing talent without intellect will never make one a true mage. With that, Chloris set aside her belongings and took Nightren's hand. Lord Chloris, before Nightren could express himself, the scene before him shimmered, and he found himself on a small path not far from the library. A 4th-level arcane spell, a teleportation portal. As an arcane mage, one must embody the essence of a mage. Relying on one's legs to traverse is the domain of mere muscle-bound brutes. Although Nightren's thoughts went unspoken, Chloris could easily discern his expression, responding with disdain. Watching the approaching figures of Lord Byron and others, Nightren felt heat flush his face. How foolish of me to blame Lord Chloris for her lack of foresight. It turns out the only fool was myself. Fortunately, given the urgency of the situation, Chloris and her companions, although unaware that the mastermind they were about to confront was the soon-to-be 7th-level Dubert, had already gathered enough evidence from Mino's backlash from the 5th-level prophecy spell to grasp the gravity of the matter. Thus, upon reuniting with Byron and Elson, the 3 Visteins hastened toward the library. The speed of the 6th-level Visteins was beyond Nightren's capability to match, not only him, but even the 4th-level Hank and Ijade could only trail behind. Watching the Dean's figures fade from view, I say, Chloris, did you not assert that you would not leave your laboratory unless your experiment was complete? What has prompted your departure today? Noticing Chloris' grave demeanor, the robust Lionheart jested as they hurried along. This is not a time for jest, Byron. I refuse to believe you have not perceived the peril at hand. In response to Byron's banter, Chloris, unusually composed, merely reproached him before falling silent, leaving Byron momentarily disoriented. Peril, we are merely pursuing the murderer of students. What danger could there possibly be? Byron's voice dripped with incredulity. You truly fail to perceive. It seems I cannot hold high hopes for your intellect. If you have not grasped the underlying implications, why then are you here? Chloris lamented, covering her forehead in exasperation. Because Hank begged me to come. He promised to treat me to drinks afterward. Since it's not a bother, and I happen to be free, why not? Byron replied with carefree bravado. Chloris had long since given up on trying to make sense of Lionheart's reasoning, turning her attention to the typically taciturn Elson. Elson, surely you are not here for similar reasons. Certainly not. To avoid being mistaken for sharing Byron's intellectual caliber, Elson quickly interjected. The 5th-level prophecy spell can predict events up to the 6th level. Yet the caster suffered a backlash. This clearly indicates the involvement of a legendary powerhouse, and the implications are unmistakable. Indeed, if it were merely a 6th-level threat, we might manage, but should a 7th-level entity emerge? Facing it alone would pose a challenge for our survival, let alone safeguarding Mino and Nightlie. That is why I insisted we wait for both of you. Regrettably, that nearly led to misunderstandings. Alas, for reasons unknown, we cannot establish contact with Dean Dubert. It seems we must rely solely on the three of us. As Chloris spoke, her tone was heavy with regret. Unable to reach the Dean. Without him, the three of us face a 7th-level powerhouse, and self-preservation will be a struggle. We have no capacity to protect the students or the library. Given that Night Run, Hank, and Jade numbered only 3. They lacked sufficient manpower, and with the Dean's erratic whereabouts, locating him swiftly proved impossible. Thus, Chloris had resorted to using magic to notify him. Consequently, Elson's expression grew grave upon realizing the Dean's absence. There is nothing we can do, if we cannot reach him. We can only hope the murderer is not a legendary figure. Chloris understood Elson's sentiment, but helplessness was helplessness. She could only shrug her shoulders in resignation, although Byron had initially been puzzled. He was not foolish. From Chloris and Elson's conversation, he quickly grasped the situation, abandoning his earlier nonchalance and preparing for the worst. In truth, only a few minutes had passed, and soon enough, Chloris and her companions arrived near the library. Observing the barrier obstructing their path, Byron smirked, channeling his energy. Rather than stopping, he accelerated and crashed into it. With a resounding crash, Mino, trapped within the futile barrier, witnessed it shatter under Byron's impact, unable to impede the advance of the 3 vice deans. As Mino, who had been racking his brain to awaken Nightlie, saw Chloris and the others arrive, he sprang to his feet, eager to greet them. Yet, before he could take a single step, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the 4th floor of the library, overwhelming Mino and rendering him breathless. Chapter 62. The might of the legendary. Fortunately, this oppressive force peaked only in that moment before gradually receding. Though it remained terrifying, it lacked the power to seize one's very soul. Regaining control of his body, Mino's first instinct was to retreat, cradling the still unconscious Nightlie and hiding in the corner. Damn it, it was so close. He looked up towards Dubert's direction on the 4th floor of the library, his silver teeth grinding in frustration and regret. The 3 vice deans had arrived. If they could engage, facing 3 beings of equal standing would surely render Dubert incapable of the confidence he held against Mino. It would be a testament to his formidable strength if he could merely survive. If Dubert were subdued by the vice deans, even if they were unaware of his intentions, Mino could disrupt Dubert's ritual and thwart his ascension to legendary status, thereby securing an invincible position for their side. Alas, this plan now existed solely as a beautiful delusion. The overwhelming pressure just moments ago was undoubtedly a harbinger of Dubert's successful ritual and impending breakthrough. In that case, the vice deans would likely struggle to protect themselves, let alone safeguard Mino, and Nightlie at a single misstep had turned the tide dramatically. How could Mino not be enraged? Yet, no matter how furious Mino became, it could not alter the reality of Dubert's successful breakthrough. The pressure unleashed during a legendary's ascension was so potent that even Chloris and her companions momentarily lost control of their bodies. However, as 6th-level powerhouses, they quickly regained their composure, gazing in astonishment at the source of the pressure. Under their watchful eyes, Peter Dubert emerged gracefully from the window shattered by Mino's leap, his blood-stained attire accompanied by an enigmatic smile as he descended from the air. "Dean Dubert, how could you be here?" The trio of Chloris could not help but inquire, perplexed by Dubert's unexpected presence. "Nothing much, merely here to handle a trivial matter. What brings you all here?" Unaware that Mino had previously sent Yearning to seek assistance from Chloris and the others before rushing to rescue Eli. Dubert, though taken aback by their presence, managed to maintain his composure and feign nonchalance in response. "Especially you, Chloris, thought weren't you recently engrossed in your magical experiments, vowing not to leave the laboratory until they were completed?" Although Dubert's unexpected arrival and his bloodstained robe raised suspicions, his adeptness at concealing his true intentions over the years led Chloris and the others to instinctively trust him, prompting them to explain their purpose. Hidden in the shadows, Mino observed Dubert deceiving the 3 vice deans. Realizing that if he did not take action, Dubert could easily mislead them away and find a way to destroy the ritual site on the 4th floor. Consequently, regardless of how he might later articulate the truth, no one would believe that Dubert was the true murderer. Instead, he and Eli, the only two privy to the truth, would become Dubert's targets, likely erased from existence. With this thought, Mino instinctively dashed out from his hiding place. Don't believe him. He is the murderer. Upon hearing Mino's shout, Chloris and her companions, already harboring doubts, instinctively braced themselves. Dubert, on the other hand, cursed under his breath and prepared to launch an attack against Mino. Dubert is the shadow of Trilon. He has slaughtered countless individuals, preparing a bloody ritual to sacrifice to demons in a bid to transcend the legend. Puke and the others perished simply for uncovering the truth. As Dubert moved to strike, Mino, aware of his futility in resisting, forced himself to speak the truth. Once he spoke, he instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for death as Dubert's wind blade approached. However, after a moment's wait, he was met not with death but with Dubert's startled exclamation. Chloris, what are you doing? In response to Dubert's inquiry, Chloris, who had just cast a protective shield around Mino, retorted defiantly. I should be asking you what you intend to do. Dean Dubert, why are you attacking this student? He is slandering me. I have every right to punish him for it. Dubert retorted. Is that truly the case? Dean Dubert, I believe you know better than anyone. Chloris replied with a cold smirk, exposing his fallacy. Your unexpected appearance in bloodied robes is already suspicious. Furthermore, during our conversation, you seemed evasive, as if concealing something while attempting to persuade us to leave. If that were all, it might suffice, but you also aim to attack this student who suddenly emerged, which raises even more questions. Normally, you would laugh off such slander and show leniency even if a student challenged you. Yet, you resorted to lethal force as if intent on silencing him. These aberrant occurrences can only signify one thing. Chloris lamentably pointed at Mino and declared, what this student says is indeed true. Beneath your amiable facade lies a bloodthirsty demon. As Chloris unveiled Dubert's true nature, the tension on his face dissipated, and looking at Chloris and the others brandishing their weapons against him, he sighed with a tone tinged with regret and ease. Chloris, you know, having worked together for so many years, I truly did not wish to turn against you. Despite his words, he showed no mercy, unleashing a massive wind blade with a force capable of rending space itself, aimed swiftly at Chloris and her companions. Dubert's wind scythe technique was rapid and fierce, yet it fell short of annihilating the 3 6th-level powerhouses, who were well prepared. Without needing Chloris to cast a spell, Elson stepped forward with his shield, intercepting the attack. Dubert, however, was not disheartened. He never expected such a low-level spell to yield significant results. With the wind scythe providing him precious moments, a wind dragon took form as he chanted, surging towards Chloris and the others with ferocity. The battle between Dubert and Chloris trio erupted, but Mino, having ignited this conflict, was overlooked. Having narrowly escaped death, he had no desire to court danger the moment the fight commenced. He sought refuge at the side. It was not that Mino wished to abstain from combat, but rather that the battle was far beyond his capabilities. Not only could he not participate, he lacked even the strength to observe. On the battlefield, Dubert wielded his wind-based magic with finesse. As wind blades flitted about, he effortlessly cast one high-tier spell after another, none below 3rd level. Such spells, executed by a formidable adversary like Dubert, posed an insurmountable threat to Mino. Even a mere brush could spell disaster. In contrast, Chloris and her companions demonstrated remarkable synergy. Elson, the steadfast shield-bearer, effectively absorbed most of Dubert's assaults with his large shield and various defensive spells. Chloris, specializing in mental fortitude as an arcane mage, though lacking in raw power compared to Dubert, frequently disrupted his rhythm with her formidable interference magic. While Byron's fierce close-range attacks often left Dubert in disarray, narrowly escaping direct hits. Observing the formidable teamwork of the Vice Deans and Dubert's ensuing struggle, Mino suppressed the urge to cheer, his eyes brimming with excitement. Surrender. Dean Dubert, against our combined assault, you stand no chance. Noticing Dubert's disarray, Chloris proclaimed triumphantly, her confidence soaring. And you think to compel my surrender? Ha! Chloris, do you not consider yourself overly presumptuous? Dubert, enraged by Chloris' apparent assurance of victory, was further incensed by the confidence radiating from Byron and Elson. In that case, witness the strength I possess after my breakthrough. You shall learn that the dignity of a legend is not to be desecrated by mere mortals. With a furious roar, a torrent of magic surged forth from Dubert, sending the attacking Rift Lion nearly soaring away. Even before launching an attack, The sheer pressure emanating from his magical eruption forced Chloris and her companions to retreat. Gradually ascending into the air, countless wind blades coalesced around Dubert, intertwining into ferocious pillars of wind. Everything nearby, except for the library shielded by magic, was drawn towards these violent wind columns, shredded to pieces. Chloris and her companions, who had previously held the advantage, found themselves in dire straits against Dubert's sudden surge of power. Not only could they not counterattack, but even resisting became exceedingly arduous. As they struggled for survival amidst the onslaught of wind pillars, watching Chloris and the others flounder under his assault, Dubert smirked disdainfully, relishing the control he wielded over the wind pillars as they battered them. As they managed to break through one pillar, Dubert promptly conjured another, maintaining a relentless assault with 8 wind pillars, delighting in their desperate struggle. Was this the true prowess of a legendary powerhouse? Indeed, such power could only belong to someone who had transcended the limits of mortality. Even a 6th-level mage appeared, but a feeble mortal before such might. Gazing at Dubert, encircled by wind pillars and resembling a tempestuous overlord, Mino felt a bitter shame for his previous underestimation of Dubert and legendary strength. Chapter 63. A game of cat and mouse as the Vice-Deans faced inevitable defeat, with their last hope extinguished. Mino found himself devoid of expectations for bringing Dubert, the murderer, to justice, replaced only by concern. Concern for how he and Yi Lai would escape. With the relentless assault of Dubert's wind pillars, there were scarcely any objects left nearby to offer concealment. Any hasty movement risked detection by Dubert. Yet, at that moment, Dubert's focus remained on Chloris and the others, and he had yet to remember Mino. Should he recall, all hope would be lost. Resolving himself, Mino began a slow retreat, crawling along the ground like a creature in hiding. He painstakingly maneuvered, and by the grace of the high gods, he remained undetected by Dubert. Just as he was about to reach the spot where he had concealed Yi Lai, Mino's heart leaped with joy upon noticing movement in the shadow. It was Yi Lai. Realizing that the unconscious Yi Lai was at risk of being swept away by Dubert's wind pillars, Mino disregarded all notions of stealth and sprang into action, rushing to embrace her before she could be whisked away, thus saving her from a fate akin to that of the debris. With a deep sigh, Minuo tightly embraced Yi Lai. Having just unleashed his utmost speed, he wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, feeling a fleeting sense of relief. However, that moment was abruptly interrupted as he sensed something amiss and instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with Dubert, who was gazing back at him. Damn it, he had been discovered. Realizing he had been caught, Minuo wasted no time in rolling away with Yi Lai in his arms that a blade of wind grazed past him, kicking up a large clump of earth from the ground. Clutching the unconscious Yi Lai, Minuo ran desperately, his frantic pace unyielding. Yet no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the wind. Blades of wind sliced through the air around him, leaving behind a trail of wounds on his body. Minuo seemed oblivious to the pain, consumed by the need to escape. But just as he thought he was about to break free from Dubert's range of attack, a howling gale descended from above, narrowly missing his nose and crashing into the ground, a hair's breadth away from claiming his life. Fortunately, Minuo managed to leap backward just in time. Had he not, even if he had survived the blow, the debris from the impact would have surely inflicted severe injuries. Yet, he felt no relief. Instead, he turned back to face Dubert, who hovered in the air not far away, his mocking eyes fixed upon him. In that moment, Minuo comprehended the grim truth. His survival thus far was not due to his own speed or agility, but rather Dubert's cruel amusement, akin to how he toyed with Chloris and the others. It was merely a game of cat and mouse, but what difference did that realization make? Could Minuo truly abandon his evasions? If he did, Dubert would likely revel in the opportunity to eliminate a mouse that no longer resisted. Alone, Minuo might have considered a noble demise, but he had Yi Lai in his arms. If he chose to surrender, Yi Lai, still unconscious, would surely meet a grim fate as well. The thought ignited a flame of fury within him, compelling him to run once more. Holding on to someone, even one as light and delicate as Yi Lai, proved to be a significant burden for Minuo, who needed to sprint and evade. Moreover, the wounds he sustained continuously multiplied, the blood flowing from them sapping his strength with each passing moment. Struggling to persevere, Minuo even expended his precious energy to enhance his speed, yet he could only last for a mere 10 minutes. As his energy dwindled, his steps inevitably slowed, and his evasive maneuvers grew clumsy. In this weakened state, he failed to dodge a blade of wind that struck his back, causing him to stumble and fall. Yelai slipping from his grasp, Minuo came to a halt, but Dubert's assault did not relent. This man, who had suppressed his true feelings for nearly a decade, had succumbed to madness. The gentle demeanor of yesteryears was nowhere to be found, replaced by a bloodthirsty, deranged grin. Seeing Minuo fall, he resembled a cat relishing the sight of a mouse that had ceased to struggle. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a scythe of wind, poised to extinguish Minuo's life. The range of this wind scythe far exceeded that of the wind blades. Although its primary target was Minuo, the nearby Yelai was also caught within its deadly reach. Just as the colossal wind scythe was about to descend upon them, Minuo summoned an unexpected surge of strength, lunging forward to shield Yelai with his own body, bracing for the impact of the scythe. The fourth-level magic, Wind Scythe, nearly severed Minuo in two, and in the wake of such a devastating blow, he coughed up blood, splattering his face. Trembling, he wiped the blood from Yelai's features, staring into her bewildered, innocent eyes as she regained consciousness. Regret welled within him. He lamented his decision to scout Dubert with the Star Life Grass, his eagerness to relay his findings to Yelai, and his failure to flee with her at the first opportunity. Overwhelmed by remorse, an inexplicable force surged through Minuo's body, propelling him to his feet as he drew his weapon, Meteor, and swung it in Dubert's direction. The celestial sword technique, Starry Spear, as he unleashed his strike. A brilliant flash illuminated the air, and a spear radiating starlight shot forth from the blade of Meteor, hurtling toward Dubert with the speed of a comet. Caught off guard, Dubert felt the spear graze his face, leaving behind a gash. Yet, this was the limit of Minuo's strength. Having expended every ounce of his energy and mental resolve, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. How dare you? How dare you harm me? Do you know who I am? I am a legendary powerhouse. You insignificant insect. You dare to lay a hand on me. A great legendary figure. I shall see you torn to shreds. Touching the wound on his face and gazing at the blood on his hands, Dubert lost all semblance of composure, his previously calm demeanor replaced by a frenzied rage. The Moon Princess should be lost in the bamboo grove, so why is she here, fighting against me for the sake of a mere country bumpkin? What is the meaning of this? As Dubert raged on, oblivious to the presence of the Moon Princess, Kaguya Horizon, she furrowed her brow, her icy demeanor hardening further. Ignorant wretch, it appears you require a moment of reflection. In an instant, Kaguya appeared behind Dubert, and with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, he plummeted as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. Struggling to maintain his balance, the manic expression on Dubert's face vanished entirely. Although traces of fear lingered in his eyes as he gazed up at Kaguya in the sky, a more profound confidence began to surface. Ha ha, I am still alive. The Princess of the Moon is nothing extraordinary. You are merely a legend. And I, Dubert, am now a legend as well. Why should I fear you? I have no reason to be afraid. Despite receiving a blow from Kaguya, Dubert felt elated rather than frightened. He laughed heartily, suddenly swinging his arm, unleashing a torrent of magical energy from within, and the wind pillar formation reemerged, its power magnified under Dubert's full exertion. Hearing Dubert's foolish taunts, Kaguya's expression turned icy, her eyes flashing with cold light. Just as she prepared to unleash her true power to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, she inadvertently noticed Night Lie's predicament. While Dubert's attention was wholly fixed on Kaguya, his wind pillars constituted a mass-area magical attack, possessing an overwhelming suction capable of drawing everything nearby into its vortex to be shredded. Particularly, as Dubert conjured more than 10 wind pillars, the combined might of these identical 5th-level spells created an immense force. The suction alone reached the intensity of a 4th-level wind magic spell. Wind Whirl. Stronger individuals like Claris were fine, but Night Lie, a mere 1st-level mage, stood no chance of resisting, especially as she was also trying to care for the severely injured Minuo. Her situation was dire, and it seemed inevitable that she and Minuo would soon be drawn into the wind pillar and torn apart. Though Kaguya longed to show Dubert a taste of his own medicine, she would never gamble with the lives of Minuo and Night Lie. With a fierce glare at Dubert, she turned and flew towards them. She landed steadily before Night Lie and the others, making no unnecessary movements. That a nearly transparent, pale silver protective shield formed around a 3-meter radius, instantly calming the previously roaring winds to a serene stillness, with not a breath of wind able to intrude. With Kaguya's protection, Night Lie, who had struggled against the howling winds, finally freed herself from the influence of the wind pillars and could tend to Minua's injuries. Princess of the Moon, are you not a legendary powerhouse renowned throughout the realms? How is it that you cannot even best a newcomer like myself? Ha ha ha. Could it be that your reputation is merely a facade? The so-called strongest legend is nothing but a joke. Observing Kaguya adopt a defensive stance beneath his onslaught. Dubert, unaware of her true intentions, mistakenly believed she was intimidated by his overwhelming power. His earlier fears dissipated entirely, replaced by an arrogant confidence that spurred him to become even more brazen. Eager to redeem himself from the embarrassment of having been frightened by Kaguya, he began hurling wind magic spells at her one after another, each accompanied by a boastful shout, indifferent to their actual effects. Enduring the barrage of Dubert's mindless taunts, even a clay figure has its limits. Let alone someone as proud as Kaguya. The coldness on her face surpassed that of eternal ice. With a flick of her hand, a lustrous shell, glimmering like jade, appeared in the hands of Night, Lie, and the others, radiating a powerful protective shield adorned with the faint silhouette of a flying swallow, shielding them in Kaguya's stead a treasure, the swallow Onbei. With her concerns alleviated, Kaguya felt unrestrained, casting a distant smile towards Dubert in the sky, her expression betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. With graceful strides, she reappeared before Dubert in an instant. The raging wind swirling around her felt like a gentle summer breeze, providing only a modicum of coolness without hindering her in the slightest. Upon seeing Kaguya's sudden appearance, Dubert was struck with panic. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed all the wind pillars encircling him towards her. In the face of Dubert's attack, Kaguya merely smiled coldly, raising her hands in a gentle gesture. Lifting a radiant gem that sparkled with infinite brilliance, this gem emerged. 5 elemental dragons of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth surged forth, coiling around Kaguya under the gem's command. A treasure, the dragon neck gem, confronted with the power of the dragon neck gem. Dubert's wind pillars shattered spontaneously without Kaguya needing to lift a finger, with the wind elements being devoured by the wind element dragon, thereby augmenting its strength. Under the protection of the 5-color dragons, Kaguya exuded a tranquil authority, enhanced by the silvery moonlight above, resembling a celestial deity. Witnessing this spectacle, Dubert felt the previously suppressed fear resurface in his heart, and he finally recalled the terrifying prowess of this stunning maiden. She had effortlessly vanquished numerous powerful beings who sought her beauty, and had even slain a king who had resorted to unscrupulous means to possess her, continuing to roam the continent unscathed. It was her formidable record that earned her the recognized title of the Princess of the Moon. Faced with such an acknowledged entity that was deemed untouchable, he had dared to attack her and provoke her with words. Had he lost his mind? The thought alone made Dubert want to slap himself awake. However, now was not the time for such reflections. Remembering Kaguya's overwhelming might, Dubert abandoned any notion of attack and turned to flee. His only desire to escape the clutches of Kaguya. But was that even possible? Coldly observing Dubert's attempt to flee, Kaguya's lips curled into a sardonic smile, with a graceful motion of her hand. The 5 elemental dragons lunged forward, seizing Dubert's limbs and head, dragging him back. Spare me, Princess of the Moon. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to forsake the dignity of a legendary warrior and do anything for you. Dubert, ensnared by the elemental dragons, cried out frantically, pleading for Kaguya's mercy, his face a mess of tears and snot, utterly devoid of his previous bravado. The dignity of a legendary warrior? How laughable! Is such a thing something a repugnant sinner like you can possess? Kaguya gazed into Dubert's pleading eyes, mocking him mercilessly. Do you possess a treasure forged after breaking through to legend, a sinner? Raising the dragon neck gem in her hand, Kaguya coldly questioned, as the 5 elemental dragons, under her command, plunged Dubert from the sky. Crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, the 5 elemental dragons transformed into 5 elemental chains, binding him securely at the bottom of the pit. Descending slowly, Kaguya landed beside Dubert, placing a foot on his abdomen, causing him to spew a copious amount of blood from his already battered body. The elevation of the body after breaking through to legend. Do you possess that, sinner? Again, raising the dragon neck gem. The 5 elemental dragons that bound Dubert soared into the air, entwining with one another, generating a terrifying force as the 5 elemental energies clashed. The 7th level magic, freely wielded due to spiritual elevation after breaking through. Do you possess that, sinner? After her third inquiry, Observing the bloodied and weakened Dubert, Kagaya coldly derided. You possess nothing, yet you dare call yourself a legend. How arrogant and foolish. You are merely a fool who relied on blood sacrifices to demons for immense magical power. With that, Kagaya turned to leave. The swirling 5-color dragons intertwined and coalesced into a sword forged purely from elemental power, plummeting from the sky towards Dubert in the pit. No. As Dubert faced imminent death beneath the elemental sword, a primal instinct for survival surged within him, and he screamed with all his might, Princess of the Moon, you cannot do this. I am of royal blood, a king's minor, and my disciple is a legendary powerhouse. Killing me will bring you great trouble. You cannot kill me. As Kagaya slowly walked towards Minuo, she feigned ignorance to Dubert's desperate cries, allowing the elemental sword to descend, like a genuine iron blade. The highly compressed, crystalline elemental sword pierced Dubert's chest, snuffing out his life before erupting in a tremendous explosion. The immense elemental forces clashed violently, obliterating everything in the vicinity, and Dubert's corpse was utterly annihilated. This man, once a legendary figure who had endured nearly a decade for a breakthrough while committing countless atrocities as the head of the Trilon Academy, left not even a trace of ash behind upon his demise, a fitting end for his malevolence. Approaching Nightlie, Kagaya retracted the floating swallow-on bay that had maintained the defense, and gazed at Nightlie, who was anxiously tending to Minuo, a flicker of compassion glimmering in her eyes. Little Minuo shall be taken by me. I will tend to his wounds. So do not worry. With a gentle wave of her hand, Minuo, who had been cradled in Nightlie's arms, instantly appeared in Kagaya's embrace. In the astonished gaze of Nightlie, Kagaya offered a few brief instructions before vanishing from the scene. With her fragrant presence now a distant memory, only the remnants of chaos remained to testify to the Princess of the Moon's former presence. Chapter 65. The Stygian Beast Do Not. Suddenly, Minuo, who had been unconscious, awoke with a start, screaming at the top of his lungs, his right hand stiffly reaching out as if to grasp something. After the roar subsided, Mino realized he was lying in an unfamiliar room. Exquisitely and beautifully decorated, seemingly belonging to a girl. He felt no restraints on his body, suggesting he was not here as a captive. Once he confirmed the safety of his situation, Mino noticed his right hand was extended rigidly. Recalling the previous nightmare, he stiffly retracted his hand, his eyes still reflecting the lingering fear from the dream. Suddenly remembering something, Mino hastily threw off the blanket covering him and anxiously groped his body with both hands. Akin to a girl checking if she had been violated, the outfit he had been wearing was nowhere to be found, replaced by an exceedingly loose set of casual clothing, with a large bandage wrapped around his abdomen. Imbued with the scent of medicine. In a frantic rush, he unwound the bandage, revealing a deep, unhealed wound that served as a grim reminder of the trauma he had endured. This wound is real. I truly was struck by the wind scythe technique. Therefore, that dream was genuine, Sister Yelai. Upon seeing the wound on his body, Mino froze, recalling the nightmare he had just experienced, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, the image of Yelai being killed by Dubert flashed in his mind, prompting him to cry out and scramble out of bed, disregarding his severe injuries and weakness, stumbling towards the door. The wound inflicted by the wind scythe technique had barely scabbed over, and as Mino charged forward, the scab tore open, blood gushing forth, and the agonizing pain from the ripped wound caused him to collapse onto the floor. Mino, what are you doing? With such a grave injury, you are lucky to be alive. Yet you think of running around recklessly. Do you not value your own life? Just as Mino struggled to rise from the floor, the door to the room swung open. Upon witnessing the scene inside, Kagaya gasped in horror and hurriedly helped Mino back onto the bed, pouring a vial of medicine over his wound. Under the influence of the potion, Mino's torn wound rapidly began to scab over, and the blood that had been flowing profusely finally ceased. Sister Kagaya, Sister Yelai, she, supported back onto the bed by Kagaya, Mino disregarded the sharp pain from the medicine being applied to his wound. Clutching Kagaya's sleeve and anxiously inquiring about the situation, his eyes filled with concern, fearing he might receive bad news. Rest assured, your Sister Yelai is safe. Aside from a bit of blood, she hasn't sustained even the slightest scratch. Surely this reassures you. Before Mino could finish his words, upon hearing Yelai's name and combining it with the scene he witnessed upon entering and Mino's current expression, Kagaya understood what he was asking and replied with a hint of annoyance. Honestly, I was the one battling that foolish old man. Yet you wake up only to worry about your little girlfriend. My heart is shattered. Had I known this, I wouldn't have come to rescue you. Although Kagaya's words were clearly in jest, Mino felt an urge to embrace her and apologize for the trouble she had taken. Fortunately, the sting of his wound distracted him from acting on that impulse. I'm sorry, Sister Kagaya, that I merely had a nightmare moments ago, where I saw Sister Yelai being killed by Dubert. So, though not swayed by Kagaya's playful demeanor, Mino reflected on his actions and felt it necessary to sincerely apologize. I was only joking, Mino. I understand your feelings. And we are. There's no need for you to be so formal. Seeing Mino genuinely apologize, Kagaya felt a bit flustered and quickly clarified, although she deliberately glossed over the critical parts of her words. Mino grasped her meaning and chose to shift the conversation to other matters. By this time, Mino had fully regained his composure and recalled everything that had transpired before he fell unconscious the previous night. What he was most concerned about was how Kagaya had arrived just in time to save him. Contemplating this, Mino posed his question, to which Kagaya responded, "Well, do you remember the badge I gifted you? Once the shield magic sealed within was activated and shattered, I sensed it and followed the direction to find you, thus arriving just in time to save you." Remembering that badge, which had provided him with emergency funds at the Lost Merchant Guild and had shielded him from Dubert's lethal strike, Mino nodded in understanding. "Mino, you really are something. That arrogant old man may lack skill, but he's not someone you could handle at this stage. If it hadn't been for my good fortune in smashing into Chui Lan at that moment, you would have truly been finished." Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Kagaya couldn't help but scold Mino. "Didn't I tell you before I left not to be so reckless? You truly haven't taken my words to heart." Rubbing the back of his head, Mino offered an awkward smile and defended himself. "The situation was dire, and I had no idea it would escalate like this. Mino, please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future, all right?" Gazing into Mino's eyes, Kagaya's own began to glisten with unshed tears as she suddenly embraced him, pleading softly against his ear, "I cannot always be by your side. If one day I am not here and you find yourself in such circumstances again, no matter how much I may desire to exact revenge on the perpetrator, it will be of no use. Please, do not make me worry about you, Mino." Suddenly enveloped in Kagaya's warm and soft embrace, Mino's body stiffened momentarily before gradually melting under her plaintive whispers. Unaccountably, he recalled Jade and the overwhelming sense of despair that enveloped him upon learning that the murderer of Puke might be Chui Lan's specter. The thought of his own predicament potentially causing similar anguish to Kagaya, Sister Yelai, and Aunt Kasha filled Mino with dread. Gently wrapping his arms around Kagaya's waist, he promised her he would no longer involve himself in such dangerous affairs. Subsequently, Mino recuperated in this room, which originally belonged to Kagaya, for 3 days. With the aid of various precious potions, his injuries finally healed. Kagaya had intended to care for Mino closely, but after inadvertently reopening his injury while changing his bandage, she had to relinquish that idea and let Chelsea take over. Perhaps Kagaya had never cared for anyone before. Despite her earnest intentions, her clumsiness unintentionally hindered Mino's recovery speed. Yet, even so, Mino could discern from Kagaya's actions that she genuinely cared for him. Otherwise, even if it were merely due to familial obligations, she would not go to such lengths for him. This only deepened Mino's confusion regarding what merit he possessed to warrant such devotion from this goddess-like girl, leading him to inquire about it on multiple occasions, either subtly or overtly. But Kagaya always skillfully evaded his questions as the time for his departure drew near, with Kagaya hinting that she too would leave Chui Lan after he was gone. And uncertain when they might meet again, Mino mustered his courage and knocked on Kagaya's door, intending to seek closure. "Sister Kagaya, Just as he opened the door, before Mino could articulate his thoughts, Kagaya pulled him inside and blindfolded him. With his eyes covered, Mino followed Kagaya as they slowly moved towards a table. Guided by her, he began to feel around on the table and soon encountered a fuzzy little bundle. "This is a juvenile stay beast. Your magical pet, a gift from me to you. What do you think? Do you like it?" Kagaya removed the blindfold, placing the furry creature into Mino's palm. A stay beast. Bringing the furry creature closer to his eyes, Mino meticulously examined the small white creature with long ears resembling a rabbit, perplexed as he inquired, "What kind of magical beast is this? I've never heard of it before." "Of course, you haven't. This stay beast is a specialty of my lost bamboo forest. It exists nowhere else on the continent." Playfully toying with the little stay beast in Mino's hands, Kagaya answered with a hint of pride and proceeded to explain its characteristics. The stay beast is an incredibly astute creature. Its ability to sense danger is nearly on par with prophetic techniques. It can detect threats from dozens of meters away without any warning and choose the optimal way to evade them. I bestowed it upon you in hopes that it will help you anticipate danger in advance, preventing you from encountering such perilous situations again. Kagaya's voice was soft and even, as if she were merely explaining a fact, yet the genuine concern for Mino embedded within was unmistakable. Of course, those are innate abilities all stay beasts possess. However, this particular one I selected is a rare magical variant among stay beasts, endowed with an additional invaluable ability, invisibility. This allows it to serve as a competent scout rather than merely a pet. Moreover, this particular stay beast seems to possess untapped abilities. After you, Mino, forge a pact with it, you may explore its potential. Although both abilities lean towards survival rather than aligning with Mino's original expectation of a combat-oriented magical companion, the stay beast is imbued with Kagaya's concern for him, laden with her intentions, which leaves Mino no room for rejection, even though a mage is permitted only one magical pet. After nodding in acceptance of the stay beast, Mino swiftly entered into a pact with it, facilitated by Kagaya, making it a magical companion attuned to his thoughts and feelings. Chapter 66. Interlude. Upon witnessing Mino complete the pact with the little stay beast, Kagaya beamed as she produced two nearly identical golden rings. One was affixed to the left ear of the stay beast, while the other was placed in Mino's hand. "What is this?" Mino inquired, regarding the plain golden ring with curiosity. "These are the interdimensional ring and the storage ring," Kagaya explained with a smile, pointing to the ring on the stay beast's ear. "This little fellow is still too small to travel to the pet dimension on its own. And your power, Mino, is also insufficient. With this interdimensional ring, it can traverse back and forth between the pet dimension without causing you any trouble. Of course, it can also assist the little one in breaking through certain barriers and defensive magic formations. As for this storage ring, it is paired with the interdimensional ring, originally intended for the magical pet to store food and other necessities. However, your current level is inadequate to open a storage space, so it can be used to keep some essential odds and ends." With that, Kagaya began to instruct Mino on how to utilize these two magical rings. Being merely a child, Mino's attention fixated on these peculiar magical items and the little stay beast, causing all his prior inquiries to fade into oblivion. Observing Mino's demeanor, a glimmer of mischief danced in Kagaya's eyes. Once Mino accustomed himself to the usage of the interdimensional and storage rings, Kagaya presented him with another rabbit badge identical to the last before asking Chelsea to escort Mino back. Upon exiting the Maze Trading Association, Mino finally grasped Kagaya's intentions and turned back to seek clarification. "Abandon that thought, Lord Mino. Surely, you comprehend the lady's intentions. Why must you insist on seeking an explicit answer?" Chelsea interjected, halting him. "But, there are no buts. Lord Mino, I will ask you this one question. Has the lady treated you well?" Chelsea fixed her gaze on Mino, manifesting an unexpectedly firm demeanor that brooked no denial. "Yes, very much so. Sister Kagaya treats me as if I were her own younger brother." "Then what is there to ponder? To speak bluntly, you hold no value that would prompt Lady Kagaya to scheme against you. Why must you pursue an answer so desperately?" Upon hearing Chelsea's words, Mino's previously resolute intention to return wavered, and he stood in contemplation. "You are right, Chelsea. Sister Kagaya's reluctance to discuss this matter must have its reasons. I should not press for answers that would put her in an awkward position. Thank you for reminding me. Not at all. That it is the duty of us subordinates to alleviate the burdens of our superiors." Chelsea smiled anew, her expression brightening as Mino relinquished his desire to seek further clarification. "You are welcome to approach me if you encounter any insurmountable difficulties. Chelsea will do her utmost to assist you." As Chelsea spoke, she adopted a serious demeanor, as if this were her sole vocation, prompting Mino to chuckle. After sharing a laugh, she covered her mouth in mirth. "Since that is the case, I have a question for you. Chelsea, what was the outcome of the battle that night? Did Sister Kagaya emerge victorious or not?" "Lord Mino, the fact that you stand here now serves as the answer," Chelsea replied, her smile deepening as she observed Mino's cautious demeanor. "Rest assured, that insignificant character lacked even the ability to trouble you. He has long since vanished from this world." What Dubert was a legendary powerhouse. The magnitude of Chelsea's revelation left Mino nearly speechless. That kind of person, without even a relic, could be considered legendary. Regardless, what does it matter? You are not merely a legendary figure. Chelsea's words continued to deliver shock after shock, leaving Mino at a loss for how to articulate his astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he finally managed to swallow hard and asked, his voice hoarse, not merely legendary, above legendary. Sister Kaguya is an 8th-level epic powerhouse, isn't she? In response, Chelsea shook her head and answered, somewhat bewildered, who knows? The lady has never mentioned it, and I can only speculate based on her past achievements. Hearing this, Mino let out a quiet sigh of relief. He often considered himself a genius, and seeing Kaguya, who was only slightly older than him, already having transcended into the legendary realm, was a significant blow. If he were to suddenly learn that she was already an epic powerhouse, it would surely shatter his confidence. It is worth noting that due to the unique nature of relics, there have been instances where ordinary individuals suddenly rose to legendary status when chosen by powerful artifacts. However, epic powerhouses are invariably true masters who have discovered their own paths. If one merely examined their achievements, it would not be so definite. Perhaps it was simply the artifact's peculiarity, as legendary beings can vary widely in combat prowess, depending on the artifact's capabilities and attributes. Some are even capable of contending with epics, while others may only exceed level 6 by a small margin. Such disparities exist out of course. Although Mino consoled himself with such thoughts, deep down, he still believed Kaguya was likely already an epic powerhouse. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he opted to say little, taking his leave from Chelsea and returning to the academy alone. As Chelsea watched Mino's figure gradually fade from view, she finally spoke, her voice laced with confusion. If you care for Lord Mino so deeply, why not bid him farewell in person? Surely revealing the reason for your closeness to him is not an insurmountable task. You do not understand. As soon as Chelsea's words fell, Kaguya appeared beside her. Also gazing at Mino's retreating figure, speaking in a neutral tone, she said, the time is not yet right. Some matters must remain unspoken by me. Only the passage of time will allow him to discover them for himself. As Kaguya spoke, it seemed as though she were conversing with the air, a notion that astonished Chelsea, who was accustomed to the lady's aloofness, as she rarely engaged in casual conversation outside of issuing commands. Yet, is it not possible to at least say farewell? After all, you are about to depart, and who knows when you shall return to Tsulan. Chelsea's tone wavered, given Kaguya's proximity. No need. This fleeting interaction holds little value. It would only serve to heighten the sadness. The time I must wait is still ample. With that, Kaguya spoke words Chelsea could not comprehend, then turned to walk towards the inner hall, casting a question over her shoulder without looking back. The old man Dubert, whom I disposed of earlier, was he not the headmaster of Mino's academy? What? Yes, indeed. Peter Dubert has served as the headmaster of Tsulan Academy for many years and is highly respected within the institution. As Kaguya, adorned in her splendid attire, swept through the hall, the other occupants seemed oblivious to her presence, a scene that had played out many times before, yet it never failed to leave Chelsea in awe, causing her to momentarily falter in her response to Kaguya's inquiry. Keep a close eye on them. If that academy dares to take underhanded actions against Mino, I shall not hesitate to sever their outstretched hands. While Kaguya's expression remained smiling, a hint of menace seeped through her casual words, sending a chill down Chelsea's spine. She promptly replied, yes, but if they operate within the rules, I may not have time to respond. Rather than that, it might be better for Lord Mino to transfer to another school. No need that as long as they do not overstep their bounds. Let them serve as a whetstone for Mino's growth. Too much change is never beneficial. For now, he cannot leave Tsulan Academy. As she spoke, Kaguya chuckled softly, her countenance radiating confidence in Mino. Understood, my lady. There were many aspects of Kaguya's words that Chelsea did not grasp, yet this did not hinder her comprehension of the underlying meaning. She was already aware of the course of action to take. Meanwhile, within the Mo Palace, an attendant reported, Your Majesty, we have confirmed that Lord Dubert has been slain after his successful ascension, leaving no trace of his remains. Within the grand hall, a man clad in black armor knelt respectfully before the figure seated upon the throne. Have we still not succeeded? What a pity, Master Dubert, the man on the throne murmured. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, Has the assailant been identified? It has been confirmed that the assailant is the Princess of the Moon, who happened to be passing through the royal capital. It appears she has some connection to a holy knight apprentice named Minuo at the scene, which led her to slay Lord Dubert, the Princess of the Moon. It seems, dear teacher, that you have truly fallen victim to misfortune. If it was indeed her, even Talebo would be powerless to avenge you, the man on the throne pondered. Taking a moment before issuing his command, inform all concerned that Vice Principal Chloris is to succeed Dubert as the head of Tsulon Academy, and that Dubert's demise was due to an experimental mishap. Lastly, devise a method for that holy knight apprentice to meet with an unfortunate accident. Remember, strike only once, and regardless of the outcome, do not pursue the matter further. The tone of the man on the throne grew unexpectedly grave as he spoke. Understood. My lord, the subordinate replied. Once the subordinate had departed, the man on the throne tilted his head back, revealing a trace of unmasked bitterness. Master Dubert, this is all I can do for you. I hope you find peace in the realm of the supreme deity. Chapter 67. The King's Reward with a Sense of Trepidation. Minuo presented his student identification to the Academy's gatekeeper, seeking entry, and was unexpectedly granted permission with little ceremony. This outcome left Minuo quite astonished. Could it be that Dubert's death has gone unnoticed? That seems improbable. Aside from the commotion Dubert caused that day, the survival of Lady Chloris and her companions should have ensured that this matter became widely known. Casting wary glances around him, vigilant for any potential assailants, Minuo began to speculate. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Has everyone's attention been drawn towards Sister Kaguya, leaving my role as the instigator of this incident overlooked? This thought amused Minuo, as the likelihood of others not discovering Dubert's death was scarcely greater than his own. Truth. Minuo had anticipated the possibility of someone seeking vengeance for Dubert long before he neared the academy. For Dubert had served as principal for many years and maintained a commendable reputation. Thus, a few individuals were bound to have formed close bonds with him. The fact that Sister Kaguya was the one responsible for Dubert's demise placed her in a position of formidable power, her legendary prowess and the might of the Lost Merchant Guild. A formidable force would certainly instill fear in many. Those who harbored vengeful sentiments, finding reprisal against Sister Kaguya futile, might well turn their investigations towards him. Consequently, Minuo had braced himself for significant peril upon his return to the academy. Yet he had no intention of seeking refuge within the Lost Merchant Guild. Numerous reasons accounted for this decision: a man's sense of responsibility, curiosity about the unknown, and the fear that his absence might provoke those harboring resentment to redirect their wrath towards Sister Yelai. However, the most crucial reason was Minuo's belief that if others could uncover his involvement in Dubert's death, they would inevitably discern the motive behind Sister Kaguya's actions in light of Sister Kaguya's influence. He felt assured that his life would remain intact. Yet, the prevailing calmness around him now left Minuo feeling somewhat unsettled, as if he were in a precarious situation where someone might, in a moment of madness, launch a fireball at him, erasing his existence from the world. However, after a brief interval, Minuo's suspicions dissipated entirely upon noticing Chloris standing ahead, gazing at him. As one who had fought alongside him against Dubert. Chloris was among the few in the academy whom he could trust not to seek revenge for Dubert's demise. Moreover, her strength placed her among the elite, one of the academy's few sixth-level practitioners. With her presence, others would surely refrain from courting death by targeting him. Lady Chloris, have you completed your experiment? What brings you out for a stroll? Minuo inquired, curiosity piqued by the renowned reputation of the vice principal as a fervent experimenter. The last time he had disturbed her during a spell verification, she had not been particularly kind to him. Who would have thought, little one? I initially believed you to be merely a talented junior. Yet you are tied to the Princess of the Moon. It seems my life was saved thanks to you. Chloris remarked, rolling her eyes at Minuo's teasing question, her demeanor shifting as she scrutinized him. Lady Chloris, you jest. Had it not been for you and Lord Elson holding the line that day, Sister Yelai and I would have been discovered and silenced by Principal Dubert. As for Sister Kaguya, that was purely an accident. Minuo, still perplexed by Kaguya's benevolence towards him, had decided to heed Chelsea's advice and refrain from demanding answers. Yet, when Chloris brought it up, he could only awkwardly deflect the topic. To refer to her as sister and claim it was an accident, others wouldn't dare utter that name, Chloris teased, recognizing Minuo's attempt to sidestep the subject. By the way, I've noticed you've been absent from the academy recently. Where have you been? Upon hearing Chloris' inquiry, Minuo realized that she had likely been waiting for him specifically. Having received word of his return from the gatekeepers, he had surmised this, but there was no need to flaunt his cleverness, so he maintained a facade of ignorance and responded to Chloris' question. I sustained some injuries that day, so I've been recuperating at the Lost Merchant Guild. With the rare medicines from the Lost Merchant Guild, your injuries must have been quite severe, Chloris remarked, scrutinizing Minuo, noting that he showed no signs of having been gravely wounded. After some idle conversation, Chloris abruptly shifted the topic, stating, I estimate it's time. The potions in my laboratory should be ready. Little one, I haven't come out for a leisurely stroll. I have something important to discuss with you. If you have no pressing matters, shall we proceed to my office? Though Minuo was eager to return and reassure Sister Yelai of his safety, he recognized that Chloris' visit must pertain to something significant. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Minuo consent, Chloris wasted no time, approaching him and taking his hand. With a wave of her right hand, shadows and light shifted, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a room that Minuo recognized. My experiment still requires some final touches, so please wait a moment. Little one, it won't take long, she said, as the fervent experimenter busied herself at the nearby table, manipulating her test tubes and potions. Indeed, the name fits the reputation. The title of experimenter is truly well-deserved, Minuo mused, chuckling silently at Chloris' fervent behavior. However, he understood her diligence. Arcane mages differed from elemental mages. Relying heavily on mental acuity to harness external energies, the pursuit of magical experimentation was a principal avenue for most arcane mages to enhance their power. Naturally, magical experimentation also benefited elemental mages, making it rare for practitioners to avoid such endeavors. Yet, arcane mages tended to be more fervent in their pursuits. Thus, a half-arcane mage himself, Minuo held a keen interest in Chloris' experiments and observed with fascination for a time. Regrettably, the vast disparity between their magical knowledge left him bewildered, and he soon gave up trying to comprehend the principles behind Chloris' experiments. Redirecting his attention from Chloris' laboratory, Minuo idly began to examine his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After some time, upon seeing the long wooden table he recognized, it dawned on him why this place felt so familiar. It was indeed the office he had visited before. No wonder it seemed so familiar. It seems that after Dubert's passing, Chloris has assumed the position of principal, Minuo mused, gaining clarity regarding his surroundings. After a considerable duration, Chloris' experiment finally reached completion. Perhaps she realized she had lingered too long, as she did not bother tidying up the laboratory. Instead, she promptly took a seat at the long wooden table, motioning for Minuo to sit across from her. Little one, the reason I sought you out today, which I presume you might have already guessed, pertains to the events of that fateful night when you were taken away by the Princess of the Moon. You were not involved in what transpired afterward, so I must share some vital information with you. At this juncture, a flicker of indignation and helplessness crossed Chloris' face, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with the subsequent events. Shortly after the battle concluded, agents of the king arrived to investigate. After questioning us about the incident, they issued threats to ensure we kept the truth hidden. Thus, our official narrative is that Dubert met his demise due to an accident during an experiment. No wonder no one has come looking for trouble with me. It seems no one is aware of the truth, Minuo realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. Do you truly believe the matter is so simple? Do not forget that Dubert was a close confidant of King Kamet. Their relationship was exceedingly intimate. Chloris could not help but chastise Minuo for his seemingly nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Chloris' words, Minuo's expression darkened considerably. The enmity of a mentor's murder is a grudge that rivals, if not surpasses, that of slaying a blood relative. Without Chloris needing to elaborate further, Minuo could easily fathom the depth of hatred the king would harbor towards Kaguya. However, Kaguya's power was formidable, and her influence considerable. Even if King Kamet were filled with wrath, he would likely have to suppress it, venting his frustration silently. He had previously pondered, unable to exact revenge upon Kaguya. The king's ire would most assuredly be directed at him, the catalyst, for unlike Kaguya, provoking a king could lead to a demise shrouded in uncertainty. Observing Minuo's reaction, Chloris recognized that he had grasped the gravity of the situation and turned to offer him solace. Nevertheless, you need not fret excessively. This incident ultimately falls upon Dubert's shoulders to conceal the misdeeds of that old fool. The king has expended considerable resources to silence us. Moreover, with your connection to the Princess of the Moon, he would think twice before laying a hand on you. With that, Chloris retrieved a letter from her drawer and handed it to Minuo. Here, look, our esteemed king has bestowed upon you a reward for your heroic act of uncovering the murderer. Chapter 68. The Sacred Hall Trials. While you assert that the king and Dubert were quite close, you also claim that I am being rewarded for exposing Dubert's conspiracy. Do you not find that contradictory, Lady Chloris? Minuo remarked, accepting the gilded envelope from Chloris and glancing at the broken golden wax seal with a hint of regret. Truth be told, he was somewhat curious about what kind of reward the king would bestow upon someone connected to a mentor's murder. Given that it was a letter, it likely contained no tangible item. Was it merely a written commendation? That would be of little value, serving only to undermine his dignity. The thought of the letter potentially filled with the king's barely concealed fury at having to commend him made Minuo chuckle. However, the next moment, when he truly comprehended the contents of the letter, his amusement evaporated. Special permission for the Sacred Hall Trials. Lady Chloris, are you certain this is indeed a reward and not a punishment? Minuo shook the letter in his hand. A look of resignation etched upon his face. Our king intends to use this opportunity to thrust me into the ranks of the unfortunate 10th, all to exact revenge for his mentor. The Sacred Hall Trials. One of the unique trials of the clergy division at Solon Academy is notorious. Within the academy, it is almost universally known to as a member of the clergy division. Minuo had heard a plethora of tales related to it from Jesse, who had a penchant for gossip. It is said that deep within the hidden underground relics of the supreme god cult, there exists a passage that connects to the abyss, preserved since ancient times. To seal this passage, the supreme god cult constructed a concealed temple there, preventing demons from entering the continent. However, following an earthquake, as the tectonic plates shifted, a breach appeared in the temple's seal, allowing some lesser demons to enter the continent. In response, the supreme god cult deployed a contingent of Sacred Hall Knights to guard the area. The so-called Sacred Hall Trials entail that participating students temporarily assume the duties of these knights, entering the relic to engage in a grueling battle against demons from the abyss for a fortnight, thereby enhancing their combat experience. At first glance, this might not seem particularly extraordinary. Yet what makes the Sacred Hall Trials infamous is the high risk and high reward associated with it. During the trials, the supreme god cult seeks to stabilize the temple's sealing power. Any participant who successfully completes the 15-day trial, provided they pray in the temple for a mere 15 minutes at the end, can acquire the accumulated sealing power. The most fortunate among them can gain a yield equivalent to 3 years of arduous training in the holy light, while the least can still acquire half a year's worth. All without side effects. For those clerics who progress slowly, this is an enticing temptation. However, this allure stands in stark contrast to the dread of the trial's mortality rate. The highest mortality rate can reach 30%, while the lowest rarely falls below 10%. This is the terrifying aspect of the Sacred Hall Trials. Unlike other trials that are akin to games, the Sacred Hall Trials are conducted in an unsupervised environment, simulating a genuine battlefield. Due to the inherent dangers of the trials, the Academy stipulates that only second-year students with a power level of at least 2 are permitted to participate, while those clerics with frail constitutions must meet a threshold of level 3. Minuo, whose surface-level strength is that of a newly initiated level 2 warrior, having yet to condense the seed of holy light, faces a perilous situation in the Sacred Hall Trials. The implications of King Kament's intentions are unmistakable. You are not mistaken. Our king's intentions could not be clearer. Chloris gestured toward the letter in Minuo's hand, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, in terms of value, this accursed special permission does indeed qualify as a reward, does it not? Since only second-year students can enroll in the Sacred Hall Trials, it is quite challenging for higher-year students who miss the opportunity or first-year students eager to take on the challenge early to obtain such special permission. Thus, to label it a reward holds some merit. That may be true, but alas, my name has already been inscribed on this permit. Minuo pouted at the glaring inscription of his name on the permit. Otherwise, I could have sold it to a third-year student for a decent level 1 magical item, and then it truly would have been a reward. Yet, even without Chloris' retort, Minuo was acutely aware that this was an impossibility. After all, the esteemed King Kament had subtly threatened Minuo, using Night Lie and her companions within the letter, ensuring no loophole was left for him to escape. The horrors of the Sacred Hall Trials. I need not elaborate. You are already well aware, little one. Thus, while the Princess of the Moon remains in Solon, and the king dares not sever ties, find a way to leave Solon. At this point, Chloris' tone grew somber. Hearing her words, Minuo found himself somewhat perplexed. Noticing his bewildered expression, Chloris was compelled to clarify. In deference to the Princess of the Moon, the king may, for the greater good, restrain his emotions and only act against you once. If you can survive the Sacred Hall trials, he should refrain from pursuing this matter further out of respect for the princess. However, should you dare to evade, he may very well succumb to a fit of rage and, once the princess departs, send someone to eliminate you. Chloris' words sparked a flicker of understanding in Minuo's eyes as he began to ponder. That was the reasoning behind the king's choice for revenge. It seemed he feared retribution from Sister Kaguya, and thus resorted to this desperate measure. With the essential insights gained, Minuo, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, decided not to delve deeper into this topic. Instead, he turned his gaze playfully toward Chloris and jested, "Lady Chloris, did you not receive the king's favor and ascend to the position of director? Why then do you seek ways to help me evade his vengeance?" Though aware that Minuo was merely jesting, Chloris could not resist slapping the table and retorted, "What do you know, you rascal? Cammon has always backed the elemental mages. Were it not for his desire to silence Dubert's misdeeds, coupled with the unfortunate absence of any other 6th-level elemental mages in the academy, the directorship would not have fallen to me." When discussing the rivalry between elemental and arcane mages, even the spirited Chloris could not mask a hint of melancholy in her tone. "This position of director is essentially my hush money, unless Cammon offers something of value. He cannot expect me to assist him. Due to historical reasons, arcane mages and elemental mages have never quite seen eye to eye, always striving to overshadow one another. Originally, owing to the significant contributions of arcane mages during the founding of the Maoan Kingdom, Sulan Academy had been established as a training ground exclusively for them. However, given that elemental magic is more suited for the battlefield, over time, Sulan Academy began to cultivate elemental mages, though arcane mages still predominated. This situation persisted until the ascension of Dubert, a time when Dubert held immense prestige, and the faction of arcane mages unfortunately lacked sufficiently powerful successors, ultimately allowing Dubert to assume the position of dean. As a result, over the course of more than 20 years, the arcane mages found themselves marginalized. While elemental mages became the prevailing force, it would be unreasonable to suggest that the arcane mages had not contemplated reclaiming their dominance. However, King Cammon had consistently supported his mentor, and with Dubert's formidable influence, the arcane mages found themselves at a loss for effective means of action. Consequently, Chloris, hailing from an arcane mage lineage, naturally harbored a rather unfavorable view of the king. Moreover, the title of dean inherently suggested an element of silencing. It would indeed be peculiar for Chloris to assist him in undermining Minuo. Nevertheless, Minuo remained oblivious to these intricacies. He merely perceived Chloris' tone as indicative of her dissatisfaction with King Cammon and gathered a general understanding of her sentiments. Thus refraining from further discussion, Chloris, for her part, did not press him, recognizing that the matter pertained to Minuo's own survival, an issue of life and death, which warranted extensive contemplation. "I appreciate your good intentions, Lady Chloris, but I have resolved to participate in this Holy Hall trial," Minuo declared after a prolonged silence, just as Chloris was idly contemplating whether to seize this moment for another experiment. Minuo spoke up. "Why choose this path? Do you not perceive the inherent risks, young one? Since the king has only intervened once, it is certain that he will not merely dispatch you to confront demons without further machinations." Minuo's response sparked a glimmer of curiosity in Chloris' eyes, prompting her to inquire further. "To battle demons while simultaneously contending with the king's ulterior motives? Young one, your demise would be all too effortless. I am well aware of that. However, if I flee out of fear of retaliation, what will become of Sister Yalai and the others? If the king can direct his wrath towards me, it is entirely plausible that he would do the same to them. I refuse to endanger their lives," Minuo explained. Raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, Chloris fell silent, as Minuo's reasoning was indeed compelling. Rather than allowing the defenseless Yelai and her companions to bear the king's fury, it was far more prudent for Minuo to shoulder the burden himself. After all, considering Kaguya's standing, the king would likely refrain from excessive measures. Furthermore, even if the king has contingency plans, he cannot possibly send someone to kill me. Ultimately, he must rely on the power of the demons within the trial. If other first-year students can succeed in the trial, why should I not be able to? By the end of his statement, Minuo wore a look of disdain. exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Chapter 69. Minuo's confidence was so intense that it momentarily left Chloris in a state of astonishment. However, Chloris was no naive young girl. After a brief pause, she regarded Minuo's self-assured smile with a scoff of derision. How utterly naive. Little one. Lady Chloris, are you mocking me? Minuo's face flushed with embarrassment at being ridiculed by his sole audience while making his bold declaration, and he protested, Is there anything wrong with what I said? Of course there is. Young one. How naive must you be to believe that the rulers of Morin Kingdom would struggle against someone as insignificant as you, a mere second-tier mage? Chloris replied, exasperatedly touching her forehead. Without even needing to elaborate. A mere 4th or 5th-tier warrior could easily disguise themselves as a bandit and dispatch you without a second thought. So according to your logic, I should simply flee with Sister Kaguya? That is certainly not an option. The Princess of the Moon would not have the audacity to keep you here if she did not possess the confidence to ensure your safety. Despite her disdain for Minuo, Chloris involuntarily infused her words with a hint of respect when speaking of Kaguya. One must understand that with that lady and her substantial influence, annihilating the Morwen Kingdom would pose no challenge. Our king is wise enough not to provoke such a formidable adversary for his own selfish interests. Moreover, how many individuals who sit upon the throne place emotions above their own benefits? The bond he shares with Dubert does not reach a level that would compel him to risk his crown for it, not even as a possibility. By the end of her statement, Chloris' expression was filled with contempt, clearly harboring a strong aversion towards the king. Minuo, curious about the enmity between Chloris and the king, found himself pondering another question. If that is the case, why would the king still send someone to retaliate against me? If he fears Sister Kaguya's retaliation, would it not be wiser to feign ignorance? There is no choice. It is simply that your relationship with the Princess of the Moon is an enigma to everyone. Were they to know the depth of your connection with her, I assure you that no retaliatory actions would be taken. In fact, he might even offer you a generous reward under the pretext of eliminating Dubert. After habitually mocking the king, Chloris teased, Why not, little one? Spread word of your relationship with that lady. Then you would neither need to flee nor participate in any trials. Such a notion was utterly impossible, setting aside how Minuo might convince the king of his claims. He could not reconcile himself with such an absurd course of action, leading him to shrug his shoulders in resignation. After all this talk, Lady Chloris, you have not proposed a single viable suggestion. It seems I must indeed attend the Holy Hall trial. Avoiding Chloris' mockery, Minuo expressed his dissatisfaction. At the very least, it would prevent your arrogance from swelling, lest your overconfidence leads to your demise in the trial. Chloris remarked, handing Minuo a potion. Take this, and be cautious. Do not perish in the trial. Otherwise, not only would Kament's joy irritate me, but certain individuals would also be heartbroken. As Minuo accepted the potion Chloris had offered, he had yet to examine its contents when she waved her hand. And in an instant, amidst a swirl of light and shadow, he found himself transported away by her magic. All that remained were her parting words. Well, I have said all I needed to. It is time for my experiment on astral summoning. There is no time for further delays. Go play with your little girlfriend. In response, Minuo could only shake his head and smile wryly. The moniker of experiment fanatic was indeed well-deserved, still somewhat dazed from the sudden use of teleportation magic. Minuo was about to assess his new surroundings when he was abruptly enveloped by a soft body, accompanied by a startled exclamation. The female dormitory of the mage division, sitting by the window. Yelai caressed the hair ornament Minuo had gifted her during their shopping trip, gazing vacantly outside, her mind consumed by thoughts of Minuo. After Kaguya had taken Minuo away that day, Yelai had joined forces with the arriving yearning and others to inquire with Chloris regarding Kaguya and Minuo's whereabouts. However, all they received were tales of Kaguya's formidable prowess, which, while bolstering Yelai's confidence in Minuo's recovery, left her in the dark about his current location. Without first-hand confirmation of Minuo's safety, how could Yelai, who had witnessed his injuries, possibly relax? That night, Minuo had been nearly bisected, appearing perilously close to death. Even if Kaguya was glorified by Chloris and the others, it could not dispel Yelai's deep-seated worries. Yet, what could she do? Kaguya's appearance and departure were both abrupt, and with Minuo, her only connection, taken away, all Yelai could do was wait at the academy. As she waited, the events of that fateful night replayed incessantly in her mind, with the most vivid memory being that of Minuo shielding her from Dubert's gale scythe with his own body, just as he had done during their first encounter. He had merely been a stranger, someone she had just met. Yet when those villains sought to drag her away and sell her, he had stood in front of her, absorbing their blows, despite the pain rendering him nearly unconscious. He refused to yield, forcing a smile to reassure her, who had emerged unscathed, not to fear. Ultimately, when he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he charged into the fray, fighting desperately. Had it not been for Minuo's valiant efforts to delay them, she might have been sold into slavery by those opportunistic relatives. It was Minuo's actions that had led to her eventual rescue and adoption by her grandfather, allowing her to live a happy, peaceful life and embark on the path of a mage. Thus, from that day forward, a seed took root in Yelai's heart. She gradually drew closer to Minuo, hoping to repay his kindness, only to find herself increasingly captivated by him, until her heart became wholly entwined with his. Unbeknownst to her, Yelai began reminiscing about the simple, yet joyful moments they had shared and, ultimately, the day they held hands at the marketplace. Boom! Just as Yelai was lost in her memories, a sudden loud crash erupted from behind her. As Nightlay turned around, she inadvertently caught sight of Minuo. The originally dim pupils of her eyes suddenly lit up, akin to the brightest north star in the night sky, and her smile blossomed like the most exquisite azure rose. Unable to contain herself, she rushed over to embrace the still somewhat bewildered Minuo. "How wonderful, Minuo! You have finally returned. I thought I might never see you again." Resting her head upon Minuo's shoulder, she leaned in close, whispering with a choked voice. Minuo, who was perplexed about where she had been transported, froze in place upon being embraced by Nightlay. However, upon hearing Nightlay's familiar voice, she instantly comprehended the meaning behind Chloris' last words. "I'm so sorry, Nightlay. It's all my fault for causing you worry." Feeling the warmth and dampness of Nightlay's tears on her shoulder, Minuo finally grasped the depth of the girl's concern for her over the past few days, and she felt a pang of guilt as she apologized. They remained in each other's arms in silence for a while, until Nightlay finally released Minuo, wiping away her tears, her face flushed with an unmistakable shyness. Once the surge of excitement faded, Nightlay fell into a bashful state, likely feeling embarrassed about having dampened Minuo's shoulder with her tears. Consequently, her face remained a rosy hue, and whenever her gaze met Minuo's, it was fleeting as she quickly averted her eyes, unable to utter even half a sentence. Fortunately, Minuo understood that Nightlay was merely shy and deliberately avoided mentioning the recent events, steering the conversation towards other topics. Noticing that Minuo seemed unconcerned about the earlier incident, Nightlay's embarrassment gradually dissipated, and she resumed discussing the events that transpired during Minuo's absence. As for matters concerning Huey, Minuo herself had yet to sort through them, leaving her at a loss as to how to address them with Nightlay. Thus, she only vaguely alluded to her own unfounded worries upon returning, which elicited laughter from Nightlay. "Thankfully, Lady Chloris came to find me. Otherwise, I might have hesitated to return to the dormitory." Minuo chuckled, recalling her earlier fears. "Minuo, you are quite amusing, to be afraid that someone might be lurking in the bushes to hurl fireballs at you." Upon hearing Minuo mention Chloris, Nightlay was momentarily taken aback before producing a wand, her curiosity piqued. "Minuo, Chloris must have come to reward you for that night, right? I received this fireball wand. What did you get?" At Nightlay's inquiry, Minuo felt a pang of anxiety about revealing that she had been coerced by the king into participating in the Holy Hall trial. She didn't want Nightlay to worry about her, so she chose to be vague. However, seeing Minuo's reticence only intensified Nightlay's curiosity. Although Nightlay, being gentle, did not resort to the antics of other girls, the way her eyes brimmed with suppressed curiosity made Minuo feel even more uncomfortable than if she had been pouted at. Ultimately, Minuo had no choice but to disclose her reward. "A special permit for the Holy Hall trial. Is it rare? Why would a special permit to participate be considered a reward?" Upon hearing Nightlay's questions, Minuo, relieved that she seemed unaware of the nature of the Holy Hall trial, merely spoke of the benefits of passing it, successfully diverting Nightlay's attention. "Rest assured, I will surely pass the Holy Hall trial and return safely, ensuring you never have to shed tears for me again." As Minuo gazed at Nightlay's radiant smile and recalled her tear-streaked face moments ago, he silently resolved to himself. Chapter 70. The Holy Hall Trial, Part 1. Tom. Present. Jack. Present. In the arena of the clergy division, a cleric was checking the attendance list to ensure all individuals were present. Before him, A large group of fully armed students from the clergy division responded one by one to his roll call. Minuo, is the last student, Minuo, absent? Upon calling the final name, the cleric noticed no one responded and raised his voice for a second confirmation. She must have given up. Perhaps her family, having learned the truth, prevented her from leaving. Or maybe she simply overslept. Upon hearing that someone was late, the students erupted into a flurry of speculation about Minuo's tardiness. Silence, just as the students were engrossed in their discussions. The fully armed Elson, standing beside the cleric, furrowed his brow and admonished, "What are you all doing? Who permitted this discussion?" With Elson's loud command, the arena, which had been bustling like a marketplace, fell into an immediate hush. I'm sorry I'm late." At that moment, a somewhat youthful voice broke the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Realizing that this latecomer had coincidentally placed herself in the line of fire of Elson's wrath, the onlookers stifled their laughter, eager to witness her plight. "Minuo, the gathering time was announced long ago. Why are you late?" Elson asked, frowning at the suddenly appearing Minuo. Minuo, burdened by a sizable backpack, scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "It was due to a disagreement with my family about what to bring. And I accidentally ended up being late." Hearing Minuo's vague and indecisive response, the others braced themselves for her punishment, anticipating Elson's reaction. However, to their astonishment, "Be more mindful next time. Now, fall in line immediately." Elson's response left everyone dumbfounded. They could not comprehend why he would so easily let this latecomer off the hook. Was there a romantic connection between them? As their gazes darted between Minuo and Elson, almost everyone was filled with such confusion, except for one individual carrying a large scythe. Wasn't he, that person, a freshman? How did they end up here? Observing the Minuo who had rushed into the line, a black-haired youth who had encountered her in the library pondered the reason behind her presence. Similarly, Elson, under the scrutiny of all, regarded Minuo with puzzlement, unable to fathom why she had shown up. As one of the few who knew the truth behind Dubert's demise, Elson had formed a defensive alliance with Cloris and Byron, and was aware of the king's so-called reward for Minuo. To be frank, when he heard Minuo was absent, he felt a twinge of disappointment regarding her lack of courage, but more so, he found solace in her wise choice. Setting aside the potential hidden dangers posed by King Kamet, as someone who had previously participated in the Holy Hall trial, he was well acquainted with its challenges. It was certainly not something a novice like Minuo, who had just entered the second level and had yet to coalesce the seed of holy light, could undertake. Regrettably, Minuo ultimately chose to participate, for the choice made by this young individual who had shared experiences of life and death. All he could do was sigh. After all, openly opposing the king was not something within his capabilities, regardless of the thoughts swirling in the minds of some. Once Minuo arrived, everyone gathered, and under Elson's command, they set off towards their destination, the demon sealing temple. Throughout the journey, Elson lingered beside Minuo, his words caught in his throat. When he finally mustered the courage to speak, Minuo's smile silenced him once more. "Rest assured, Lord Elson, having made the decision to engage in this trial, I am confident I will succeed. I would never jeopardize my life." With sincere gratitude, Minuo softly explained to Elson, "Surely you do not believe that the me who endured for so long that night is merely a fledgling of the second level. Do not be too arrogant. Young one, if it weren't for that individual's intent to prolong your suffering, you would not have lasted so long." Elson replied, shaking his head in response to Minuo's assertion. "But you cannot deny the fact that I persevered. Can you? And it seems my final counterattack even managed to injure that individual," Minuo insisted, unwilling to relent against Elson's dismissal. Recalling Minuo's fierce retaliation against Dubert that night, Elson felt reassured. The brilliance of that strike remained vivid in his memory. With such strength, in the Holy Hall trial against at most third-level demons, she was already sufficiently equipped. Thus, Elson ceased his further remarks, merely patting Minuo on the shoulder, signaling her to exercise caution. The venue for the Holy Hall trial, the demon sealing temple, although once rumored to be a concealed relic, had long since lost that mystique. As Tsolon Academy dispatched a cohort of students annually for trials, the notion of secrecy was now a thing of the past. Even the temple, once regarded as a relic upon its discovery, had undergone renovations to provide the stationed Holy Hall Knights with a better working environment, erasing any traces of the legendary remnants. As Minuo gazed upon the modest and unassuming temple before her, Many who had harbored expectations of a relic could not help but sigh, lamenting the shattering of their fantasies. However, those like Minuo, who had thoroughly investigated this nameless temple, along with others who shared similar insights, would not entertain such superficial thoughts. The demon sealing temple, upon its initial discovery, was merely an unnamed, dilapidated ruin, aside from the subterranean maze housing the abyssal passage. It offered nothing of value. Yet, in this seemingly barren locale, countless valiant warriors and even more intrepid clergy sacrificed their lives to thwart the myriad demons that surged forth when the seals fractured. Paying a tremendous price to reconstruct the seals and subsequently refurbishing this temple atop the original ruins, the temple before us today is entirely built upon the flesh and blood of those forebears. Gazing at the magnificent structure, Mino felt a profound respect as the images of those brave souls who perished in battle against the demons flickered before his eyes. Although the demon sealing temple is situated within a grove in the outskirts of Tsulan, making it not overly distant, the notion of everyone running here is undeniably impractical, especially with a plethora of supplies to carry. Thus, everyone arrived by horse-drawn carriage. Upon arrival, the group assembled outside the temple, awaiting the emergence of the paladins for the handover. Shortly, a robust warrior clad in silver armor emerged from the temple, shook hands with Elson and the other academy instructors, then positioned himself before the gathered crowd. Young ones, are you the team participating in this year's paladin trials? You appear quite promising, he remarked lazily after surveying them. We appreciate your kind words, sir. The group responded proudly, straightening their chests in acknowledgement. However, such compliments are meaningless, regardless of how you appear now. If you perish during the trials, you will be nothing but a corpse, and that is all. Many of you are undoubtedly aware that the paladin trials are not mere games akin to those played in school. Much of what you rely on in your everyday lives will serve you no purpose here to succeed in the trials. The only two things you can depend on are your own strength and the holy light bestowed by the supreme deity. Observing the prideful expressions of the students, the paladin scoffed and bellowed sternly. The words of the paladin ignited flames of indignation within many who had achieved various honors at school, seeing the fire and determination in their eyes. The paladin chuckled subtly. I say this to impress upon you one crucial truth. Take this trial seriously. Be aware that each year, at least 1/10 of the participants meet their demise within these ruins. If you wish to avoid becoming one of them, heed the rules diligently, regardless of whether you have heard them before. The rules of the paladin trials are straightforward. Bring along supplies you deem adequate. Enter the underground ruins and survive for 15 days. If you emerge alive, you pass. However, the amount of holy light you receive upon passing depends on the quality and quantity of demons you slay within the ruins. Shortly, you will each receive a divine necklace that will record the number of demons you defeat, leaving no room for deceit. Of course, remember this. We are holy servants who uphold the will of the supreme deity. And this is of utmost importance. With that, the paladin did not even disclose his name, merely offering a knowing smile before returning to the temple. After his departure, the group began to speculate on the meaning behind his final words and the significance of his enigmatic smile. The debate growing increasingly fervent, prompting Elson to step forward once more to restore order. I trust you all now understand the rules of the paladin trials, and you have likely made the necessary preparations. So I shall refrain from elaborating further. Standing where the paladin had previously stood, Elson gazed at everyone, speaking loudly. I simply hope you comprehend that regardless of whether you are nobles, commoners, or merchants' offspring, your sole identity in the paladin trials is that of a servant of the supreme deity. Inheritors of the path of holy light, tasked with combating evil. With that, Elson gestured for everyone to enter the temple. As they entered the grand hall of the demon sealing temple, the first order of business, in accordance with tradition, was to bow before the monument to the heroes at the entrance, paying homage to those who had sacrificed their lives to defend against the abyssal demons. Gazing at the stone tablet densely inscribed with names, Mino momentarily envisioned the figure of, or, soon. The tribute ceremony concluded, and the 100 or so participants reformed into their previous lines, awaiting the final step before the trials began, the distribution of equipment. Although weapons and armor were to be provided by the participants themselves, the Academy and the Supreme Deity's Church assumed responsibility for certain auxiliary items that were not easily procured. The first items distributed were the divine necklaces mentioned by the paladin. provided by the supreme deity's church to record the number of demons slain. The unremarkable iron chains bore a silver pendant shaped like a simple cross, characteristic of the supreme deity's church, adorned with only a few golden divine runes, rendering it both simple and beautiful. Mino, like the others, reverently donned the necklace that would accompany him for the next 15 days. Next came a scroll detailing the known terrain of the underground maze, alongside a small pouch containing various essential items. The terrain map not only illustrated the majority of the underground maze's layout, but also marked the general locations of demons at various levels, making its utility for the trials self-evident. The small pouch contained items such as flint, repellent powder, holy water, wound salve, and alchemical fire oil, all of which would prove invaluable for prolonging the participant's survival within the maze. After carefully stowing these items, the quartermaster approached to distribute a waste pouch filled with provisions to each participant. Though seemingly modest in quantity, if rationed wisely, it could sustain them for 15 days. For the Academy had conducted numerous paladin trials and developed optimal strategies over time, leading most to accept the waste pouch. However, Mino, after weighing the pouch and feeling the weight of his own backpack filled to the brim by Sister Yelai, called out to the quartermaster. "Esteemed quartermaster, I have prepared ample supplies already. Please take this back." As Mino returned the waste pouch, the quartermaster appeared momentarily taken aback, a fleeting hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Before hastily persuading, "You must understand, during the paladin trials, the intensity of combat is significant. Carrying materials in a backpack hinders your movements and risks dropping them during battles. It is best to opt for the Academy's standard waist pouch, which, being secured at your waist, will not impede your fighting nor easily fall off." Considering the quartermaster's earnest recommendation, Mino pondered for a moment before inquiring. "These supplies are indeed supported by the kingdom, correct?" "Why, yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing really. I simply feel that since you are so considerate of me, it would be rather ungrateful of me not to accept." With that, Mino, like the others, strapped the waist pouch around his waist, then requested a moment from Elson to stow his large backpack back in the carriage. Seeing that Mino had finally acquiesced to his suggestion, the quartermaster discreetly sighed in relief before continuing to distribute supplies to the remaining participants. After receiving their provisions, under Elson's guidance, everyone assembled on the large teleportation array leading to the underground maze. As the light emitted by the array intensified, signaling the imminent start of the teleportation, the previously speaking paladin suddenly tossed an object to Mino. Reacting instinctively, Mino caught it and found it to be a small paper pouch containing an unknown substance. "Deodorizing powder. Eating and sleeping well down there is more important than anything," the paladin explained. Noticing Mino's puzzled expression, "You're a good lad, just don't die down there." Without waiting for Mino to respond, the unnamed paladin turned and strode away as he had during his speech. Mino shook the small pouch lightly, a smile gracing his lips as he carefully tucked it away alongside the map and small pouch. Then, in a burst of radiant light, he found himself standing in a dim underground corridor. The fellow participants who had once crowded beside him now vanished, leaving him standing alone in an eerie solitude. In consideration of protecting the teleportation array from damage, the array at the Demon Sealing Temple operated on a random teleportation mechanism, ensuring arrival within the underground maze, yet providing no assurance of a specific location. Thus, the only way to return would be to wait for 15 days until the conclusion of the Paladin trials, when the true sanctum of the Demon Sealing Temple would open, allowing for a return via the teleportation array there. Long before, Minuo had been briefed by Elson on these matters while still on the carriage. Thus he remained composed. After confirming that no demons were present in the vicinity, he procured a map to ascertain his location. Meanwhile, within the Demon Sealing Sanctuary, upon witnessing Minuo and his companions teleport into the underground labyrinth, all but Elson and another instructor from a different academy departed. These knights of the sanctuary congregated in the main hall, where a colossal crucifix stood, and under the guidance of the knight who had spoken to Minuo and his group, they commenced the annual inspection and maintenance of the sealing array. This undertaking would persist for 15 days, coinciding with the duration of Minuo's trial, as it was precisely because they would conclude their work after 15 days that Minuo's holy trial was scheduled for that length of time. In the underground labyrinth, Minuo, with one hand clutching the map and the other wielding the blue moon sword, cautiously navigated forward. This labyrinth, apart from the section hewn by the Supreme God Church in ancient times, was entirely excavated by Earth-type demons known as diggers, who had invaded from the abyss, rendering it extremely crude and monotonous. Without the markers left by the sanctuary knights, it was exceedingly difficult to discern his whereabouts within the maze. Unfortunately, after wandering for a considerable time without encountering a single marker, Minuo found himself meandering aimlessly. Strangely, he had yet to encounter any demons, leaving him uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate after a prolonged period of aimless wandering. Just as Minuo began to feel overwhelmed by the unchanging surroundings, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from a nearby fork in the path, growing ever closer. Upon hearing this sound, Minuo swiftly stowed away his map, tiptoed cautiously to the corner, and pressed himself against the wall, gripping the blue moon tightly, prepared to strike at the source of the noise that as the sound approached. He tightened his grip on the sword, his knuckles whitening, beads of cold sweat forming on his tense face. Should the owner of that sound take much longer to appear, Minuo feared he might become too anxious to stand firm. It was not surprising that Minuo felt such trepidation. The notoriety of demons loomed large. Their 2 full-scale invasions had obliterated countless races, species, and civilizations, and repeated large-scale assaults had regressed human civilization by decades. Numerous minor invasions had been the harbingers of destruction for cities and nations. With such a formidable reputation, it was nearly impossible for any sentient being not to feel anxious. Thus, despite being thoroughly familiar with the characteristics of all types of demons, the impending confrontation left Minuo's legs trembling with apprehension. This was precisely why the Academy and the Supreme God Church, disregarding the cost, insisted on conducting this brutal holy trial annually, to ensure that participants could face their first battle against demons in a relatively safe environment, preventing them from panicking in future encounters. Amid Minuo's inner turmoil, the owner of the sound finally emerged from the fork in the path, the instant he laid eyes on the indistinct figure. Minuo swung the blue moon without a moment's hesitation, aiming for its head. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out as the shadowy figure drew a long object from its waist to parry Minuo's strike, and then swiftly counterattacked towards Minuo's chest. Sensing the danger, Minuo leaped back, narrowly avoiding the assault. Upon closer inspection, he realized the shadow was actually a human, and one he recognized, likely a fellow student participating in the trial. Consequently, he ceased his attack and inquired aloud, "This is Minuo from the first year. Who might you be?" "I am Tom from the second year." "Why did you attack me, Minuo?" The name Tom rang a bell for Minuo. He indeed recognized him as one of the trial participants. However, Minuo did not lower his guard, as shapeshifters, a rare breed of intelligent demons, could assume human forms and even acquire memories after slaying their victims. Minuo could not guarantee that Tom was not one of them. Thus, he kept his sword pointed at Tom, adhering to the combat protocol by demanding that Tom present a sign of holy light upon witnessing a warm glow of holy light emanate from Tom's hand. Minuo finally felt assured of Tom's identity as a fellow trial participant. However, he soon faced a dilemma. He had no holy light to reciprocate, observing Minuo's lack of a holy light response. Tom's demeanor shifted, growing increasingly wary. Sensing Tom's scrutinizing gaze, Minuo realized that if he did not demonstrate something to verify his identity, Tom might resort to aggression. With that thought in mind, Minuo clenched his teeth, flipped his right hand, and, with a swift motion, drew the blue moon across his left arm, inflicting a deep cuts. Crimson blood gushed from the wound. Tom, almost instantaneously upon seeing the blood drip, sheathed his sword and rushed over to tend to Minuo's injury. Chapter 72. The Holy Trial, Part 3. Though shapeshifters could mimic human forms, their true nature remained unchanged. If a shapeshifter were to take on a human guise and bleed, even if the blood appeared red as it flowed from the wound, it would inevitably revert to its original form, the pitch-black blood unique to demons. Upon hitting the ground, this fact allowed Tom to confirm Minuo's identity in the absence of any holy light. As a second-level paladin, Tom's healing magic was only at a first-level standard, yet it sufficed for Minuo's minor injury. Once the sphere of holy light enveloped him, Minuo's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, the last vestige of Tom's wariness dissipated, for no matter how formidable a demon might be, it was impossible for them to recover from injuries under the radiance of holy light. "I truly apologize, Senior Tom. Upon hearing the noise, I assumed it was a demon approaching and became overly anxious, attacking without even a glance. Thankfully, you managed to deflect my blow." Wiping the blood from his left arm, Minuo expressed his regrets for the earlier attack. No worries. In such a situation, I would have acted similarly. However, I must commend your strength, Minuo. That strike nearly caught me off guard. No wonder you were granted special permission to participate in the holy trial as a first year. Tom praised while shaking his arm to emphasize the truth of his words. Minuo merely smiled at Tom's compliments, choosing not to share the grievances he held against King Kamen with this newly acquainted individual. By the way, Minuo, have you encountered any of the markers mentioned on the map? I have wandered for quite some time without finding a single one, let alone encountering any demons. No, I have not found any markers or demons either, Minuo replied. Hearing Tom's words only intensified the doubts swirling in Minuo's mind. From the outset, he had harbored suspicions due to the absence of markers and demons, especially given the intelligence that suggested the labyrinth was teeming with demons, seemingly to the point of being inexhaustible. Furthermore, the number of markers should not be so few that one could wander for 2 or 3 hours without spotting a single one. Before meeting Tom, Minuo had been able to console himself that it was merely a matter of luck. But now that Tom shared the same predicament, it seemed far beyond mere chance. Nevertheless, Minuo chose not to voice his thoughts, instead continuing alongside Tom as they explored the grand underground maze that they proceeded. They encountered several others, and upon inquiry, found that none had encountered any markers or demons. This collective experience only deepened Minuo's unease, accompanied by an inescapable sense of impending danger. As a half-astrologer, Minuo had faith in his instincts. So even as others relaxed their vigilance due to their ongoing safety and the increasing number of participants, he became increasingly alert, prepared to confront any sudden threats. Thus, they continued their journey when suddenly, a faint sound of falling earth and stone echoed from not far away. Although it was subtle enough to be nearly drowned out by the chatter of the group, Minuo, ever vigilant, detected it. Who goes there? Upon hearing the noise, Minuo drew the blue moon from his waist, pointing it toward the source of the sound, demanding an answer. The others, having heard Minuo's shout, also unsheathed their swords, warily directing their gazes toward the indicated direction. Yet, in response to Minuo's inquiry, only the echo of his own voice returned, as if the sound he had heard was merely a figment of his imagination. After a tense moment of silence, with nothing occurring, the companions began to feel as though they had been played for fools, questioning Minuo's alarm. Minuo could only explain why he alone had perceived the sound. Honestly, even if there were a demon. So what? With all of us together, how could we fear a low-tier demon? First years are far too timid. As Minuo and the others engaged in heated debate, a second-year student who had recently joined the fray mockingly teased Minuo while sauntering towards the fork in the road that Minuo had previously indicated. Intending to use reality to substantiate Minuo's cowardice and meddlesomeness, under the gaze of the crowd, the individual jovially rounded a corner, only to return moments later, drenched in blood, after a piercing scream echoed through the air. Demons! A multitude of demons! They are lying in wait for us, he yelled in terror as he fled. Behind him a tide of lowly demons and timid fiends surged forth, interspersed with an array of grotesque other demons, all roaring as they charged towards the group. The abrupt transition from profound stillness to chaotic motion left nearly everyone momentarily stunned, with the exception of Minuo. With nerves taut, Minuo, almost instinctively, bellowed for everyone to run and fled without a backward glance the instant the demons surged forth. The others, too, upon regaining their senses, scattered in a frenzy, disregarding the sacred duty of the clergy to confront the demons. After all, the enemy was far beyond their capabilities to withstand, and with no civilians to protect behind them. Standing firm in such a situation would be the folly of a fool. Thanks to his head start and the lightweight nature of his gear, Minuo managed to evade the demon's pursuit with minimal resistance. Severing the head of a timid fiend that had inadvertently chased him, after running for what felt like an eternity, Minuo planted his sword into the ground, gasping for breath. An ambush. We were ambushed by demons. And all of them low-tier demons at that. Is there anything more absurd? Once he caught his breath, Minuo wiped the blood from his sword, reflecting on the recent events, and emitted a bitter laugh. With over 10 individuals chased by 100 demons, he could scarcely fathom how many would escape. However, the brother who initially provoked the demons would undoubtedly be among those unable to flee. Minuo felt no surprise at the prospect of sustaining injuries from demons, yet the notion of being ambushed by them was utterly incomprehensible to him. It is well known that demons are notoriously chaotic, and low-tier demons are infamous for their mindlessness, even less intelligent than animals. Yet, To think that they had been ensnared by such a horde of low-tier demons left Minuo incredulous, upon further contemplation. It dawned on him that from the moment they had been teleported in to undertake the trial, they may have already fallen into the demon scheme. If these 100 or so demons had encountered them in a scattered manner, Minuo and his companions, with their average levels ranging from 2 to just shy of 3, would have had no trouble dealing with them. The demons likely chose to consolidate their forces, allowing Minuo and his group to traverse for so long without encountering a single foe. They must have been tailing Minuo and his companions all along. Had it not been for Minuo's sudden awareness of their presence, these creatures might have waited until Minuo and his group had all let their guard down and begun to eat before launching a surprise attack, relying on their numerical advantage to obliterate them. The fact that Minuo and his companions found not a single marker could also have been orchestrated by the demons. It was entirely plausible that the demons, seeking to prevent Minuo and his fellow trialists from quickly congregating, deliberately erased the markers laid down by the paladins. Otherwise, given the density of these markers, it would be difficult to explain why they had traveled so long without finding a single one. The thought that all of this was a meticulously crafted plan by the demons sent a shiver down Minuo's spine. Mindless demons were already frightening enough, but now, with intelligence and tactical awareness, how could humanity possibly stand against them? And if this was not an isolated incident, but rather indicative of a broader shift among all demons in the abyss, it would be an utterly terrifying development. The more he pondered, the more his dreadful imaginings sent cold sweat cascading down his back. After some time, Minuo's rumbling stomach jolted him back to reality, prompting him to decide to set aside his troubling thoughts and first satisfy his hunger. He opened the pouch distributed earlier, retrieving a flask of water and a piece of jerky, preparing to indulge when suddenly an idea struck him. He halted his actions, seeking a secluded spot where he placed the water on the ground, then unsheathed the sword sheath of Blue Moon, laying the jerky atop it before stepping back. In the name of Minuo, detect toxins. As he chanted the incantation, a milky white aura enveloped his hand and was then cast over the water and jerky. Almost instantaneously, both the water and the meat erupted in blinding red light. Upon witnessing the emergence of this crimson glow, Minuo unbuckled his pouch and employed the toxin detection spell once more, confirming his suspicions as all supplies radiated the telltale red light of poison. Kicking those items aside, he recalled the military officer's deliberately unsettling demeanor during the distribution of supplies, along with the flicker of panic in his eyes when Minuo had declined the pouch. He scoffed coldly. "Is this your backup plan, King Kamet? Truly a clever scheme. As long as I participate in the trial with these poisoned provisions, whether or not I discover the toxins, death is inevitable. If he failed to detect the poison, Minuo would surely perish, and if he did, he would succumb to dehydration. Simple yet effective. Minuo had to admit that the plan was indeed astute, albeit aimed squarely at himself. But could this truly be the revenge of a king? Surely it is not so straightforward. After a moment of simmering anger at the thought of being poisoned, Minuo's gaze fell upon the scattered supplies and the corpse of the timid fiend not far off, leading him to entertain an audacious hypothesis. Could it be that this is not merely a case of demons suddenly becoming intelligent, but rather another of the king's covert strategies aimed squarely at me? It is known that demon sorcerers exist in this world, capable of commanding demons. To suggest that the king had orchestrated a demon sorcerer to lie in wait in the underground labyrinth of the Holy Trial, directing demons to eliminate him, was not outside the realm of possibility. Could this really be the king's conspiracy? For a moment, Minuo was lost in contemplation. Chapter 73. The Holy Trial, Part 4. After much deliberation, Minuo found himself unable to ascertain whether this was indeed the king's doing. As Chloris had stated, while King Kamet and his mentor Dubert shared a close relationship, it had not reached the point where Kamet would recklessly seek revenge. Otherwise, Minuo would likely have already fallen victim to an assassin dispatched by him, leaving no opportunity to participate in the current Holy Trial. Moreover, the act of dismantling markers to orchestrate an ambush, if truly orchestrated by the king, would explicitly aim to eradicate all the participating clergy apprentices. The backgrounds of these apprentices might be trivial, yet the supreme deity's church, which organized this trial, was not something Kamet could afford to offend. After all, these trialists were the future backbone of the supreme deity's church. The seeds of tomorrow. A few casualties could be dismissed as unfortunate accidents, but if an entire contingent were to be wiped out, the church would undoubtedly send investigators to uncover the truth. Should it be revealed that Kament was behind it, the consequences would be dire. At it is worth noting that while Kagaya was formidable, she was merely an epic-level being. Such high-tier powers numbered at least 12 within the Supreme Deity's church. Not to mention the legendary Pope who had already ascended to the 9th level of myth. How far gone would Kament have to be to dare provoke such formidable foes? Hence, the likelihood that this was the handiwork of Kament seemed quite slim. Yet, to suggest that Kament was not responsible rendered the demon's peculiar behavior exceedingly difficult to explain. It was improbable that the moment Minuo and his companions arrived, the demons had suddenly undergone a transformation. Forget it. There's no need to dwell on such matters. I should prioritize filling my stomach. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, and with his stomach growling insistently, Minuo resolved to put aside the troublesome thoughts. Kicking the toxic supplies once more, he cleared a patch of ground, finding a secluded corner where he recited the incantation to summon the little Shirtai beast, who had been hiding in the magical pet realm. A small creature, adorned with a golden ring on one ear, leaped from the void, glancing around in confusion before spotting its master. Without a moment's hesitation, it leaped onto Minuo's shoulder, shaking its long ears, which caused a red carrot to tumble from its storage ring. The little fellow, adept at the act, nudged its head up and promptly bit into the carrot. After playfully toying with the adorable creature, Minuo removed the storage ring from its ear and set it aside, signaling for it to remain vigilant. He then retrieved the Momo noodles that Sister Nilai had specially prepared for him that morning and began to enjoy his meal. In truth, Minuo had sensed something amiss when the military officer distributed the supplies. Although he hadn't grasped the intent behind it at the time, he could certainly feel the hostility that lay beneath. Water and food are vital elements for survival in the Holy Trial, and it was foolish of Minuo to abandon his prepared provisions in favor of items offered by someone who bore ill will towards him. Thus, even before placing the backpack back onto the cart, Minuo had discreetly transferred its contents into the storage ring, creating the illusion that he was merely carrying a single package of toxic materials. A ruse intended solely to confound the enemy, lest they resort to further treachery upon failing their initial scheme. Having satiated his hunger, Minuo, mindful of the perilous situation at hand, disregarded the objections of his small companion and reattached the storage ring to its ear, forcibly returning the diminutive beast of state to the realm of magical creatures. While consuming his meal, Minuo had come to a realization. Regardless of whether the current dangers stemmed from the king's machinations or the demon's evolved cunning, it was a problem beyond his solitary capacity to resolve. His sole recourse lay in diligently completing the sacred trial of the hall and vanquishing more demons. Resolute in his thoughts, Minuo, having filled his belly, grasped his longsword and embarked on his journey of demon hunting. That it was uncertain whether the previous ambush against Minuo and his companions had scattered the demons, or if the ineffectiveness of that ambush had led the demons to abandon their collective tactics. Upon setting forth again, Minuo unexpectedly discovered that the demons had reverted to their customary dispersed state. Treading cautiously along 2 or 3 paths, he soon encountered a demon with the head of a pig at a fork in the road. It appeared to possess only second-level strength, likely a failed evolutionary byproduct. Such demons typically ranked low among their peers, and after circling the area several times to ensure no ambush lay in wait, Minuo stealthily approached the pig-headed demon from behind. The moment it exposed its back to him, he sprang into action. Even a tiger must exert its utmost when hunting a rabbit. Thus, Minuo, facing a demon of equal standing renowned for its combat prowess, refrained from employing techniques that required excessive energy accumulation. Instead, he channeled as much of his fighting spirit into the blade of his longsword, Blue Moon, disregarding the toll it exacted on his reserves. Striving for a strike potent enough to severely wound or even slay the pig-headed demon, with a sharp hiss, Blue Moon plunged into the demon's back, and the fighting spirit surged explosively within the blade, shattering the demon's heart in an instant. Even with the demon's formidable vitality, it could only manage to turn its piggy head back before drawing its last breath. Observing the fallen pig-headed demon, Minuo exhaled deeply and withdrew Blue Moon from its lifeless body. Leaning against a nearby stone wall, he flicked the dark demonic blood off his sword, and, feeling a sudden impulse, retrieved the divine necklace from around his neck. Gazing at the faint glimmer emanating from it, a sense of understanding dawned upon him. After resting briefly to alleviate his tension, Mino rose to seek his next quarry, time and again, as he engaged in combat. Mino gradually lost his initial trepidation at facing demons. Upon discovering a lone demon, he would first check for ambushes, then approach stealthily, striking decisively when the enemy revealed a vulnerability, effortlessly plunging his long sword into their heart before continuing his hunt for the next target. Naturally, not every attempt at ambush was successful. On one occasion, he inadvertently stepped on a stone, alerting the demon he had intended to surprise. With no other recourse, he was forced to confront it head-on. Yet after a fierce struggle, he effortlessly dispatched the second-grade demon, albeit at the cost of sustaining some superficial injuries. This victory bolstered Mino's confidence, and hunting demons became increasingly second nature to him. In the brief span of 2 days, he had slain over 30 second-grade demons and a multitude of first-grade cowardly demons, to the point where the light radiating from his divine necklace nearly outshone his garments. As he marveled at the brilliance of the necklace, Mino's suspicions regarding the earlier anomalous occurrences began to tilt towards the king's conspiracies. After all, if the demons had indeed undergone a collective evolution in intelligence, it would be implausible for him to have felled so many so easily. The prior ambushes could only have been orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives, and the only suspect that Mino could conceive was King Kament's involvement. After another meal, Mino unfurled the terrain map he had drawn, contemplating the direction of his next hunts. Using the remote location where he had first dined as a base, Mino had nearly eradicated all nearby demons over the past few days, even daring to revisit the site of the earlier ambush, only to find that the body he had presumed would be there was inexplicably absent, perhaps devoured by demons or by some stroke of fortune. The individual had escaped. Now, Mino felt compelled to expand his hunting grounds and explore new territories. Having cultivated his confidence through these recent hunts, he felt no pressure whatsoever that it was not mere bravado. Through these days of battle, Mino's practical experience had significantly improved, and he had gained insight into the habits and weaknesses of demons. The second-grade demons posed no threat when faced individually for group assaults. The collective ambush from that day felt like a fleeting dream, never to be repeated, and Mino had yet to encounter even 2 demons walking in proximity to one another. With the rudimentary markers he had established over the past days, Mino determined a direction and set forth towards his intended goal. The underground labyrinth relied on exposed fluorite or for illumination, casting a dim light that still rendered the surroundings far from pitch-black. As Mino traversed the path, he scanned for potential targets. Not long after venturing beyond his established hunting range, he spotted a target, a second-grade elite demon, voraciously devouring a native oversized insect, roughly the size of a small dog. It was said that many previous participants in the trials had relied on such creatures to survive after inadvertently discarding their own provisions or consuming them too quickly. Visually, elite demons bore no discernible differences from ordinary ones, save for the unknown material of their weapons, which marked their distinction. Yet the disparity in power between the two was vast. Ordinary demons ranked low among second-grade demons, barely superior to those who had failed their evolution. In contrast, elite demons were on the cusp of ascending to third-grade strength, their capabilities nearly touching the ceiling of second-grade power, accompanied by a slight increase in intelligence. Mino had encountered one previously and, after a failed ambush, barely managed to kill it at the cost of sustaining heavy injuries. Now, seeing this elite demon once more, Mino felt a surge of eagerness to test the progress he had made over the past days. Cautiously, he crept up behind the elite demon, which was engrossed in its meal, meticulously controlling his footsteps while remaining attentive to the demon's actions and the potential hazards on the ground, striving to make not a sound. Fortunately, the elite demon was wholly absorbed in its food, lacking any inclination to divert its attention. After a minute, Mino successfully positioned himself behind it. Holding his breath, he slowly raised Blue Moon, aiming for the exposed heart of the elite demon, and thrust downward with all his might. In this strike, Mino, as he had done during his initial confrontation with the second-grade demon, infused his sword with fighting spirit. Confident that even if his target was a formidable elite demon nearing third grade, a single blow would suffice to end its life. Closer, closer, he could see the tip of Blue Moon poised to pierce the elite demon's heart when, at that moment, the creature unexpectedly lifted its body, thwarting his attack. The lethal thrust that was meant for its heart instead sank into its belly, and due to the elite demon's painful retaliation, Mino could not harness the energy in his sword to its full potential, resulting in a rather limited injury to the demon. Though Mino felt a pang of regret, he did not dwell on it. For he was fully immersed in the battle and had no time to waste on trivial concerns. Due to the force of his thrust, Blue Moon had become lodged within the demon's abdomen, and there was no time to retrieve it. As the elite demon launched a fierce counterattack, honed by his recent battles, Mino nearly released his grip on Blue Moon, narrowly evading a deadly strike aimed at his throat. One failed strike warranted another. Whether through instinct or thought, the elite demon disregarded the sword embedded in its body and charged forward, aiming once again for Mino's vulnerable throat, just as the elite demon's assault threatened his life. Mino remained remarkably composed, taking a half-step back. With a swift motion, he drew forth a massive sword, akin to a door panel, from his sleeve, the long unseen weapon, Starfall, though Starfall had not seen action for quite some time. Its significance and rarity warranted careful storage by Mino, that he had refrained from using it casually, primarily due to its conspicuous size and the risk of being recognized. After all, Starfall was a legendary artifact left behind by a bygone hero, and not everyone who recognized it would be free from greed, unlike Kaguya, who bore no such desires. Once Mino had successfully parried the elite demon's attack with Starfall, he did not waste time attempting to reclaim Blue Moon. Instead, he swung Starfall with renewed vigor, launching a counterattack against the elite demon. Though the Blue Moon is indeed a formidable weapon, it ultimately pales in comparison to the meteor, which has accompanied me for nearly a decade. Especially when confronting agile foes like the elite infernal demon, the meteor's sheer force proves more advantageous than the nimble sharpness of the Blue Moon. Thus, when Minuo switched weapons, his attacking prowess not only remained intact, but actually increased. If it weren't for the narrow confines of the underground labyrinth, the meteor's broad form would have found greater expression, and perhaps the elite infernal demon would already have succumbed to Minuo's might. Nevertheless, even with the constraints of the terrain, Minuo adapted his approach from when he wielded the Blue Moon, executing sweeping strikes with his greatsword. His savage style left no openings for the elite infernal demon to exploit, suffocating the creature's breath. In this manner, relying on strength over speed, Minuo's meticulous strategy cornered the elite infernal demon after a fierce 3-minute skirmish. With its mobility severely restricted, the demon's speed advantage diminished, rendering its already disadvantageous position even more dire. As the demon found itself on the brink of defeat, even its low intellect sensed the impending doom, prompting it to spring off the wall with a fervent roar, launching a desperate strike towards Minuo's throat. In response to this fierce thrust, Minuo merely smiled, deftly deflecting the blow with the back of the meteor's blade before swiftly striking down upon the exposed head of the elite infernal demon. While the meteor did possess a cutting edge, it fared little better against the demon's hardened skull than a blunt blade would. Fortunately, Minuo's strike was forceful enough, utilizing the weight of the meteor to reduce the demon's head to a pulpy mess. After engaging in a prolonged battle with the massive meteor for over 3 minutes, Minuo found himself quite fatigued. He intended to rest, but the repugnant sensation of the demon's ichor staining his beloved weapon proved unbearable. Reluctantly, he stood and began to wipe the blade clean. What a loathsome demon! It can't even grant a moment's peace in death, he grumbled, his stomach churning further as he scrutinized the filth on the meteor. Unable to resist, he prodded the corpse of the elite infernal demon with the tip of his sword. Fortunately, despite its unappealing appearance, marred by rust, the blade's surface was surprisingly smooth, allowing Minuo to swiftly cleanse it of any residue. Discarding the blood-soaked rag, he prepared to find a clean spot to rest, only to be startled by a sudden commotion behind him. Turning, he beheld a horde of demons surging forth from a nearby corner. "This is a demon horde. By the high god, save me," Minuo exclaimed. Recognizing the familiar line of demons, he hastily sheathed the now-clean meteor and yanked the Blue Moon from the corpse of the elite demon. Bolting away without a second thought, Minuo fled. A piercing scream erupted from the demon ranks, echoing like a signal. This was followed by a cacophony of incomprehensible shrieks from the various demons, instantly escalating the chaos. Without needing to look back, Minuo knew that the initial scream concealed a peculiar urgency among the demons. However, he had no time to investigate that. In truth, he couldn't even afford to glance back. A profound sense of impending doom clung to him, instilling a primal fear that if he merely paused, even for a moment, he would be torn to shreds by the demons pursuing him. The mere thought of being overwhelmed and shredded by the multitude of demons sent a shiver down his spine, rising to a swell of regret deep within him. Minuo lamented his arrogance, his underestimation of the foe, and his lapse in vigilance. Had he been more thorough in surveying his surroundings before engaging the elite infernal demon, he might have discovered the impending horde and avoided this predicament entirely. Even had he been sufficiently cautious and followed the field manual's protocol to vacate the battlefield immediately after the fight, seeking refuge in a secluded spot instead of carelessly maintaining his weapon, he might have evaded the relentless pursuit of these demons, preserving at least a semblance of an escape route. Yet, regardless of how deeply Minuo regretted his choices, there was no remedy for the what-ifs. He could only dash through the labyrinthine passages of the underground, twisting and turning in a frantic bid to elude the relentless demons. Unbeknownst to him, as he pressed forward, more demons were roused by the commotion, instinctively joining the chase, feeling the mounting intensity of the demon horde behind him. Minuo was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, in another part of the underground maze, a similarly bloodied youth, not much larger than Minuo himself, was fleeing with a massive scythe on his back, engaged in the same frantic escape. Following closely behind him was a larger contingent of demons, brandishing claws and weapons, unleashing furious roars directed at the youth. He rounded yet another corner, narrowly avoiding an incoming projectile from an unknown demon. The black-haired youth cast a glance behind him, muttering a curse. Damn it, must they be so relentless? The more I run, the more there are. It feels as though they're intent on driving me to my demise. Observing the growing horde at his back, he continued his tirade. If I don't find an escape soon, I'm finished, daring to drive me, Phil, to the brink of death. Just you wait. I swear I'll splatter your blood across the ground before I go. Indeed. This black-haired youth, burdened by a colossal scythe, was none other than Phil, the student council member whom Minuo had briefly encountered while investigating the murder case in the library, gifted with innate talent and excelling in his role. Phil had reached the second tier of strength and, unlike Minuo, was not entangled in the case of the missing students. He was, without a doubt, a rising star among the new recruits of this academic year. Upon learning of the substantial rewards following the successful completion of the Hall of Trials, Phil, brimming with confidence, relentlessly sought out the same special permit for the Hall of Trials that Minuo had been compelled to accept from Mr. Sane, the overseeing instructor. Fortuitously, upon descending, he had encountered no one else, thus avoiding the collective ambush by demons that befell those traveling in groups. He had even fortuitously witnessed a distant ambush on trial participants, allowing him to grasp the lurking peril, an undeniably fortunate turn of events. However, Phil's luck ran out when, during a skirmish, he inadvertently became doused in the demon's blood, contaminating the food and water in his pouch. Left with no choice, he retraced his steps to the site of the earlier ambush, hoping to scavenge the remains of those who had met a tragic end. While he did find sustenance, he unwittingly attracted the attention of a horde of demons still lurking there. Surrounded, he resorted to a life-saving area attack spell scroll, narrowly escaping the encirclement. Yet, the demons, enraged by the radiant light that scorched them, pursued him with relentless fury, unwilling to let him escape. Just as he felt the demons closing in, Phil desperately altered his course, only to spot another trial participant at the end of the path around a corner. Chapter 75, The Hall of Trials 6. Within the confines of the underground maze, Minuo twisted and turned, employing every conceivable tactic to evade the relentless demons. Yet, no matter how he ran, he could not shake off his pursuers. Frustration mingled with despair as he resolved to take each moment as it came. Another turn brought a glimpse of a fellow trial participant into view, startling Minuo to the brink of being caught by the demons. Regrettably, there was only one person. Upon recognizing the individual, Minuo felt an instinctive surge of hope, which quickly morphed into disappointment. If there were a dozen individuals standing ready, the possibility of vanquishing the demons would not have been out of reach. However, with only one, they both shared the same fate of being pursued. Realizing this, Minuo called out to the approaching figure. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" echoed Phil in unison, his voice booming towards Minuo. What did this mean? Upon hearing the others shout, both Minuo and Phil paused in astonishment, instinctively glancing up, only to mutter in unison, "Damn! By the high God!" Almost simultaneously, the horde of demons trailing behind them turned into this very path. And upon seeing the demons pursuing the other, Both Minuo and Phil understood the gravity of their predicament. One had drawn a wave of demons, effectively sealing the ends of the path, and as they drew closer to one another, it became evident that they were on the brink of being trapped. Fortunately, there exists a glimmer of hope even in dire straits as the two individuals reached the midpoint of their journey. A concealed fork in the road materialized before them. The distance between the two, now mere inches apart, prompted them to exchange a glance before dashing headlong into the unknown. Minuo and Fire managed to evade the pursuing demons. Yet their relentless numbers led to a chaotic collision among them, resulting in a cacophony of confusion as many demons were trampled or injured in the tumult. Observing the absurdity of the demons' plight, Minuo and Fire, both panting heavily, erupted into hearty laughter, nearly gasping for breath in the process. Alas, demons, despite their inherent chaos, were not devoid of wit. They were not foolish enough to ignore the anguished cries of their brethren and continue their advance. This could also be attributed to the fact that Minuo and his companion had momentarily vanished from sight. Furthermore, these resilient demons would not relinquish their pursuit of delectable human flesh over trivial injuries. Before Minuo and Fire could fully catch their breath, the disarrayed demons regrouped and resumed their relentless chase, their numbers swelling significantly, creating a veritable army of demons in pursuit. Faced with such a daunting reality, Minuo and Fire's faces paled in unison, prompting them to flee without a second thought. The aggravation of being pursued by such a multitude of demons was already considerable, but the sudden increase in their numbers due to the convergence of two groups incited a surge of indignation in both Minuo and Fire as they exchanged glances filled with unspoken fury. This anger only intensified with each hurried step. Unable to contain himself, Fire broke the silence, taunting Minuo as they ran. What on earth did you do to attract such a horde of demons? Did you disturb their ancestral graves? These demons are chaotic and driven by instinct. They possess no ancestral graves. That I was merely ambushed for you. It seems you conjured such an excuse. Could it be you engaged in similar antics? Minuo retorted sharply, igniting a fire within Fire. The recollection of his own hasty use of a divine scroll against the demons spurred Fire to launch another jibe. To be ambushed by demons, truly a testament to the folly of humanity. If my being pursued by demons is a mark of foolishness, then what does that say about you, equally foolish human? To be chased so closely by demons, you move at a pace akin to that of a snail. You should be thanking the Almighty for not being devoured. Should I survive, I shall indeed express my gratitude to the Almighty. Yet you, with your sharp tongue, have attracted even more demons than I. Clearly, your luck in surviving thus far is remarkable. As they exchanged barbs while fleeing, it became evident that Fire, the instigator, was consistently countered by Minuo's retorts, leading to Fire's silent vexation. The thought of a self-proclaimed conqueror of the world through wit being suppressed by a mere passerby infuriated Fire further. Were it not for the imminent threat of relentless demons, he might have wished to teach Minuo a lesson about the weight of a fist. Alas, that remained a mere fantasy, and Fire consoled himself with the wisdom of not suffering immediate losses. With Fire silenced, Minuo too fell into a contemplative silence, and they resumed their frantic escape, the palpable tension between them unmistakable. Suddenly, they approached a fork in the road. Fire, casting a disdainful glance at Minuo, immediately veered left without offering Minuo a chance to respond. Minuo, slightly pouting, was content to let Fire draw away a portion of their pursuers and thus chose the right path. However, just as Minuo ventured a few steps down the right fork, he was startled to see Fire hastily reappearing behind him. Initially hesitant to retaliate due to a lack of opportunity, Minuo seized the moment. Didn't you say you were going left? What happened to your integrity and self-respect? My lord, whether it was Minuo's words that rendered Fire momentarily speechless or the exertion from his abrupt direction change that left him breathless, Fire glared at Minuo, flames of ire nearly bursting forth from his eyes. Yet remained silent, merely pressing onward. After a few moments, a shadow loomed into view. Initially, Minuo entertained the dark humor of encountering yet another hapless soul fleeing from demons, but as the figure drew nearer, his face blanched. This was no mere victim. It was a towering level 3 Minotaur demon. Damn it, another level 3 demon. Is this a nest of them? I should have taken the left path. Fire's exclamation of expletives clarified for Minuo why Fire had returned after their earlier decision to part ways. Yet, realizing the futility of such thoughts in the face of their current predicament, they exchanged a determined glance, instinctively accelerating their already strained pace. This is it. Don't slow me down. With a shout, Minuo acted first, drawing his blade, Blue Moon, from his waist and hurling it with all his might. The blade glimmered as it struck, piercing the Minotaur's body before it could react. Mo! The wounded Minotaur roared in pain, its gaze locking onto Minuo, filled with murderous intent, disregarding the blade embedded in its flesh as it charged furiously toward Minuo. Seeing the oncoming demon, Minuo did not falter but turned to fire, raising an eyebrow. Foolish demon, the true threat is me. What do you intend to do about that weakling over there? Without unbinding the enormous scythe from his back, Fire spun it with force, aiming it at the Minotaur. Dare to provoke me, and the consequences will be dire. Death Scythe, Venus Slice. Though still wrapped in its bindings, the scythe emanated an aura of deathly sharpness, cutting through the Minotaur's formidable hide with ease, unleashing a torrent of dark blood from its wounds. Witnessing Fire's astonishing display of skill, Minuo's eyes lit up with admiration. Unsatisfied, he stepped forward, resembling an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the Minotaur. Stellar Radiance, Arc Blade. In an instant, Minuo found himself before the Minotaur, ducking beneath its vengeful strike, retrieving the previously thrown Blue Moon, and with a powerful rotation, unleashed a dazzling arc of silver blue light that seared an eternal mark upon the beast's body, without a backward glance. Minuo sheathed Blue Moon, snapping his fingers to rouse Fire from his awe, urging him to flee alongside him from the Minotaur. The Minotaur, seemingly oblivious to their departure, remained frozen in place, maintaining the pose it had adopted when struck by Minuo's blow. By the time the horde of demons caught up, the seemingly minor wound on the Minotaur erupted, showering the approaching demons with its blood. Chapter 76, The Trials of the Holy Hall 7. Having exerted themselves to deliver a grievous blow to the Minotaur, they narrowly escaped the fate of becoming a mere sandwich between the demons. As they surveyed the chaotic throng of demons behind them, Minuo and Fire exchanged triumphant laughter. Is this what brings you joy? Defeating merely a level 3 demon. Such a base ambition. Such exuberance might lead others to mistakenly believe you dealt the final blow, you mere support. Once the thrill subsided, the two, recalling each other's earlier jests, simultaneously launched into verbal sparring. Just as their banter escalated, a furious bellow from the Minotaur erupted behind them, causing their faces to pale in fear. What on earth are you doing? Was that strike not enough to slay it? As the fearsome, bull-headed demon drew ever closer, accompanied by its relentless minions, Phil seized Minuo by the collar, forcefully pinning him against the rocky wall, and roared in exasperation. What are you playing at? That is an unscathed, bull-headed demon, with defenses surpassing those of a level 4 warrior clad in armor. If it weren't for the sharpness of the Blue Moon, I wouldn't even be able to scratch its hide. Merely injuring it is a feat. Minuo, pushing Phil away, gestured toward the demon's gleaming black skin that shimmered like metal and retorted angrily. Look at that. It's clearly a formidable foe. Upon hearing Minuo's words, Phil, his face contorted in fury, bellowed, "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" To which Minuo snapped back, "You never asked." After their heated exchange, both men exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting the palpable fear that loomed over them. What do we do now? Run. With a thunderous shout, they bolted forward, abandoning all caution. The bull-headed demon, infuriated by the audacity of the two ants who dared to injure it, let out a furious roar, its nostrils flaring as it charged after them like a rocket. Roar. Seeing their leader in a rage, the demons trailing behind echoed his fury, pushing forward in a chaotic pursuit. Despite their earlier triumph in swiftly vanquishing a level 3 demon, the grim reality of being hunted by a horde of demons weighed heavily on both Minuo and Phil, though their spirits burned with indignation. The overwhelming number of demons chasing them rendered their efforts futile. Even without the bull-headed demon's presence, the odds were stacked against them, and they could only flee. They ran, perpetually circling around, but the throng of demons grew ever larger, now including not just the injured bull-headed demon, but also a myriad of others. Their stamina, after such relentless flight, was nearing its breaking point. "Hey, scythe-bearer, you look like you're about to collapse. Why not ditch the scythe?" Minuo, panting heavily, suggested to Phil. "Not a chance. This is my golden ticket. I can't afford to lose it even if it costs me my life." Phil gasped defiantly, mustering every ounce of strength to keep up with Minuo, shooting him an irritated glare. "You're gasping just as much as I am. Why don't you toss that sword at your waist? It would lighten your load." In response to Phil's rebuttal, Minuo chuckled heartily, patting the sheath of the Blue Moon sword. Not a chance. Even if I am destined to perish, I will fight to the last breath. Surrendering without a weapon is not the way of a warrior. By your logic, we might as well stop and face those bastards behind us. At least we could die with some dignity, Phil jested, pointing at the pursuing demons. Rolling his eyes at Phil's suggestion, Minuo retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. If I had the time to contemplate a noble demise, I would rather strive to live until the end. Even if there's but a sliver of hope, I will grasp it with every last ounce of strength. Besides, being devoured by demons leaves no remains. How could that be a dignified death?" The thought of being reduced to nothing sent a shiver down Phil's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace in agreement. Indeed, if I were to be consumed by demons, my glorious life of battling gods and slaying demons would end before it even began. Such a fate is utterly intolerable. After sharing a few words, their survival instincts ignited, the two men pushed themselves to run faster, managing to create a slight distance from their relentless pursuers. Unfortunately, the will to survive could only carry them so far. A few minutes later, their energy waned, and their legs felt as if they were made of lead. "Damn it, I can't keep running," sighed Bearer. "How about I stay behind to hold them off? You can take my share of survival with you." "Are you out of your mind?" "Sword Bearer, you wouldn't last 2 seconds. You think I would shoulder the burden of guilt for your sacrifice? Not a chance." With that, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. As fatigue pressed down upon them, they found themselves relying solely on their dwindling energy reserves to maintain their speed. Yet, as mere second-level warriors, how much energy could they possibly possess? They could barely manage another 5 or 6 minutes, and the specter of death loomed ever closer. "This is it. We're done for." Just as despair set in, Phil's gaze caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous mark on the wall, and he cried out in despair, clutching his head as if resigning to fate. What now? Didn't we already accept that we would meet our end at the hands of demons? Why the sudden panic? Minuo chided, his tone dripping with disdain as he observed Phil's breakdown. "You don't understand. It's not the demons. It's the rift in the earth, the chasm." Producing a map from his pocket, Phil pointed to a clearly marked location, his voice rising in urgency. "I've been here before. I marked the way. This path leads directly to the rift in the earth, with no turning back. In 2 minutes, we will either be swallowed by demons or shattered to pieces. There will be no escape." With that, Phil tossed the map aside and began to wail again, while Minuo's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Most of the markings within the underground labyrinth were made by the Holy Knights, but some were natural landmarks or unique formations within the maze. These natural markers were often indelible. Upon realizing that someone was deliberately erasing these markers, Minuo instinctively sought to locate the unique landmarks. The Earth Rift was a prime example of such a marker. It was a massive fissure extending deep beneath the earth, like a mystical ray stretching endlessly, with those who participated in the holy trials only able to glimpse a small portion of its origin or terminus. Its depth was unfathomable, and it was known that anything that fell within never returned alive. Most importantly, while its width was considerable, it was a type that could be traversed with the right techniques. "You found the Earth Rift. We're saved. Quick, we must go," Minuo exclaimed, gripping Phil's shoulders in excitement. "But it's the Earth Rift. Without specialized climbing gear, we can't possibly cross it. Do you think we can just jump over?" Phil shouted, his eyes reddened with panic as he pushed Minuo away. Unfazed, Minuo maintained his pace and summoned his little beast from the magical realm. Ignoring the creature's habitual whining, he reached into the storage ring on its ear and pulled out a long, sturdy rope. Phil stared at the rope in disbelief for a long moment. Had Minuo not tapped him on the back with the sword sheath, he might have forgotten to continue running. After a while, Phil regained his composure and pointed at Minuo's little beast in surprise, exclaiming, "A magical pet, space items. Are you the protagonist, or am I?" "Protagonist? What do you mean?" "Like a character in a play?" Minuo asked, perplexed, as he stroked the soft ears of his little beast. "And no, it's nothing, just a colloquial term from my hometown, referring to someone who possesses many treasures," Phil stammered. Embarrassed by his blunder, he awkwardly shifted the topic. "Since we have a rope, the Earth Rift transforms from a dead end into an opportunity. Let us hurry before we expend all our energy." With that, Phil dashed forward, excitement propelling him as he eagerly led the way for Minuo. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of narrowly escaping death, for despite their exhaustion, they found themselves moving faster than when they first fled. In no time, they reached the end of the path, Having created a significant distance from their pursuing demons, the path's terminus stood a massive suspended rock, jutting out from the entrance, resembling the greedy tongue of a colossal demon against the backdrop of the dark tunnel behind it. Minuo and Phil found themselves at the edge of this rock, gazing across a chasm to a rocky expanse adorned with bizarre stalactites, a mere 10 meters away. This was their only glimmer of hope. Their lifeline, Chapter 77. Farewell, Blue Moon. As the long-awaited path to survival lay before them, Minuo, unable to contain his excitement even without Phil's urging, eagerly hurled the pre-prepared rope towards the opposite side. Unfortunately, his attempt was unsuccessful. After one failed attempt, there was another, yet it remained uncertain whether it was Minuo's lack of experience in such matters, the flaws in his technique, or simply his overwhelming excitement that made his hands tremble. Regardless, his second endeavor ended in failure once more. The one with the scythe, Minuo spoke gravely, lifting the rope in his hand as he glanced back at the approaching demonic pursuers within the tunnel. "Do not say anything. I may not be more suited than you," came the immediate response from Phil, who, having discerned Minuo's intentions from his expression, waved his hand dismissively. "What you should focus on is how to secure that rope, not the rabble behind us." With that, Phil retrieved the scythe he had been carrying on his back and, gripping it firmly with both hands, strode resolutely towards the tunnel, coldly declaring to Minuo, "Give me half a minute. I can't at least delay them for that long. If, after half a minute, you have not secured the rope, then we shall meet our end here today." As Minuo regarded Phil's formidable silhouette, heavy with determination, he opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, instead honing his aim on the distant stalactite. At the tunnel's entrance, Phil, grimly fixated on the menacing demons, swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat bead in his palms gripping the scythe, while his legs trembled involuntarily. Hundreds of demons loomed before him. A pair of such creatures could easily lay siege to most towns. And now Phil found himself alone facing them. To claim he felt no fear would be a blatant lie. Yet, he had no choice but to confront this reality, though Minuo had expressed a willingness to switch places after 2 failures. He knew well that he could not perform better than Minuo in this dire situation. The stakes were their very lives, and Phil dared not gamble recklessly. Thus, the only course left was to buy time for Minuo. "I, Phil, am destined to conquer this world. I cannot perish in such a trivial trial, so for the sake of my glorious future, all of you, stand down." Fixing his cold gaze upon the demons now mere moments away, Phil suddenly bellowed, raising the massive scythe with all his might and executing a diagonal slash. Death scythe, dying wood funeral song. As Phil wielded the scythe, a deathly black mist enveloped it, coalescing into a crescent arc of formidable energy that shot towards the demons. The air tore apart with a wailing sound, as if mourning a funeral dirge. The foremost demons, save for the astute and robust Minotaur demon that managed to defend itself with its hands, were struck down. The remaining 20 or so were cleaved in half by Phil's strike, while the majority of the following demons were injured by the ensuing shockwave. In an instant, the entire pursuing force was thrown into disarray, hindered by their fallen comrades, and even the demons would take a moment to recover. However, as Phil unleashed this powerful attack, visible fatigue washed over his face, as if he had labored without rest for 7 days. And he swayed unsteadily, barely able to support himself with the scythe. The might of Phil's dying wood funeral song was so overwhelming that it momentarily stunned Minuo, who had been diligently tossing the rope. Yet, in a twist of fate, Minuo inadvertently looped the rope around a stalactite on the opposite side. Upon realizing this, Minuo's spirits soared, and without a second thought for Phil's condition, he hastily tightened the rope, securing it to a large stone he had previously selected, then stood upon it to test its stability, ensuring it could support both himself and Phil as they crossed. The one with the scythe. Finally, are you all right?" Having completed these tasks, Minuo turned to Phil with a beaming smile, only to find him on the verge of collapse. The joy faded from his face as he rushed to support him. "Can we finally escape these fiends?" Phil, mustering what little strength remained, grasped Minuo's sleeve, his eyes filled with hope. Upon receiving Minuo's affirmative response, he exhaled deeply, his eyelids fluttering closed as he promptly fainted. Seeing this, Minuo placed his finger against Phil's nostrils to confirm he still breathed, then hastily slung both him and the precious scythe onto his back. Time was fleeting, and just as Minuo hoisted Phil onto his back, a familiar roar erupted from the tunnel. Turning his head, he saw the demons regrouping, the injured Minotaur demon leading the charge, surging towards Minuo and Phil. What to do? As the demons approached, Minuo's mind raced, formulating a strategy. If it were only him, he would have confidence in reaching the opposite side before the demons arrived. However, with Phil on his back, who had sacrificed so much for this slim chance of survival, Minuo could not bring himself to abandon him. Remembering Phil's earlier exhaustion, he gritted his teeth and unsheathed his longsword. Blue Moon. Holding Blue Moon before him, Minuo gazed at the sword that had accompanied him for quite some time, steeling himself as he drew the blade across his wrist, carving a deep wound that gushed blood. Blood Sacrifice Secret Technique. Blood Soldier Barrier. Utilizing his blood as ink, he inscribed a sizable circular magic array upon the ground with his mental energy, then, with a shout, plunged Blue Moon into the heart of the array. A brilliant light erupted from the sword, culminating in a translucent light barrier that sealed the tunnel's entrance tightly. After embedding Blue Moon into the array's center, Minuo turned and fled, neglecting the wound on his wrist that continued to bleed. Hastening towards the precipice of the abyss. Almost the moment Minuo turned, the demons reached his rear, mere inches separating them from Phil. One demon, drooling with hunger, clawed at him. Suddenly, the light barrier flared brightly, repelling the demon's claw. While Blue Moon trembled slightly, using the earth support to absorb the force, the barrier held firm against the ravenous demons for a full minute before shattering under the assault of a third-tier demon. By then, Minuo and Phil had successfully traversed the makeshift rope bridge to the rocky ground on the other side. As the demons breached the barrier, Minuo, feeling an instinctive tug, turned to witness Blue Moon disintegrating into dust alongside the shattered barrier. With tears of rage in his eyes, he cried out, "Farewell, Blue Moon." With the sound of his voice echoing, he drew a small knife from his possession and severed the rope before him, irrevocably cutting off the demon's advance. Standing at the edge of the precipice, Minuo gazed at the furious demons across the chasm, who shouted in anger at their thwarted prey. Yet Minuo was no longer interested in their cries. He took a few steps with Phil on his back, finding a relatively concealed spot on the rocky ground to set him down. Quickly, he retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket, applying the healing salve to his wrist. Once he confirmed that the salve was staunching the flow of blood, he exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing against Phil. Trembling, he took out the pouch of odor-reducing powder bestowed upon him by the Holy Knights, carefully sprinkling it over himself and Phil. Unfortunately, his hand trembled, spilling the entire contents. Staring at the excess powder covering him, Minuo, utterly exhausted, lacked the energy to lament. He tossed aside the empty pouch and fell against the hard ground, closing his eyes in blissful relief. Yet the next moment, he snapped them open, pushing through the overwhelming drowsiness and physical protests to summon the little Shirtai beast once more. Leaping from the void, the small creature nuzzled against its bloodied master, then cautiously began to lick the wound on Minuo's wrist. Observing the adorable Shirtai beast tending to him, Minuo gently stroked its soft body before issuing a command to remain vigilant. With this double assurance for their safety, he smiled at the Shirtai beast's quivering long ears and closed his eyes once more. Chapter 78. The Hall of Trials, Part 8. Minuo's consciousness drifted in the darkness, and he lost track of time until he felt a warm, damp sensation on his cheek. Only then did he laboriously open his eyes, gazing helplessly at the small creature, Shirtai beast, licking his face. "Ah, finally awake. Are we? You, the sword wielder, are you not capable of holding your own? How could you be so weak? I've been awake for nearly half a day, and you only just come to." Upon hearing Phil's teasing voice, Minuo turned his head slightly and saw Phil leaning against a nearby rock, ravenously consuming dried rations. Unlike Minuo, who had lost a significant amount of blood in his desperate attempt to cast the blood secret technique and escape, plunging into a state of utter weakness once the tension abated, Phil had merely exhausted all his energy and fighting spirit to unleash a powerful attack. After a brief rest, although he had not fully recovered and still suffered from some muscle strains, he was capable of basic movement and thus had the leisure to jest with Minuo. Faced with Phil's banter, Minuo forced a smile, shooting him an exasperated glance. "If it weren't for you dragging your feet, I could have set the rope and left without any trouble. Now look where we are, and I even lost Blue Moon." Upon hearing Minuo's unexpected retort, Phil was about to fire back another quip. But the regret evident in Minuo's last words made him swallow his response. Remembering the sight of Minuo cutting his wrist and sacrificing his weapon before losing consciousness, Phil felt a pang of guilt for the sacrifices Minuo had made due to his own shortcomings. With Phil falling silent, Minuo lacked the energy to engage him further. All that could be heard was the crunching sound of Phil gnawing on his rations, after struggling for a while without success in rising. Minuo's head began to spin from anemia. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a vial of potion from the storage ring and swallowing its contents. Finally, he managed to escape the state of extreme difficulty in movement. Although his anemia would not improve instantly, at least it would not impede his actions. Of course, such an effect came at a considerable cost. As a result, Minuo found himself in a better condition than the muscle-strained Phil. However, while his physical fatigue had lessened, the emotional toll from losing Blue Moon weighed heavily on him. Thus, Minuo did not feel elated by his recovery. Instead, he sighed and began rummaging through his storage ring for ingredients to prepare a meal. As he chewed on the dry rations that barely sufficed, Minuo pulled out one delectable morsel after another from his spatial gear, the enticing aroma wafting from the meat as it roasted over the flames. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of fat dripping into the fire, Phil's eyes sparkled with jealousy. "Are you kidding me, sword wielder? We're here for training, not a picnic. With all this food, you look more like you're on an outing than part of a proper expedition. Put that away and come join me with the rations. Let me tell you, these rations." Minuo, focused on preparing the meal, initially intended to ignore him, but Phil continued without restraint. With no other choice, Minuo rolled his eyes and snapped. "If you want to eat, just say so. I've prepared your share, but if you keep babbling, I might just devour it all myself." "Don't." Seeing Minuo's intention to put away part of the roasted meat, Phil hastily raised his hand to stop him, wearing a saccharine smile. "My lord, I was wrong. Please forgive my indiscretion." Upon witnessing Phil's insincerely exaggerated grin, compounded by the dark brown bloodstains nearly obscuring his entire face, Minuo frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "You're too dirty. This isn't suitable for eating." Noticing Phil's inclination to continue grossing him out, Minuo quickly suggested, "Isn't there a pond nearby? Let's wash up before we eat." Earlier, in the panic of fleeing from demons, Minuo hadn't paid much attention to his appearance. However, upon his suggestion, Phil also felt uncomfortable with the bloodstains covering him. The allure of the meat only heightened his eagerness, and he readily followed Minuo toward the pond. Unfortunately, as soon as he stood, pain caused him to collapse back onto the rock, observing Phil's contorted expression from the pain. Minuo frowned and tossed him a vial of medicine from his storage ring. "This potion is good. Consider it a debt repaid. Sword wielder, I'll take care of you when we return to the academy." Phil opened the bottle and downed half of it. Feeling the rejuvenation within his body, he cautiously saved the remaining half, responding to Minuo with a hearty grin. "No need. I just don't want Blue Moon's sacrifice to be in vain." Minuo remained indifferent to Phil's act of saving the potion, firmly deciding in his heart that unless in dire circumstances, he would never again offer assistance in the form of resources to this fellow. After all, while the medicine might not match the quality of what Minuo himself consumed, it was still valuable. Although Minuo had the audacity to acquire goods from the Lost Merchant Guild without payment, he did not wish to be taken advantage of by others. The pond marked on the map was not far from their location, and fortunately, they encountered only a few stray first-level demons along the way. Despite their injuries, Minuo and Phil handled these minor nuisances with ease, and they arrived at their destination without incident. Although the map indicated that the water was safe to drink, Minuo, having learned from a previous oversight, first filled a kettle with water and used a toxin detection spell to confirm its purity. Only after ensuring it was safe did he fill his empty vials before meticulously washing away the grime and blood from his body. As for his clothing, Minuo, equipped with spare garments, promptly changed into a fresh outfit, leaving him feeling rejuvenated and clean. After cleaning himself up, Minuo turned around, ready to call Phil, who was also tidying himself up, to join him for a meal. However, upon catching sight of Phil's face, which was still memorable despite the circumstances, Minuo froze. Sensing a gaze upon him, Phil, with keen perception, looked up and was equally surprised to find Minuo staring at him. The two stood by the pond, momentarily dumbfounded, before pointing at each other and then at themselves, breaking into hearty laughter in unison. Having been pursued by demons prior to their meeting, both had their faces obscured by blood and grime. And amidst the ensuing tension and arguments, they had been unable to share their names during their frantic escape. Now, with their masks removed, they discovered they were familiar with one another, completely overturning the impressions they had left during their initial encounter in the library. Once the shock subsided, they erupted into joyous laughter again. After sharing a good laugh, Phil approached and playfully patted Minuo's shoulder, raising his eyebrows in jest. "You, my friend, have hidden your true self well. I thought you were just a stiff, dull knight, but your words are quite sharp. A dual-faced hero, indeed, classmate Minuo." In response to Phil's teasing, Minuo shrugged and retorted playfully, "You're not much better yourself, esteemed discipline committee member Phil. Whatever happened to the elegance and composure you displayed that day? If it weren't for that face of yours, I would hardly believe the person who hurled insults at me, brimming with a thuggish demeanor, was the same as you." After exchanging playful barbs, the two laughed together once more, their camaraderie deepening from their shared experiences of life and death. Once they finished their banter, they returned to the rocky ground, enjoying their meat while engaging in conversation. "Hey, Minuo, your sword was sacrificed through your secret technique. What will you do next? The trials still have many days to go. You can't possibly face demons empty-handed. I still have some weapons left behind by those unfortunate souls where I scavenged for rations. Shall we go retrieve one?" At the mention of Blue Moon, Minuo's gaze dimmed momentarily. However, recognizing Phil's good intentions, he refrained from voicing his feelings and instead drew the meteoric sword from his sleeve. "Wow, Guichao, you must be quite wealthy, being able to afford such an enchantment." Seeing Minuo draw the meteoric sword from his sleeve, Phil's eyes widened in astonishment, causing the meat in his mouth to fall. It was no surprise Phil was so taken aback. After all, the materials required for the Guichao enchantment were not any less expensive than creating a piece of spatial equipment. Furthermore, compared to spatial gear, Guichao was much more limited in its application and utterly useless for those above level 7. Thus, while the Guichao enchantment was renowned, its actual occurrences were exceedingly rare. Magical pets, spatial gear, Guichao enchanted weapons, powerful fighting techniques, and precious life-saving secret arts. You're definitely the protagonist here, right? I'm merely a supporting character, aren't I? You damn money players have followed me even into this alternate world. Where is the justice in that?" Observing Phil's comically distorted expression, Minuo could not help but chuckle. "Phil, what on earth are you rambling about? I can't make head or tail of it." Speaking of which, Minuo pointed at the scythe on Phil's back. "Your scythe must be at least a precious level enchanted weapon. That move of yours was able to withstand the demon's attacks for half a minute, and it's certainly not inferior to the sword techniques passed down in my family. Other items can always be obtained once you grow stronger. What is there to complain about?" "That's true," Phil replied. "These days, it's all the rage to start off weak and then rise to greatness. With a golden finger at my disposal, I will undoubtedly surpass you in the future." After hearing Minuo's words, Phil pondered for a moment and found it quite reasonable, which made him smile again. Chapter 79. The temple. Having spent considerable time together, Minuo had come to understand Phil's habits. Based on their current interactions, it was evident that Phil exhibited three distinct states. The first was his initial demeanor when encountering strangers, characterized by an imitation of nobility, leaning towards elegance, composure, and wit. The second state emerged once they became familiar, revealing a more carefree attitude, with rough language that conveyed his true feelings. Somewhat reminiscent of his roommate Jesse, boastful and prone to provocation. The third state, perhaps a glimpse into his inner self, had only appeared a few times. It manifested when a particular matter exceeded his threshold for acceptance, causing him to exclaim bizarre and exaggerated phrases. Minuo had grown accustomed to Phil's strange behavior and the incomprehensible terms he often used. Initially surprised, she had now reached a point of indifference. Understanding that his expressions were merely an outlet for his emotions, she considered this. She decided to inquire about something that piqued her interest. "By the way, Phil, what exactly was that move of yours?" "It was incredibly powerful, akin to a level 4 area attack magic, yet you executed it merely from muscle fatigue and strain. Such martial skill is truly remarkable." Minuo's curiosity about Phil's technique, the Withered Wood's funeral song, was genuine. After all, her own Starfall sword technique stemmed from the legacy of heroes. Although it could not yet be classified as the pinnacle of martial arts due to certain reasons, its might was undeniably close. However, it paled in comparison to Phil's technique. Minuo, being well-versed in numerous secret techniques, understood that such abilities typically required a considerable sacrifice to access powers beyond one's limits. Yet, Phil's evident fatigue did not seem to constitute such a cost. In response to Minuo's inquisitiveness, Phil, having temporarily regained his composure, scratched his head and hesitated before replying. This technique is derived from the Druid class, specifically the natural avenger that it's called the Death Scythe. While its power is formidable, it is merely at the level of an ordinary secret martial art, its strength only slightly enhanced by its death attribute. Minuo was familiar with the natural avenger class, a form of fallen profession. Although powerful, it did not reach an extraordinary level. The Death Scythe indeed bore the characteristics of a natural avenger, lending credibility to Phil's words. This only heightened Minuo's curiosity about the means by which Phil had managed to amplify his martial prowess at such a low cost. Well, that involves some personal secrets, Phil replied. Scratching his head, he pointed to the meteorite in Minuo's hand and added, "Of course, in light of our life-and-death friendship, I could share it with you, but in return, you must tell me the story behind your great sword and its sheathing enchantment." Upon Minuo's nod of agreement, Phil proudly gestured to the scythe on his back, saying, "The reason my Withered Wood's funeral song is so powerful is due to this weapon. It is a family heirloom, the soul-bearing exorcist. Unlike ordinary heirlooms, it possesses the extraordinary capabilities of a death attribute weapon, even in the absence of a master." Minuo had never heard of the name of Phil's heirloom, suspecting it was not the relic of any renowned historical figure. While she had never encountered an heirloom that could continue to wield power after its master's death, the world was full of wonders. And relics were the ultimate manifestation of imagination that it was entirely possible that such a thing existed. So Minuo reluctantly accepted Phil's explanation. Once Phil finished speaking, Minuo pointed to her meteorite to fulfill their prior agreement. "Like your soul-bearing exorcist, my sword is also a family heirloom. Due to its preciousness and uniqueness, my family invested considerable resources to enchant it, ensuring that this symbol of our family's honor would not be lost through my carelessness." Minuo's explanation made sense. And although Phil's instincts told him her answer was incomplete, he refrained from probing further, recalling his own earlier statements. Perhaps it was due to hunger or the fact that they had both told each other fibs. But soon their conversation turned trivial as they focused on their food. After a hearty meal, the side effects of the rapid recovery from their previous injuries set in, and the two of them, having been unconscious for a considerable time, were once again besieged by a wave of intense drowsiness. After struggling for a while, they conferred and, having set up their defenses, fell into a deep slumber. Observing the two large figures slumped over once more, the small Shirtai beast, tasked with keeping watch, curiously nibbled on a carrot while bouncing around them, trying to discern the reason for their relentless slumber. The next day, at a certain intersection of the labyrinth corridors near the fissure in the earth, a cautious golden-haired youth poked his head out from the wall, confirming that none of the dozens of demons nearby were paying attention. He then lifted his foot slightly and, with a sudden burst of speed, dashed out, swiftly rounding a corner and onto another path. After escaping the demon's line of sight, the golden-haired boy pressed himself against the wall. His heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest, he gasped for breath while carefully peeking around the corner to reassess the demon's movements. When he noticed that they were still aimlessly wandering, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled at a dark-haired boy who was still cautiously preparing at his previous position. Seeing the golden-haired boy's signal, the dark-haired youth did not hesitate to emerge from his hiding spot. Maximizing his speed while minimizing his footfalls, just like his predecessor, in a mere second, he too dashed past the demon's field of vision. However, he accidentally kicked a small pebble, which clattered against the wall, causing both boys to jump in surprise. They quickly covered their mouths and noses, attempting to lower their breathing rates while pressing their bodies tightly against the wall, even consciously controlling the speed of their heartbeats to reduce the likelihood of being detected by the demons. After a tense wait with no sounds of approaching demons, the golden-haired boy cautiously peeked out again. When he confirmed that the demons remained in their previous state, his heart, which had been racing, finally settled. He turned to give the dark-haired boy a disapproving look, and after receiving an apologetic grin in return, he shook his head in exasperation, signaling his companion not to make such mistakes again. Before pulling out a map to review their next course of action, these two exceedingly cautious youths were Minuo and Phil. After resting for a night, they had decided to set off toward the location of the demon sealing temple. The reasoning was straightforward. When the 15-day trial period concluded, all participants, including Minuo and Phil, were required to return through the temple's teleportation array. This meant that a visit to the temple was mandatory for everyone. Just a matter of timing. However, According to the experiences relayed by their seniors, on the 15th day, the restored temple would gradually emit a powerful holy light, attracting all demons in the labyrinth to assault it. If they failed to gather near the temple for defense before that time, they would have to break through the demon's encirclement to gain entry. The thought of being relentlessly pursued by hundreds of demons, as they had previously experienced, sent a shiver down Minuo and Phil's spines. With this in mind, Minuo and Phil began to follow their map, using the fissure in the earth as a reference point to head toward the demon-sealing temple. However, as they ventured forth, they were met with alarming encounters. Groups of demons were scattered everywhere, each with double-digit numbers. Given that Minuo and Phil were still recovering from their injuries, their combat effectiveness was compromised. Even in their prime, it would have been impossible for them to take on these demons unscathed, particularly when confronted with what appeared to be a mere squad of 10 demons. Phil, feeling stifled and eager to relieve his pent-up stress, was ready to unleash his fury. Yet, as soon as he emerged, he inadvertently drew the attention of a larger hidden force lurking nearby. Had it not been for Minuo's clever diversion to lead the demons away, they would have found themselves once again in a perilous chase. After this experience, Phil grew apprehensive, obediently following behind Minuo and advancing with the caution of a thief. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded with utmost caution. Minuo and his companions navigated through the den of demons for nearly a day, their vigilance unwavering to at last. They approached the vicinity of the temple that as they journeyed, the number of demons encountered dwindled, allowing Minuo and his allies to quicken their pace. When Phil spotted the distinct boundary between the stone slabs and the muddy ground beneath his feet, tears of joy nearly spilled from his eyes. The appearance of the stone path signified that the temple was now within arm's reach, reflecting on the arduous trials they had faced, narrowly escaping perilous situations time and again. Minuo was filled with a multitude of emotions. With hearts brimming with excitement, he and Phil hastened toward the temple, the thrill intensifying with every step they took closer. Their exhilaration peaked as they finally beheld the temple's grand exterior alongside a group of individuals clad in attire strikingly similar to their own. Overwhelmed with joy, they stood speechless for a moment before regaining their composure. Chapter 8. Trial strategy. Within the dimly lit hall, flames crackled and danced upon a pile of desiccated vines. As a large group of individuals gathered around the fire, partaking in meager rations while conversing softly with one another. Among this assembly, Minuo and Phil blended in, consuming their unpalatable provisions without drawing attention. Initially, Phil had voiced his grievances to Minuo for quite some time until Minuo revealed that the scant delicacies he had prepared were barely sufficient for two. Upon hearing this, Phil promptly fell silent. Realizing the folly of flaunting such limited resources in front of a crowd, sharing would only lead to disappointment. Minuo, sharing similar sentiments, bore the discomfort of nibbling on dry rations accompanied by tepid water. Engaging in conversation with Tom, whom he had encountered in the underground labyrinth, having traveled together for a while, their camaraderie had blossomed, and Minuo was particularly intrigued by Tom's experiences following their separation. Thus, as Tom recounted his tale, their exchange was lively and enjoyable. From Tom, Minuo learned that after the demons launched their assault, chaos ensued, and many fled in a frenzy. Those on the outskirts, like Minuo, vanished first. Tom, unfortunately, found himself trapped in the middle, pursued by demons along with a few others. Just when death seemed inevitable, a daring individual, facing certain doom, produced a rare group teleportation scroll, saving them all from imminent peril. This revelation clarified for Minuo why he had found no bodies upon his return. Reflecting on the horrors Phil had described, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You were fortunate indeed to stumble upon such a rare artifact as the group teleportation scroll. Without it, you would likely have met a grim fate." Tom nodded in agreement, his expression somber as he replied, "Indeed, we four were teleported directly to the vicinity of the temple, surviving against the odds. Many others, however, fell victim to the demon's ambush. Now, with over 60 of us gathered here, it appears we comprise the entirety of those who ventured into this underground labyrinth, aside from one or two who may still be lost. The rest have likely perished at the hands of the demons." Before Minuo and his companions arrived, over 40 individuals had already congregated, and during their half-day respite, an additional 10 had trickled in, totaling 63. According to the information provided by these individuals, 37 had been confirmed dead, implying that out of the 106 participants in the trial, only a mere 6 may still be alive. With 15 days allocated for the temple trial and only 1/3 elapsed, the death toll had already surpassed previous records, leaving Minuo unsettled about the potential losses yet to come. Everyone, may I have your attention? I have something important to convey. A robust man clad in armor announced as he approached the fire, drawing the attention of all present. This man, named Clariel, had participated in the trial through special permission. Unlike Minuo and his companions, who had initially been exempted, now a third-year student, he possessed formidable strength, perched at the peak of the 3rd tier, just a hair's breadth from the 4th, having previously engaged in an external aid mission. His command abilities had garnered recognition from Elson, indicating his leadership potential. Given his prowess, leadership skills, and status as one of the earliest arrivals at the temple, Clariel was unanimously chosen as the group's leader. And his words garnered the utmost respect as the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. Clariel nodded approvingly and began his address. Those of you gathered here have undoubtedly faced numerous trials to reach the temple area. And aside from a select few fortunate souls, I trust you are all aware of the demon's formidable strength. At the mention of the fortunate, his gaze subtly flicked toward Tom and the others, clearly referencing them. The demons have eliminated a third of our numbers through ambushes. This stark reality signifies that our forthcoming days will be fraught with challenges, and the possibility of encountering our first total annihilation during the temple's reactivation is a grim prospect we cannot afford to ignore. As Clariel articulated this foreboding future, a palpable sense of dread gripped the crowd. Therefore, we must not remain idle and await our demise. I propose that we take the initiative. While the demons are still scattered outside, we should engage them in a hunt, striving to reduce their numbers. This will enable us to withstand the onslaught when the temple reactivates. After all, while demons may pour in through the rifts, their numbers are ultimately finite. Moreover, if we wish to secure commendable results upon our return, the tally of demons slain will be of paramount importance. At this juncture, Clariel flashed a cunning smile, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I believe none of you wish to return from this ordeal only to be mocked for the number of demons you failed to slay. Certainly not. A chorus of voices responded fervently. Some even exclaimed indignantly, how could that be? This is my chance to gain glory and charm the ladies back home. I won't let anyone tarnish my reputation. Following this, laughter erupted, dispelling the earlier tension and restoring a sense of camaraderie. While the atmosphere lightened, everyone expressed their support for Clariel in their own unique ways. Sensing the consensus, Clariel outlined his strategy. First and foremost, the temple area would serve as their stronghold, necessitating that at least 1/3 of the group remain on guard daily. Should demons infiltrate unnoticed, they would be compelled to rely on the temple knights for rescue, rendering their efforts in the trial futile, regardless of how many demons they had slain to ensure fairness. This responsibility would rotate among the group, dividing them into 3 teams for shifts. Next came the matter of demon hunting. Given that demons typically operated in groups, the solitary tactics of their predecessors were ill-advised. However, gathering too many individuals could alert the demons and provoke an unwarranted assault. After careful deliberation, it was ultimately decided that pairs would undertake their missions, ensuring that if one were surrounded, the other could seek assistance. Upon hearing this arrangement, Minuo and Phil exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Meanwhile, the others clamored to form teams. Tom intended to partner with Minuo, but before he could voice his intentions, someone whisked him away, seemingly the affluent individual rumored to have utilized the group teleportation scroll. In addition to the responsibilities of guarding the stronghold and hunting demons, Clariel introduced 2 voluntary tasks, both offering additional rewards. The first involved retrieving water from a nearby source, as those not stationed at the temple or engaged in hunting could not partake in the bounties afforded by their predecessors. Completing this task would earn them a vial of healing potion from Clariel. However, the challenges were considerable. Transporting water was cumbersome, and the water source was likely to attract underground creatures, increasing the likelihood of encountering demons. Successfully gathering a significant amount of water amidst a throng of demons was fraught with peril, yet the danger warranted the precious rewards Clariel had promised. Minuo, equipped with spatial gear, could easily overcome one of the 2 major challenges. However, after conferring with Phil, they ultimately decided to forego this task, citing their limited strength as the primary reason. Having lost the Blue Moon, Mino was compelled to abandon his previously agile combat style in favor of a more robust and forceful approach. Although the potency of his attacks may not have diminished significantly, This shift proved detrimental for tasks requiring stealth. Furthermore, Mino had suffered considerable blood loss prior to this, and despite having taken medication, he had yet to fully recover, possessing only about 70% of his former strength. The same could be said for Phil, who, despite having access to medicine, was hindered by a muscle strain that would take time to heal, leaving him at roughly 80% of his original capacity. Where once their abilities ranked among the elite within the labyrinth, they now found themselves reduced to a more middling status, with ample supplies of medicine at their disposal. The rewards of their current task seemed trivial, unworthy of the risks involved. Thus, they ultimately opted for an alternative mission, food gathering. With their diminished capabilities, the difficulty of slaying demons had naturally increased, and engaging in fierce combat would only prolong their recovery. Consequently, any notion of teaming up for hunts would have to be postponed. However, leaving the two of them idle in the temple was an unreasonable expectation, leading them to select the food-gathering task. The temple housed over 60 individuals, many of whom had lost or contaminated their rations during previous battles. Relying solely on shared provisions was not a sustainable solution, prompting a collective decision to send someone out to gather food individually. Unlike water collection, which often involved danger, gathering food could potentially allow them to avoid confrontations with demons, and it was far from tedious. After much deliberation, Mino and his companions decided to take on this task. Chapter 81. Damn these cursed demon vines. Mino, what kind of task did you choose? It's such a hassle. Had I known, we might as well have gone hunting demons instead. With a swift swing, Phil severed the demon vine entangled around his ankle, stomping down hard on the flailing remnants in frustration as he turned to complain to Mino. In response, Mino rolled his eyes and retorted, "This was a joint decision. You know, why is it that when troubles arise, I bear the brunt of the blame? Besides, I have it worse than you. So instead of whining, why not help me cut this thing away?" Due to Mino's own sacrifice of the blue moon, he found himself ill-equipped to deal with these troublesome demon vines, which his starfall weapon struggled to sever as easily as Phil's scythe. Observing Mino squatting on the ground, vexed as he wrestled with the vine on his ankle, Phil chuckled, his irritation dissipating somewhat, and with a gentle flick of his scythe, he neatly sliced through the vine binding Mino's leg. After finalizing their plans for the upcoming mission the previous day, Mino and Phil promptly approached Clairol to accept the food-gathering task. As the task of hunting large worms had already been claimed by others, Mino and Phil, persuaded by Clairol, chose to venture to the labyrinth's only area of plant life, the vine zone, to collect edible vines and dried ones for fuel. Initially, Mino and his companion believed that, compared to hunting large worms, this gathering task would be significantly easier, aside from being a bit bothersome. After all, hunting large worms required combat, whereas gathering vines was akin to mere scavenging. How challenging could it be? However, upon their arrival at the vine zone, they quickly realized just how misguided their assumptions had been. Situated by a rushing underground river, the vine zone boasted an abundance of water and nutrient-rich soil, fostering a plethora of underground vine plants that thrived without sunlight. Most of these young shoots were edible. Although the chasm leading to the abyss bore the seal of the supreme god and no abyssal aura seeped through, the corpses and blood of demons slain over the years by the knights of the sanctuary and challengers had tainted some of these underground vines, rendering them partially corrupted. While the degree of corruption was low, the combat ability of these vines was mostly below even level 1. Nevertheless, their characteristics and sheer numbers posed considerable challenges for Mino and Phil. Because the level of corruption was minimal, the demon-affected vines bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary ones, making them seem like traps that ensnared Mino and Phil's ankles, causing them to stumble repeatedly. Though the soil in this area was soft enough that their falls didn't result in injury, nobody relished the idea of repeatedly tumbling to the ground. Unfortunately, having already committed to the task, Mino and Phil were determined not to return empty-handed, caked in mud and having accomplished nothing. Thus, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, after numerous tumbles, they gained experience. Each time they sensed something amiss with their ankles, they learned to halt their steps, clearing the vines before falling. While this did little to alleviate their time constraints, at least it spared them further falls. The sanctuary trials occurred only once a year, and the knights of the sanctuary typically brought ample supplies, rarely needing to gather vines for sustenance. Consequently, resources in this area had accumulated significantly, even with the hindrances posed by the corrupted vines. Mino and Phil managed to collect a substantial amount of vines in less than half a day. After bundling their collected vines and stowing them in the storage ring on the ear of their little companion, Mino and Phil brushed off the dirt from their hands, cleared a patch of ground, and began their lunch. Given the intensity of the sanctuary trials, most of the provisions prepared for Mino by night were already cooked meals. Although not as delectable as freshly roasted fare, they were far superior to standard rations. This was one of the reasons Mino and his companions were unwilling to remain idle in the temple, guarding their home while nursing their injuries. After all, Mino's food supply was limited, just enough for two, and for long-term planning, they could not indulge in these delicacies while in the company of others. After devouring half a roasted chicken until only the bare bones remained, Mino and Phil looked up at each other, their faces smeared with grease, bursting into laughter. You, my friend, are indeed a hypocrite, back in the temple. You claimed that rations were just fine. At least they filled your belly. So why is it that when it comes to chicken, you devour it cleanly, yet barely touch the rations? As he wiped the grease from his mouth, Phil raised his eyebrows at Mino, mocking him. To this, Mino picked up a chicken bone and tossed it at Phil without a second thought, retorting, "If you're so capable, then don't eat. At least I had some this morning." Unlike certain people who didn't even take a bite, claiming they'd just eat tender vines later, leaving the precious food for everyone else. How shameless. Well, I was just waiting to enjoy the good stuff now. Haha, with delicious roasted chicken to eat. Who would want those tasteless rations? Dodging Mino's thrown bone, Phil chuckled, reaching down to pluck a tender vine from the ground, stuffing it into his mouth as he defended himself. And I never said I wouldn't eat. Look, I'm eating vines right now. These vines, nourished by the underground's ample moisture, were as refreshing as fruit, not only hydrating but also possessing a hint of sweetness, making them a decent food source within the labyrinth. Phil clearly regarded the vines as a delightful dessert. He jovially stuffed the vine into his mouth. Just as Phil was about to take a bite, Mino noticed a detail and immediately called out to stop him. Wait! Under Phil's bewildered gaze, Mino snatched the vine from his hand, pointing at a small notch on it with a serious expression. Look at this notch. Doesn't it resemble a bite mark? Upon closer inspection, Phil realized it indeed did. The tiny indentation on the vine could not have been made by a large worm, as demons showed no interest in such plants. Moreover, look at the freshness of this notch. It clearly was made just in the last couple of days, and none of the people from the temple passed this way. Nor has anyone come here. Therefore, the only possible culprits for this bite are among the 6 who are still wandering outside. With this revelation, Mino and Phil hastily set aside their meal, beginning to search for their missing companions. With the current situation so dire, every additional ally would bolster their strength against the demons. Approximately 1,000 meters away in the vine zone, a disheveled figure, appearing quite haggard, was laboriously digging into the ground with a sword, seemingly attempting to excavate a large pit. Beside him lay a body, pierced through the chest by a long sword. Jack, you scoundrel, why didn't you safeguard your supplies? Why let them fall prey to those damn demons? Why did you have to raid my supplies? After excavating the pit, the man tossed aside his sword, now caked in dirt, panting as he approached the body to rest. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, kicking the nearby corpse in frustration and loudly lamenting. If only you hadn't forcibly snatched my food, compelling me to take drastic measures against you. We could have both persevered until we discovered this vine area, and you would not have had to meet your demise, Jack. It is all my fault. Had I been willing to share the food with you at that moment, how much better it would have been. If only we had stumbled upon the vine area a bit sooner. It is all my fault. The individual cursed as he kicked, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably, until he could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto the corpse of the man named Jack, weeping inconsolably. Not far off, amidst a thicket of vines, Minuo and Phil exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's profound horror. Rendered speechless and at a loss for words, they centered their search around the spot where they had discovered the bitten vine. Meticulously scouring the vicinity, after a grueling search, they finally located the one responsible for the death of their companion. Initially, upon spotting him, they intended to call out in greeting, but in a moment of distraction, they stumbled and fell, inadvertently overhearing this man's shocking soliloquy that a paladin apprentice, devoted to the path of the holy light, and already in possession of a seed of the holy light, had resorted to killing his companion in order to survive in this underground labyrinth. Having learned such a harrowing truth, even after Minuo and Phil had freed themselves from the grasp of the vine ensnaring their ankles, they dared not approach the man to greet him. They could scarcely fathom the lengths he might go to once he realized that the two of them were privy to his heinous act. It was likely that by then, Minuo and Phil would not find a companion, but rather an irreconcilable enemy. The prospect of abandoning their hard-won discovery without even a glimpse of his face left them with an insatiable sense of regret. Caught in indecision, Phil turned his gaze towards Minuo, hoping for guidance. Yet Minuo appeared lost in thought, his eyes vacant and unfocused, offering no response for what felt like an eternity. Just as Phil resolved to take a chance and call out to the man, Minuo suddenly intervened, shaking his head with a solemn expression, and together they cautiously slipped away from the scene. Chapter 82. The Seeds of Doubt Without Revealing Their Presence. Minuo led Phil swiftly away. As if fleeing from some monstrous flood, Phil found Minuo's behavior perplexing, yet wisely chose not to question it. Observing the fluctuations of his expression, however, certain matters would ultimately require resolution. Hey, Minuo, regarding that murderer, how should we explain it to Claire and the others? Should we tell the truth, or pretend we didn't see him? Cradling the little stay beast in his arms and gently caressing its golden rings, Phil inquired with curiosity. Don't touch my little stay beast. Your filthy hands have sullied it. The storage ring is bound by my mental energy, and can't a single roasted duck fill your belly. You should abandon any thoughts of retrieving anything from it. Avoiding Phil's question, Minuo snatched the little stay beast from Phil's arms and tossed the last bundle of withered vines into the storage ring. Casting a sidelong glare at Phil chuckled, feigning ignorance to Minuo's remarks, and curiously stroked the long ears of the little stay beast, asking, Is little stay beast the name you gave it? Does it have any significance? No, little stay beast simply refers to a juvenile stay beast. I haven't decided on a proper name yet. How about calling it QB? Phil suggested excitedly, his eyes lighting up as he touched the golden rings on the little stay beast's ears. QB, it does sound nice, but why that particular name? Minuo questioned, intrigued. Phil, scratching his head in embarrassment, thought for a moment before bursting into laughter and patting Minuo on the shoulder. Because in my homeland, the name QB represents immortality, cuteness, mystery, and wisdom. This little fellow perfectly embodies those qualities. Really, those words don't seem to connect at all. I can't fathom how your homeland blends them together. After stroking the little stay beast's soft ears, Minuo pondered briefly before agreeing. However, the name does sound quite nice, so it's settled then. Little one, from now on, you shall be called QB. Lifting the little stay beast, now QB, Minuo joyfully proclaimed to it. Observing Minuo's affectionate training of QB to become familiar with its name, Phil chuckled, envisioning a small creature that resembled a blend of rabbit and fox. After a playful interlude, they began their journey back. Fortunately, most of the magical vines had been cleared during their initial passage, allowing them to traverse the area easily and exit the vine zone in no time. Their return journey was blissfully devoid of any demons, prompting Phil to voice his disappointment at the lack of adversaries to test his side against. Following their successful food and fuel gathering mission, Minuo resolutely refused to venture out again the next day, insisting on remaining in the temple to recuperate. Despite Phil's attempts to coax him into action, he was met with firm rejections. Ultimately, though reluctant, Phil had no choice but to accompany Minuo in guarding the temple until the following day. After a day of depletion, the vines they had brought back were entirely consumed, and another group soon undertook the same task. It wasn't long before they returned with a man, the very one who had killed his companion over a dispute regarding food. Upon the return of the man named Kulot, Minuo suddenly changed his mind about staying in the temple and dragged Phil off to hunt demons. Phil was filled with questions, but recognizing Minuo's grim demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. Although Minuo's anemia and Phil's muscle strain were not injuries that could heal instantly with medication, they were not severe either. After several days of rest, both had nearly recovered, with their minor ailments no longer a concern. Thus, both regained their fighting capabilities, which was why Phil had no objections to Minuo's decision, only confusion, uncertain whether it was due to a change of weapons or a mood of discontent. Minuo wielded the meteor today with a wild ferocity, relying solely on brute strength and the weapon's weight to crush demons rather than employing any intricate sword techniques. This method of combat proved highly efficient, allowing Minuo to slay more demons than Phil, who frequently utilized his martial techniques. However, this came at the cost of Minuo sustaining numerous injuries. The wide blade of the meteor made it difficult to change tactics. Lacking the agility of the blue moon, and the demon's desperate strikes often landed on Minuo before he could defend himself. Today, he was particularly focused on achieving results while neglecting his defenses, leading to an inevitable outcome of injuries. As Minuo shattered a demon's skull, the creature's claws left a deep gash on his body. Observing Minuo silently applying ointment to his wounds, Phil could no longer contain himself. "What is wrong with you today? When did your swordsmanship decline to such a degree that you could get injured even when killing a mere low-level demon?" Flicking the demon's blood off his scythe, Phil raised an eyebrow, half mockingly, half curiously. "It feels like this has something to do with Kolot. Is he someone you know?" "It's nothing, Phil. You're overthinking it. That I've simply been cooped up in this underground labyrinth for too long." Feeling down and wanting to vent that I've never even heard of the name Kolot before, Minuo forced a smile, weakly defending himself. "Then, you must know the victim named Jack, if that is the case. We should report that scoundrel immediately." "I've told you, Phil, you're thinking too much. I don't know either Kolot or Jack. If I wanted revenge for Jack, I would have simply told everyone about it upon returning that day, rather than you needing to instruct me." With an exasperated eye roll, Minuo replied with a tone of frustration. "Then what is the cause of your unusual behavior these past few days? Don't tell me it's just a bad mood. When we were being chased, your weapon was destroyed, yet you didn't act like this. Now, after merely collecting some vines, you've become like this. If you say it has nothing to do with Kolot, I want to believe a word." Faced with Phil's probing, Minuo opened his mouth, prepared to offer a defense. But as he met Phil's steady gaze filled with stubbornness and concern, he found himself at a loss for words, simply turning away in silence. Yet, having waited so long for the chance to confront Minuo, Phil was unwilling to let the matter slide with mere silence. He did nothing but maintain his unwavering gaze upon Minuo's eyes. Under Phil's scrutiny, Minuo remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately succumbing to the pressure of Phil's gaze, his voice dry as he spoke. "Phil, why did you choose to join the Supreme God sect and become a holy practitioner? If one merely seeks power, your innate talent and the martial skills you have inherited should suffice for you to grow into a formidable warrior." Faced with Minuo's inquiry, Phil was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he scratched his head and replied, his tone laden with hesitation. "Perhaps it is due to the unique strength of the paladins that my main focus leans towards the forces of death. My destructive and explosive capabilities are quite formidable. Yet my endurance and defense leave much to be desired. The power of the paladins can effectively compensate for my shortcomings, and fortuitously, I possess an aptitude in this area, which is why I have chosen this path." "Yes, that should be it." Listening to Phil's self-analysis, Minuo stifled a light chuckle and continued to probe. "And what are your thoughts on the doctrines of the Supreme God Church and the path of holy light?" "Well, they are quite commendable, far exceeding my expectations. Initially, I had presumed it to be an evil force cloaked in a veneer of light, the ultimate antagonist of this world, biding its time to dismantle the Supreme God Church once I had grown stronger. However, upon joining, I discovered that the Church indeed embodies a certain grandeur and righteousness, leading me to conclude that the true antagonists must lie elsewhere." Phil's words elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Minuo, who laughed so hard that his body trembled, taking a long while to regain composure before he pointed at Phil, still chuckling. "What on earth were you thinking, believing the Supreme God Church to be an evil organization? Are you truly a denizen of this world? Have you never studied history?" "Phil, you see, I have always possessed a clear path of my own. The power of the paladins is merely a burden that hampers my progress." Once the laughter subsided, fiddling with a vial of ointment in his hand, Minuo spoke somberly to Phil. "The reason I chose to become a paladin was the inspiration drawn from a paladin who saved my life. I aspire to be someone who can selflessly aid others, much like him. Due to the actions of that paladin and his companions, I once believed that the path of holy light represented the collective of all positive spirits in this world, the highest embodiment of benevolence, hence my pursuit of it." "I see. While that may seem somewhat exaggerated, your interpretation of the doctrine, Minuo, does hold a degree of validity. What prompted you to express this?" As Phil nodded in understanding to Minuo's exposition on his pursuit of the holy light, he voiced his lingering doubts. In response to Phil's confusion, Minuo's hand faltered momentarily over the ointment bottle, and with a wry smile, he explained, "If the path of holy light is indeed the path of ultimate goodness, then those paladins recognized by the holy light should inherently be embodiments of benevolence. Yet, Kirot's behavior has left me perplexed. How can someone who, before even facing death, resorts to killing his comrades for survival be acknowledged by the holy light? Is the path of holy light truly as beautiful as I envisioned? Is it not a grave error to abandon the path I had meticulously charted to embrace the role of a paladin? As he reached the conclusion of his thoughts, Minuo inadvertently crushed the ointment bottle in his grasp, watching the ceramic shards cascade from his hand, and Phil could sense the intense turmoil within him. Regrettably, he had never delved into matters of ideals or human nature, and thus felt utterly helpless in the face of Minuo's inner conflict. All he could do was pat Minuo on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Chapter 83. Fierce Battle with Demons. Fortunately, after Phil's reminder, Minuo himself sensed that his previous state was somewhat amiss. Though he had yet to completely extricate himself from that inner turmoil, he recognized the necessity of not allowing it to cloud his judgment. His reason reasserted itself, and his combat style resumed its previously steady and methodical approach. While the pace of hunting demons was markedly slower than before, injuries had become virtually non-existent. Seeing that Minuo had finally regained his composure, Phil breathed a sigh of relief and redirected his focus entirely towards slaying demons. With Minuo on defense and Phil on offense, their synergistic cooperation led to an increase in their hunting speed. Observing their teamwork, a figure lurking in the shadows around a corner sighed softly, shaking his head before quietly departing, remaining concealed within the shadows throughout, perhaps due to the cathartic release of expressing his thoughts. Minuo felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he still preferred to avoid Kurode's company, he no longer went out of his way to do so, treating him as though he were invisible. Fully concentrating his efforts on hunting demons, meanwhile, Kuro remained oblivious to the fact that two others were aware of his secret. Thus, he regarded Minuo and Phil's cool demeanor towards him with a degree of bewilderment. Attributing it merely to a lack of compatibility. In the days that followed, the trials at the Holy Sanctuary resumed their intended course. Apart from those assigned to gather water and guard the temple, everyone else exerted themselves to hunt demons with unwavering determination. The surviving trial participants, having endured the ambushes of demons, were predominantly the elite of their cohort. With their collective efforts, the area surrounding the temple was nearly purged of demons. However, in more distant regions, the trial participants found themselves powerless. The demons reappeared like chives after harvesting, endlessly persistent. Thus, as the trial participants engaged in relentless battles with the demons, the 15th day of the Holy Sanctuary trials finally dawned. At the break of day, as they beheld the soft glow emanating from the temple doors, everyone seemed to return to the comfort of their lives at the academy, erupting into joyous cheers and revelry that took some time to subside. Once their euphoria gave way to rationality, a single term resonated in the minds of all: demons. As the temple radiated increasingly potent waves of holy light, more and more demons felt the discomforting resonance, drawn to the temple like moths to a flame, launching their assaults. While the temple's doors were impervious to breach by the demons, the trial participants stationed outside had no choice but to rely on their own flesh and blood to withstand the relentless onslaught. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down their spines, as the initial excitement of nearing the end of their trial was swiftly eclipsed by the terror of the impending demon attack. Preparation. In a bid to successfully navigate the final day of the Holy Sanctuary trials, everyone seized the fleeting moments to gear up for battle. They sharpened their weapons, organized their equipment, and regulated their breathing and fighting spirit. Striving to face the demons in optimal condition, they consumed the last of their provisions, drank the remaining water, and placed their remaining potions within easy reach, eliminating any potential impediments to their combat effectiveness. This would be their final battle, the most arduous one at that. If they persevered, they would emerge as the victors of the Holy Sanctuary trials, with boundless glory awaiting them. Should they falter, however, all the struggles of the past 14 days would be rendered meaningless. Indistinguishable from those who had perished at the outset, mere corpses in the shadowy depths below. Amidst the tension, the first demon materialized within the participants' line of sight. In an instant, it was obliterated by a concentrated barrage of holy light projectiles, resulting in a waste of their limited spiritual energy. Observing the gory remains of the demon, those who had just attacked exchanged awkward smiles. All right, everyone must understand that our current objective is not to slay a multitude of demons, but rather to endure until the temple opens. As the group felt the weight of the awkwardness, the ever-steadfast leader, Clarel, stepped forward and spoke with authority. Our spiritual energy is finite, and so are our healing potions. It would be best to conserve our energy to unleash healing spells. Therefore, I urge everyone to draw their swords and engage in close combat throughout. Understood. Clarel's words resonated with sound reasoning, prompting a collective response from the group as they unsheathed their swords. The sound of over 60 gleaming blades being drawn echoed, creating an impressive display. As time progressed, the holy light emanating from the temple doors intensified, drawing in ever-increasing hordes of demons, escalating from 1 or 2 to dozens at a time. Yet, these were not insurmountable challenges, as long as they were not third-tier demons. Many could easily handle them alone. By midday, when the holy light radiating from the temple doors became so brilliant that it was blinding to those nearby, the number of demons appearing began to be counted in the hundreds. At this point, each participant faced multiple demons, and while they managed to dispatch each wave without sustaining injuries, they had to concede that the battles had grown far more strenuous than at the outset. Hey, swordsman, why are you so quickly exhausted? Is your stamina lacking? Phil, leaning on his scythe, gasped for air while teasing Minuo, who was beside him, struggling with his celestial spear. With the scythe on your back, if you don't wish to rest, why not go and slay the demons? Others are simply longing for a moment's respite. Breathing heavily, Mino shot a disdainful glance at Phil, his eyes brimming with contempt for the opportunistic fool. I was merely making an observation. We still have some time to rest, but that may not last long. Only a fool would neglect to find a way to regain a modicum of strength. However, could you refrain from calling me the scythe-bearer? I am currently wielding a scythe, after all. With a vigorous swing of the massive scythe in his hand, Phil protested with righteous indignation. To this, Mino merely raised an eyebrow. Should I then refer to you as the scythe juggler? Though it lacks a certain musicality, I would not object if you insist on such a title. Perhaps due to the profound memories of their shared struggle for survival in the deadly arena. Phil often preferred to call Mino the swordsman, while Mino, not wishing to bear the brunt of nicknames alone, reciprocated by calling Phil the scythe-bearer. Although he relished calling Mino the swordsman, Phil found himself surprisingly averse to being labeled the scythe-bearer, which had become a frequent topic of light-hearted bickering between the two in recent days, likely serving as a means to alleviate their mounting tension. Half a day had passed, transitioning from battles involving just 1 or 2 participants to a scenario where half fought while the other half rested. And now nearly everyone was engaged in combat. The intensity of this final battle was escalating dramatically. Yet, only half of the allotted time had elapsed, and considering the roughly circular layout of the underground labyrinth depicted on the map, the demons drawn thus far amounted to merely a quarter of the total. Furthermore, this so-called quarter was heavily diluted, for many had already fallen to the blades of Mino and his fellow challengers. Reflecting on this, the forthcoming intensity of the battles in the remaining half-day would likely exceed all expectations. Both Mino and Phil were no fools. They could easily grasp the gravity of the situation. The dread of these harrowing realities weighed heavily upon their hearts, but to prevent panic from spreading and disrupting their focus, they dared not voice their fears. The tension born from such circumstances far surpassed what an ordinary person could fathom. Thus, they could only attempt to maintain a facade of humor, believing it would ease their inner turmoil. As the time until the temple's door opened dwindled to 2.5 hours. Nearly all the demons in the underground labyrinth, aside from those on the periphery, had been drawn in by the pulsing waves of holy light, causing the challengers' foes to surge forth like an overwhelming tide. The concept of rest had vanished entirely. Every individual was compelled to fight to the death against the demons. In the midst of such fierce combat, even the capacity to contemplate the next minute was severely lacking, leaving little room for thoughts on what the subsequent demon onslaught might entail. Battle, a desperate struggle for survival. Outside the temple doors, radiating with blinding holy light, the clash between the challengers and the demon horde resembled a vividly colored oil painting. Black demonic blood splattered wildly with the strokes of their swords, while crimson human blood flowed freely in the wake of the demons' claws. The challengers' pristine white robes and the dark crimson skin of the demons formed the backdrop of this grand canvas, casting an endless shimmer in a dance of cold brilliance. Everything appeared as beautiful as a poem, yet the challengers ensnared within this tableau could scarcely appreciate its artistry, despite the chaotic recklessness of the lesser demons and the mutual assistance among the challengers. No one had yet fallen, however, as the intensity of the battle escalated. An hour before the temple's opening, exhaustion began to take its toll. And somewhere on the verge of collapse. It was the individual who had previously used a group teleportation scroll to rescue Tom. The weakest among the 60 challengers, he was the first to falter, teetering on the brink of death beneath the demon's claws. Unwilling to succumb, he let out a defiant roar and tore a scroll adorned with golden threads into fragments. A dazzling burst of light erupted amidst the throng, forcing everyone to shut their eyes, which they reopened after a moment to their astonishment. All the demons they had been battling had been reduced to ashes. Some laughed in relief, but the expressions of Mino and a few others grew increasingly grave, for the true test of death had finally arrived. Raising his gaze, Mino beheld the shadows where the holy light did not reach. Filled with demons whose bloodthirsty, murderous crimson eyes glinted ominously in the darkness, the red glimmer of their gaze intensified. The dread loomed ever larger. Chapter 84. The Oath of the Holy Office. A shadowy smile crept upon Mino's lips. Tinged with bitterness and understanding, that he had long anticipated such a scenario, yet he had not expected it to be so painfully difficult to accept when it materialized before him. The joy born of ignorance lasted but a fleeting moment. For upon noticing the lurking demons in the shadows, the overwhelming numbers caused their smiles to freeze in place. Almost instinctively, everyone rushed to the temple's grand entrance, over 60 disheveled youths huddling together in that small space, attempting to dispel their fears through the sheer weight of numbers. Yet, they failed. Though the demons had been momentarily intimidated by the might of the divine scroll, the moment that power waned, their insatiable hunger for fresh flesh and animosity towards the holy light surged forth. Overpowering their meager fear, they emerged once more from the shadows. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of demons materialized before the challengers, their crimson eyes coalescing into a nearly contiguous scarlet veil that in the face of such a formidable host. The assembled challengers appeared as mere pebbles on the bank of a tranquil stream, conspicuous, yet insignificant enough to be overlooked. This grim reality bore an immense pressure that could shatter one's resolve in an instant. Had their adversaries been humans amenable to surrender, rather than merciless demons, it was likely some would have knelt in submission. Thus, the fact that their opponents were demons was a small blessing. Surveying the expressions of his companions, Mino thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery. Perhaps the residual terror from the divine scroll still lingered, or perhaps the holy light emanating from the temple door unsettled the demons. Remarkably, they did not immediately rush to attack. Instead, they advanced slowly toward the temple, as if strolling. The most terrifying aspect was not the impending arrival of death, but rather the ominous prelude that heralded it. Step by step, the challengers watched as the demons approached, akin to witnessing the Reaper's scythe descending slowly upon them, each stride predictable enough for them to estimate their own time of death. The fear of death amplified within their hearts. If this continued, even against the unyielding demons, some might find their spirits fracturing, abandoning their will to fight. Then, someone stepped forward. We, who have received the holy office, shall do our utmost to embody the spirit of the divine. Clariel stepped forth, standing before all, intoning the words inscribed on the title page of the Codex of the Holy Office, known as the Oath of the Holy Office. By the path of the holy light, we shall uphold the tenets of kindness, acting as the divine's emissaries. While the others were momentarily taken aback by Clariel's declaration, Mino smiled faintly, stepping forward to stand beside Clariel, solemnly reciting the next line of the oath. Wield the sword of justice. Bear the spear of sacrifice. Grip the hammer of valor. Shoulder the axe of glory. Another group stepped forward, their expressions fervent and solemn, raising their voices in unison. With kindness as our armor. With honesty as our helm. Faith is our thought. Humility is our being. As they recited the oath, everyone stood united, their faces stripped of fear. Their resolve fierce and passionate. The spirit of the holy office, passed down through countless generations, rekindled within them. Uphold kindness, banish cruelty, fight for the living, avenge the fallen. Gazing upon the demons that had once instilled such terror, the challengers, no, the holy office bearers, raised their swords and roared to the heavens. Fight for the living, avenge the fallen. In that moment, all forgot their names, their identities, their lives and deaths. They were united under a single name, the holy office bearers. As the resounding voices of the holy office bearers filled the air, the demons surged forward as if enraged, launching themselves at the bearers with reckless abandon in a final, desperate assault. The tide of demons surged once more. Facing the onslaught, the holy office bearers remained unflinching, positioning themselves in a well-practiced defensive formation centered around the temple's entrance. With a fierce shout, half of the bearers stepped forward in unison, unleashing their might as they struck down the leading demons. While the other half stood vigilant, swords at the ready, prepared to dispatch any that might survive the initial onslaught. The longsword was sheathed, and the clergy executed their roles with a harmonious divergence of offense and defense. Those initially tasked with providing cover stepped boldly forward, mirroring the fervent horizontal slashes of their predecessors, while those retreating stood ready to shield their comrades, simultaneously striving to calm the chaotic breaths born of their exertion. This ebb and flow of defense and support allowed the warriors to seize fleeting moments for respite amidst the turmoil of battle. Under the dual weight of mortality and faith, the clergy, who had never rehearsed such formations together, flawlessly embodied the art of warfare, reminiscent of seasoned veterans long accustomed to the battlefield, standing among their ranks. Even Minuo, a novice yet to learn the intricacies of battle formations, instinctively found his place, contributing aptly to the collective effort. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Minuo grasped the intent behind the supreme god's directive to thrust apprentices into this underground labyrinth for the sacred trial. It was to forge within them the essence of a true cleric through the crucible of life and death. Resilience of spirit, acute perception, the strength to combat, the finesse of formation, and a courageous heart that stands firm even in the direst of circumstances. This encapsulated the true significance of the sacred trial. With this realization, a broad smile spread across Minuo's face. A bearer of the hero's legacy, the valorous heart was an indispensable trait. Thus, he swung his meteorite blade with fervor, cleaving through one demon after another. Time trickled on, and the demons surged forth like the relentless tide of the sea. No matter how fiercely the clergy fought, they seemed inexhaustible. That a grim realization settled upon them. Despite their relentless efforts, the number of demons they faced each second remained constant, rendering their struggle a monotonous cycle devoid of end. The fervor ignited by the oath of the clergy began to wane, and their physical stamina approached its limit. The potions meant for healing and mental fortitude were nearly depleted. As the countdown to the temple's reactivation dwindled to a mere 10 minutes, despair finally set in. Among the clergy, who had sustained one another and fought valiantly to preserve every life, the first fatality emerged. It was the noble scion, a count by the name of Pierre, who had once wielded a 5th-tier area attack spell scroll to secure precious time for regrouping. Despite his wealth and an arsenal of treasures akin to a young dragon, his lack of prowess ultimately proved fatal. Exhausted from battle, and with all his scrolls and magical items expended, he fell victim to a momentary lapse. A 3rd-tier demon, concealed among lesser foes, struck with precision, extracting his heart from within his chest. Pierre's demise acted as a harbinger. As he fell, several more weary clergy followed suit, succumbing to the demons. Their deaths inevitably created gaps in the once impenetrable semicircular defensive formation. But more critically, they shattered the morale of the remaining fighters. As time slipped away, the fervor that had once surged within them now languished, and doubt resurfaced, exacerbated by the loss of their comrades. The brink of collapse loomed closer, with only 3 minutes remaining until salvation. The single moment of mental encouragement had been exhausted, and it was uncertain whether it could be invoked again. Furthermore, the close-quarters combat with the demons left no opportunity for the leader to employ such a tactic at this desperate juncture. Only their own willpower remained as a source of hope. This understanding united them, compelling each to grit their teeth and maintain the integrity of their beleaguered formation. In that moment, time stretched interminably. Minuo swung his great sword with mechanical precision, severing the heads of one demon after another, his focus on the passage of time having waned, until the temple doors finally swung open, nearly catching him unawares. Run! At the instant the doors parted, a blinding burst of holy light erupted from within, momentarily stunning the demons. With one final, desperate rally, the clergy, who had persevered to the last, surged toward the sanctuary. Minuo was no exception, yet as he turned to flee, a fleeting glance revealed a scene that made him hesitate. There, at the forefront, was their leader, Clairol, half kneeling with an injured leg. The demon's momentary bewilderment would last but a heartbeat. If Clairol relied solely on himself, he would never survive to reach the temple's threshold. To save or not to save? The question flitted through Minuo's mind for just an instant before he resolved. Halting his flight, and rushing toward the kneeling Clairol. "Hurry, Clairol, I'll support you. Let us escape together." With Minuo's arm around his shoulder, Clairol leaned on him, striving to reach the life-affirming entrance of the temple. Gratitude etched on his face as he patted Minuo's shoulder. "I am forever indebted. You are Minuo, if I recall correctly." "Yes, I am Minuo." In responding, Minuo channeled all his focus into their desperate escape, completely oblivious to the sinister smirk that crept across Clairol's face at the sound of his name. "In that case, I can rest easy." With those words, a sharp dagger pierced Minuo's chest as he beheld the bloodied hand gripping the blade. Disbelief filled his wide-open eyes. "Clairol, why? Why would you?" Chapter 85. The true hand of the king faced with Minuo's incredulous glare. Clairol grinned eerily, his pallid visage lending him an almost vampiric allure. "His Majesty King Kamond has sent his regards, you audacious criminal who dared to thwart Lord Dubert's plans." Whispering in Minuo's ear, Clairol uttered two names that Minuo wished to forget, and in that instant, everything clicked into place. "But to be honest, I must thank you. Without your unwitting assistance, how could this precious weapon, forged of exquisite metal and piercing through your body, have come to be in my possession? Such a rare artifact, enhanced with golden alloy, was far beyond my reach, let alone the future benefits it promises." "Minuo, I am truly grateful," he mused as Clairol spoke of the king's rewards. He cackled with glee, his expression warped into that of a twisted witch from a fairy tale. Minuo stood in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the treacherous scoundrel before him with the noble leader who had rallied them through the demon onslaught. Chanting the oath of the clergy, "I had no opportunity earlier. The demon's assault was relentless, and I feared I would lose this chance for great fortune. Yet you returned to assist me, proving that I cannot escape my fate." Withdrawing the dagger from Minuo's chest, Clairol wiped the blood off on Minuo's garments, then gleefully pushed him to the ground. "The demons are regaining their wits. I shan't linger. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall inform everyone that you valiantly perished trying to save me. A truly commendable companion." "Indeed, Data." With that, Clairol carefully stowed the dagger in his satchel, feigning sorrow as he turned to leave. Watching Clairol depart, an inexplicable surge of anger coursed through Minuo, compelling him to shout and leap onto Clairol's back. Caught off guard, Clairol stumbled and fell, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Minuo quickly lifted Clairol's garments and retrieved the exquisite dagger from his satchel, plunging it downwards without hesitation. "You wretched scoundrel, why could you not simply die?" Though Clairol's character was despicable, his prowess was undeniable. Even in his moment of confusion, he quickly regained composure. Alas, Minuo was swifter, and as Clairol grasped Minuo by the throat and slammed him to the ground, the grievously wounded dagger had already embedded itself in Clairol's side. Gazing at the bleeding wound on Clairol's waist, Minuo's face flushed crimson, his eyes filled with regret and sorrow that he lamented, regretting why he had been so easily deceived by Clairol's faade, mistaking him for a noble cleric like Ol, a leader embodying the path of holy light. He regretted returning to save this duplicitous villain that he lamented, regretting his failure to fulfill the promise made to Sister Wild-Eyed in front of Teacher Chloris. He had boasted, disappointing both his sister and Aunt Kasha, and he could not help but wonder why his hand had faltered just moments ago. The dagger that should have pierced the heart had instead been thwarted by Clairol's evasion, merely grazing his lower back. "As a stepping stone for my ascent, you shall perish." With a venomous glare fixed upon Minuo, Clairol roared in fury, lifting Minuo with one hand, preparing to cast him into the horde of demons. Struggling against the grip on his throat, Minuo managed a faint smile, ready to utter something poignant when a familiar massive scythe suddenly entered his line of sight, severing Clairol's right hand that was constricting Minuo's neck. As blood erupted like a fountain, a solitary arm soared through the air, while Minuo, his face flushed, clutched his neck, gasping for the long-missed air. "You bastard! A swordsman comes to rescue you, and you dare to repay kindness with malice. Attempting to kill Minuo, do you not realize this is my designated second-in-command, a key ally to help me dominate the world? How dare you lay a hand on him?" Supporting the collapsed Minuo, Phil frantically smeared the ointment Minuo had previously gifted him onto Minuo's wounds, while viciously kicking the writhing Clairol on the ground. "No, do not concern yourself with him. We must flee." Quickly, the demons, grasping Phil's hand, Minuo urged him in a weak voice. Reminded by Minuo, Phil glanced around, only to discover that the demons, previously stunned by the burst of divine light during the temple's reawakening, had regained their senses, and the commotion had drawn their attention. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Phil disregarded Minuo's untreated wounds, paying no mind to the wailing Clariel, and hoisted Minuo onto his back. Dashing towards the temple's grand entrance, stimulated by the scent of blood, the surrounding demons surged towards them, indulging in Clariel's flesh. The agony of having his flesh gnawed away incited Clariel to let out piercing screams, to which both Minuo, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him, and Phil, who remained oblivious to the truth, could only respond with disdainful smiles, not even glancing back, with Clariel drawing the demons' attention behind them. And most of the demons ahead having been dispatched by the retreating clergy, Phil and Minuo encountered remarkably few obstacles. After Phil felled a dozen or so lesser demons, the two miraculously burst through the temple's grand doors. Upon realizing that he and Phil had finally escaped peril, the pent-up breath of rage in Minuo's chest finally eased. However, as he crossed the threshold of the temple, his head tilted, and he promptly fainted. "Hey, swordsman, Minuo, wake up! Didn't the priest say you would regain consciousness soon? Why has it been over a minute without any sign?" His consciousness floated quietly in a realm of darkness. Minuo's mind was a muddled haze, seemingly contemplating many things yet grasping nothing. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through, like a resilient chain pulling Minuo from the abyss of darkness. "You're awake. I told you it wouldn't be so easy for you to die. If you were to perish just like that, the risks I took to save you would be in vain. That I'm counting on you to serve as my loyal aide." Observing the slight flutter of Minuo's eyelids, Phil exclaimed with excitement. "Phil, when did I ever agree to be your subordinate?" Minuo weakly retorted, still with eyes shut. "Who said anything about that? I saved your life, so in return, you must be my subordinate. Understand?" Grasping Minuo by the shoulders, Phil shook him vigorously, intent on bending Minuo to his will while he was still weak. Stop shaking. I might faint again." Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, Minuo groaned in pain, managing to grasp Phil's arm to halt his rough antics. "I apologize. I was just too elated. I'll let go now." Seeing Minuo's eyes nearly contorted in agony, Phil sheepishly released his grip, only for Minuo to collapse heavily onto the bed, the wounds on his back hitting the bed frame, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness again. Once he steadied his breath, Minuo looked at Phil, who wore an awkward smile, with tears of sorrow welling in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'll fetch you water and healing ointment." "No, I'll find the priest right away." Under Minuo's tear-filled gaze, Phil scratched his head, glancing around to evade Minuo's piercing look. However, he unexpectedly noticed the large bloodstains rapidly spreading across the pristine white sheets beneath Minuo, causing Phil to panic and rush out to find the priest. A minute later, the priest was nearly dragged in by Phil, who had practically carried him, after a thorough cleansing and dressing of the wounds. A healing spell was cast, finally stabilizing Minuo's grievous injuries. "Your wound was perilously close to your heart. You must rest well and avoid any movement. If it opens again, it may affect your heart, and only the archbishop may be able to save you then." Grasping Minuo's hand, the priest earnestly advised him. Minuo smiled, assuring he would heed the advice, while Phil stood by, blushing fiercely, after the priest departed. Phil looked at Minuo, whose complexion had paled further, uncertain of what to do. After a moment, he finally managed to calm down and asked Minuo, "Swordsman, weren't you supposed to go back to save that guy? Why did he stab you instead?" Facing Phil's inquiry, Minuo gazed into his eyes, and after a long pause, sighed softly. "Do not ask, Phil. You would not wish to know, and I do not want to lose you as a friend. Swordsman, if you truly regard me as a friend, then tell me if our friendship is so fragile, then it is not worth having." Understanding the seriousness in Phil's eyes, Minuo's expression dimmed, signaling Phil to sit beside him. And then he quietly recounted the feud between himself and the king. "So, do you regret it now, having disrupted the king's plans? Do you feel an urge to stab me again?" After sharing his story, Minuo felt a weight lift from his heart, teasing Phil with a playful grin. "What a joke. I intend to dominate the continent and become a legend. What is a mere king of the Morwen kingdom to me? Even the emperor's crown does not intimidate me." Phil scoffed at Minuo's jest, then mischievously leaned closer. "But you, my friend, think our bond can be so easily shattered. Do you seek a fight? No, don't come any closer. The priest warned against reopening my wounds." "Oh, it's fine. As long as you lie still, I promise not to touch your injuries. Heh, it's your body, not mine. You handle it as you wish. Chuckling. Phil ruffled Minuo's hair, relishing in the fact that Minuo could not retaliate due to his condition, turning Minuo's once smooth golden locks into a tangled mess. The two laughed and played for a while. And only when Minuo began to succumb to fatigue did Phil tidy up the disheveled room and leave with a smile. Chapter 86. The Seed of Holy Light after sleeping for about 5 hours. Minuo was roused around 9 in the morning by a similarly lethargic Phil. With his strength somewhat restored, he leaned on Phil as they made their way towards the main hall of the demon sealing temple. Along the way, they encountered others. All were weary from a day of fierce battle, their spirits low, and they merely exchanged nods without further conversation. Upon reaching the main hall, the 50 or so survivors of the sacred trial gathered. And as they beheld the immense, pure white cross radiating endless holy light, it was as if all weariness had been swept away, including the severely injured Minuo. Everyone straightened their backs, gazing expectantly at the arrival of Archbishop Mars. Children, welcome back victorious. As the Archbishop of the Morwen Kingdom, I, Mars, offer my sincerest apologies to you all. Walking slowly to the front of the cross, Mars looked upon the apprentices of the clergy, reduced from over 100 to merely half. His expression somber as he bowed deeply to them. As the organizing party of this sacred trial, we, the Church of the Supreme Deity, have been excessively negligent, entirely oblivious to the dangers lurking within the underground labyrinth, leading to the tragic demise of our dear classmates and friends, the very hopes for the future of our church. I am deeply sorry for you all. With these words, Archbishop Mars deeply bowed once more. His statement stirred memories within the gathering, evoking recollections of friends who had forever left their lives within this trial. The somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Even Minuo and Phil, the two first-year students who had participated under special permission and had no companions, began to reminisce about those few who, despite nearly 10 days of camaraderie, had faltered on the final day. The grand hall of the temple fell into a heavy silence, steeped in sorrow and indignation. We have dispatched all the sacred knights into the underground labyrinth at any cost. We must uncover the masterminds behind this tragedy and ensure justice for our fallen comrades, as well as provide due compensation to their families. For those who survived, we shall bestow upon each of you 3 light crystals as restitution for this oversight. The light crystal, a type of low-grade elemental crystal, greatly aids in the cultivation of light-based powers, capable of doubling one's training speed. Such treasures are a distant dream for many acolytes born into ordinary families. Upon hearing of the 3 light crystals, excitement surged among the attendees, slowly reviving the previously somber atmosphere. However, despite the allure of the light crystals, they paled in comparison to the rewards of the sacred trial, which guaranteed at least a level up. Thus, after a brief moment of exhilaration, the crowd suddenly recalled the original purpose of their gathering, redirecting their gazes towards Archbishop Mars, who remained silent, yet smiling. Those who have survived this perilous sacred trial are undoubtedly the most gifted of our church, and thus you are wholly deserving of the baptism of holy light, he proclaimed. Following his speech, Archbishop Mars smiled and stepped aside, allowing the attendees to compose themselves and solemnly kneel before the statue of the crucifix. As they knelt, the latent, magnificent power of holy light within the statue erupted, enveloping the 50 or so trial participants in a radiant, platinum-hued aura. As the light enveloped them, Minuo felt a comforting warmth enveloping his body, akin to basking in a soothing hot spring. A surge of holy light coursed through him, transforming into a peculiar warmth that rapidly filled his being. As the light's embrace lingered, the warmth blossomed into a symphony of sacred hymns and guiding maxims, steering Minuo's spirit gently towards the path of righteous and benevolent holy light. That it felt as if a warm glow emerged above the sea of his consciousness, guiding his soul like a lighthouse towards the path of holy light. Step by step, Minuo advanced toward that light, feeling his soul draw ever closer, until he was on the verge of touching it. Yet, at that moment, he hesitated. Images of Kalat, weeping while digging the grave of Jack, whom he had slain over a dispute for food, Kalat striking Jack in a fit of sorrow, Clarelle plunging a dagger into her own chest while Minuo attempted to save her, Clarelle boasting about the reward she received for betraying him. They all unfolded before him like a cinematic reel. Witnessing the despicable actions of these two sanctified individuals, who had gained the approval of holy light, Minuo suddenly felt a rift between himself and the holy light. Was the path of holy light truly the one he sought? Standing at the threshold of the path, Minuo questioned his heart, yet found no answer. He lingered in this uncertainty until the baptism of holy light concluded, and as the radiant power receded like a tide, he lifted his head as if awakening from a dream. Over 50 varying intensities of holy light illuminated the participants, each reflecting off one another. Even Phil, who had not yet received the power of holy light like Minuo, shone brightly with its luminescence. Extending his hands, Minuo gazed at his empty palms, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Only he remained devoid of holy light. As the baptism concluded, the acolytes gathered in small groups, joyously discussing their newfound strengths. Phil approached Minuo, eager to share his elation. Observing Phil's approach, Minuo masked his inner bitterness with a broad smile, preparing to congratulate him. However, before Phil could reach him, a familiar figure appeared before Minuo. "Little Minuo, you seem somewhat disheartened. Would you care to take a walk with me?" Archbishop Mars invited with a gentle smile, but Minuo's surprise at the Archbishop's sudden appearance was fleeting. After a moment's reflection, he nodded in agreement, casting a reassuring glance towards Phil, who watched with concern from a distance, before following Archbishop Mars out of the now somewhat boisterous main hall. "Even after the baptism of holy light, you were unable to solidify the seed of holy light, little Minuo. You must feel quite regretful," Mars remarked as they walked. Suddenly turning to face Minuo, he gazed into his eyes, speaking with warmth and sincerity. Perhaps it was due to my previous injuries. The power available to each individual to receive holy light is limited. The strength that should have been used to solidify the seed of holy light was diverted to heal my wounds, thus leaving me without the power to form the seed, or so I believe." As Minuo uttered this self-doubtful rationale, he subtly turned his head away, attempting to evade the Archbishop's discerning gaze, which seemed to peer into his very soul. This reasoning appears quite plausible. Yet, little Minuo, having read the true essence of holy light, do you truly believe it? Observing Minuo's slight embarrassment, Archbishop Mars chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued forward. "Little Minuo, the baptism of holy light enables the formation of the seed for 2 reasons. First, it allows the baptized individual to more intimately grasp the true essence of the path of holy light. Second, the high purity of holy light serves as a catalyst, guiding the recipient to compress their own light, thus enabling the formation of the seed." As they spoke, Mars led Minuo to a secluded chapel, where he took a seat and gestured for Minuo to join him. "Little Minuo, from the moment you arrived in Trilon, I could see that, both in physical prowess and in your alignment with the path of holy light, you had already met the criteria for forming the seed. The only element lacking was a comprehension of theology. That is, the spirit of the supreme deity. After all this time spent learning, I believe you have bridged that final gap. What remains is merely an opportunity." Reflecting on Minuo's initial arrival in Trilon, a smile spread across Mars's face as he recalled their first encounter, where Minuo had rashly approached him. "Now that the opportunity has presented itself, yet you still have not formed the seed. There can only be one possibility. You have harbored doubts about the holy light, rejecting it, am I correct, little Minuo?" "Archbishop, Minuo suddenly stood up, flustered as he sought to offer an explanation. "No need for explanations. Little Minuo, I harbor no grievances against you. That I merely wish for you to understand that the actions of a few miscreants do not represent the errors of the path of holy light. Reflect on the essence of holy light you have grasped. Do not allow the wrongful deeds of others to cloud your heart." Before Minuo could articulate his defense, Archbishop Mars gestured for him to sit down. Offering heartfelt counsel, "What do the path of holy light and the holy clergy truly mean to me?" Memories of my encounters with clergy, starting from my first meeting with Priest Trick, flooded Minuo's mind. The benevolence and kindness of Priest Trick, the selfless dedication of Carlos and his companions, the sacrifice of Oer for his comrades, and the justice and compassion displayed by Archbishop Mars and other clergy members of Trilon. All these actions coalesced in Minuo's mind, revealing a common thread. That thread was the holy light he sought. As he witnessed the shared benevolence exhibited by the clergy, a spark of enlightenment ignited in Minuo's eyes, dispelling the shadows cast upon his faith by the actions of the likes of Clarel and other miscreants among the clergy. Noticing the faint glimmer of understanding and joy on Minuo's bewildered face, Archbishop Mars smiled with satisfaction and rose to depart. After a considerable time had passed, Minuo, returning from his reverie, gazed in astonishment at the radiant golden seed that had mysteriously manifested within him, exclaiming involuntarily, "The seed of holy light." Chapter 87. A return to serenity with the completion of the rewards from the Holy Hall trials. This arduous and tumultuous life and death trial had finally come to an end. Upon their return from the underground labyrinth and learning of the events that had transpired therein, the Holy Knights descended into the depths to uncover the truth behind these occurrences and the mastermind behind them. In reality, the underground labyrinth was far more extensive than the map Minuo and his companions had received indicated. The subterranean realm was continually expanding due to both the ongoing discoveries of space and the relentless excavations by demons year after year, rendering numerous areas unexplored. Consequently, fully exploring the labyrinth was an immensely challenging and time-consuming endeavor. The fact that the Holy Knights had yet to return indicated that the clues to the truth were clearly not concealed within the already mapped regions. Thus, they had much work ahead of them. Therefore, while Minuo longed to express his gratitude to the Holy Knight who had gifted him the calming powder, allowing him restful sleep in the days leading up to the trials, he could only bury this sense of gratitude deep within his heart. Similarly, Minuo concealed his disdain for the king, sharing this sentiment with no one save for Phil, under the gaze of the supply officer, who appeared utterly terrified as though he had seen a ghost. Minuo maintained a composed demeanor as he boarded the carriage for the return journey, seemingly oblivious to the officer's actions. Although Archbishop Mar's guidance had dispelled the confusion Minuo felt regarding the Holy Light due to the actions of Clarel and others, this did not erase the memory of the fear that had washed over him when death had brushed past him. Sitting in the carriage, Minuo pondered deeply. He harbored a desire for revenge against King Kamet, yet feared that should his plan fail, Kamet might retaliate against him, Night Lai, and Yi Ren. After much contemplation, as the carriage approached Tulin, Minuo discreetly retrieved the sharp golden dagger that had once pierced his own body from his pocket and handed it to Phil, whispering instructions into his ear. After a while, the carriage that had been gone for half a month finally returned to the place from whence it had departed. Minuo, Sniffle, you have finally returned. Not long after Minuo's departure, Night Lai inadvertently learned the truth of the Holy Hall trials from others' conversations, discovering the terrifying mortality rate that Minuo had kept hidden. Since then, she had been deeply concerned for Minuo, often waking from nightmares, fearful of his misfortunes during the trials. Thus, when she learned that today marked the return of the clerical apprentices who had participated in the trials, Night Lai had risen early to await their arrival at the school gates, her eyes fixed longingly on the road. After a lengthy wait, the carriage that had taken Minuo and the others finally returned. As she gazed at the unfamiliar figures leaping down from the carriage, despair slowly filled Night Lai's heart, yet she remained steadfast, hoping for a miracle. The moment Minuo jumped down from the carriage, he was immediately spotted by the eagerly waiting Night Lai. Seeing Minuo's familiar silhouette, tears of joy filled her eyes. With her eyes shimmering with tears, Night Lai instinctively rushed toward Minuo, throwing herself into his embrace, her joyful voice tinged with a different kind of sob, just as Minuo had jumped down. He sensed the rush of air as Night Lai approached from the side, and his training in the underground labyrinth compelled him to instinctively reach for his sword. However, upon feeling the familiar aura that belonged to Night Lai, he froze, recognizing the comforting scent of her presence. Minuo released his grip on the sword hilt and turned, enfolding Night Lai in his arms. That it had been too long since their last meeting. Night Lai, how wonderful it feels to hold you again. Embracing the ecstatic Night Lai, who was too overwhelmed to articulate her feelings, Minuo gently rubbed his chin against her soft hair, reminiscing about the near brushes with death in the underground labyrinth. Genuinely grateful for this moment of reunion with Night Lai, breathing in the gentle fragrance that emanated from her, Minuo felt all weariness wash away, as if he were bathing in the fabled fountain of life, experiencing a profound purification from within. All prior calculations made in the carriage faded from his mind. In that moment, he desired nothing more than to hold Night Lai in this tranquil embrace for eternity. Hey, you with the sword, must you be so brazen? Blocking the path is one thing, but displaying your affection in public is quite another, don't you think? Are you mocking us single folks without girlfriends? Just as Minuo and Night Lai reveled in their reunion. An untimely voice interrupted, pulling them from their blissful world. Displeased, Minuo shot a glance at Phil, who was making exaggerated facial expressions at him from the carriage, and retorted, "What of it, if you have the guts? Go find a girl as wonderful as Night Lai." Before Minuo could finish his complaint against Phil, the now calm Nightline noticed the strange, envious gazes directed at them from others nearby. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she nearly dragged Minuo away in a hurry. They ran a considerable distance until Nightline, exhausted, finally halted, gently dabbing the perspiration from Nightline's forehead with a handkerchief. Minuo observed her flushed cheeks from exertion and playfully poked her nose with his finger, bursting into laughter. "Minuo, how could you say such things in front of so many people? It's truly infuriating." Once Nightline had caught her breath, she pounced on Minuo in a fit of frustration, playfully hitting him with her fists. Being a mage, her punches lacked any real force, so Minuo did not flinch or evade, only laughing heartily. Hearing Minuo's unrepentant laughter made Nightline's face flush even more, causing her punches to grow ever stronger, a flurry of soft blows raining down on Minuo's chest. Never had he imagined that the gentle and refined Nightline could exhibit such a childish side. The stark contrast left him momentarily spellbound, yearning to witness more of it. Even as the playful impulse began to wane, Minuo maintained a teasing smile until Nightline's fist struck the wound that had once been pierced, the sharp pain finally silencing his laughter. The effects of the Holy Light's baptism did not heal injuries, so while Minuo's wounds appeared to have healed externally, the internal damage required time to mend. Thus, when Nightline's playful punches landed on his injury, the resulting shock reverberated directly to his heart, creating a uniquely bittersweet sensation. As Nightline continued to frolic with Minuo, she suddenly realized that his laughter had ceased. Noticing something was amiss, she looked up to see Minuo's face contorted in pain, causing her to pale in fright as she hurriedly assisted him in sitting down. "Minuo, what's wrong? Did I hurt you?" "It's all my fault." Upon realizing that Minuo had miraculously returned from the Holy Hall trials unscathed, only to be injured by her, Nightline's voice quivered with guilt, tears streaming down her cheeks like heavy stones, weighing heavily on Minuo's heart. After regaining his composure, Minuo exerted considerable effort to clarify the source of his pain and comfort Nightline's tears. Having waited for hours at the gates, then sprinting with Minuo at breakneck speed, and finally engaging in playful antics, Nightline felt utterly fatigued. Once reassured of Minuo's well-being, she leaned softly against him, seeking solace. "To think you would dare to conceal such dangerous endeavors from me, misleading me into believing it was merely an excursion, only to return with injuries. Little Minuo, you are truly insufferable." Gently pinching the soft flesh at Minuo's waist, Nightline admonished him, half relieved and half worried. "I won't do it again, Nightline, I promise. I shall remember this. If you ever dare to break your promise, I will deprive you of my culinary delights." "Understood." Satisfied with his response, fatigued Nightline closed her eyes against Minuo's still somewhat youthful shoulder, quietly resting as if she had fallen asleep. Embracing the soft form of Yili, Mino squinted his eyes, savoring the tranquility and comfort of the moment. The tension that had long gripped his nerves finally dissipated, and beneath the gentle caress of the autumn sun, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Under the warm rays of the autumn sun, the handsome youth and maiden nestled together, enjoying a peaceful repose. Set against the backdrop of blooming flora, they appeared exquisitely beautiful, resembling a poem brought to life. Meanwhile, as Mino and Yili reveled in the joy of their long-awaited reunion, within the grand palace of the kingdom of Mo1, a sharp metallic clang resonated through the vast, empty hall. After casting the shimmering blade of sharp metal to the ground, Chelsea regarded King Camonte with a gaze tinged with both scorn and ire, igniting a volcanic fury within the king's heart. Yet, contemplating the formidable influence of the wayward merchant guild that spanned across nations, especially the terrifying power of its leader, who could single-handedly obliterate a kingdom, Camonte found himself compelled to stifle his raging wrath. After a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh, reluctantly uttering, "I will make amends for this incident. As for the future, in deference to the Princess of the Moon, I shall regard past occurrences as if they never transpired. I hope your Majesty can bear this in mind, for you must understand that my master shares a bond with that esteemed individual that is far from trivial. I presume you would not wish for my master, or even the esteemed Lord Bai, to personally come seeking answers," Chelsea replied, her tone indifferent as she turned her back, leaving the glimmering blade of metal behind. Watching Chelsea's retreating figure, King Camonte cast a glance at the blade, still stained with blood, and let out a long sigh, imbued with a mixture of regret, helplessness, and an unacknowledged sense of relief. Chapter 88. The True Holy Order. Apprenticeship. Ah, is that not Phil? What brings you here? Did you not say you would sleep soundly for 3 days and nights upon your return? Why are you at the cathedral? As Mino walked towards the grand cathedral of the royal capital, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Approaching, he gave the person a light tap on the shoulder, and indeed, it was Phil, whom he had not seen since their return from the trials of the sanctuary. Startled by the sudden touch from behind, Phil nearly jumped, but upon recognizing Mino, he relaxed his grip on his scythe, rolling his eyes and retorting, "Do you not know that scaring someone can be deadly? Next time you do that while wielding a sword, be wary of my potentially overzealous response." With a playful punch to Mino's chest, Phil pointed towards the cathedral in the distance, complaining, "Do you think I wish to avoid sleeping at home? Alas, Archbishop Mars sent someone to summon me. How could I dare refuse? No matter how weary, I must rise from my bed." "What? You were summoned by Archbishop Mars as well? I thought only I was called," Mino exclaimed in surprise. For he too had received word from the Archbishop. With both of them summoned, could it be that complications had arisen regarding the death of Clariel? As he gazed at the cathedral ahead, a flicker of concern ignited within Mino. It was no wonder he felt this way. After all, although he and Phil had known each other since investigating the death of Puke, they had only truly become friends during the trials. In the labyrinth below, they had conducted themselves with decorum, neither taking on a leadership role. The only matter that could trouble Archbishop Mars would surely be the retaliation against Clariel, for while the Archbishop deemed Clariel's actions just, his family might not share the same sentiment, especially if they hailed from a powerful lineage. Upon sharing his thoughts with Phil, Mino found that Phil shared his concern, and their previously lighthearted mood shifted to one of tension. With this worry weighing on their minds, the two entered the cathedral. Unlike Mino's previous visit, Archbishop Mars was not fortuitously present in the hall. Instead, they were escorted to a private chamber by a paladin sentinel. Upon seeing the unusually grave expression on Archbishop Mars's face as he sat in his chair, Mino's heart tightened, further affirming his suspicions. Before the Archbishop could speak, Mino interjected, "Archbishop, your call for us today concerns Clariel. Does it not? That incident arose entirely from my actions. If his family seeks to cause trouble, let them come to me." Mino's premature declaration momentarily left Mars taken aback. As he regained his composure and beheld Mino's self-sacrificial demeanor, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Little Mino, what are you saying? The matter of Clariel is clearly his own fault. His family would be remiss not to come and offer apologies. How could they dare to cause trouble? What precisely are you thinking? Ah, so it is not about Clariel's situation. Then, Archbishop, what is the purpose of summoning Phil and me?" Mino replied, momentarily stunned by Mars's words. After a lengthy explanation, Mars finally grasped Mino's perspective and, shaking his head in exasperation, clarified, "The matter of Clariel is behind us. I have summoned you here merely to guide you in becoming true holy practitioners." Observing the perplexed expressions on Mino and Phil's faces, Mars could only chuckle in disbelief. "You two little ones do not suppose that becoming a holy practitioner is as simple as merely obtaining a seed of holy light, do you?" In response to Archbishop Mars's inquiry, Mino and Phil shook their heads in unison. Witnessing their synchronized gesture, Mars could only shake his head in resignation, realizing he must enlighten them further. "You should be aware of the 3 primary classifications of holy practitioners. Yes, the paladin, the cleric, and the holy warrior. Indeed, although there are minor inaccuracies, that is essentially correct. There are numerous advanced classes for holy practitioners, but these 3, along with the ascetic, form the 4 foundational professions of holy practitioners. The myriad advanced classes of the Supreme God Church stem from these 4 foundational classes. One could say that the professions of the Supreme God Church essentially revolve around these 4, while the rest are merely deviations arising from individual paths of study." Mars's words left Mino and Phil momentarily speechless, for they had never encountered such a perspective before. It was a significant shock to their worldview. Observing their reactions, Mars could not help but shake his head again, his expression reflecting a mix of amusement and pity. "It is clear that you two have led sheltered lives, allowing legendary tales to cloud your judgment. In truth, while the professions in this world may appear diverse and exotic, even when considering the unique professions of various races, there are only about 20 or so. Professions universally recognized across races could be counted on 2 hands." Noticing the growing confusion and bewilderment on Mino and Phil's faces, Mars felt compelled to shift the topic back to their original discussion. But you can delve into those matters later in your studies. For now, let us focus on the topic of holy practitioners. Ignoring their disappointment, Mars resumed his exposition on holy practitioners. In fact, holy warriors can be considered a branch of the ascetic profession. If we were to be precise, the Supreme God Church essentially recognizes only three foundational professions, which arise from the different utilizations of the holy light seed. At this juncture, Archbishop Mars gestured towards Mino and Phil's heads, their chests, and the energy centers within their lower abdomens. You two have just condensed your holy light seeds. While these seeds exist independently and grant you a measure of holy power, you have yet to truly become holy practitioners. If you were to integrate the holy light seed into your fighting energy seed, you would become a paladin. If you were to merge it with your heart, you would become an ascetic or a holy warrior. As for integrating the holy light seed into your soul, transforming it into your spiritual essence, that is the path of our clerics. Only by assimilating the holy light seed into your very being can you be considered true holy practitioners. Although Mino and Phil had previously encountered fragments of this knowledge, they now faced a substantial cognitive leap. Thus, while the revelations were profoundly impactful, they recognized their veracity. However, this led to further questions. If these processes seemed uncomplicated, why not have addressed them prior to their separation in the demon-sealing temple? Following their enlightening experiences within the temple, Mino no longer regarded the kind archbishop as an outsider. He promptly voiced his curiosity. These three methods sound straightforward, but executing them is hardly simple. Just like the fighting energy seeds in your energy centers, you may have condensed them, but can you make them move? Upon hearing this, Mino and Phil exchanged awkward smiles. The seed of fighting spirit is the very essence of combat energy. From the moment it crystallizes, it becomes firmly anchored at the heart of the energy sea. Upgrading or refining one's fighting spirit can only alter the size or shape of the seed, without any possibility of shifting its position. This predicament is likely beyond even the grasp of legendary powerhouses. Minuo and Phil learned from Mars that there are several methods to utilize the holy light seed, leading them to believe that its movement would be effortless. However, it has become evident that they may have underestimated the complexity of the task. Although the holy light seed differs from the fighting spirit seed in that it can be moved, without the appropriate methods and guidance from others, even with unwavering determination and no sustenance, the process could take several months. Such an immense waste of time, Minuo reflected. Originally, this should have been conducted when you advanced to your second year, during the unified ritual to crystallize the holy light seed. However, due to the cathedral trial, you two precipitated the crystallization of the holy light seed. Moreover, Elson has yet to return from his exploration of the underground labyrinth. Hence the need for you two little ones to come here, so that this old man may intervene. Mars, the archbishop, elucidated, finally clarifying Minuo's situation without further ado, and he proceeded directly to the ritual. First, each of them drank a cup of holy water, imbued with a wealth of holy light energy, sufficient to sustain them through the loss incurred during the movement of the holy light seed. Then, they assumed the universal meditative posture, awaiting the crucial guidance from Mars. Although the task was quite challenging, requiring the finesse of a 6th-level holy practitioner like Mars or Elson to execute perfectly, it appeared to be effortless. Mars simply sat in his chair, without even retrieving his staff, and commenced the process. Two formidable streams of holy light energy penetrated their bodies, swiftly locating the holy light seed concealed within their minds. The energy then transformed into a long tether, latching onto the holy light seed and commencing its arduous extraction. That it would be somewhat inaccurate to describe it as forceful. Mars employed this guiding energy with remarkable subtlety, primarily exerting his influence within Minuo and Phil's energy channels. The term extraction was merely a reflection of the obstinacy of the holy light seed, which was exceedingly resistant to movement. As Minuo and Phil sensed the laborious journey of the holy light seed through their energy channels, they finally comprehended why Mars had mentioned it could take several months. After all, this guiding force was several dozen times more potent than their own mental strength, and even then, the endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Surely, if they relied solely on their mental power to affect the movement, several months would be a mere understatement. In the midst of their exasperation, the holy light seed gradually shifted, taking approximately an hour to reach the vicinity of their hearts. With a decisive exertion of the holy light energy directed by Mars, the seed was pushed into their hearts. The moment it entered, The holy light seed melded into their hearts, dissolving instantaneously, almost in unison. Minuo and Phil felt a surge of blood infused with holy light energy emanating from their hearts, coursing through their bodies, slightly enhancing their physical prowess while causing a subtle luminescence to envelop them. Realizing this transformation, Minuo and Phil exchanged glances and, in unison, broke into broad smiles, achieving the status of true holy practitioners. Success. Observing their elation, Mars took a sip of water and smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "With the holy light seed now integrated into your hearts, you are truly apprentices of the holy practitioners." "What? Apprentices?" The astonishment on Minuo and Phil's faces elicited a hearty laugh from Mars, who waved his hand and presented each of them with a small booklet. "Without even mastering half a divine technique, you cannot integrate it with your fighting spirit for combat. The holy light energy will only illuminate. You have much to learn. Here are some techniques for utilizing holy light energy. Take this back and study it diligently." "Thank you, Archbishop." With their new booklets in hand, Minuo and Phil, the newly minted apprentices, expressed their gratitude to Mars with a tone filled with exasperation, inwardly seething at the irony. After all their efforts, they had merely attained the status of apprentices. Was it truly a joke? Chapter 89. Return to Houston. "Phil, you insufferable brat, halt right there." Along the lengthy mountain path, two young riders galloped ahead, their horses kicking up clouds of dust. "Stop and let me hit you just once. Just once, and we can let this matter go," Minuo shouted, chasing after Phil, who turned around with a hearty laugh, making a face before giving his horse a swift tap on the rear, propelling it forward with renewed speed. "Dream on. I am not stopping. Just eat my dust," Phil called back, glancing at the hefty bundle strapped to Minuo's horse, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "But don't forget our agreement, Minuo. Whoever arrives last carries the bags up the mountain." With that, Phil burst into laughter and sped away. Watching Phil's receding figure, Minuo gritted his teeth in frustration, intent on chasing him down. However, upon glancing back at his own cumbersome load, nearly as tall as he was, his anger dissipated. After some time, Minuo finally caught up, finding Phil tethering his horse to a tree, lazily lounging on the grass while indulging in wild fruits. Enraged, Minuo dismounted and lunged at Phil. Phil, caught off guard by Minuo's sudden charge, attempted to retort but was taken by surprise as Minuo tackled him to the ground. "You scoundrel, Phil, to win the bet, you took advantage of my inattention and tossed your bundle onto my horse. Do you have any idea how precious these magical materials are? You carelessly discarded them and dare to mock me. You expect me to eat your dust." Perched atop Phil, Minuo unleashed a flurry of punches, vocally venting his ire. Initially stunned, Phil soon regained his composure and realized he could retaliate, yet knowing he was in the wrong, he opted to shield his face with his arms, enduring Minuo's assault. After delivering a thorough beating, Minuo's anger began to wane as he stood up, redistributed a substantial portion of the contents from his horse back onto Phil's, and dusted off his clothes. As Phil sheepishly chuckled at Minuo's piercing glare, he could only watch as Minuo's actions unfolded. Originally, the burden on the horses had been intended to be shared equally, as both mounts possessed similar strength, making the conditions fair. However, despite their joint efforts at horseback riding, Phil could not match Minuo's skill, consistently lagging behind during their travels, often prompting Minuo to wait for him. After enduring this for some time, and following several days of trekking in the wilderness, they were finally nearing their destination. They had wagered on who would reach it first, with the loser tasked to carry the winner's belongings up the mountain. Phil eyed the nearly half-height bundle and recalled his previous frustrations. In a moment of folly, he had tossed his share onto Minuo's horse before the race began. Thus, the items should have rightfully been Phil's responsibility to carry, and given that he was at fault, he begrudgingly accepted Minuo's slight advantage. Fortunately, while the load may have slowed them down, the weight was primarily borne by the horses, making it manageable as they led their horses down the main avenue of Houston. Minuo felt a twinge of nostalgia upon encountering the familiar sights he had not seen in over a year. Following the conclusion of the cathedral trial, under Archbishop Mars's guidance, Minuo and Phil had finally become genuine holy practitioners. The king, Carmont, having received warnings from Chelsea about the Night of the Fallen, had compensated Minuo and ceased his hostilities towards him, with no one seeking trouble, and Minuo himself not inclined to provoke conflict. The days ahead settled into a routine of mundane learning, training, and moderate leisure. After more than a year of diligent practice, Minuo's holy light energy had reached the first level, and through rigorous training, he had learned to wield several practical first-level divine techniques. Conversely, his fighting spirit remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the second level, primarily due to a lack of focused training. But coupled with Minuo's extraordinary physical attributes and swordsmanship, he could contend successfully even against third-level peak practitioners. Within the ranks of students at the Trilon Academy, where graduation was achievable at the third level, he stood among the most formidable. Phil, being a few years older than Minuo, and having concentrated his training on fighting spirit, had already breached the third level several months prior. With his mastery of the Death Scythe technique, derived from the secrets of nature's avengers, his combat prowess likely surpassed even Minuo's. It is precisely for this reason, coupled with the fact that Mino hails from Houston County, that he has been entrusted with the special task of transporting precious goods, allowing him to return home along the way. After all, while the items belonging to the Supreme God Church are not likely to be robbed, the journey from the royal capital of Trilon to Houston City is fraught with numerous wild beasts and monsters. Should the dispatched individuals prove too weak, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to suffer both financial and human losses. Of course, although Mino is technically a Houston native, he seldom visits his hometown more than a few times each year, leaving him with little sense of belonging. His thoughts merely drift back to the scenes from over a year ago when he departed from here, reflecting on the changes that time has wrought. In truth, Mino yearns to dash straight back to Taysai Town, to the village where he has spent many years. Unfortunately, after days of travel, both horses are in dire need of rest. Otherwise, they might collapse from exhaustion. Furthermore, the lazy fellow Phil, having finally reached the city, is eager to enjoy a proper respite. Free from the hardships of dried rations and sleeping on the ground, he longs to indulge in the comforts of Houston City, relishing good food and drink, and sleeping soundly in a bed. Thus, even if the horses could continue, coercing Phil to set off would prove to be no easy feat. The distance between Taysai Town and Houston City is considerable, and if Phil were forced to travel for another 3 days in the wilderness, he would likely seize a scythe and confront Mino in a fit of rage, with no other options. Mino sought refuge in the Church of Houston City, presenting the identification bestowed upon him by Archbishop Mars to verify his identity. He requested the cleric's assistance in procuring some fine fodder for the 2 horses, so they could be taken to the stable for proper recuperation. As for Phil, he was unceremoniously deposited at the tavern, where Mino did not need to spend his own coin, leaving Phil to amuse himself as he pleased. Mino, however, found little interest in such frivolities and instead spent his time reflecting on the experiences from over a year ago when he first set out from this place. His first stop was the Mercenary Guild, where he sought out the kind young woman who had introduced him to Huiyi. Without her assistance, Mino might never have had the opportunity to meet Huiyi. Although more than a year had passed, the young woman still held the same position she had when Mino first embarked on his journey, and he easily found her. Over the course of the year, Mino had undergone considerable change, though still in his early teens. He no longer bore the youthful naivety of his past. His experiences with life and death had etched a maturity onto his features, and clad in the vestments of a cleric earned through his missions. The young woman initially failed to recognize him. Fortunately, it seemed that Mino had left a lasting impression on her, or perhaps the memory was still fresh. Upon hearing a few remarks about their earlier encounters, she recalled him, sparing Mino the embarrassment of having to publicly reveal the star fragment he had once carried on his back. Once she recognized him, the young woman eagerly inquired about Mino's adventures since his departure from the guild. Upon learning that he had indeed succeeded, passed the assessment at Trilon Academy, and now stood as a cleric, she was taken aback. After bidding farewell to the young woman at the Mercenary Guild, Mino retraced his steps, turning this way and that until he arrived at the courtyard where Huiyi had resided during her time in Houston City. Although Huiyi no longer dwelled there, the premises remained under the management of the Lost Merchant Guild, and someone was still stationed there. Fortunately, the badge Huiyi had given Mino granted him significant privileges within the guild, and it seemed to be widely recognized. Simply displaying the badge allowed the gatekeeper to respectfully usher him into the courtyard. After meandering through the courtyard, Mino realized that it was quite spacious. However, due to Evan's indifference toward him and Huiyi's lack of special attention, combined with Mino's own focus on training, his movements had been confined to a small area. What could have prompted Huiyi's drastic change in attitude towards him after the wolf hunting incident? From a distant and indifferent temporary servant to a bond akin to that of blood siblings, sitting in the very room where he had first encountered Hui, overwhelmed by her rare and breathtaking beauty. Mino found himself pondering the whereabouts of the one who had captivated him so profoundly. Alas, he remained without answers. Even with their deepening relationship, Hui remained shrouded in mystery in Mino's heart, obscured by thick fog, rendering her true essence elusive. Like the silver moon that invariably accompanied her in battle, she was exquisite, ethereal, and ephemeral. After days of arduous travel, even mounted on horseback, Mino felt fatigued, not to mention the constant vigilance required against beastly attacks. Finally allowing himself to relax, he succumbed to slumber on the ground. In his dreams, Mino found himself once more in the presence of Hui from Palai Mountain, her cool and aloof visage illuminated by a smile that seemed to be meant solely for him. Chapter 90. The prodigal son returns. Mino, are you courting death? Perhaps it was the eagerness to return home that stirred him awake, for despite the exhaustion that had caused him to collapse onto the floor in slumber, Mino rose early the next day. Invigorated, he made his way to the tavern, where, as expected, he discovered Phil in a drunken stupor. After a few attempts, he roused the inebriated fool and dragged him toward the church. Considering Phil was still half asleep, Mino assigned him the task of freshening up while he prepared for their departure. However, by the time Mino had fed the horses, organized the supplies for transport, and gathered all necessary provisions for their journey, he returned only to find that Phil had fallen asleep once more. There he lay, sprawled across the table, reeking of alcohol, his weary face betraying that he had not attended to his hygiene. It was clear that the moment Mino left, he had succumbed to slumber. Seeing this, Mino, anxious to return home, felt a surge of anger and marched over to grasp Phil by the collar, lifting him up. To Mino's astonishment, Phil did not even open his eyes, a large bubble of mucus forming at the tip of his nose. Watching the bubble bobbing precariously, Mino could not help but laugh in exasperation. Spotting a basin of water that Phil had presumably filled for washing, he seized it and doused Phil from head to toe. Thus, this was how things came to be, soaked to the skin. Phil mounted his horse, furiously pursuing Mino, yet no matter how hard he chased, he could not close the distance and could only shout in frustration from behind. Casting a glance back at Phil, whose face had turned crimson with anger, Mino chuckled, feeling as if all his irritation from the previous day had dissipated. However, once Phil caught up, Mino was met with retaliation as all the grievances from yesterday were returned in kind. After 3 more days of travel, Mino finally beheld the familiar outline of Taysai town, and with joy, he let out a whistle and gave his horse a hearty slap on the rear. Launching forward like a white feathered arrow, clad in white, he raced toward Taysai town like a bolt of lightning. Phil, trailing behind, was taken aback by Mino's exuberance, only realizing the distance he had fallen behind once Mino had surged far ahead. Leaving him completely in the dust. As Mino strolled through the streets of Taysai town, greeting familiar faces along the way, he felt the true essence of a prodigal son returning home, a feeling imbued with nostalgia and satisfaction. As he ambled along, he found himself momentarily transported back to the battlefield from over a year ago, where he and his comrades, whether familiar or unfamiliar, though not clerics, had defended the lives of others with their own. Fulfilling the oaths of the clerics, to fight for the living and avenge the dead, because Mino had slowed his pace upon entering Taysai town, Phil finally managed to catch up. However, upon witnessing the reminiscence reflected in Mino's expression, the words that had been on the tip of his tongue faltered and fell silent. Once the moment of sentimentality passed, Mino made his way to the grave of Ower. He arrived empty-handed, without wine, offerings, or even a single lollipop, which Ower had grown fond of because of his son. Coming with empty hands, Mino spoke little, briefly mentioning his ascension to cleric after condensing the seed of holy light. Before falling silent, staring at Ower's gravestone as if he wished to pierce through the earth's barriers and gaze upon Ower, who lay in eternal slumber, Phil, observing Mino's peculiar behavior, contemplated speaking, yet he felt an invisible barrier separating Mino from the gravestone. As if they existed in 2 disparate worlds. After a prolonged silence, Mino tore the holy emblem from his garment and placed it before Ower's gravestone. He then bowed deeply, leaving without uttering a word. Following his departure from Ower's grave, Mino maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent for a considerable time, his gaze somewhat unfocused, lost in thought. As he followed closely behind Mino, Phil appeared to be influenced by the atmosphere from the earlier tribute to Ower. mirroring the subdued demeanor as he silently trailed Mino. Every so often, he cast furtive glances at Mino, revealing a restless and inquisitive spirit beneath his seemingly calm exterior. The two maintained this state until Mino could finally discern the outline of his village in the distance. The joy of returning home gradually dispelled the sorrow of Hour's demise, and a smile returned to Mino's face. Observing Mino's renewed laughter, Phil, who had been forcing himself to maintain a facade of mourning, finally exhaled in relief and resumed their playful banter. So, the swordsman. Who was that person you paid homage to earlier? Why didn't you even buy a piece of fruit? Fruit? What purpose would that serve? Are you hungry, knife wielder? Mino turned to Phil with a look of surprise. What do you mean? For what? It's for the tribute. You can't be serious that you stand there empty-handed for a moment and think that as sufficient, can you? Mino's bewilderment only deepened Phil's confusion, prompting him to exclaim in exasperation, and how many times must I say it? Stop calling me the knife wielder. It sounds like a juggler. You should call me the swordsman. It's only fitting to address each other by name. With a teasing glance at the flustered Phil, Mino raised an eyebrow. The reason we go empty-handed is simply that there are no flower shops in our town of Taysai, and wildflowers are scarce in this season. It would be too much trouble to seek them out. Not to mention Lord Hour wouldn't have preferred it. However, I've never heard of a tribute to the deceased that doesn't include flowers but rather fruit. Is this a peculiar custom from your homeland? Phil. Faced with Mino's curious gaze, Phil sighed deeply, covering his forehead, and resignedly replied, I suppose so. Bringing fruit for a tribute is indeed a rather odd custom. Mino murmured to himself as he turned to continue toward the village. Coincidentally, Phil stumbled at the sound of Mino's remark, nearly losing his balance. Watching Mino's receding figure, Phil covered his face, silently grappling with his frustration. I thought this alternate world would emulate our own. Yet it's filled with this peculiar Western flair. Aunt Kasha, are you home? It's Mino. I've come back to see you. Even before reaching the doorstep, an excited Mino called out to Kasha's house. Reminiscent of his daily returns from play. Little Mino, you've finally returned. I've missed you dearly. Before Mino could finish his sentence, a graceful figure clad in sleepwear rushed out from the room, enveloping Mino in a tight embrace, leaving both him and Phil momentarily stunned. Oh, Mino, how could you? Even during winter breaks, you only knew to frolic with that girl nightly in Treyland, never bothering to come back and see me. Little Lana was the same, and so was little Mina. That I never anticipated you'd be just like them, leaving me so lonely at home. My neck, it's going to snap? I'm sorry, Aunt Kasha, I can't breathe. Please loosen your grip. Just a little, would you? Under the pressure of Kasha's seemingly delicate yet iron-like arms, Mino's head sank deep into her ample bosom, gasping for air amidst Phil's envious stare in his dazed state. Mino thought he could hear the sound of his cervical vertebrae creaking. Oh, little Mino, how utterly weak you are. You can't even endure a little playtime, after being away for over a year. You haven't grown at all. How embarrassing. Releasing her embrace, Kasha regarded Mino, whose face was flushed and panting heavily, with a pout of disappointment. It's only been a little over a year. Growth and strength doesn't occur overnight. Besides, even if I had leveled up, I can't escape Aunt Kasha's affection. Can I? With such a vast difference in our abilities, whether I succeed or fail is entirely at your discretion. Upon hearing Kasha's words, Mino, still trying to catch his breath, retorted loudly, and Aunt Kasha, you can't be that old. Words like embarrassing are typically used by children much younger than us. Not old? Humph. Little Mino, are you implying that about your Aunt Kasha? Upon hearing Mino's retort, Kasha's previously cheerful demeanor darkened, her eyes glinting with a menacing crimson glow from the shadows of the room, a powerful pressure enveloping Mino, causing him to tremble in fear. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Aunt Kasha will forever remain youthful. It's perfectly normal to speak of embarrassment. A wise man does not court danger, and years of survival experience had taught Mino how to handle a furious beast. Instinctively, he bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing to Kasha, his eyes filled with genuine remorse. That's more like it. Little Mino, remember to behave. Naughty children deserve a spanking. Observing Mino's reaction, Kasha's face brightened instantly, and casting a glance at Phil, who had been rendered speechless, she smiled widely. This young man with the scythe looks rather unfamiliar. Are you a classmate of little Mino? I'm Phil, Mino's closest friend from Treyland Academy. Here to visit you, Aunt Kasha. You are truly youthful and beautiful. I've never seen anyone as lovely as you in my life. Before Mino could introduce him, Phil performed a deep bow, eagerly flattering Kasha. "You're being too extravagant. You'll make me shy. Our little Mino has been under your care at the academy, hasn't he?" Phil's eager flattery earned him Kasha's approval. A knowing look exchanged between them, and Kasha chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she turned back toward the room. "The day is getting late. Mino, please show your friend to a room to rest. I'll prepare dinner for you both." With her cheerful laughter trailing behind her, Kasha entered the room. The moment her figure vanished from sight, both Mino and Phil's tense bodies relaxed, nearly collapsing to the ground. They exchanged glances, mutually recognizing the relief of narrowly escaping the jaws of danger. "Hey, swordsman, are you sure we came back to visit and not to meet our demise, bringing me here to share in this peril? If it weren't for my wits, I'd be lost for good." "Well, it's just that I've been away from home for too long and forgot the taboos of my childhood, letting my thoughts slip out that it's my fault for being too talkative. Otherwise, I wouldn't have provoked Aunt Kasha." Mino lamented, recalling how he had upset Kasha. "Dude, you still dare to call her aunt? Are you seeking death?" Phil, startled by Mino's audacity, rushed to cover his mouth, keeping a wary eye on Kasha's door. "Let go." After finally wriggling free from Phil's grip and witnessing his anxious demeanor, Mino chuckled reassuringly. "There's no need to be so tense. After all these years, and Kasha has grown accustomed to it. Just don't say it in front of her." Hearing Mino's words, Phil exhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief. "Now I understand why your teasing skills are on par with mine. Spending years with someone so full of quirks is bound to hone your skills. It's all right. It's just that I haven't seen her in a while." So Aunt Kasha's emotions were a bit heightened. Typically, she only jokes around, by the way. Don't let her seemingly helpless demeanor fool you. She's an excellent cook. "What? Beautiful, well-built, and can cook? I think I've just spotted a goddess." "Swordsman, is your aunt still available?" Upon hearing Mino's description, Phil's eyes lit up, drooling with excitement as he inquired about Kasha's status. In response, Mino shot him a warning glare, irritated. "Although I've never seen Uncle. I grew up alongside his daughter. What do you think? Besides, Aunt Kasha has traveled extensively and possesses at least level 6 strength, on par with the Academy's headmistresses. Your little tricks might amuse the girls at the Academy, but they want to work on Aunt Kasha." Phil, notorious for his escapades at the Academy, had garnered quite a reputation, even reaching the ears of Mino and Knightley. Realizing Phil was setting his sights on Aunt Kasha, Mino quickly warned him. After all, Phil was slight of frame, much like Mino, and far too fragile to withstand Aunt Kasha's strength. He certainly didn't want his partner to end up like the men in the village who had also attempted to woo Aunt Kasha, only to be left incapacitated for weeks. Their mission remained unfulfilled. Although Phil was a notorious flirt, he recognized when to tread carefully and quickly abandoned his earlier intentions. Chapter 91. Stars and Swords, Little Mino. "After you settle your classmate in, be sure to come to my room." After savoring the long-awaited flavors of Aunt Kasha's feast post-dinner, Mino was momentarily lost in thought when Kasha, while tidying the tableware, casually uttered a provocative statement. Upon hearing such a tantalizing remark from the lips of the enchanting Kasha, Mino, accustomed to her charm, remained unfazed, but Phil, sitting nearby, was visibly taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Mino, his mouth agape in shock, unable to utter a single word. "Oh my, Mino, confess to me honestly, this lady is not truly your aunt, is she? Her real identity is your fiancée, isn't it? You specifically returned just to see her. And then at night, you plan to engage in some unspeakably vile activities with her, right?" As soon as Kasha departed, Phil sprang from his seat like a coiled spring, seizing Mino by the collar and questioning him with a fierce tone. His eyes reddened with disbelief and jealousy. "What in the world are you thinking, Phil? Have you perhaps suffered a blow to the head from a horse during your travels these past few days? How could such bizarre thoughts even cross your mind?" Shaking off Phil's grip, Mino pushed him away, casting a look of confusion and disdain at this character. "We are here to fulfill the task given by Archbishop Mars. Understand? The mission site is near my home, and I merely returned to check on my family. It has been over a year since I last saw Aunt Kasha. Is it so strange to have a chat?" This is utterly incomprehensible. No sooner had Mino finished speaking than Kasha emerged from the kitchen, poking Phil lightly on the head with her finger. "Young Phil, despite your tender age, your thoughts seem rather mature. What on earth occupies that little head of yours? Should I pry it open to see?" The poke was gentle, almost as if resting her finger on Phil's forehead, yet the moment it made contact, a cold sweat drenched his clothes. In that instant, he felt an icy chill, as if he had become the target of some ancient beast. Phil had every reason to believe that should Kasha apply even the slightest pressure with her finger, his head would burst open like fragile tofu dropping to the ground, scattering red and white shards everywhere. I am sorry, it was my fault. Please forgive me, Sister Kasha. Since Mino's mother, Mi-Fei, entrusted him to me, I cannot allow him to be led astray by any nefarious individuals. Do you understand, Phil? I understand, of course. Seeing that Phil had learned his lesson, Kasha smiled and withdrew her finger, choosing not to say more. After giving Mino a knowing glance, she retreated to her room. Lord Mino, I was wrong. I should not have teased you unnecessarily. I humbly apologize and beseech you to show mercy, allowing me to escape this den of beasts. With a soft click, as Kasha's door closed, Phil dashed towards Mino, clinging to his leg and wailing as if he were in a sprint. All right, Phil, let go. It's your own fault for always saying such peculiar things. Which angered Aunt Kasha. We will head to the Holy White Tower to complete our mission tomorrow. Let us just rest here for the night, and it will all pass. After saying this, noticing Phil still wouldn't relent, Mino resorted to threatening him with Kasha's earlier words. To his surprise, it worked effectively, rendering Mino speechless. After arranging accommodations for Phil, Mino proceeded to Kasha's room as she had requested. Upon entering, he found Kasha, now dressed in different attire, reading at the table. Just as Mino approached, Kasha closed her book, revealing a title he recognized all too well, prompting him to ask in confusion, Aunt Kasha, what are you reading? Are you contemplating practicing the starry combat chi? But with your level, is it even feasible to alter your chi at this point? Foolish child, I lack the starry attribute. How could I possibly cultivate the starry combat chi? I am merely reading this book to teach you, you dimwit. Turning to face Mino, Kasha, exasperated by his cluelessness, scolded him before inquiring, Little Mino, you've been practicing the starry sword technique for over a year now. How do you find it? Well, it is quite impressive, powerful, visually striking, and highly practical, Mino replied, contemplating before adding with a hint of regret, but it demands too much from the weapon. Techniques beyond the basics cannot be executed with a meteorite at all. Precisely. The sword techniques accompanying the starry combat chi often require integration with corresponding starry magic to be utilized. The material requirements for the sword are exceedingly high, without restoring the quality of a legendary weapon. The meteorite is simply unsuitable. That's why I called you here today, to impart to you another series of sword techniques from the starry sword techniques. Another series of starry sword techniques. Aunt Kasha, are you jesting? Isn't the starry sword technique merely a combination of several basic sword techniques and various levels of starry magic? The variations in sword techniques rely entirely on the changes in magic. What else could there possibly be to learn? Upon hearing Mino's retort, Kasha could no longer restrain herself. She picked up the starry combat chi manual from the table and playfully thumped it against Mino's head. While it didn't hurt, Mino quickly grasped that he had misspoken. Otherwise, Kasha, who was rarely prone to physical reprimands, would not have resorted to such action. He promptly began to apologize. You little rascal, when I helped you awaken your bloodline power, I already divulged your entire lineage to you. Have you never pondered what that entails? After this, Kasha fell silent, awaiting Mino's response. Sensing the atmosphere, Mino realized that failing to provide Kasha with a satisfactory answer today would lead to an unpleasant outcome. Although Kasha treated him well on a daily basis, often teasing him, she transformed into an absolute taskmaster during training sessions. Mino, having endured nearly a decade under her rigorous tutelage, was acutely aware of this. The starry combat chi and its complementary sword techniques were passed down from the starry warriors. The star warrior was the son of the first star sage, who possessed exceptional magical talent, yet had a profound affinity for martial skills. In pursuit of harmonizing magic and combat, he ingeniously created the starry combat chi, allowing for the infusion of magic into martial techniques. Although this sword technique was remarkable, its practicality was limited due to its high requirements for innate talent, rendering it largely ineffective and deemed a futile ambition for all but its creator. It wasn't until a magical experiment gone awry summoned the evil star to the continent that the Star Warrior, under immense pressure, transcended the confines of ordinary sword techniques, elevating the starry sword technique to the realm of divine sword techniques. The legendary Meteor Sword enabled this technique to shed its previous reputation, becoming a pinnacle sword technique that countless swordsmen aspired to master. now revered as the fallen star sword. Reflecting on the brief account of the Star Warrior's exploits, Mino's mind jolted as a brilliant idea surged forth, drawing the meteorite from his sleeve and repeatedly murmuring its name. Mino incredulously exclaimed, "Could it be the meteor's sword?" Upon witnessing the approving smile on Kasha's face, Mino realized he had guessed correctly. Indeed, the initial concept of the starry sword technique is to wield sword techniques to manifest starry magic, emphasizing the harnessing of celestial-powered AS1 advances. Achieving something akin to the meteor sword remains unattainable. The divine sword technique, refined from the starry sword technique, employs a completely opposite approach, focusing on striking down stars with sheer force. As she spoke, Kasha opened her book, gesturing to its contents with enthusiasm. The transformation of the original starry sword technique into its completely opposite divine sword technique, the meteor sword, is a feat only achievable by prodigies like the first Star Warrior. Recognizing the difficulty of this method, later generations dedicated themselves to research, ultimately deconstructing the divine sword technique into a set of sword techniques that share the same roots as the starry sword techniques, but are distinctly unique. Two branches of starry sword techniques coexist to differentiate them. They are classified as the star system and the sword system. The techniques you originally practiced belong to the star system, while what I am about to teach you now is from the sword system. The terms star system fallen star sword and sword system fallen star sword whirled in Mino's mind, filling him with astonishment while simultaneously raising another question. Aunt Kasha, if the sword system is more accessible for attaining the level of the divine sword technique, why is the star system still retained and prioritized for learning? Mino's inquiry momentarily caught Kasha off guard before she affectionately ruffled his hair, her face lighting up with a proud smile. My dear Mino, you are indeed clever to arrive at this core question so swiftly. The intricacies involved are exceedingly complex, and it would not be an easy task to elucidate them all at once. In summary, it pertains to the elevation of the divine sword technique. The divine sword technique, known as meteor, has been dissected by subsequent generations into the sword system of fallen stars. Meanwhile, the original sword of fallen stars has evolved into a new divine sword technique through relentless research by the descendants. Thus, one series of swordsmanship can give rise to two divine sword techniques. Coupled with the simplicity of the star system's initiation, it has become the foremost choice for those embarking on their sword training. Upon concluding, Kasha took the meteor from Minuo's hands, patted him on the shoulder, and led him outside the door. Minuo, given your current low level, you are incapable of fully executing any of the fallen stars techniques. It is far too early to speak of divine sword techniques. It would be prudent to first master the sword system. The ensuing hours were spent in the tutelage of swordsmanship by Kasha and Minuo, practicing until midnight, when Minuo finally managed to commit the techniques to memory. Chapter 92. The Holy White Tower. Despite having gone to bed rather late the previous night, Minuo sprang from his slumber early the next morning. After all, Minuo and his companions had returned with a mission. Taking a detour to visit home could be deemed somewhat excessive. If they were to delay further, it would indeed jeopardize their task. And Minuo, in particular, would feel too ashamed to face the benevolent Archbishop Mars again. Although Minuo was awake, he did not immediately rouse the slumbering Phil, who lay as still as a dead pig. After refreshing himself, he first visited Grandpa Consel, delivering letters entrusted by Yi Lai and Yi Ren to the elderly couple. Over a year had passed, and after numerous tribulations, the relationship between Minuo and Yi Lai had blossomed rapidly. While their affections were still tentative, merely holding hands, their feelings were unmistakably clear. Grandpa Consel and Grandma, being Yi Lai's closest kin apart from Yi Ren, warranted Minuo's utmost respect as her half-son-in-law. However, with pressing tasks at hand, he could not indulge in the warm hospitality of the elderly couple, who would have insisted he stay for lunch. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Consel, Minuo's personal matters were settled, leaving no further excuse for Phil to continue sleeping. He swiftly roused Phil, and after a quick breakfast, they set off towards Taisai Town. Upon reaching Taisai Town, Minuo also took the opportunity to visit the kindly priest, Clerk, who had looked after him, seeing Minuo donned in the garb of a cleric. Clerk felt a swell of pride. Having long wished to guide Minuo along the path of the holy light. He repeatedly praised Minuo, who held a deep respect for Clerk, a man he had known for many years, even having once contemplated sacrificing his own life for his survival. Although wishing to engage Clerk in further conversation, he was gently urged away by Clerk, who insisted on prioritizing the mission. What a truly good child. I can die in peace knowing that my legacy continues, remarked Clerk as he stood at the church entrance, watching Minuo ride away on his white steed. Nestled in a remote area, Taisai town was surrounded by mountains, most of which were unnamed, with only the tallest, known as White Tower Mountain, having received an official designation due to the holy white tower constructed atop it. This tower was the very destination for which Minuo and his companions had traveled such a great distance. Years ago, shortly after the kingdom of Mo ascended to royal status, it faced a moderate-scale abyssal invasion, leading to several spatial rifts appearing within its borders, through which hordes of demons poured in. The nascent kingdom, still weak, would have likely succumbed without the aid of the Supreme Divine Church. However, due to the kingdom's remote geography, the number of experts dispatched was limited, and many formidable demons could only be temporarily sealed. The Holy White Tower was one such site of containment that in their youth, Minuo and his friends had heard tales of the great demons sealed beneath the tower, but the treacherous ascent of the mountain had rendered such stories mere legends. It was only upon receiving this mission that they discovered the truth that a 7th-level demon that had ravaged the kingdom was lured here by clerics, who set a trap on the yet unnamed White Tower Mountain, successfully sealing it after the sacrifice of 3 6th-level clerics. To further ensure the seal's integrity, the royal family of Mo invested considerable resources to construct the White Tower, with the Supreme Divine Church maintaining a constant clerical presence. Given that it was a residence for clerics and the sanctity of those who had sacrificed themselves for the seal, the tower was aptly named the Holy White Tower, which in turn lent its name to the mountain and Taisai town itself. Minuo and his companions were tasked with delivering magical materials to repair the aging ceiling array beneath the tower. Ordinarily, this duty would fall to clerics employed by the Supreme Divine Church. But as they had unexpectedly completed the Holy Hall trials the previous year, they were entrusted with this task, following an incident in the underground labyrinth of the Demon Sealing Temple, where abnormalities had arisen. The church opted to spare the students from perilous assignments and instead shifted the trials to a hunt for magical beasts. These beasts posed far less danger than demons, and with hidden guardians ensuring safety. The challenge was minimal, especially for Minuo and Phil, who were both capable of exceeding their level. Thus, their participation would only serve to undermine the confidence of their peers. Nevertheless, Phil insisted on joining, arguing against the Archbishop Mars's attempts to dissuade them, prompting some annoyance from the Archbishop. Given the Supreme Divine Church's ongoing investigations into the underground labyrinth, manpower was stretched thin. Although the task of transporting materials was significant, it was not overly challenging. Considering Minuo's local status, the decision was made to assign the task to the two as part of this year's trials. To incentivize their participation, the Archbishop personally offered a 1st-level divine artifact as a reward for the successful completion of the mission. Having not returned home for over a year, Minuo eagerly seized the opportunity, displaying little interest in the magical beast hunt. Phil, recognizing the futility of opposing the Archbishop's decision and enticed by the prospect of rewards, readily agreed as well. Their journey from Trilon was filled with both hardships and amusing encounters, ultimately affirming that accepting the task was a wise choice. However, as they approached the completion of their mission, Minuo and Phil finally grasped why such an ostensibly simple task warranted the Archbishop's significant investment. The Holy White Tower loomed near, yet the ascent proved formidable, though it did not appear excessively tall. The steepness was daunting, with slopes reaching up to 60 degrees in places and burdened by heavy magical materials. Minuo and Phil found themselves gasping for breath before even reaching the halfway point. Glancing up at the remaining distance to the summit, Minuo and Phil felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Chapter 93, The Beast Attack. I can't go on. Let's take a break, Phil exclaimed, abruptly dropping his heavy pack onto the ground and leaning against a nearby tree, panting heavily. We've barely walked a few steps, and you're already calling for a rest. At this rate, when will we ever reach the top of this mountain? Minuo, who also set down his pack, though with far more grace than Phil, looked at him, nearly gasping for air, and sighed. Come on, Phil, you are a level 3 fighter. Must you be this weak? Your stamina is even inferior to mine at level 2. While Minuo was not entirely unperturbed, having worked up a sweat, he was still relatively composed, his complexion not flushed, and his breathing steady compared to Phil's state. Who knows what your problem is, but I suspect my scythe is weighing me down. It's certainly not as convenient as your empty hands, Phil replied, casting a wistful glance at Minuo's concealed meteor, adding, having a sheathed artifact is undeniably advantageous, but alas, it is far too expensive. The scythe inherently belongs to the realm of polearms. being both lengthy and heavy. Furthermore, Phil's scythe is particularly colossal, not to mention its size. Its weight alone rivals half of the burden he carries on his back, truly an unwarranted encumbrance. Yet, paradoxically, it is also the means by which he sustains his existence in this world. A possession he cannot afford to relinquish, thus he must endure its weight. Oh, you can make excuses all you like. You've been toting that scythe around without ever complaining of fatigue. It seems you only know how to indulge in play, neglecting to engage in any real exercise. A mere couple of steps and you wilt, Minuo remarked. While Phil's explanation held some merit, Minuo remained convinced that the disparity in their conditions must stem from Phil's own shortcomings. Despite Phil's reluctance to accept this rebuttal, he could not deny the truth. The difference was indeed too substantial to be attributed solely to a single scythe. In truth, both Minuo and Phil were unaware that the primary reason lay in Minuo's powerful phoenix bloodline, which granted him remarkable recovery abilities. At this moment, Minuo's bloodline power still appeared somewhat immature, seemingly of little use beyond aiding in cultivation. Yet a pure-blooded phoenix could even achieve rebirth through the process of nirvana. Although Minuo was not at that level, he could certainly expedite his recovery from injuries and fatigue. Here, take some water, drink a bit more, rest for a moment, and quicken your pace. Let us push on a bit further. But don't let it drag on until nightfall. Despite his grievances regarding Phil's sluggishness, Minuo could see that Phil was genuinely struggling to keep up, so he limited his complaints to a few encouraging words. Alas, who would have thought that without riding a horse, I would still be holding you back, Minuo? It seems I must indeed engage in more physical training upon our return. After finishing a bottle of water, Phil wiped his mouth and sighed regretfully. But there is nothing to be done now. Thankfully, at this pace, although I cannot match your speed, I should be able to arrive before nightfall. Let us hope so, otherwise, with beasts lurking about after dark, I shall not sleep well. When they had first emerged from Tsulan, both had been inexperienced, fatigued from their journey. They had ended up sleeping soundly in the wild. Had it not been for their horses' alertness, awakening them with their calls, they might have met a grim fate on their first night. What does it matter? Wait. Don't make a sound. Noticing the apprehension on Minuo's face, Phil was about to jest when Minuo abruptly interrupted him. Initially bewildered, Phil soon recognized the rustling sounds that reached his ears and instantly grasped the situation. Hey, swordsman, must you speak such ill-fated words? Speak of beasts, and they appear. Grasping his scythe, Phil remained vigilant against the unseen predator lurking nearby, while playfully chiding Minuo. Oh, spare me the superstitions. I've no blame for you bringing the beast upon us with your loud chatter. Having known Phil for over a year, Minuo, though still not fully understanding Phil's peculiar expressions, could generally grasp their meaning. Seeing Phil trying to jest at such a moment, he immediately urged him to remain cautious. The two stood back to back, cautiously observing every potential ambush point. And together, they left no opening for the beast to exploit. Roar. It was unclear whether the creature lacked intelligence or was simply impatient, but with a fierce roar, a beast resembling a tiger, adorned with black stripes, lunged from the underbrush, aiming straight for Phil's neck. If it managed to sink its teeth in, it would undoubtedly spell his demise. However, Phil was not so easily vanquished. The beast's sudden and ferocious approach, coupled with its chilling roar, was indeed terrifying. Yet Phil, ever prepared, would not be easily caught off guard. Just as the beast charged, Phil brought his scythe down, striking the creature on the head with a resounding thud, momentarily halting its advance, then swiftly swung again, cleaving into the beast's flank and sending it flying. Having dispatched the creature, Phil planted his scythe into the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Minuo as he turned to speak. Stumbling to regain his footing, Phil was about to express his frustration when a dull thud echoed in his ears. This creature possesses considerable strength. What on earth are you waiting for? Hurry up. Pushing Phil aside, Minuo used the broad blade of his sword to block the beast's claws. After testing their strength against each other, Minuo realized that this beast's might was not to be underestimated, and he urgently called for Phil's assistance. Upon witnessing Minuo's struggle against the beast, Phil understood that Minuo had just saved his life, and his earlier irritation dissipated entirely. Heeding Minuo's call, Phil raised his scythe and charged once more. This time, his strike aimed at the beast's midsection. Though it had survived his previous blow, it was undoubtedly wounded and terrified by the prospect of another attack. However, locked in a stalemate with Minuo. The beast was left with no choice but to endure Phil's oncoming strike that moment. Phil finally comprehended why his earlier blow had failed to slay the creature as soon as his scythe made contact. The beast's black markings erupted in a surge of dark energy, enveloping its form like armor, effectively absorbing the majority of Phil's power. "This is bad, Phil. Get out of the way." Phil's failure to land a decisive blow allowed the beast to escape its entanglement with Minuo and charge directly at him. The creature's crimson eyes glinted with malice, targeting Phil's vital points, clearly incensed by the previous assaults. Minuo, wielding the heavy sword, recognized that he could not reach Phil in time to assist if circumstances were different. Phil would have faced the beast head-on, as was his nature, but after a long climb and little rest, his strength was nearly depleted. With no capacity left to withstand the impending attack, he grit his teeth and threw himself to the ground. Narrowly evading the beast's lethal strike Phil rolled to safety. Minuo arrived with swift precision, expertly ensnaring the creature. However, even in combat, Minuo quickly realized that the beast was more than just powerful. Its formidable strength was complemented by acute awareness and agility, placing it at the pinnacle of Tier 3 combatants. Moreover, the dark energy emanating from its markings provided an impressive defense, likely equivalent to that of a Tier 4 creature, with Phil nearly exhausted and Minuo not far behind. Although he was not completely incapacitated as Phil was, his striking power had undoubtedly diminished. Furthermore, the sword had never been renowned for its sharpness. Even a well-aimed blow against the beast proved ineffective. With its heightened defenses, the creature's capacity for error in combat increased, and Minuo found himself repeatedly faced with perilous choices, attempting to exchange injury for victory, only to be thwarted time and again, ultimately leading to a trade of wounds. Yet, the human body could hardly compete with that of an animal. The beast's claws were vicious. Each strike tore through flesh, leaving traces of dark energy that not only intensified the pain, but also impeded recovery, rendering the creature a truly formidable foe. Unfortunately, Minuo was armed solely with his sword, and the technique he had recently learned, the Falling Star Sword, was ill-suited for this dire situation, leaving him to grapple with the creature. Phil, initially attempting to assist with his scythe, soon recognized the futility of his efforts and retreated to the sidelines to regain his strength. Once he felt sufficiently recovered, he charged forth, executing a series of strikes that ultimately reduced the beast to mere chunks of flesh. "Phew. Phil, you've finally arrived. If we hadn't dealt with this creature, I would have been unable to hold on much longer." Weary from battle, Minuo collapsed onto the ground, engaging in conversation with Phil while casting a healing spell upon his wounds, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Yet, in the next instant, upon observing the dark energy reacting violently to his healing light, Minuo gasped in horror. Demonic energy. Chapter 94, Demonic Energy. How is that possible? This is not a high-tier demon. So where could such energy originate? Upon hearing Minuo utter the term demonic energy, Phil, who had been preparing to inspect the beast's carcass, turned in astonishment to face Minuo. Demonic energy, or abyssal essence, is a form of corruption inherent to demons, capable of infecting non-demonic beings with its presence as a purely negative energy. It is notoriously difficult to counteract, making it one of the primary reasons demons are so troublesome. However, even though this attribute is innate to demons, it remains weak when the demon's power is low, often requiring considerable time to affect even the smallest of plants, only becoming evident at higher tiers. However, if that beast truly is a high-ranking demon, then Minuo and the others would likely perish upon their first encounter, which is precisely why Phil countered. But if it isn't demonic energy, then what accounts for this intense reaction between it and the holy light? This cannot be merely explained by dark forces. Minuo, gritting his teeth against the unbearable pain from the remnants of black energy on his wound, spoke helplessly. Are you suggesting that this creature is merely a demonized beast? You must be joking. With no abyssal invasion occurring, where would it acquire sufficient abyssal essence for transformation? In response to Phil's skepticism, Minuo, having tended to his wound, said little more, instead hurling a concentrated burst of holy light onto a portion of the beast's corpse. As the body disintegrated into ash in an instant, Phil was rendered speechless. Holy light is not an energy focused solely on lethality. The only entities that can be obliterated to such an extent by holy light are the undead and demons. Since this beast was entirely corporeal, it was evident that it was not among the undead, rendering the answer unmistakable. Surprised, are we? Yet it seems we have no time for astonishment. We must hasten our journey. Casting a glance at the faint outline of the sacred white tower atop the peak, Minuo spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, given the dire situation, we must ascend without delay. With that, Phil raised his head and downed a precious potion of vitality, restoring his strength to full capacity before shouldering his pack and commencing a rapid march towards the summit. Followed closely by Minuo, the seal on the sacred white tower had existed for quite some time. This formation, having fallen into disrepair, had been the subject of repair requests more than once. Typically, such routine maintenance posed no issues, which contributed to Minuo and his companion's relative calm. However, encountering this demonized beast altered the stakes. As previously mentioned, the manifestation of abyssal essence requires at least a high-ranking demon. Not only had the town of Taisai not witnessed an abyssal invasion for many years, but the origin of this demonic energy was also glaringly apparent. That it is important to note that beneath the sacred white tower lies a sealed great demon. If this demon had truly broken free from its seal, not only would their mission likely fail, but Minuo and his companions might also be unable to preserve their own lives, compelling them to act with urgency. Although the vitality potion bore considerable side effects, its efficacy was undeniable. After consuming the potion, Phil no longer sought rest, and his pace quickened to the extent that Minuo, relying solely on his gradually recovering stamina, struggled to keep up, anxious and invigorated. The two of them pressed forward with all their might, and the seemingly interminable ascent that had stretched over 3 to 4 hours was swiftly traversed. Along the way, they encountered no further demonized beasts affected by abyssal essence, which brought them considerable relief, particularly upon seeing the guards still standing vigil at the entrance of the sacred white tower, allowing their apprehensive hearts to finally settle. Given that there were still personnel available for guarding duties, the situation could not be too dire. That beast was likely an isolated incident. "Hey, who are you two, and what business do you have here?" Upon their arrival at the mountain, a guard approached with a drawn sword, eyeing them warily. "What's the matter? Is this mountain your property, prohibiting others from ascending?" Perhaps irked by the sword pointed in their direction, before Minuo could clarify their identities, Phil retorted sharply, the words laced with barbs. "Ascending? Huh, this is the first time I've seen someone carry such a large weapon to climb a mountain." Seeing the guard's less than amiable demeanor, ready to engage in a quarrel with Phil, Minuo hastily presented the identification he had prepared, effectively cutting off their forthcoming exchange. "We were sent by Archbishop Mars to deliver materials for the repair of the formation. Here are our identification and the letter from the Archbishop. Please take a look." Guard. As the guard accepted the documents Minuo had handed over, he noticed the mention of the Krylon Academy student on the identification, causing him to momentarily pause and glance over Minuo and Phil. Observing their youthful faces, the guard's expression softened, and his vigilance and irritation diminished significantly. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." After saying this, the guard hurriedly entered the sacred white tower. After enduring a lengthy journey, Minuo and Phil felt a wave of relief wash over them as the tension they had been holding on to dissipated, allowing them to find a spot to sit down and rest. Before long, the guard returned, presumably having confirmed Minuo and Phil's identities, his remaining wariness evaporating as he cordially gestured for them to enter the tower. He now appeared quite amiable, prompting Minuo, filled with curiosity, to initiate a conversation. "Excuse me, guard, has something happened at the sacred white tower? I recall that in the past, people would come here to enjoy themselves without any checkpoints. Why has security become so stringent now? Are you a local?" "Yes, my home is right on the outskirts of Taisai town." "No wonder you ask. You are correct in your observations. Previously, we merely guarded the tower to prevent anyone or beasts from damaging the formation, and we did not concern ourselves with the outer areas." The guard nodded in agreement, turning to explain while they walked. "However, recently, there have been issues with the formation, and we suspect foul play, hence the heightened vigilance." "But wasn't it the disrepair that caused the formation to malfunction? How has it now turned into suspicions of sabotage?" Phil interjected, promptly identifying the inconsistency in the guard's narrative. The guard laughed awkwardly, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, before leaning in to whisper, "Since I inadvertently let that slip, I want to hide the truth from you. The disrepair was merely a fade to save face. That it is evident that the formation has been tampered with. It is quite embarrassing that such a breach occurred under our watch." With a shrug, the guard expressed his disdain for such actions. I see, to what extent has the formation been damaged that demonized beasts are now emerging? We encountered one on our way up, which startled us. We thought we had arrived too late, and demons had already escaped. Before Minuo could elaborate further, the guard divulged a piece of his own history, leaving Minuo feeling slightly awkward, as he did not wish to dwell on this topic. After Phil, who enjoyed teasing others, chimed in briefly, Minuo steered the conversation back to the information he desired. Demonized beasts, you've actually encountered one. They typically do not appear during the daytime. Your luck is rather unfortunate. Upon hearing that Minuo and Phil had encountered a demonized beast, the guard raised an eyebrow, a hint of schadenfreude in his demeanor. Although the formation has sustained some damage, it is not in a critical state, and we haven't observed significant leakage of demonic energy, even if you had arrived a month later. It would have been fine. Minuo had hoped to inquire further about other matters, but the guard, while talkative, tended to ramble and digress, leaving his responses far from what Minuo sought. After several attempts to steer the conversation, Minuo abandoned the effort, allowing the guard to prattle on. And in doing so, he learned quite a bit about the amusing happenings surrounding the sacred White Tower. Chapter 95. The Imitation Device. Truly remarkable. Here we are. Lord Fick's room. I must return to my post, so I won't accompany you inside. Dio, come visit me when you have the chance. After leading Minuo and Phil for a short distance and arriving at a nondescript door, the guard took his leave. Standing before the unremarkable door, Minuo and Phil exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief that at long last they had arrived, though their journey had been relatively calm for the most part. Punctuated by a few skirmishes that were more startling than perilous, they had traveled for over half a month, spending much of that time camping in the wilderness. The fatigue from the journey had weighed heavily on these two youths who had never before experienced such hardships. With the destination now in sight, the burden of their task lifted, both Minuo and Phil felt an overwhelming sense of ease that as the door opened. It revealed a quintessential cleric's room, characterized more by its stark simplicity than any decorative embellishments. The ordinary chairs and bookshelves held little distinction, save for the two shelves filled with books, which hinted at the owner's difference from a typical cleric that a middle-aged man of average appearance but sturdy build sat at a desk. Likely Lord Fick, as he perused the letter Minuo had just submitted. Upon noticing Minuo and Phil's arrival, he slightly furrowed his brow and, with a hint of curiosity, called out, "Who is Minuo?" "That would be me. Is there something you wish to ask, my lord?" Upon hearing Minuo's response, Fick did not pose any follow-up questions, but instead turned his attention to Phil. "And you must be Philpus." Philpus? Upon hearing a name that was both unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar, Mino instinctively glanced at Phil beside him, his expression tinged with a hint of confusion. Noticing Mino's gaze, Phil first stiffened before a flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes as he called out to Fick in a loud voice. It was not merely a matter of oversight. After confirming Mino and the others' identities, Fick, disregarding the subtle nuances of their darkened expressions and mental states, spoke with a tone of commendation. "While the journey from Trilon to our holy White Tower is not particularly arduous, you two, as second-year students from Trilon Academy, have managed to accomplish this task without a hitch, which speaks well of your abilities. Moreover, to possess such prowess at your age is indeed deserving of the Archbishop's praise." As he spoke, Fick surveyed Mino and his companion, raising the letter in his hand, his words laced with a measure of affirmation and expectation. "Since it is recommended by Archbishop Mars, I shall reluctantly agree to allow you both to study here for a period. I hope you do not squander my time and strive diligently to improve yourselves, lest you tarnish my reputation, and let us not forget, make a name for yourselves, at the very least. Do not let those in the capital forget the existence of us guardians of the holy White Tower." After delivering this with an air of self-importance, Fick seemed oblivious to the astonishment and bewilderment etched on Mino and Phil's faces. He called over a 20-something cleric, instructing him to escort Mino and Phil away. "Hey, what are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and go." Strangely, the cleric appeared quite disdainful towards Mino and Phil upon noticing their slow movements. He began to urge them impatiently, casting them a scornful glare, as if utterly exasperated. "Honestly, I have no idea how the capital could send two of you here, but I ask there truly no one else. Not only did you arrive late, but you also drag your feet. Such uselessness can remain in the capital, while we, the elite, waste our time in this wretched place, under normal circumstances, not to mention the impulsive and irritable Phil." Even Mino would have engaged in a heated argument. However, both were currently thrown off balance by the earlier shock, and the cleric's words passed in one ear and out the other. completely disregarded. After rambling on aimlessly and seeing no reaction from Mino and Phil, the cleric's voice gradually faded, and the three of them arrived at the storeroom of the Holy White Tower, where they stored the materials brought by Mino and Phil. It was unclear whether the cleric genuinely found Mino and Phil tiresome or if he truly had matters to attend to. After briefly speaking with the administrator, he hastily departed, leaving Mino and Phil behind to wait for the administrator to organize the materials. Hey, sword user, did you secretly apply for some special training with Archbishop Mars without me knowing? Why was I completely unaware of our training assignment here? And what does he mean by reluctantly agreeing and not wanting to lose face? Who does he think he is? As the administrator busied himself with organizing the materials, Phil nudged Mino's arm, whispering his discontent regarding Fick's earlier remarks. Don't blame me again. That winter training was something I applied for on my own. You insisted on joining out of curiosity and ended up suffering the consequences. Mino replied. Casting a disdainful glance at Phil, he continued to explain, albeit somewhat bewildered. Moreover, I have indeed heard of Lord Fick. He was the foremost cleric of Trilon. Quite the spirited individual. For reasons unknown, he applied to remain stationed at the Holy White Tower and has not left for over a decade. Who knows, he may have transcended boundaries and achieved legendary status. His words carry weight. I had no idea he was that formidable. It's completely unnoticeable, Phil remarked, astonished. Having such a powerful figure train us will surely yield better results than learning from those teachers back at school. While the results may be promising, you must also be able to endure it. Remember, his primary vocation is that of an ascetic. One can only imagine his training methods, Mino said, recalling the harrowing training he and Phil faced during the last winter. Assigned by Elsend, he let out a low sigh, his words tinged with lingering resentment. Well, that may not be the case. Perhaps the ascetic is just named so for show, Phil replied, attempting to lighten the mood with an unconvincing laugh. Deliberately avoiding Mino's gaze, which was filled with discontent, the previous winter's training had involved enduring harsh conditions underwater, where Phil, unable to swim well, had been drawn in by curiosity and ended up struggling to maintain his composure. The result was nearly drowning himself and almost pulling Mino down with him, becoming a ghost in the water. Faced with Mino's increasingly intense gaze of resentment, Phil found it hard to maintain his bravado. Besides, that was an accident. We are on a mountain now, not in winter, and there's no way for us to undergo winter training as long as it's not that specific training. I can handle anything else. Perhaps feeling the weight of Mino's piercing gaze, Phil steeled himself to explain, and as he spoke, his confidence began to swell. Let us hope so. This place is not like our academy. If we cannot withstand the training, we will not only embarrass ourselves. Although Phil had regained some confidence, Mino remained skeptical about both him and their future, given that they were dealing with an ascetic. The ascetics' numbers were exceedingly few, to the extent that many outside the Supreme Divine Church in this remote region were unaware of them. However, within the Supreme Divine Church, ascetics were regarded as the true single strongest combatants. Surpassing paladins, these ascetics often undertaken vows of poverty, relying on faith as their foundation, enduring extreme hardships to hone their bodies and strengthen their wills, while integrating the seed of holy light into their blood and hearts, thereby gaining immense close combat abilities and divine powers. It was said that as long as they did not fall midway, most would ascend to legendary status before death. It is important to note that ascetics do not cultivate fighting energy. They elevate their physical strength solely through the trials of suffering. Such a grueling process is no small feat, which explains the scarcity of ascetics, with even fewer managing to endure until the end. The mere thought of undergoing such rigorous training filled Mino, who had sworn to pursue strength with all his might, with a chill. The mystery surrounding ascetics was overwhelming for Mino and Phil, leaving them to speculate in their hearts about the terrifying training that awaited them. Realizing he was scaring himself, Mino quickly shook off the thought and shifted the topic. Hey, Phil, why did Lord Fick call you Philpus earlier? Did you change your name without me knowing? Mino was taken aback when Fick had referred to Phil as Philpus. Had Phil not responded immediately, Mino would have almost corrected him. Now, reflecting on it, he found himself genuinely curious about the underlying mystery. Phil's expression darkened further at Mino's question, his face resembling a soot-blackened pot, yet he remained silent, prompting Mino's curiosity to ignite even more. Could it be, like in the stories, that you are actually a Prince Phil? Alas, your kingdom was destroyed, and you fled here to escape your enemies, hiding your identity. Mino scrutinized Phil from head to toe. then smirked. But with your appearance, you bear no resemblance to a storybook prince. Could it be that you are a false prince? I recall such a character from that story. Initially, Phil had no intention of engaging with Mino. But upon seeing Mino's increasingly absurd deductions, he quickly interrupted the topic. You overthink things, sword user. Philpus is simply my name, though I do not particularly like it. Why don't you like it? It sounds rather pleasant, Mino replied. Why do you care? It's my name, and I have my reasons, Phil retorted, evidently unwilling to delve further into the matter of his name. He then rushed off to assist the administrator with moving supplies, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wished to avoid further discussion. Observing Phil's anxious demeanor, Mino's mind suddenly recalled a bizarre joke Phil had once shared. Waterproof machine for the gods, a knockoff, is just amazing. Chapter 96. Chronicles of the Holy White Tower. What should we do? Sword user, shall we withdraw? Our task is already complete. As they approached the door to Fic's office, seizing the opportunity while the guide ahead was distracted, Phil leaned closer to Mino, speaking urgently in a hushed tone. How could we possibly leave? Setting aside the embarrassment it would bring to the academy, with Fic's seemingly unwavering demeanor, do you really think you can just walk away? Mino sighed inwardly at Phil's eager tone, articulating the drawbacks and pitfalls of such an action in hopes of quelling his unrealistic thoughts. Oh, what are we to do? If I truly have to participate in the training of the ascetics, I will undoubtedly fail. Even if I do not, this handsome and charming face of mine will surely become disfigured. How can I possibly pursue women thereafter? I refuse to take part in the training. Upon hearing Minuo's lament, Phil's expression morphed into one of despair, and he frantically exclaimed, Let go. Stop shouting. The fellow ahead will notice us. Pushing aside the agitated Phil, Minuo narrowly evaded the gaze of the lead guide, turning back, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he muttered under his breath. If you have the guts, go tell Lord Fick yourself that you refuse to train. Why complain to me? You almost made me lose face alongside you. Yesterday, the materials brought by Minuo and his companions were diverse and required considerable time to categorize. Initially, only Phil had assisted to evade Minuo's questions. But as time dragged on and boredom set in, Minuo decided to pitch in as well. Unfortunately, they had already arrived late, and, compounded by the abundance of tasks, they worked tirelessly until the moon hung high in the evening sky before finally completing their task. To express gratitude for their assistance, the administrator personally treated them to a lavish meal. Though resources were scarce in the mountains, what was deemed a feast was quite ordinary down below. Nevertheless, after a day of subsisting on dry rations and feeling utterly exhausted, they found it quite satisfying. After devouring their dinner with remarkable speed, the group engaged in conversation, inadvertently broaching the subject of fixed training. To their astonishment, the administrator lamented various grievances about the ascetics, decrying their extreme training methods and bemoaning the inhumanity of their practices. He confessed that he could not endure their training for even half a year, which prompted him to apply for the position of warehouse administrator to escape a portion of it. Intending to leave once his duties concluded, although the administrator did not explicitly detail the ascetics training, it was evident that he was a peak-level third-tier paladin, on the verge of breaking into the fourth tier. The fact that such an individual could not withstand the rigors of ascetic training sent shivers down their spines. As the conversation unfolded, the more they learned, the more frightened Phil became, to the point that, had he not been utterly fatigued from the day's exertions, he might have struggled to sleep. Approaching Fic's quarters, both Phil and Minuo felt the tension mounting. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling them to the point where they nearly jumped. What on earth is wrong with you two? Looking so terrified, Fic emerged from the room, eyeing Minuo and Phil with curiosity. Nothing. We were merely pondering why you summoned us, and we got lost in thought, not realizing you had opened the door, they stammered. Is the sound of a door opening enough to frighten you this much? The teaching standards at Solon Academy are evidently declining, Fic remarked, casting an amused glance at the pair. However, even though he attempted to lower his voice, it remained loud enough for Minuo and Phil to hear, leaving them feeling quite embarrassed. As I mentioned yesterday, out of respect for Archbishop Mars, I will be conducting a training session with you for a period that I summoned you today specifically for this purpose. At Fic's declaration, Phil's eyes widened in terror, filled with dread. It was hardly surprising given that he, unlike Minuo, had scarcely engaged in any physical training. The Holy Knight profession emphasizes the cultivation of fighting spirit and martial skills. And due to the ability to temporarily enhance oneself with divine magic during combat, the requirements for physical strength training are lower than those for most warrior classes. Moreover, with the need to train in holy light and divine magic, time was always short, leading to only minimal physical conditioning. In Phil's case, such training was entirely unnecessary, as he had devoted his time elsewhere and had not engaged in any physical training whatsoever. It was only individuals like Minuo, who possessed the bloodline of a fantasy creature and could be relentless with themselves, who would train harder than warriors. Unfortunately, Fick clearly had no consideration for such nuances. Choosing to ignore Fick's wide-eyed stare and Minuo's mocking grin, Fick strode ahead, gesturing for them to follow. Phil felt an urge to retreat, yet compelled by Minuo's encouraging gaze and his own pride, he mustered the courage to press on. If I must perish, so be it. I am the protagonist, Phil, destined to traverse the continent and conquer the Crystal Palace. How could I possibly falter in such a place? That would mean I am lesser than Minuo, a mere supporting character. Furthermore, as the protagonist, I shall undoubtedly experience tremendous growth during this training, compensating for my physical shortcomings. By then, Minuo's greatest advantage over me will be nullified, and he will no longer stand a chance against me. With a mere display of my prowess, I will surely attract loyal followers. While walking, Phil entertained himself with these thoughts, allowing his imagination to run wild until he envisioned himself surrounded by countless beauties and devoted followers fighting valiantly for him. Laughing so hard that drool escaped his lips, observing Phil's exuberant laughter and rapid strides, along with his mumbled musings, Minuo was left speechless, utterly bewildered by this peculiar transformation. Well, this isn't the first time he's acted like this. Why bother with it? As long as he doesn't back out at the last moment and embarrass the academy, that's all that matters. Seeing Phil grow increasingly impatient, Minuo shrugged and quickened his pace to catch up. Though the holy white tower was sizable, Minuo and his companions moved swiftly, soon arriving at the opposite side of the tower. They beheld a sizable structure before them. Minuo's jaw dropped in astonishment. What do you think? Surprised, are you? Fick laughed heartily, pointing to the ascetics training below and proudly declaring, "Look at those ascetics. This training ground was painstakingly constructed by them, piece by piece. What do you think?" "It is truly astonishing," Minuo murmured. His eyes glazed over as he surveyed the scene below. The structure was a large training arena accompanied by several buildings, built in a rugged style primarily from massive stones, lacking elaborate embellishments. With many areas still showing signs of incompletion, even the training grounds at the Paladin Division of Tsulan Academy paled in comparison. However, what truly astonished Minuo was not the building itself, but the individuals within it. Nearly 100 men of various ages stood bare-chested in the arena, clad only in shorts, forming pairs to engage in an astonishingly brutal routine. Each held a long staff of varying sizes and materials. Some wielded wooden sticks as thick as a chicken egg, while others bore steel rods as thick as an arm. They faced off, striking their partners with tremendous force. The sound of the blows echoed through the air, with some resulting in mere scratches, while others left deep gashes. Blood flowed from the gory wounds, creating twisted patterns upon their bodies. Yet both the injured and the assailants seemed oblivious, roaring with vigor as they continued their brutal exchange. Before long, a significant portion of the arena's floor was stained with blood. What was merely a routine training session had turned into a gruesome spectacle. This was the training of the ascetics. In that moment, not only Phil but even Minuo felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Though he was willing to endure pain for strength, such self-mutilation was beyond comprehension. Thankfully, Fick's next words swiftly dispelled Minuo's panic, pulling Phil back from the brink of escape. "It is indeed astonishing that our holy white tower. We may lack in many things, but we are abundant in ascetics. Nearly 100 of the kingdom's ascetics are gathered here. This training ground is a testament to their efforts. All the materials were painstakingly excavated from the mountains and then carried here step by step. To think they carried everything here, that truly is impressive. The ascetics are remarkable," Minuo exclaimed, forcing his trembling legs to steady, half-heartedly expressing admiration while attempting to shift the topic away from the terrifying training. "However, aren't we supposed to train today? The ascetics have already begun utilizing this arena, so perhaps we should visit another time." Alas, Fick's subsequent words shattered Minuo's hopes. "What do you mean visit another time? Today's training will take place right here." "Is that so? Well, that's quite delightful." Upon hearing Feek's words, Mino's voice quivered, although he endeavored to maintain a semblance of a smile. It was a grimace far more distressing than tears that as for Phil, he immediately succumbed to weakness. Were it not for Mino's support, he would likely have collapsed to the ground.